regarding the descent of deities. Witnessing the blood bar has driven me into madness. Come on, take a slice. Not dead? When the blood bar hits 0, you shall perish. As long as there is a blood bar, even the divine will show you their wrath. The dark side of the world, the shattered landscapes, and the aberrations from the abyss without light behind me. A dense fog looms ahead. Some believe in the light, while others extinguish it. What choices remain for those caught in between? The abyss has descended, and the aberrations invade. In this epoch of prolonged darkness, are the deities truly immortal? The young man gazes at the sun above. There hangs a long string of blood bars. Deities? Is it the blood bar that just illuminated? Chapter 1. Our city is incredibly safe. Gathered amidst the sea of clouds at the first central hospital of the Cloud Sea, the ophthalmology department. Please describe your symptoms again. The doctor perused the examination report in hand, turning his face slightly to survey the young man who had just taken a seat before him. His tousled black hair partially obscured his striking features, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His high nose and sword-like lips rendered him almost excessively handsome. Yet at this moment, his expression bore signs of extreme fatigue, with deep-set eyes suggesting a state of exhaustion. Did you perhaps misregister, however, in comparison to these observations? Excuse me, but smoking is prohibited here. The doctor pointed to the slender cigarette held in the young man's mouth. Oh, my apologies, Dr. Jiang, Jiang You replied, smacking his lips, crunching the yellow and white striped object before him and declaring, "This is a tobacco candy." After a brief pause, Jiang You spoke. "Recently, my eyes have been rather uncomfortable at times. A crimson veil seems to obscure my vision. It vanishes with a blink, only to reappear again with another. When I gaze upon dark objects, particularly shadows, an indescribable sensation envelopes me." How long have these symptoms persisted? Dr. Zhao inquired. Approximately 2 months, I suppose. Initially, wasn't so severe, Jiang You replied, his expression fraught with concern, his gaze fixed a few centimeters above the doctor's head. In his line of sight, it appeared as though something was coalescing there. Crimson hues swirled, forming an elongated shape. Then, a point of light gathered in the center of this shape, resembling a number. 2 months prior, while organizing my bookshelf, I was struck on the forehead by a book with a pristine white cover, nearly rendering me breathless. Since then, my vision has undergone a peculiar transformation. At first, I perceived lines above people's heads, followed by the emergence of colors, and progressively, the number of lines multiplied until now. Of course, there was one detail I withheld whenever I glance at shadows. I am plagued by the sensation of a dark mass writhing within them. Could it be that something sinister has taken an interest in me? Indeed, not only did I seek an ophthalmologist, but I also made an appointment with the pollution department. Jiang You blinked, and the blood-red shape above Dr. Zhao's head grew increasingly distinct, with the number becoming clearer as well. How old are you this year? 18? Jiang You instinctively replied, then hesitated. Are you inquiring about my age? What else could I possibly be asking? Dr. Zhao appeared momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yu's gaze returned from the doctor's head. I am also 18. Dr. Zhao's condition appeared to stabilize, a rectangular frame hovering above his head, with a small segment of red remaining, prominently displaying a figure of 18, but the resemblance to a health bar in an online game was striking. Jiang Yu scrutinized Dr. Zhao closely. The doctor wore a large mask, with a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his hair a mix of gray and white. Yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, imparting an aura of energy to his demeanor. If it truly were a health bar, then 18 signified he was perilously close to death, did it not? Care for a drink? Dr. Zhao's words faltered. Once more did I apologize. I seem to have zoned out, Jiang Yu replied, clearing his throat twice. Your attention seems to waver, young man. Never mind. Let me take a look. Dr. Zhao rose from his seat, producing a device resembling a laser pointer, though it may not have been one, as it emitted a bright light upon activation. Look to the left, now to the right. After examining all directions, Dr. Zhao resumed his seat. Nothing serious. All test values are normal. It's a case of ordinary conjunctivitis. I will prescribe some eye drops for you. Apply them for half a month. Understood. After expressing his gratitude to the doctor, Jiang Yu exited the examination room. Stepping outside, he inhaled a breath of cool air. Doctors, nurses, patient's people moved in a constant ebb and flow. The health bars were numerous and densely packed. "Excuse me, may I pass?" A man, his eyes concealed by a hand, bled profusely from his ocular region, addressed Jiang You. Despite such an injury, the figure above the man's head remained a staggering 7'3". As Jiang You continued on his way, he glanced left and right, increasingly convinced that the numbers and rectangles above their heads were indeed indicators of health status. In the realm of surgery, patients with fractures generally possess a modest volume of blood. Conversely, the internal medicine field is more intricate, as some individuals may appear unremarkable, yet harbor significant internal issues, leading to varying blood volumes. Upon reflection, aside from those reclining on wheelchairs or stretchers, it is rare to find anyone whose blood level falls below 50%. What is the situation with Dr. Zhao in the clinic? Nevertheless, as a physician, he surely possesses a comprehensive understanding of the matter. Jiang Yu glanced at the payment slip in his hand, hesitating for a moment before tucking it into his clothing. Why treat conjunctivitis when it was evidently a case of his fortunate financial windfall? What good is it to merely see one's blood level? Jiang Yu, perplexed, made his way out of the hospital. Recently, there have been indications of anomalous activities during the night. Should anything unusual occur, please promptly contact the Night Patrol Service, and we urge the public to refrain from nighttime excursions. Within the hospital, LCD screens suspended on either side displayed a series of announcements in order to ensure the safety of our citizens. The Night Patrol Service is set to initiate a new recruitment drive for increased street surveillance during the night. 100 years after the cataclysm, we have established safe havens for survival. The anomalies have been steadily retreating. Hope belongs to our great Zhou. Through our collective efforts, our nation is experiencing rapid economic growth, and our cities are remarkably secure. That a century ago, at the dawn of the millennium, the blue planet was pierced by abyssal fissures from which terrifying and formidable anomalies emerged, rampaging across the land. After a century of relentless struggle, the Zhou dynasty has established several impregnable primary gathering sites, alongside numerous secondary and tertiary ones. Yinhai stands as a notable secondary gathering site. Having traversed into this realm for nearly a year, Jiang Yu has gradually acclimatized to a world imbued with extraordinary powers. Jiang Yu feels a sense of gratitude, for the world has settled into a semblance of stability. Were he to have arrived amidst an era of cataclysmic upheaval, enduring decades of arduous struggle, his slender limbs would scarcely have withstood the trials. In this tranquil city, where abundance prevails and basic needs are met, there exists a simple yet profound happiness. With a deep exhale, Jiang Yu popped a piece of candy into his mouth and stepped out of the hospital. He longed to return home, to recline in repose and ponder the peculiarities of his health status. He tightened his attire and bent down to tie his shoelaces. In the waning days of winter and the onset of spring, the day appeared particularly somber and tinged with an unsettling chill. Having fashioned his shoelaces into a charming bow, Jiang Yu slowly rose, only to become utterly still. A shiver crept from the depths of his heart, extending throughout his body, rendering his limbs icy, as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. His gaze expanded, his heartbeat slowed, and his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The expansive street lay deserted, devoid of any passerby. Before him, the buildings transformed into a tapestry of cold, dark hues of black and gray. Shattered windows, decayed street lamps, and lifeless trees punctuated the scene. A towering creature, with elongated limbs and smooth muscle contours, scaled and leaped across the structures. A grotesque being, resembling a gourd, writhed on the pavement, its four appendages twisting in an uncanny dance. And phantasmal entities, akin to wisps of smoke, flickered at the periphery of his vision. His perspective widened, stretching further still. Strange and grotesque creatures roamed the streets, atop rooftops, and through alleyways warriors clad in intertwining black and crimson battle attire darted to and fro, brandishing their blades in fierce combat. Jiang Yu felt a tightness in his chest. He lifted his gaze to behold a black sun suspended high above. Upon the sun's crown, a lengthy blood bar was displayed. This issue seems rather grave. It's time to panic. His fingers trembled slightly as he crushed a piece of smoky candy. Suddenly, shadows of black and gray receded like a tide. Vibrant sounds returned to his ears. Passersby on the street, rustling branches, the honking of cars, everything pulsated with life. Jiang You gazed around in bewilderment. Old man, do be careful, watch your step. Brother, need some medicine? Genuine stuff from the printing factory, 50,000 a bottle. I can let it go for 5,000. Mommy, look at that handsome uncle standing there. He seems so silly. Jiang Yu's throat constricted painfully. His eyes flitted over various faces until they settled upon a large screen outside a hospital. On the centenary of the Great Cataclysm, the Night Watch remains a steadfast support for the citizens. Our world is improving, and our city is extraordinarily safe. Jiang Yu raised his head once more. The yellow sun in the sky shone brightly and warmly. T2 bore a long blood bar atop its head. Indeed, our city appears to be exceptionally secure. Chapter 2. This frustrating ability, brother. Do you want to buy some medicine? It's identical to the genuine ones. The counterfeit drug dealer gently patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, pulling him back from his thoughts. The imprisoned souls, the meticulously crafted lies, and various conjectures swirled in his mind. But his complex emotions were abruptly interrupted by the counterfeit dealer. What do you want? He exhaled a heavy breath. Do you want to buy some medicine? The dealer inquired hopefully. Medicine? In this city teeming with monsters, do you still have the gall to sell drugs? Do you think you're some kind of deity? What nonsense is this? You're insane. The dealer turned to leave. Wait, the young man retorted, if you're not buying, don't hinder my business. Are you selling miraculous oil? To Jiang Yu's astonishment, a bottle of the so-called miraculous oil was priced at 3,000. He immediately reported it. After finishing his statement at the police station, he emerged as dusk approached. Gazing at the setting sun, he felt somewhat disoriented. In the evening, the place buzzed with life, couples strolling leisurely, fingers intertwined, vendors setting up their stalls with tricycles, and a girl chasing after balloons. Who could fathom that beneath such a serene facade lay a darker reality? What was the essence of the hospital moments? An illusion? A figment of imagination? He could not tell. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Nai seemed to be in pain, and the suffering was intensifying. With a stern expression, he boarded the bus, disembarked, entered the community, and took the elevator back to his room. Jiang Yu headed straight for the bathroom and removed his shirt. There on his chest, a tattoo depicting a book, 3 to 4 centimeters in size, emanated a faint glow. The cover of the book was adorned with a pattern of moderate intricacy, featuring 3 concentric rings forming a larger annulus. This design, it was the very culprit that had struck me earlier. Heavens, it smarts intensely. An escalating throbbing, akin to a searing brand pressed firmly against the flesh, accompanied by an inward drawing, constricting sensation. This is not ideal. With a contamination flag already raised, I should have undergone a thorough examination while I had the opportunity. Jiang grimaced, reaching for the shower head and directing a stream of water onto his chest. Sizzle. A faint sizzling emanated from his chest, accompanied by wisps of white vapor. Relief. After a full minute of dousing, the pain finally subsided. Jiang wiped his face, slicking his hair back, and turned to face the mirror. The reflection revealed a handsome countenance, albeit slightly pallid, with a health bar hovering above his head, displaying a full 100. Since leaving the hospital, he had been acquainting himself with his abilities. 1. The health bars of most ordinary creatures are visible within a 30-meter radius. His own health bar is visible in mirrors. 2. He can deactivate the health bar display at will. 3. Further capabilities remain to be cataloged. Seeing that his condition was at its peak, he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning off the shower, Jiang felt a sense of forgetfulness. The purpose of the hospital visit was twofold. Firstly, to address the blood-colored lines in his vision, now confirmed to be health bars. Secondly, to investigate the visual distortion experienced when observing dark objects, particularly shadows. Indeed, he had overlooked the shadow aspect. Jiang lowered his gaze. Curious, where is my shadow? The bathroom light cascaded from above as he shifted his body slightly to one side. His shadow was cast upon the wall. Thankfully, it was still there. He almost feared it had vanished. The day's events had been so bizarre that even if his shadow had fled, Jiang Yu would not have been overly surprised. He picked up a towel to dry his face and opened the bathroom door. A dark silhouette stood silently at the entrance, entirely shrouded in black, with varying shades across different parts of its form. 2 hollow, profound eye sockets gazed at him, locking eyes in a moment of mutual recognition. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. After the hospital incident, Jiang Yu experienced a second fleeting moment of his heart skipping a beat. My shadow has not escaped, but it has come to life. Raise your hand. Lift your leg. A hint of a social dance. Astonishing, it can do that too. Gazing at the figure before him, which swayed its flowery hands, Jiang Yu's mind was in disarray. He gently brushed his palm over the tattoo on his chest. Specks of light floated in the air, rapidly unfolding. The words divine, anomalous, human flashed by, ultimately resting on human. A luminous panel fully materialized before him. Name: Jiang You. Attribute: Shadow points. 1 rank. 10 shadow points required to unlock. Ability: Shadow Devouring Eye. This semblance of an attribute panel recorded his condition. As his thoughts focused on it, some words could be expanded further. Shadow: Your shadow exists because of you. It possesses all your memories and can execute any simple commands you issue. However, it is important to note that it lacks the capacity for independent thought and does not possess a physical form. Perhaps you might attempt to issue it commands for training. Unexpected outcomes may arise. Shadow Absorption: You can draw shadow points from everything in the dark to enhance yourself, or decompose inanimate objects to extract shadow points. Shadow Eyes: Your gaze has undergone an unknown transformation. Activating this ability allows you to perceive the hidden aspects of the world and choose to observe them. The multitude of things is somewhat overwhelming, and my mind feels cluttered. Jiang You glanced at the luminous screen and then at the shadow standing before him. He extended his hand and passed it through the shadow's chest. This being lacks a physical form. Can you speak? Jiang You inquired, only to be met with silence. Do you possess all my memories? He asked again. The shadow nodded. Very well. Jiang You turned and rummaged through the items on the table until he unearthed an examination paper. Given that f, x, x 33 x 21, a 0. Define h, x, max f, x, and seek the extrema of f, x. This is my summer homework. Give it a try. Jiang You extended a pen towards the shadow. Wait, can you grasp the pen? The shadow remained silent, reaching out and successfully holding the pen. Does this being truly lack a physical form? Jiang You stretched out his hand once more, passing it through the shadow's form. It felt somewhat unsettling. Why have you stopped writing? He looked over, and his expression turned pale. The shadow had written the word solution and then ceased moving, casting an innocent glance in his direction. Nonsense possesses all my memories. Is it too much to expect that I can write such questions in 2 minutes for fun? Jiang You reopened the holographic screen and carefully read through the skill description. Capable of executing my simple commands? Could the college entrance examination be too challenging? He contemplated, then commanded, recite ma po song qiong. After a moment's thought, Jiang You issued the command. This time, the shadow's pen moved swiftly. The power of the horse, 3 segments. Gazing at the 5 glaring characters shining on the test magic stone tablet, the young man from the Shao family maintained an expressionless demeanor. A hint of self-mockery at the corner of his lips, his nails deeply embedded in his palm. What the hell? Jiang Yu's expression shifted, feeling as if he had grasped something significant. What is this nonsense about being an extraordinary being? The shadow transcribes books while I sell them. Surely, I would earn a fortune. There is great potential here, indeed. However, before delving into transcription, I must first clarify my own situation. Jiang Yu turned his attention to the remaining abilities. Shadow Devour, Consume Darkness. Jiang Yu crouched in the corner, extending his hand. After a while, nothing occurred. This useless ability lacks a manual or any beginner's tutorial to explain itself. Frustration gnawed at Jiang Yu. As for the final ability, Shadow Eye, he was already familiar with it. He had experienced the darker side of the world during his time in the hospital. One step at a time, then. Stop transcribing for now. Do a few push-ups for me to observe. The shadow nodded, stood from its seat, and then, under Jiang Yu's gaze, its form faded until it was completely gone. Hey, I told you to do push-ups. Where did you run off to? Where's my shadow? Chapter 3. You have now become a mature shadow. The ceiling? No. The kitchen? No. The toilet? Not there either. Jiang Yu unzipped his pants. Still nothing. Hey, where are you? Come out. He shouted. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness stirred within him as he turned around, and a dark silhouette gradually emerged from the air. What on earth is this shadow? Jiang Yu rubbed his brow. Where have you been? Is it some kind of invisibility skill? The shadow gestured, but Jiang Yu could not decipher its signs. Take a pen and write it down. The shadow approached the table, picked up a pen, and wrote 2 large characters. Dark side. The dark side of the world? Jiang Yu realized. The shadow nodded. What do you want to go there for? He asked. The shadow replied, push-ups. Why go there to do push-ups? Jiang Yu inquired. The shadow responded, to exercise. Could it be that the dark side of the world offers superior training benefits? Jiang You pondered. Exercising in the dark side might be beneficial. A large, ominous mass loitering in his room was quite unsettling. The introduction to shadow abilities suggested issuing a self-directed exercise command, so he decided to let it be. The sun had completely set, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight, like gossamer, enveloped the entire gathering place of clouds. Vehicles flowed incessantly on the streets. Yet they were considerably fewer compared to the bustling metropolis of his past life. As time progressed, the streets would grow increasingly desolate. After 11 o'clock, apart from the night patrol, there were seldom any pedestrians or vehicles roaming the thoroughfares. Waving the shadow away, Jiang You pulled out a chair and opened his computer along with the drawing tablet. He is not only a senior high school student, but also an exceptionally popular and passionate manga artist. Drawing upon his artistic experience from his previous life, Jiang Yu's foremost endeavor since his arrival in this world has been to create fervent manga. In the wake of the cataclysm, the cultural industry of the Great Zhou is exceedingly scarce. Thus, his manga quickly ignited a fervor in the market upon its release, and his pen name, Jiang You Yi Dai Bu Dai Dao, has become widely renowned. After a half-month hiatus, it is time to embark on a new series. There are numerous exhilarating themes to choose from. Which one shall he select this time? Jiang You opened his notes, the cursor gliding over the myriad titles. The Allure of the World, Secret Academy, Dormitory Supervisor, Point Weakness. Welcome to the Dream Broadcasting Room. Behave well and check in. Is there a vacant room? Fitness Officer's Guidance, Swimming Tutoring Class, Adorable Classmate Xiaoro. With so many thrilling manga options, the abundance of choices can sometimes be a source of vexation. The following morning. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yu's eyelids fluttered as he gradually awakened. He had been so engrossed in his creative process the previous night that he had inadvertently fallen asleep. Jiang You, open the door. A familiar voice called from outside. What could it be so early in the morning? He yawned and opened the door. Health, 90. Standing at the threshold was a girl with a bob hairstyle, her face brimming with excitement. The moment the door opened just a crack, she darted inside. Lu Yao Yao, his classmate and childhood friend, is also a devoted fan of Jiang You. Beneath her elegantly arched willow leaf brows, her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her petite, delicate nose resembled a white blossom bud, and her translucent lips radiated charm. Oh, why has her health diminished so significantly? Jiang You glanced at the calendar and understood. He touched his nose and withdrew his gaze. Hurry up. Last night, I saw you trembling, saying something about preparing for a new series, and that the content had already been confirmed. Could you show me the design collection? Bang! A resounding noise echoed, causing Lu Yaoyao's delicate face to shudder thrice. Her complexion paled slightly as she turned around, only to grow even paler. The security door had slammed shut, dust cascading from the edges of the doorframe, and fine cracks appeared on the wall. Jiang You, even if you don't want to show it to me, there's no need to slam the door like that. Lu Yaoyao swallowed hard. Jiang You remained silent, staring blankly at his own arm. The contours of his muscles were smooth and well-defined. A sense of latent power nestled within. With a slight exertion, his arm became as hard as steel. Have you been working out? Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at Jiang Yu's chest and sturdy arms. A thin short-sleeved shirt did little to conceal his pectoral muscles, while the outlines of his back and shoulders were subtly apparent. There was no exaggerated visual impact of bulging muscles, yet at a glance, no one would doubt the strength contained within that physique. You haven't taken anything, have you? True to the daughter of the night watchman, the girl, upon realizing this, displayed not a hint of shyness, but rather a look of vigilance. Jiang You, let me tell you, that sort of thing is off limits. You can still turn back. My father deals with countless such cases each year. Just shut up already. Your mouth keeps flapping, Jiang You retorted, irritation flickering in the corners of his eyes. How do you explain the situation? Just 5 days ago, when I sought your assistance, it was not so exaggerated. Lu Yaoyao remained tense, even reaching towards her waist. Hey, are you about to pull out some lethal weapon? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched. Ahem. The girl paused momentarily, then changed the direction of her reach. Soon, a palm-sized device appeared in her hand. Lu Yaoyao tossed it over, saying, Here, pinch it between your fingers and conduct the test yourself. What are we testing for? The pollution index. The abyss descends, and otherworldly entities invade. Slaying these beings results in contamination, and ingesting certain foreign substances leads to pollution, fostering resentment and hatred. To a certain degree, one will also become tainted. If the pollution is not eradicated, it accumulates, potentially triggering a series of corruption and mutation. My abilities stem from the manual upon my chest. How could there be any pollution? Jiang You gestured for her to remain calm as he took the pollution detector. How does it work? Pinch it between your fingers. This device resembled a clip. Jiang You adjusted it, securing his index finger. After 2 or 3 seconds, a faint electric current surged from his fingertip, coursing through his arm into his body. In that fleeting moment, the so-called shadow points within responded. Simultaneously, the values on the detector began to soar. Goodness! Jiang Yu's eyelids fluttered, and he quickly suppressed the involuntary reaction of his body. Soon, the values visibly decreased in speed, ultimately settling into tranquility. You see, I told you there was nothing to worry about, Jiang Yu murmured. Truly, was there nothing amiss? Lu Yaoyao's expression was one of skepticism as she glanced between him and the instrument, finally laying down her firearm. Wait, a gun? Jiang Yu's eyelids twitched. Surely you don't intend to shoot me, do you? Just a bit of caution, that's all. Relieved, Lu Yaoyao tucked her weapon back away. After much persuasion, Jiang Yu successfully convinced this stubborn lady to return. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yu immediately accessed the panel. Your shadow has entered the dark side of the world to commence training. Shadow Devour activated. Initial absorption of shadow points. Your shadow has grown stronger. Below was a series of training logs. Shadow points, 5-5. As he perused the entries, Jiang Yu felt somewhat bewildered. After a brief pause of several seconds, he beckoned his shadow to come forth. You've been training all night? He inquired. The shadow nodded in affirmation. That's utterly absurd. Jiang Yu's gaze gradually shifted, now infused with intensity. Excellent. But merely performing push-ups is insufficient for optimal training results. You have matured into a formidable shadow. Let us elevate the difficulty of your regimen. From this moment forth, we shall abandon standard push-ups and proceed with double unders, along with. Jiang Yu's tone shifted, his speech quickening. Bodyweight push-ups, walking planks, one-handed two-finger push-ups, handstand tiger leap push-ups, Russian twists, human flags, pistol squats, spider crawls, L-sit leg raises, and dragon flags. Let us embark on this delightful journey of training. Chapter 4. The Pursuit of Strength and the Martial Arts Examination in the Year of Cataclysm, on January 20th. I attained the shadow for the first time. I labored throughout the night, yet I felt no fatigue. Unwittingly, I was growing stronger. This method of enhancement is, indeed, shameful. As youth, we ought not to remain complacent. On January 21st, the following day, I devised a more rigorous training regimen for the shadow, yielding remarkable results. Within merely 2 days, my abdominal muscles had become well-defined, and my physique exuded a seamless flow of muscle tone. I now ponder if a single punch from me could extinguish the life of Lu Yaoyao. No, it is time to exert myself. On January 22nd, today, Uncle Li paid me a visit. He too is employed by the night patrol. I hope he did not notice anything amiss. Uncle Li, now advanced in age and missing an arm, seems to me a mere shadow of my strength. I believe I could vanquish 3 Uncle Li's or 10 Lu Yaoyaos with a single blow. On January 23rd, I find it intolerable to lead a life of ease. Having acquired extraordinary abilities, I must strive even harder. One must forge oneself in the fires of adversity and not succumb to lethargy. On January 24th, the shadow trained while I reveled in comfort. On January 25th, the shadow continued its training, and I persisted in my indulgence. On January 26th, splendidly, I voluntarily completed 10 push-ups today. I shall continue to enjoy my comforts. On January 26th, the accumulation of shadow points is progressing at a sluggish pace. Aside from the initial day's gain of 4 points, I have only managed to amass a mere 8 points over these many days. I wonder how many more days it will take to gather 10 points and unlock my potential. Perhaps my own immersion into the dark side may enhance my growth more swiftly. January 27th. I attempted to unlock the Eye of Shadows and delve into the dark realm. Alas, why is the entrance here harder than steel, utterly impenetrable? I can only access the shadowed layer from outside the dwelling, within the darkness. The neighborhood is enveloped in a shroud of mist, rendering exit impossible and entry barred. I am left with no choice but to enter the shadow layer from outside the community in the material world. Goodness, there lies a specter over 2 meters tall squatting at the entrance of the neighboring community, its forelimbs resembling scythes, relentlessly pursuing me and tearing my trousers to shreds. Fortunately, I managed to escape the dark realm at a critical moment. January 28th. The specter has taken to blocking my entrance. I cannot swallow this indignity. I shall retaliate. January 29th. The attempt at vengeance was in vain. I took a blow to the chest, nearly fracturing my ribs. January 30th. Another failed attempt at retribution. I received 3 bloody scratches on my backside, successfully depleting 6 of its health. Onward. January 31st. Lu Yaoyao gingerly applies iodine to Jiang Yu's arms and face. Have you been fighting with someone these past few days? She inquires, her eyes narrowing as she applies the antiseptic. You wouldn't understand, Jiang Yu replies, drawing a sharp breath. Scars are a man's metals. Metals? Lu Yaoyao jabs her index finger firmly onto his bruised arm. Ow, ow, ow. He winces. Ah, so you do feel pain. As she feels his solid muscles, Lu Yaoyao instinctively retracts her delicate finger. Speaking of which, the martial arts examination is just a month away. What are your plans, Yaoyao? Will you participate in the test? Jiang You, grinning with a hint of mischief, inquired. After all, as a child of the upper echelons of the night patrol, it was highly improbable that there would be any issues regarding her qualifications. It merely depended on Lu Yaoyao's personal inclinations. I actually wish to study music. If you desire to learn, then why not pursue it? Jiang Yu chuckled softly. Could it be that Uncle Lu would disapprove? Even if he did, it would be understandable. After all, in the years of great calamity, most artistic professions had lost their appeal, not to mention the scarcity of job opportunities. The societal status associated with such fields had significantly diminished. The night patrol was still embroiled in battles against various species. There was hardly any time to focus on the arts. The trending topics were predominantly dominated by national affairs, far removed from the era of rampant celebrity culture. It's not that he disagrees. Lu Yaoyao momentarily paused in her application of medicine. You mustn't disclose this to anyone. What do you mean? Jiang Yu gradually tempered his smile. The policies have changed. Holding a bottle of iodine, Lu Yaoyao applied it to the scars on his arm, her eyes dimming slightly. As long as the qualifications are met, this year, without exception, one must participate in the martial arts examination and apply for extraordinary fields. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Had it not been the case that personal wishes were respected, allowing students with average qualifications to take the regular college entrance examination? The pressure on the night patrol was escalating. Lu Yaoyao sighed softly, blowing gently on the medicine she had applied. If all goes as expected, I will certainly have to participate in the martial arts examination. Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. The qualification tests at the beginning of the semester required all college entrance examinees to participate. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Yu was uncertain whether he should take part. On that day, the small device that Lu Yaoyao took out emitted a continuous series of beeping sounds. The instrument was remarkably precise. As soon as one stepped into the testing area, it would immediately start clicking away. In that moment, dozens of night patrollers raised their firearms towards him. And within a mere 2 seconds, a barrage of 80 bullets could be unleashed. Just imagining it was exhilarating. The small handbook resting on his chest appeared quite ordinary. So how could it possibly trigger the device? His understanding of the extraordinary realm was woefully inadequate, and his Uncle Li had never been forthcoming with information. Jiang Yu harbored a genuine suspicion that this unreliable golden finger might inadvertently thrust him into an alien faction. The last time you provided me with a detection device, what was its principle? After some contemplation, he opted for a roundabout question. Is it effective against alien species? Lu Yaoyao chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. It was merely a rudimentary detection device, incapable of dealing with alien beings. Its limited function was solely to detect aliens and extraordinary individuals. Didn't Uncle Li mention that to you? For ordinary people facing alien entities, the best course of action is to run. If escape is not an option, they should ideally manage to pull out their phones and make an emergency call before meeting their demise. Extraordinary beings? Jiang Yu noted this term with interest. Indeed, Lu Yaoyao clearly had no intention of elaborating further. Please, do continue. They exchanged glances, each staring intently at the other. What are you doing? Lu Yaoyao recoiled slightly. Nothing. Jiang Yu's eyes darted thoughtfully. Surely your family possesses some foundational knowledge about extraordinary beings and aliens? Could you share it with me? Lu Yaoyao regarded him with skepticism. Aren't you uninterested in the extraordinary realm and planning to take the regular college entrance examination in the future? People can change, after all. Jiang Yu maintained an impassive expression. As you mentioned, this year the martial arts examination is mandatory. Who knows? I might possess some latent talent and wish to familiarize myself with it in advance. However, more importantly, I have been struck with new inspiration and intend to create a passionate comic centered around extraordinary beings and otherworldly entities. It was unclear whether she was captivated by the mention of extraordinary beings, otherworldly entities, or the phrase passionate, but Lu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled momentarily. Quick, tell me more, she urged eagerly. The initial concept revolves around a frail boy named Abin, who suffers incessant bullying at school. Yet, he harbors a kind heart. With the assistance of his charming deskmate, a gentle teacher, and a kind aunt, he is selected by the Night Watch to participate in the Super Soldier program. Through sheer willpower, Abin undergoes a remarkable transformation, receiving an injection of Super Soldier serum, thus becoming the formidable Captain Abin. However, the Night Watch has no intention of deploying him to the battlefield. Instead, they continually assign him to various high society gatherings, performances, and opportunities to mingle with affluent heiresses and noble ladies. Until one day, an otherworldly entity invades the city, a formidable creature known as the Pink Skull, accompanied by a blue cosmic cube. Wow! Lu Yaoyao was taken aback, utterly astonished. Chapter 5: The Extraordinary Ones in the Evening. The house to the south stood with azure curtains drawn aside, as the golden sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white table, enveloping it in a layer of gilded light. A carpet, transitioning from milky white to shades of gray, lay snugly beside the bed, accompanied by a petite table and 2 plump cushions. Inside a pale pink cabinet, alongside garments, rested a guitar, sheet music, and a flute, perhaps gathering dust unbeknownst to anyone. This was the abode of Lu Yaoyao. The two shared a corridor, their doors merely 10 meters apart. After much coaxing and persuasion, Lu Yaoyao ultimately yielded to Jiang You, bringing him into her home with the intent of searching for information regarding the extraordinary. On the bed, a delicate pink sheet was spread out, and the blanket was neatly folded. A comic title devoid of fate lay on the bedside table, likely having been perused throughout the night by a certain someone. "Do not look," Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, flustered, her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly tucked the comic away. "Oh Yaoyao, you wouldn't want your uncle to discover your illicit reading, would you?" Jiang You mused. "Silence." Lu Yaoyao shot him a fierce glance. "Just sit there obediently while I retrieve the materials from my father's room. Do not touch my things. Go on, go on." Jiang You waved his hand dismissively. Lu Yaoyao rose and exited, making her way to her father's room. Jiang You subtly cracked the door open a fraction. The rooms of father and daughter were directly opposite each other. With a loud bang, Lu Yaoyao swiftly opened and then closed the door. Jiang You leaned against the doorframe, intending to make a jest, but upon a fleeting glance, the words caught in his throat. Before long, Lu Yaoyao returned, clutching a USB drive and a box of cassette tapes. Upon connecting the USB drive to the computer and inserting the tape into the tape player, a click resounded as he pressed down. A melodious sound emerged, featuring flutes, guzheng, and the rhythmic beats of drums. Admittedly, most of the instruments were indistinguishable to Jiang You. Nevertheless, as the music washed over him, a myriad of emotions began to dissipate. A truly magical experience. He sank his thoughts deeper, gazing at the computer screen, his focus sharpening. The first page presented an introduction to the aberrant species. Abnormal species, powerful entities originating from the abyss. To slay these beings incurs a price, without exception. Slaying the aberrant, bearing the cost, growing stronger, and transcending. He read intently. The journey towards transcendence was far more perilous than most could imagine. Whether in spirit or in body, failure to withstand could lead to aberration, degradation, and ultimately becoming an aberrant oneself. Jiang Yu continued to scroll down, a heaviness settling in his heart. The shadow layer of the world's dark side, discovered 50 years ago by the war general Yi Songbai. It is referred to as the interstice between the world and the abyss, shrouded in shadow. This realm is exceptionally unique, perfectly replicating all structures of the real world, with an incredibly resilient nature. Prior to the opening of the abyssal rift, aberrants could infiltrate the present world from the shadow layer. Despite the vigilant control of the Night Watch Bureau over the entrances and exits, there still exist those who slip through the cracks. Note 1. The shadow layer undergoes a reset every month, recreating the scenes of the real world. During this time, the number of aberrants significantly increases, necessitating prompt eradication. Note 2. The shadow layer harbors pollution. Prolonged exposure deepens the level of contamination, leading to a loss of self and eventual transformation into an aberrant. Note 3. From the 4th tier onwards, One's power will be suppressed upon entering the shadow layer, and the risk of contamination significantly increases. It is advised that fourth-tier practitioners refrain from entering the shadow layer unless absolutely necessary. Note 4. The visibility range within the shadow layer is 35 meters, which expands with an increase in strength. So this is the reality of the dark side of the world. As for the contamination within the shadow layer, Jiang You reminisced carefully. He truly felt no discomfort. Upon activating his shadow eye and stepping inside, it felt as though he had returned home, relaxed and at ease, with no impairment to his vision, allowing him to see far and wide. Unfortunately, the number of shadow points was limited, restricting his stay, accompanied by a melodious undertone. Jiang You continued to gaze downward. Extraordinary beings, entities of a different kind that possess human forms. With just a glance, his gaze was arrested. He lifted his head to look at Lu Yaoyao, whose expression remained calm, evidently unperturbed. "Do not look at me. Focus on the information," Lu Yaoyao instructed. Extraordinary beings. They slay aberrant entities and bear the consequences. They wield power while simultaneously being eroded by it. Compared to ordinary individuals succumbing to uncontrollable contamination, the fate of extraordinary beings spiraling out of control is far graver. They will be completely transformed into aberrant entities, devoid of intellect. Note 1. Extraordinary beings are, in essence, a confluence of contamination, perpetually engaged in a struggle against the aberrations of pollution. Note 2. Upon the death of an extraordinary being, if the internal power goes awry, there exists a considerable likelihood of transformation into an aberrant entity. Note 3. Please be aware, as an extraordinary being, if you realize your chances of survival are bleak or minimal, take heed. As one approaches the brink of death, one ought to exhaust their strength. With a gaze fixated upon the final line, highlighted in bold red, Jiang Yu's breath instinctively slowed. The second semester of the senior year's qualification test would determine eligibility for the martial arts examination, a mere crack in the door to the extraordinary. Only those who truly passed the martial arts exam and entered university would genuinely engage with such content. Jiang Yu was uncertain of the rationale behind this. Yet the Night Patrol Division and the Great Zhou had orchestrated it thus, undoubtedly for a reason. The influx of information was somewhat overwhelming, and Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. As the mouse wheel spun downward, the Word document revealed over 20 pages, with the PowerPoint presentation's content still unknown. "Come here, give me a back rub," he commanded. Lu Yaoyao, taken aback, asked, "Could you repeat that?" 3 original illustrations, ultra-high definition, with content of your choosing. "Deal." Lu Yaoyao's small hand rested on his neck, squeezing as she remarked, "Why is it so firm?" "I've been training recently." The effects of shadow training were manifesting in his physique. It is noteworthy that his strength continued to amplify, yet his body exhibited no remarkable transformations. Aside from a slight increase in bulk, he had not developed any pronounced muscle definition. Draped in his clothing, he merely appeared more robust. "Have you developed abs?" "Of course. Would you like to feel?" Jiang Yu smirked. Just then, the door creaked open. Current health, 97. Lu Nanfeng, who had been eavesdropping for an indeterminate time, wore a grim expression. With an undercurrent of menace palpable, Lu Yaoyao's outstretched hand froze in place. Jiang Yu's mischievous grin likewise became rigid as they stood before the long table in the living room. The food was aromatic, accompanied by 3 bowls of rice. 3 individuals sat positioned around the table, indulging in their meal. Lu Nanfeng, dressed in the attire of a night patrolman, dug into the dishes. Opposite him sat Jiang Yu, also engrossed in his meal. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened further. Lu Yaoyao timidly interjected, "Dad, you've misunderstood." "Misunderstood?" Lu Nanfeng scoffed. "Could what I witnessed be mistaken? That's not it." Lu Yaoyao stammered, her ears tinged with embarrassment. Was there anything more mortifying than being caught by one's father while surreptitiously exploring a male classmate's abs? It seemed there was indeed something worse, boasting a disinterest in comics while having stayed up all night engrossed in a passionate read. Let this young man speak. Lu Nanfeng could not help but prompt. "Shall we share a few words?" "Dad." "Ahem, that's not it." Jiang Yu cleared his throat and raised his glass. "Uncle Lu, everything is unspoken, so I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Good lad. You truly are something else. You've grown quite bold. Haven to you? Where's my knife?" Chapter 6. The Fork in the Road at the age of 5. They competed to see who could urinate farther. By the age of 7, upon entering elementary school, they had been known to beat all the other children until they cried. At 12, after graduating from primary school, To celebrate the momentous occasion, they took to the streets with Lu Yaoyao and a few other friends, pretending to be homeless beggars, which prompted a kind-hearted passerby to contact the Welfare Institute. At that time, several parents were nearly beside themselves with worry. Such incidents were numerous. It was only a year ago that Lu Yaoyao suddenly began to draw comics. The fervent scenes she illustrated were truly difficult to articulate. Jiang You, the so-called bad kid in the eyes of others, was a constant companion to their daughter, leaving Lu Nanfeng feeling deeply fatigued. "What were you all doing when I returned?" he inquired, pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips, only for Lu Yaoyao to snatch it away before he could light it. "We were reviewing materials, information about hybrids, and the extraordinary," Jiang Yu replied earnestly. Lu Nanfeng's gaze sharpened as he turned to his daughter. "You were involved in this. You certainly possess a bold spirit." Lu Yaoyao shrank her neck slightly, then began to act coy. "Dad, there are audio recordings, and I was right there supervising. So nothing will go awry." Lu Nanfeng's expression gradually shifted to a more serious demeanor. "What exactly have you gathered?" "Just some explanations regarding the extraordinary and the shadow realm. I assure you, there are no other materials," Lu Yaoyao promised. "You've been spoiled." Lu Nanfeng shot her a disapproving glance. But he exhaled a small sigh of relief before turning his attention back to Jiang You. "Do you understand why students are not permitted to engage with such content prematurely?" "I am not quite certain," Jiang Yu admitted, harboring a few suspicions within. "The human heart can be strange, and from that, evil may arise. Despair can plunge a person into the abyss, and some matters are not suitable for public disclosure." This statement left Jiang Yu somewhat perplexed, as it seemed rather enigmatic. Uncle Lu continued, explaining that not everyone possesses the strength of will to withstand adversity. Even the slightest chink in one's armor can provide an opportunity for malevolent forces to exploit. Therefore, it is imperative to conduct aptitude tests prior to the formal martial examination, assessments of physical and mental fortitude. This ensures that one possesses the qualifications and capabilities to engage with the extraordinary realm. The path to the extraordinary is fraught with peril, with each step presenting formidable challenges. Even with the aid of advanced instruments, there are still individuals who succumb to chaos each year, a lamentable fate. If one does not intend to participate in the martial examination, I advise against delving into these matters. This year marks the unified martial examination, and evasion is futile. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, asserting that self-reliance is preferable. Acquiring knowledge can only be beneficial. Enough of this. Should calamity strike, it is wise to have a capable ally to rely upon and maintain a tranquil mindset. Suddenly, a buzzing sound interrupted their conversation as the communicator at Lu Nanfeng's waist began to vibrate violently. "Hello? Captain Lu, Shadow Sector, urgent mission." "Understood. I'll be there shortly." After terminating the call, Lu Nanfeng hastily consumed a few bites of food before rising swiftly. "I'm off on a mission, Jiang Yu. You better behave. If I catch you mischief again, I'll have you dragged back to the Night Patrol Bureau." He shot Jiang Yu a glare before hastily departing. Jiang Yu mused that Uncle Lu remained as spirited as ever. Recently, the Bureau had been inundated with cases, leaving him with little opportunity to enjoy a meal before yet another mission called him away. At last, Father departed, and Lu Yaoyao exhaled in relief, lifting her bowl to commence her meal. However, as she ate, the earlier behavior of Jiang Yu surged back into her thoughts. Her eyes widened, and she slammed her little hand upon the table. "Jiang Yu, what on earth was that? Were you deliberately causing my father to misunderstand?" Jiang Yu retorted. "You are overthinking it." "I'm infuriated," Lu Yaoyao exclaimed, rising to her feet. She dashed over and playfully tugged at Jiang Yu's cheeks, pulling them in opposite directions. Jiang Yu, unwilling to yield, retaliated in kind. Their playful scuffle left her flushed with embarrassment, hurling insults at him, calling him a rogue and a scoundrel. After finishing dinner and departing from the young lady's home, Jiang Yu made his way towards the entrance of the community. He contemplated perusing more materials to comprehend the changes within himself, only to discover that Uncle Lu had returned early. Given Uncle Lu's temperament, it was likely he would stow away all the documents. A mere few fragments of foundational knowledge were hardly worth the effort. Exiting the community, he strolled along the road and entered the supermarket. With the new year approaching in 10 days, the supermarket had already begun adorning its premises with vibrant red decorations. The character Fu and couplets were piled at the entrance, while customers frequently approached to inquire about prices. Posters for the night patrol were plastered on shelves and counters, featuring a uniformed patrolman against a backdrop of roaring flames, accompanied by a simple slogan, As the sun sets, the night patrol safeguards the tranquility of Yunhai. Upon entering the supermarket, Jiang You picked up a bottle of soy sauce and vinegar in the household goods section. Just as he prepared to pay and leave, his phone rang. Jiang You, please bring me a box of eggs, a carton of milk, and, never mind, that will suffice. Just the feminine products then. After some contemplation, he purchased 2 boxes of contraceptive supplies, for it is always prudent to prepare for the unforeseen. With a large bag in hand, the clinking bottles of soy sauce and vinegar created a melodic jingle. The biting cold wind howled, seeping through the seams of his clothing and sending chills down his spine. There remained a month until the start of the school term. Initially, the effects of his training were promising, but as time progressed, their efficacy waned. Merely exercising proved insufficient. With only a month left, he pondered what level he could attain. Jiang You sighed deeply. The specter at the entrance of the community, it seemed, was not particularly formidable among its kind. After all, those of considerable strength had long been dealt with by the night watch. Nevertheless, it took him 3 days to reduce the specter's health by a mere 6%, an average of 2% per day. Yet, he had glimpsed countless, even more terrifying entities lurking within the shadows. A century ago, the world plunged into cataclysm, besieged by aberrations, leaving devastation in its wake. Countless ancestors sacrificed their blood to secure the current peace within the settlement. However, beneath this veneer of tranquility lies a darker reality. This year, the mandatory martial examination requires only a score above the passing line to enter the extraordinary realm. In simpler terms, it is a forced expansion of enrollment. One need only use their imagination to realize that such a policy could not be introduced lightly. Is it due to a shortage of personnel on the front lines? Or a deficiency in fresh talent? Who can say? The walls lining the road were plastered with posters emblazoned with bold red characters proclaiming, "Expel the aberrations. Restore our great Zhou." He paused momentarily, his pupils narrowing gradually. At the intersection to the right, the entrance of his residential complex loomed in the distance, devoid of any spectral presence in the shadowy depths. To the left, 100 meters away, 2 health bars caught his eye, 24 and 14. A young night watchman clad in a blue-black uniform stood there, his left leg shattered, his body riddled with ghastly wounds, and his skin marred by terrifying black markings. He leaned against the wall, barely managing to remain upright, his hollow gaze conveying an unsettling horror. Behind him, 2 children clung to each other, fainted from fear. It was him. Jiang You recognized him. They resided in the same high-rise, albeit on different floors, having exchanged only fleeting glances without ever speaking. Yet here they were, unexpectedly meeting in this grim setting. Before the man stood a slender figure, towering over 2 meters, lacking legs, resembling a wretched specter. Dark, ink-like blood oozed from its wounds. Its right arm bore a broad and sharp claw, reminiscent of a sickle used for harvesting chives, drooping at the break in its middle. The left arm brandished a monstrous claw, its palm larger than Jiang Yu's head. One specter remained with 24 health, while the night watchman clung to his life with just 14. At the crossroads, the young man stood, lost in a daze. Chapter 7. The night watchman Lin Mo, at the age of 25, serves in the Night Watch Bureau in a clerical capacity. His field of study is pollution science, with a particular emphasis on pollution identification and control. He began his internship at the Night Watch Bureau at the conclusion of his junior year. Today, having just completed a day's work, he was making his way home. As he walked along the road, he was taken aback when a monstrous hand suddenly emerged, seizing 2 children by the roadside and dragging them into the shadows. In horror, Lin Mo's mind went blank. He didn't even have time to alert the Night Watch Bureau. Instinctively, he leaped forward, only to find himself pulled into the shadows alongside them. Until now, it had always been the aberrations that slipped from the shadow realm into the world of the living, posing a threat to the populace. Never had there been an instance where a creature directly snatched someone into the shadow realm. This was unprecedented, summoning a surge of strength. He kicked away the arm of the specter, shielding the 2 children behind him. As he gathered his wits, a cold sweat broke out over his body. Here he was, a mere clerk, a clerk who had just finished his shift. He had no pollution control equipment with him, and here he was, thrust into the shadow realm. Although his abilities were suited for combat, his willpower was lacking. Prolonged exposure to the shadows would result in irreversible contamination. Moreover, after years in a clerical role, he had forgotten 60% of the combat techniques he once mastered. Did he truly believe he was still the spirited youth of 20? Damn it, he muttered through gritted teeth, glancing at the children behind him. He quickly activated his wristwatch. The watch, crafted from an unknown material, emitted a soft, luminous glow. "Hold on to this," he said through clenched jaws as he tossed it to the two children. Activating energy, it emits a faint glow, offering a fleeting sanctuary for the mind. Moreover, it continuously radiates a distress signal. Yet, within this shadowy realm, the likelihood of receiving timely rescue is lamentably minuscule. He holds on to this meager hope, pondering whether it would be more beneficial to relinquish it to the child. As for their survival, that is left to fate. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, retracting it from the entrance he had come through. There should have been a fissure leading back to the world of the living. But at present, all he could perceive was a smooth, unyielding wall. The path to escape had vanished. He turned his attention once more to the instigator of this calamity. Within the shadowy layer, Lin Mo's vision extended merely 7 or 8 meters. Beyond that, an abyss of profound darkness awaited. The figure before him was elongated, its sinuous lines exuding a palpable strength, and a massive scythe glimmered ominously, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Its form coiled low, at least a mid-tier entity. He had entered university at the age of 18, solidifying his foundation in his first year, and during his second year, under the guidance of his instructors, he had hunted lesser aberrations. The culmination of that year's assessment was the hunt for a lower-tier aberration. Lin Mo did not succumb to fate. He steadfastly believed that through his own endeavors, he could transcend limitations and become a formidable combatant. Yet, ultimately, he had faltered. He transitioned from a martial science major to the extraordinary humanities. Now, he found himself merely an ordinary night patrol officer in a clerical capacity. Thud. The specter was masticating something, its angular maw glistening with traces of crimson. It first digested its prior prey, refraining from launching an immediate assault. With 4 eyes and limbs traversing the ground, its half-beastly form was a grotesque anomaly. Lin Mo scrutinized the creature, seeking a single vulnerability. His fists trembled slightly as 2 strips of white cloth descended, deftly wrapping around his knuckles. In a matter of moments, he secured them tightly. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, his countenance dark and foreboding, resembling a boxer poised to enter the ring. He inhaled deeply, exhaled sharply. A piece of flesh slid from the phantom's body, echoing like the sound of a whistle. Both combatants surged forward like a thunderclap. The massive scythe grazed Lin Mo's scalp as he ducked, channeling formidable power into his right fist, launching a thunderous strike. It landed heavily against his opponent's abdomen. Then, twisting his waist, he unleashed a rising left hook that struck the chin with the force of a dragon's ascent. The familiar sensation returned. A smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips, yet in the next instant, it froze. The phantom's gigantic hand, akin to a ghastly claw from the abyss, swatted his arm aside. Here stood a towering figure of over 2 meters against Lin Mo's modest height of 175. The disparity in size was staggering. Lin Mo stumbled, his arm numbed from the force of the blow. He had intended to evade. His mind raced ahead, yet his body lagged behind. Time had not been kind. Resentment surged within Lin Mo as he charged forward once more. The back and forth of their exchange intensified, particularly with that scythe. Even a mere graze could lead to grievous wounds. Several times, Lin Mo narrowly escaped decapitation, truly dancing upon a razor's edge. A slight sting coursed through his skin, weighing heavily on his heart. He recognized this as the manifestation of the shadows encroaching upon him. His frail arms and legs rendered ineffective against the opponent's might, leaving him to evade left and right in a state of utter disarray. No longer can this delay persist. The specter, with swirling black mist in his eyes, momentarily halted his advance. The power of the Shadowbinder, blinding, not an exceptionally formidable ability, yet with sufficient willpower, one could still be allocated to the combat group. Alas, that did not come to pass. Each time a transcendent employs their ability, it accumulates pollution. Since transitioning to a civilian role, he had scarcely utilized his powers. Today, it seemed that playing it safe was no longer an option. Lin Mo raised his arm, executing a standard punch aimed directly at the specter's heart. With the force of his fist, he nearly jolted his own arm. The specter, attempting to counter, found himself once again ensnared by blindness. A strand of black, vein-like markings coiled around Lin Mo's neck. The combination of shadow layers and ability pollution, having only used his powers twice. He could already sense the discomfort radiating from his body. Such is the lament of those with low aptitude. Bang! This time, the specter quickly acclimated to the blinding effect. Whether wildly swinging or by some other means, it was unclear. In any case, That massive fist struck Lin Mo's chest, propelling him through the air. The near-ton weight of force bore down upon him, and despite his extraordinary foundation, his chest was indented. Cough! Blood erupted from his mouth, mingled with fragments of internal organs, leaving Lin Mo's complexion pale. A mid-tier entity of the first rank was significantly stronger than the lower tier. Damn it! The specter surged forward once more, leaving Lin Mo no time for contemplation. He inhaled deeply, eschewing evasion, and thrust his fist forward to meet the oncoming attack. Blood splattered, a mixture of bright crimson and dark blue hues. The exchange between them was fraught with peril, each engaging in a deadly dance. A mortal body relentlessly battered the spectral entity, leaving it severely wounded. Of course, he himself was not in a much better state. With a sickening sound, a scythe pierced his shoulder blade, tearing outward and sending a spray of blood and flesh into the air, only to be followed by a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. Blood trickled down his fingertips, and his consciousness wavered. Lin Mo lifted his gaze, his face smeared with congealed blood. Upon entering the Shadow Realm, he found himself without a path of retreat. The sole course of action left was to eliminate the spectral being before him and seek out the night patrol personnel to extricate himself. Regrettably, under ordinary circumstances, such a feat seemed insurmountable. Lin Mo's chest heaved as he stood silently, his fingertips trembling slightly, his body besieged by relentless agony and an overwhelming urge to vomit. A bitter smile crept upon his lips. A mid-tier of the first rank, merely a mid-tier. What combat student couldn't toy with such a tier of aberration? Yet here he was, struggling immensely. At 15, he witnessed his loved ones perish at the hands of these abominations. At 18, he chose the martial path upon awakening his spirit. By 20, he had completed his second year only to be forcibly expelled from the combat department. At 21, he began his internship with the Night Patrol, confined to a clerical role, and now, for years had passed. The war between humanity and the aberrations had raged for a century. There was no peace or tranquility, nor any semblance of parity. All that existed was a relentless retreat. Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes searching the heavens. When dark clouds obscured the sunlight, who could perceive hope? Death had become the norm for the extraordinary. He smiled silently, then retrieved a small blue pill from his pocket and gently placed it in his mouth. The dark patterns in Lin Mo's eyes grew increasingly intense, until they filled his entire gaze. An abundance of dense and enigmatic black markings, exuding an ominous aura, clung to him. A formidable power surged anew from his battered form. A sinister expression emerged upon his face. The second round had commenced. Chapter 8. Decimation. Health points depleted. With a resounding shout, Lin Mo surged forward. His fists enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, he engaged in combat. Apia responded without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow. The pace of their clash escalated, becoming so rapid that to an ordinary observer, the duel was nearly imperceptible within the dim shadows. Patterns danced like tadpoles across their skin. Ultimately, the disparity in strength, coupled with the environmental constraints, took its toll. After an indeterminate number of exchanges, Lin Mo's body crashed against the wall, gradually sliding down, revealing a hint of agony on his face. He gasped desperately, his mind clouded and hazy. Despite taking medication, he still found himself outmatched. Truly, he felt utterly feeble. His gaze vacant, his body marred by dark markings, he managed a bitter smile, resigning himself to his fate. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly heard the sound of an egg shattering. A youthful voice resonated nearby. "You little rascal, why are you here instead of at the entrance of the community? Is it a night watcher?" Lin Mo's mind jolted, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The voice was too youthful, and the manner of speaking did not resemble that of a night watcher. Could it be an extraordinary individual who had ventured into the Shadow Realm? Even that seemed implausible. Who among ordinary people would wander into such a place? Moreover, even if one wished to enter, the majority of the Shadow Realm's entrances and exits were tightly controlled by the Vigilance Bureau. Unless a young extraordinary had inadvertently discovered a crack and ventured inside. How reckless one must be to undertake such a feat. Lin Mo intended to voice a warning, but as he opened his mouth, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, and a profound sense of weakness surged through his body, causing him to stumble and collapse onto the ground. Before him, the battle had already commenced. Health, 23. The minuscule sliver of health he possessed diminished slightly. A powerful punch struck, sending Jiang You reeling backward. In full health, the malevolent spirit possessed immense strength and remarkable agility. A mere brush with its attack would cause his health to plummet. At this moment, with only this scant amount of health remaining and being gravely wounded, he could still engage in combat. If he truly could not prevail, he could simply retreat. Jiang You, driven by a surge of adrenaline, ultimately decided to plunge into the shadowy realm. Enemies meeting each other ignited a fierce animosity. He was immediately met with a heavy blow, inciting the spirit's wrath. It emitted a sharp, piercing screech and charged forward. Jiang You seized a soy sauce bottle, leaping into action, and brought it crashing down upon the spirit's head. The spirit retaliated with a blade. The soy sauce bottle shattered midair, releasing a deep brown liquid that splattered as Jiang You narrowly evaded it. His right arm tensed, delivering a powerful strike. Health, 23-22. After several exchanges, he had begun to discern the spirit's pattern of attack. It either swung its scythe or unleashed a massive fist to crush. Now that the scythe had been rendered ineffective by the Night Watcher, only its fist remained. Placing the advantage in his favor, Jiang Yu pressed the attack, targeting the bleeding wound on the spirit's body. 22-20. The health bar plummeted once more. He intended to strike again, but unexpectedly, the ethereal figure shuddered violently and, with a swift flick of its tail, delivered a blow that struck Jiang Yu's chest with a resounding thud. The sound echoed ominously, mingled with the faint crack of bone. Jiang Yu was propelled upwards, hurtling backward until he collided forcefully with the unyielding wall. Cough, cough. His body felt as though it had been shattered, rendering him momentarily dazed. After a few seconds, an overwhelming wave of pain engulfed him. His features twitched slightly as he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. Reluctantly, the ethereal being charged at him once more. Hiss! Its cry was piercingly sharp, a cacophony that assaulted his eardrums. It was gravely injured on its right side and aimed its assault there. Lin Mo, leaning against the wall, gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." Jiang Yu replied with determination and surged forward. The ethereal creature, acutely aware of its own injuries, deliberately twisted its body to the left, concealing the vulnerable spot. This cunning entity, Jiang Yu cursed under his breath, hastily altering his trajectory. He charged his left fist and narrowly evaded its punch, retaliating with a strike to the creature's abdomen. Health, 18. With its health dropping below 20, the ethereal being's agility visibly diminished. It was on the brink of death, Jiang Yu realized. Yet, the ethereal creature was ferociously resilient. Its fist rebounded, landing squarely on Jiang Yu's abdomen. His eyes widened in shock, blood vessels bulging as his body shot backward like a projectile. This force exceeded that of the previous tail swipe. His abdomen churned violently, as if his insides had been displaced. Damn it! This wretched creature, with less than 20 health, nearly struck him down with a single blow, with limbs rendered limp. Jiang Yu lay on the ground for several breaths before mustering the strength to rise. Puzzled as to why the specter did not pursue him relentlessly, he lifted his gaze to find that it was making a beeline for the two children behind the night watchman. Unable to overcome the adversary, was it seeking to replenish its strength? Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. He was unaware of where the sudden vigor had come from, but he rolled forward with determination, seizing a vinegar bottle from the ground and hurling it with all his might at the specter. Crash! Had this bottle originated from the shadow realm, it would have been as hard as steel. Alas, it was merely a mundane vessel he had brought from the outside world, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. The bottle shattered, diverting the specter's attention. Just as its focus had been drawn away, it was caught off guard by the half-dead blind man, who unleashed a surge of formidable strength. With a swift kick, he struck the specter's midsection. Health, 18. 15. A direct drop of 3 percentage points. In the face of such dwindling health, any loss, even a mere one, could potentially alter the tide of battle. It barely had the time to kick Lin Mo aside, and when faced with Jiang Yu's imminent assault, it found itself unable to evade. Like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, Jiang Yu encircled the specter's waist, and they both tumbled forward. Rising from the ground, Jiang Yu pressed the specter beneath him. The specter's form was askew and battered, with multiple depressions marring its body, blood seeping from its wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Compared to it, Jiang Yu was no better off. His ribs were fractured, flesh torn, a gaping wound on his head oozing crimson. His visage was bruised and dirted, yet a grimace of ferocity contorted his features. He raised his fist and brought it down. Bang! His fist struck heavily against the specter's face. Health, 14. Is it a monster? Another punch, another strike. Bang! You little beast, keep barking. You want to eat people, huh? Go ahead, I'll make you eat. 13, 12, 11. Each punch lands with force. Drops of dark blue blood splatter, landing on Jiang Yu's face, hissing as they touch. Compared to the pain in his body, this sting is trivial. Apiao becomes aware of his predicament, his tall, 2-meter frame thrashing wildly. Yet, he is firmly pinned down, and no amount of struggle proves effective. There are no elaborate fighting techniques, just defense, evasion, and counterattack. The boy's clumsy fighting style would surely be a child's play for any patrolling guard, who could easily subdue him with one hand. Yet, the fervent fighting spirit within him warrants no ridicule from anyone. The boy gasps for breath. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead and body, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Bang! Health, 10. A red light suddenly appears at Apiao's heart, flickering with an uncertain glow. What is this? Instinct ultimately outpaces thought. Jiang You cannot contemplate further. His right fist descends with tremendous force, piercing the red light. Time seems to freeze at that moment. Apiao's eyes widen, staring intently at him. Execution. He grips tightly, whispering softly. Suddenly, the strength in Apiao's struggles dissipates, his body stiffening. The remaining 10 of his health bar gradually fades away. A creature capable of slaughtering dozens of ordinary people meets its demise. The luster in the opponent's compound eyes gradually dimmed, until it faded into oblivion. Jiang Yu's chest continued to rise and fall violently, his breath coming out in ragged gasps. His vision was clouded as he gazed downward and then around. This fierce battle had left almost no trace within the shadow realm. Only the mottled blood on the ground and the shattered pieces of bottles testified to the deadly struggle that had transpired here. The blind night watchman lay half reclined on the ground, his tattered clothing exposing skin marred by dark, deathly patterns. The 2 children had long succumbed to fear, their frail bodies enveloped in the dimming white light. Jiang Yu's damp hands brushed back his disheveled hair, revealing a face smeared with grime, yet his bright, shining eyes remained discernible. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. Is this what the aberration is? In comparison to the other aberrations encountered in the shadow realm, this one appeared so feeble, with only 20% of his vitality remaining. Had it not been for the night watchman's assistance, he would surely have met his demise. Jiang Yu felt a moment of disorientation. Suddenly, the image of Lu Yaoyao entering Uncle Lu's room flashed through his mind. As she pushed open the door to reveal the fleeting furnishings within, a map. A grand map. The lines depicted the shape of the Great Zhou's territory, resembling that of his previous life, perhaps even more expansive. However, the entire southern region was shrouded in darkness. The eastern, central, and northern regions bore 5 enormous red symbols, representing the current primary gathering places. The remnants were scattered specks of red, akin to fireflies beneath the night sky, utterly insignificant. The Yuhai gathering place was but one of those fireflies. The sun hangs high in the sky, casting light upon the dark corners of the world, where the extraordinary treads on fragile ground and fragmented maps tell untold stories of faint sparks. Some revel in the clamor of indulgence, while others cry out from the shadows. The silent, the struggling, the departed. This is the essence of the Great Zhou, a truth known to many, yet unknown to countless others, the authentic Great Zhou. Chapter 9. Gazing into the distance. Hey, are you still alive? Why is there no response? Lin Mo's feeble voice pulled Jiang Yu back from his reverie. Cough, cough. I'm still here. The strain of his injuries prompted him to emit a couple of weak coughs. Suddenly, a surge of urgency welled up within him. As his shadow-consuming ability incessantly urged Jiang Yu to hasten the consumption of the corpse before him, he stepped forward, grasped the arm of the ethereal figure, and activated his power. In mere moments, that immense form began to dissipate gradually. Rather than hastily opening his manual to check his status panel, Jiang Yu turned his gaze back to Lin Mo. The other's health bar remained remarkably stable, fixed at 10, showing no signs of decline. Health 70, minor injury health 50, moderate injury health 30, severe injury health 10, near death. Before the cataclysm, the chances of survival from such injuries were roughly 3 to 7, or even 2 to 8. Health 5, barely able to leave a final message, if at all. To be precise, these indicators pertain to ordinary individuals. Possessing extraordinary abilities, even when gravely wounded, one could still unleash formidable power. With the night watchman's health at a mere 10, and considering the medical standards of the Great Zhou, he should be able to survive, right? Jiang Yu dragged his weary body closer. Help me. Lean against the wall, Lin Mo managed to utter with great difficulty. Grasping his arm, Jiang Yu assisted him in leaning against the wall, This simple motion left him gasping for breath, the remnants of his strength dwindling. His shadow ability lacked a physical form, and its current utility seemed limited to exercise and transcribing. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a dire predicament. "Are you not from the night patrol?" Lin Mo inquired, panting slightly. "No," Jiang You replied, casting a glance at the other's vacant gaze. It was evident that the man before him had not recognized him. This was hardly surprising, considering their only prior interactions had been a few instances of sharing an elevator, with no further contact. It would indeed be rather absurd to expect recognition under such conditions, especially in the absence of sight. "Ah, I knew it wasn't you," Lin Mo grinned, cheerfully adding. "I was just wondering if you were a colleague from the night patrol. But given how challenging it was to deal with even a first-tier, mid-level anomaly, I can safely conclude you're not one of them." Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. "Just a jest. Cough, cough." Mid-sentence, Lin Mo was seized by a fit of harsh coughing, his complexion alternating between pallor and flush. After swallowing the blood that threatened to surface, he laughed again. "Which university are you from, little brother? What year are you in?" "Baidu University. I'm in my second year," Jiang Yu fabricated casually. "Oh, a junior," Lin Mo exclaimed, his brows arching in surprise. "What's your major, humanities or martial arts? Do you have something to discuss?" Jiang Yu asked, slightly taken aback. "If not, I shall take my leave." Fortunately, Lin Mo clarified, "Well, it must be martial arts. The humanities wouldn't suffice against a first-tier, mid-level anomaly." He chuckled lightly, rubbing his fingers together. "Do you have any cigarettes?" "I have some candy cigarettes," Jiang Yu hesitated. "Candy cigarettes? That could suffice, I suppose. Hand me one." Jiang Yu rummaged through his pocket, discovering only half a stick remaining. He gazed down at the ground, where a few pieces of candy lay, crushed during the battle, leaving only half a stick. He divided the remaining half once more and offered it to Lin Mo. "You rascal," Lin Mo chuckled, "so stingy." "Mainly because I'm not wealthy," Jiang Yu replied. "There are still some on the ground. If you want, I can retrieve them for you." "Get lost," Lin Mo laughed, cursing him playfully. A moment of silence ensued as they savored the sweet flavor in their mouths. The battle-scarred night watchman took the initiative to speak. "Is this your first time hunting a variant alone?" "I suppose it is," Jiang Yu nodded. "Sometimes I truly envy you," Lin Mo remarked wistfully. "Martial science, martial examination, combat division, you all are born with exceptional talent. Unlike me, whose willpower and aptitude are rather feeble. At over 20, having consumed distant gaze, I still can't even handle a mid-tier variant. Perhaps we should refrain from talking, conserving energy while awaiting rescue." Jiang Yu hesitated. The ability to freely enter and exit the shadow layer was certainly not something one should disclose to outsiders. Yet, observing Lin Mo's current state, it seemed he wouldn't perish immediately, but being trapped here indefinitely was indeed uncertain. Lin Mo paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I simply wanted someone to chat with." Before Jiang Yu could respond, he continued, "The willpower of us clerical personnel is akin to cotton fluff. No matter how abundant, its essence remains merely fluff. When the tide of pollution surges forth, how can one withstand it?" Cough, cough. He coughed violently, his health fluctuating dangerously close to further decline. "Do you have any regrets?" Jiang Yu gently inquired, pondering the possibility of pursuing a conventional liberal arts path. "Moreover, as a civilian employee, why have you ventured into the shadows?" "Regretful? Indeed, I truly am regretful." Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Mo coughed a few times, taking a moment to gather himself before continuing. "As a civilian, I merely pass the time at work, engaging in idle chatter with the ladies and cheerfully training the novice night watchman. Isn't that a delightful existence? It was a foolish whim that led me here. And now, it seems I cannot escape. Can you endure until rescue arrives?" "You don't appear to be in good condition," Jiang Yu observed thoughtfully. Lin Mo weakly waved his hand, stating that the distress signal had been sent, and they would see when help might arrive. "Do not burden yourself by attempting to carry me about. Should we encounter a mutant, your current skills would be insufficient to face it. My dear brother, you are commendable in many ways, yet your tongue is rather loquacious." Jiang Yu fell silent. "By the way, if you return to the academy, please convey my apologies to Director Zhou of the Extraordinary Techniques Department at the Martial Arts Institute, informing him that I have failed to meet his initial expectations, unable to even contend with a first-tier mutant." Lin Mo grinned and added, "Extend my gratitude to Vice Director Huang of the Pollution Studies at the Superliterature Academy, thanking her for her guidance. Furthermore, advise her to temper her lectures." The incessant refrain of passing the torch the human race endures is rather cringeworthy. Oh, I almost forgot. Noticing that he intended to continue, Jiang You offered a wry smile and suggested, "Brother, if you could wait for me to jot that down. Or perhaps you could relay it to them in person once you have recovered." Lin Mo smiled and shook his head, remarking that these words had been pent up in his heart for a long time, longing to share them with someone. "The North Capital Watch Academy," he sighed ambiguously. He then looked up and asked, "Is there any more of that candy? I would like 2 more sticks, the spicy flavor." "Unfortunately, it's all gone," Jiang Yu replied. Suddenly, he heard footsteps rapidly approaching. "It must be the night patrol. You are saved." Jiang Yu exhaled in relief. It seemed fortune favored him as his colleagues were arriving promptly. "Do you wish to remain here?" Lin Mo inquired. "No, I do not." "Then go." He managed to force a faint smile. "All right." After casting a deep glance at him, Jiang Yu nodded and gradually faded from the shadows. He spotted a member of the night patrol accompanied by 2 children. Check their vital signs. As Jiang Yu departed, 3 night patrollers arrived swiftly. Abruptly, he halted, half-turning before pivoting back. Beneath the shadowed gaze, he observed the darker side of the world. The sounds within were inaudible, yet he could see one of the night patrollers approach Lin Mo, performing an unknown action before shaking his head. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted, resting on the figure leaning against the wall. The other offered a weary smile, and suddenly, the blood gauge above his head began to fluctuate, plummeting at a rate of approximately 1% every 2 to 3 seconds. The black lines on his body seemed to come alive, writhing like earthworms in a frenzied dance. 2 night watchmen approached, cradling the child tenderly in their arms, while the remaining 3 stood still, palms facing downward, fingertips aligned with their temples, performing the homage of the night watchman. Nearby, groups of passers-by ambled by. "The fried tofu is not selling well today. Well, let us stop selling for a few days and prepare for the new year. Indeed, another new year is upon us." Occasionally, passers-by cast glances in his direction before continuing on their way. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the road, lost in thought. The street lamp standing sentinel divided the world reflected in his eyes into 2. Please note, as an extraordinary being, should you realize that survival is improbable or nearly impossible, exhaust your strength before facing your demise. Compound number 3, codenamed longing. Its consumption significantly depletes potential, with a mortality rate soaring to 90%. Once ingested, it signifies entrapment in dire straits, from which standard means of escape are futile. Standing upon the earth, gazing at the starry sky, acting as the heaven's sentinel, we peer into the future. A brief phrase inscribed by a pen across the pages encapsulates the essence of countless lives that have ventured forth, based in the mundane, transcending the ordinary. With a human form, we undertake extraordinary deeds. We all gaze longingly. This is the Night Watch Division. Chapter 10. Did you steal eggs from the hen house? Night Watchers, the extraordinary, the aberrants. Had it not been for that manual falling upon me, had I not unlocked the golden finger of fate, I would likely find myself in an entirely different predicament now, an ordinary individual. The majority of common folk seldom encounter aberrant events. Yet conversely, once faced with such occurrences, the probability of survival diminishes drastically. Even entities as inconsequential as the spirits, as described by Lin Mo, can indiscriminately claim the lives of dozens if left unchecked. What then of the more formidable aberrants? With vitality extinguished, Lin Mo's lifeless form was carried away, and the shadowy layer before me quickly descended into desolation. Jiang Yu tightened his clothing. Well, it was on the verge of shredding into tatters. He must hasten home, lest he succumb to a chill. He strode briskly towards his residential complex. Qingyue Community, considered a mid to high-end high-rise within the gathering of clouds. Being an orphan, it was fortuitous that Uncle Li, employed by the Night Watch Bureau, somehow procured a residence for him through unknown means. Uncle Li had lost an arm, was taciturn by nature, and held a clerical position. One could surmise he had indulged in considerable corruption. Otherwise, how could he have amassed such wealth? Upon reaching the entrance of the complex, Jiang Yu slowed his pace, turning back for one last glance at the road's intersection in the distance, suppressing a myriad of emotions before stepping into the community. Upon arriving at his building, he pressed the elevator button and ascended. Regrettably, his phone had been damaged during the fray, and aside from the loss of over 30 gigabytes of resources, he had also lost more than 20 exquisite license plate numbers. Just the thought of it caused him great sorrow. Jiang Yu, unable to conceal his melancholy, inserted the key into the lock and turned it. With a click, the door closed behind him. After the battle, nothing remained except for a single key. However, it would be inaccurate to state that nothing was left. After all, the manual had provided some reaction regarding the devouring of the aberrant species, though he had not had the opportunity to examine it. Removing his completely torn shoes and slipping into slippers, Jiang You cast a glance at the mirror beside him. Health. 50. Goodness, is my health really at this level? Jiang You pondered, considering his near-death state, his body battered and weary, struggling to walk. Surely, a mere 15 seemed implausible. Perhaps 20 or even 30 would be more fitting. How could it be that he was left with a full 50? Recalling Lin Mo's condition, who had somehow managed to endure with only 10 health, left him momentarily astounded. It's far too arduous, he sighed. Then made his way to the living room. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved 2 sausages, followed by a cup of instant noodles from the nearby box. Where are the eggs? A voice suddenly emanated from the sofa. Jiang You paused, instinctively tightening his clothes. How do you have my key? I've been instructed by Uncle Li to look after you. So he provided me with a key. Lu Yaoyao replied. I couldn't reach you by phone, nor could I find you. Did you go collect the eggs from the chicken coop? With a click, the light was turned on, illuminating Jiang Yu's figure. He held the cup of noodles in one hand and the sausages in the other, his clothes stained, and his back marred by several wounds. What happened to you? Did someone beat you up? Lu Yaoyao asked, crossing her arms and frowning as she approached. Turn around. You should go back to sleep, he urged. After returning home, Jiang Yu regretted not washing his face first. Turn around. Lu Yaoyao gradually sensed that something was amiss. I'm hungry. I'm going to make instant noodles. Jiang Yu moved forward, but in the next moment, his arm was seized. Don't go yet, you. Lu Yaoyao pulled back. When Jiang Yu turned around, he was momentarily stunned. Beneath the hood, strands of hair were stained with traces of blood, and his face was smudged with dirt and dried blood. A gash extended from his earlobe to the corner of his mouth, as if inflicted by a sharp object, a mark left by the claws of a ghostly figure. Further down, the damage to his shirt was even more pronounced, the sleeves appearing rolled up but actually torn beyond repair, forcibly pushed up. Exposed skin bore extensive abrasions, red streaks, and ruptured capillaries that had begun to heal. Deeper wounds were also numerous, barely crusted with blood, some even oozing. His chest was concave, unmistakably indicating a fracture. I forgot to buy eggs. Jiang Yu stepped back, turning away again. Yet, Lu Yaoyao leaped in front of him, her gaze solemn. What are you doing? Jiang Yu averted his eyes. It's late. If you stay here, Uncle Lu will have your head. Where on earth have you been? Lu Yaoyao inquired. Nowhere. Jiang Yu scratched his nose. On my way back, I encountered a robbery, so I intervened. Don't be fooled by my appearance. That guy ended up in a worse state. By the time the police arrived, they could barely recognize him as human. Indeed, you cannot fathom the swiftness of my response. With a left hook, a right hook, and a flurry of uppercuts, I struck him so fiercely that even his own mother would fail to recognize him, rendering the distinction between man and beast indistinguishable. The remainder of his words were swallowed by Jiang Yu, as the girl extended her delicate hand, her slender fingers, reminiscent of green onions, gently grazing the wound upon his face. Jiang Yu froze, swearing that the gentle touch of the young lady from the spa downstairs, who charged 3,000 yuan, paled in comparison to the softness of Lu Yaoyao's fingertips. A moment of silence ensued. 1 second, 2 seconds. Jiang Yu took another step back, feeling no pain. He should return to sleep. This is something I must relay to Uncle Li. No way. You ventured out in the dead of night to engage in a brawl. This is not merely fighting. It is about upholding justice. You ought to return home, my dear. I refuse. Lu Yaoyao, stubborn as ever, gazed at Jiang Yu, whose body bore the marks of his injuries, and though she contemplated chastising him soundly, she felt a pang of compassion. I am rather fatigued today. Allow me to rest. Jiang Yu rubbed his temples. Your injuries necessitate a visit to the hospital. Never mind. It looks severe, but I have an inkling. Our home is stocked with various medicines, as Uncle Li has pilfered quite a few from the night watch. You truly dare to speak of your Uncle Li so boldly. Lu Yaoyao, ultimately softening, let out a light hum, her lips pressing together. Let me apply the medicine. After a brief silence, unable to resist her insistence, Jiang Yu nodded. Very well. The expressions he wore while battling with the specter were far less fearsome than those he bore now. Almost half a bottle of the special medicinal liquid had been applied, and the bandages wrapped around him repeatedly, nearly encasing him like a mummy. Will you still seek to show off next time? He lightly tapped his arm, grinning broadly at Jiang Yu, while Lu Yaoyao, maintaining a serious expression, inquired, Are you certain you won't join in next time? I swear I won't. What? Lu Yaoyao was taken aback. It is human nature to want to join in. At most, I would merely observe without participating. What are you implying? I mean, I will only watch, do nothing else, Jiang You assured her. That's good to hear. Lu Yaoyao felt something was amiss in his words, but couldn't quite pinpoint the discrepancy. So she stood up to leave. Are you really going? You could stay the night. My bed is quite spacious. No way. She shut the door, leaving Jiang You alone in the vast room. Lying on the bed, he gazed at the ceiling as the earlier scenes replayed in his mind. The North Capital Guardian Academy. Please help convey the message. Martial Sciences, Extraordinary Humanities. Oh wait, brother, you still haven't told me your name. Jiang You suddenly realized a crucial detail. Chapter 11. Unveiling the persona. Touching the extraordinary, the screen flickered, revealing the words human, divine, and other, which swiftly flashed by before pausing at other. It then gradually expanded. Name, wandering spirit level, intermediate first tier description, an inferior abyssal entity, affiliated with the shadowy breed, capable of manifesting immense power within darkness. Should it fixate upon you? Beware of your back. Note, this entity appears to be more complex than it seems. Cost of elimination, arm fracture shadow devourer acquisition, gained ability shadow strike. Increased shadow point count, entity has been recorded, cost has been waived. For a moment, an overwhelming amount of perplexity ensued. This was the second creature to emerge in the manual aside from himself. Would it be recorded in the manual merely upon his slaying of it, or only subsequent to the shadow devourer? Yet, such trivial matters could be set aside for now. With a flicker of thought, Jiang You activated his newly acquired ability. Shadow Strike. When launching an attack from an unseen shadow, one is more adept at discerning the opponent's vulnerabilities, with the initial strike inflicting significant damage. He meticulously explored the application of the skill. Then, positioning himself in a corner of the room, he closed his eyes, attuning to the shadows, immersing himself in the darkness. It seemed there was no discernible change. He stood there like a fool for 5 minutes before cursing and stepping out. One might mistake him for a mummified figure lurking in the shadows. Perhaps there was no target to engage? Jiang You speculated uncertainly. Setting these thoughts aside for the moment, he opened the manual, navigating to the human section. Name, Jiang You attribute, shadow points, 1414 class, rogue. Unlockable abilities, shadow devour, shadow eye, shadow form. Rogue, the art of killing from the shadows. You are a born assassin, thriving in the concealment of darkness. Hunting in obscurity, one might say hunting in the light. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. What a ridiculous golden finger. Even game dialogues have made their way into this. He continued to read. Shadow form. Your shadow has undergone a transformation, revealing your capacity to manipulate shadows, merging with them to enter a unique state. In this form, 1. You possess no vital points. Even if decapitated, your health will merely suffer a considerable reduction rather than resulting in immediate death. For instance, if decapitated, health will decrease by 99 without resulting in death. 2. Your presence becomes exceedingly elusive, allowing you to blend seamlessly with the shadows, undetected by others, while your physical recovery abilities are greatly enhanced. 3. Engaging in training while in this state will yield unexpected rewards. 4. You can utilize this form in the shadow realm without cost. In the material world, shadow points will be required to activate this ability. Damn it. Upon reading the phrase regarding the absence of vital points, Jiang You was initially elated. However, upon noticing the subsequent small print, he nearly laughed in frustration. A 99 health reduction, and you expect me to be saved from that? Complaints aside, this ability does indeed appear to be formidable. Jiang You came to a halt and beckoned, causing his shadow to emerge. The two stood facing each other. He gradually lifted his hand, and the shadow mirrored his gesture, raising its finger in unison. As their index fingers touched, the shadow flowed over him like water, enveloping him completely. It was slightly cool, yet the sensation of this perfect embrace clung to every inch of his skin, remarkably breathable, surpassing any fabric one could wear. This thing, when donned, no, when worn, felt surprisingly comfortable. Jiang You lowered his gaze, observing his palm, now shrouded in darkness, with nails, veins, and skin texture entirely concealed. He turned to the mirror in the room. The reflection revealed a figure entirely enshrouded in a dynamic, mist-like ink. Even his eyes lacked any luster, appearing merely darker than the rest of his body. His abilities were beginning to grow intriguing. As he felt the diminishing shadow points, Jiang Yu dissipated the shadow form. He then glanced at the remaining two abilities, examining them one by one. The words "can be activated" caught his eye. What does this mean? A thought flickered, and he reached out to touch it. Can be activated. You possess partial authority of this rank, but it has not yet fully awakened. Upon activation, this rank will be entirely awakened, and no one else can awaken any subordinate abilities under this rank. They will belong solely to you. However, this action carries certain risks. Do you choose to activate? Sometimes, risks can transform into opportunities. The words "certain risks" were distinctly highlighted in red. After a moment of silence, he read it thoroughly several times. Jiang You fell into deep contemplation. A full 5 minutes elapsed as he took a deep breath and glanced at the option of negation, then cast a sidelong look at affirmation. Subsequently, the affirmative option began to flicker, and waves of warmth gradually filled his body. Wait, I haven't fully selected yet, he thought. Exasperated, the luminous screen continued to fluctuate before finally stabilizing. Hunter, to erupt in the hunt is to perish in the hunt. You are a born hunter, and your attacks will inevitably inflict damage. Note 1. Attacks from external sources such as firearms, bows, and poisons are excluded. Note 2. Even deities cannot evade this fate. Note 3. As a hunter concealed in shadows, your enigma deepens, and your notorious reputation spreads, allowing you to reap increasingly unexpected rewards. Decapitation. When the prey's health reaches a certain threshold, the health bar transforms to a vivid crimson hue, revealing the fatal points on the prey. By attacking these areas, you can initiate a decapitation, utterly obliterating the prey. The feasibility of decapitation depends on the strengths, abilities, and ranks of both parties. Goodness gracious, he thought in awe. His gaze grew increasingly fervent. Skills pertaining to instant death are never straightforward. Decapitation has certain limitations, yet that seems rather normal. With 14 shadow points, he had gained 6 more than prior to his battle with the specters. This entity represented not only the energy within, but also served as an experience gauge for advancement. Coupled with the unlocking of ranks and the acquisition of new abilities, Jiang You felt an unprecedented surge of strength. One punch could likely dispatch 10 specters. 30 of Uncle Li's kind, and 80 of Lu Yaoyao's would pose little challenge. The newly unlocked rank seemed remarkably potent. Attacks inevitably inflict harm, and even divine beings are not exempt from this truth. This singular notion is undeniably valuable. What, then, of the so-called risks? He searched high and low, yet could find no indication of any risks noted anywhere. Merely a ruse? In the face of this fruitless endeavor, Jiang You reluctantly conceded defeat. A slight itch arose at the sight of his wound, prompting him to unwrap the bandage. With a gentle tug, a small scab detached itself, revealing flesh that bore no discernible difference from the surrounding skin. Not even the keenest scrutiny, or the aid of a magnifying glass, could reveal any anomalies. Though this particular area had been sliced open just the day before, and was not deemed serious, he knew that for it to heal independently, even with the assistance of miraculous medicine, it would require at least a day or more for the scab to fall away. It was noteworthy that he had only just entered the shadow form mere seconds ago. The enhancement of his healing abilities proved to be more effective than anticipated. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Jiang You. He directed his gaze toward his abdomen, where a gash extended over 10 centimeters deep, a wound that penetrated flesh substantially. One could speculate that the specter intended to perform a cesarean section on him. Under the influence of the shadow form, he was uncertain whether this wound had healed or not. What truly transpired yesterday, Jiang You? I observed him post on social media, claiming to have acted heroically, executing a set of military martial arts. Yet he was stabbed 88 times by assailants without so much as a blink. What? He privately messaged me, stating that he had encountered a human trafficking gang wielding a watermelon knife, rampaging from one end of the street to the other, all while remaining unfazed. 2 companions exchanged banter in the elevator. Lu Yaoyao, bewildered, interjected helplessly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He was merely chased by a wolf dog." Ding. The elevator arrived at the designated floor, and several individuals stepped out. Lu Yaoyao retrieved a set of keys from her pocket. "Hey, Yaoyao, how do you have a key to his house?" inquired one of the slightly chubby male classmates. "His uncle gave it to me," replied Jiang You. "Oh." The 2 classmates elongated their syllables in response. With a click, the lock turned. "Ah." A piercing scream echoed, reaching their ears first. As the door swung open, they beheld Jiang You, bare-chested, with blood gushing from his abdomen, one hand clawing at his wound, his expression grotesquely contorted. "I believe it. If you told me this guy had attacked someone with a watermelon knife at Nanchaman yesterday, I would believe that too." The expression in the eyes of the slightly chubby male classmate began to shift dramatically. Chapter 12. Shadow Form. Delving into the shadow layer. Jiang You. Are those abs real? The chubby boy, Lu Yuqiang, had grown up alongside Jiang You, sharing the same class throughout their primary, middle, and high school years. Are you on something? Beside him, the bespectacled girl with twin ponytails, Feng Xiaoxiao, observed Jiang Yu's abs with an eager expression. Feng Xiaoxiao, whose family was engaged in the catering industry, was a close friend of Lu Yaoyao. All right, you two, out you go. Lu Yaoyao pushed them out of the room and then turned around, glaring at Jiang Yu. What on earth are you doing in broad daylight? I just wanted to see how well the wound is healing. Jiang Yu held a cotton swab dipped in medicine, gently applying it to the wound. Ouch, it hurts. Once they left, he needed to dive into the shadow layer and activate his shadow form to indulge in a state of blissful oblivion. Stop being so clumsy. Just leave it be. Lu Yaoyao gave his hand a firm slap. Then you do it for me. Jiang Yu set down the cotton swab and reclined against the sofa. Have you lost your mind? Why would you want to reopen a perfectly good wound? Just bear with it. This medicine is familiar to me. It doesn't hurt at all. Lu Yaoyao kicked him lightly. She wore blue and white striped short socks, with a white base and wavy blue patterns at the cuffs. Her petite feet, with toes not distinctly visible, led up to a slender ankle that seemed fragile, her creamy skin appearing remarkably smooth. Wearing them looks good, but not wearing them might be even better. Stop peeking. Lu Yaoyao shifted her legs to the side, evading his gaze. How inappropriate for someone so young to be so lecherous. I'll have Xiao Pang apply the medicine for you. No, he is clumsy. It's not suitable. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. I see Uncle Li hasn't dealt with you in a while. Lu Yaoyao sneered. Even if he had, it wouldn't make a difference. Jiang Yu silently added in his mind, as he dabbed a cotton swab on the edges of the wound, applying the medicine. Lu Yaoyao suddenly spoke again. What exactly did you do yesterday? Don't tell me it was a robbery. Do you think I would believe that? Jiang Yu, who was about to fabricate a story, smiled awkwardly. Truly a chivalrous act, defending the helpless, he explained rather feebly. Heh, Lu Yaoyao scoffed. Not a single word of truth from you. Indeed, should I tell you that I ventured into the shadow realm and took down a mutant? While also discussing life with the night watchman, wouldn't that sound even more absurd? He chose to divert the topic. What time did Uncle Lu return yesterday? He didn't come back. Lu Yaoyao glanced at him, questioning the relevance of that inquiry. Jiang Yu replied, I just suddenly felt that the night watchmen have it quite tough. They work during the day and take on extra tasks at night. He sighed, acknowledging the high level of danger in their work. This world is far from the calm it appears. Most people simply lack the opportunity to witness its true nature. Lu Yaoyao pressed her lips together, refraining from responding. The level of danger is far greater than one might imagine. From the moment one enters the night watch as a patroller, to embarking on missions, venturing into the shadow layer, and finally stepping into the wilderness beyond the city. Few martial practitioners can navigate life unscathed. Those with less fortune may find even a civil service position fraught with peril. Uncle Li lost an arm, and Lin Mo met his untimely demise at merely 20 years of age. Lu Nanfeng appears unscathed, yet bears the scars of past injuries that have irrevocably impacted his foundation. Unless fate intervenes, he will likely never advance further in his life. If you pass the martial examination, will you pursue a degree in martial studies and join the night watch? Lu Yaoyao inquired. I am uncertain. Jiang Yu hesitated momentarily. Are there many beautiful sisters in the night watch? Be quiet, Lu Yaoyao retorted, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Inside the room, as they tended to their wounds, Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao exchanged puzzled glances in the living room. What is going on with them? Feng Xiaoxiao wondered, feeling bewildered. I don't know. Lu Yuqiang hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge Jiang Yu's earlier confession about his attraction to Lu Yaoyao. Just between us, Lu Yaoyao mentioned to me that she fancies. He sighed, deciding against it. What kind of half-finished conversation is this? The chubby boy stammered. Before long, the door creaked open, and Jiang Yu emerged. Fully dressed except for the bandages that adorned him, yet he managed to appear reasonably spirited. What brings you here? Jiang Yu nodded slightly, bearing none of the demeanor of a patient. We came to see how you were doing after your grandiose tales yesterday, Lu Yuqiang remarked, gesturing to his chest. Are you all right? Rest assured, I am not in danger of dying. Jiang Yu raised his hand, indicating that they had not witnessed the moment when he returned from the supermarket with a bottle of soy sauce, vinegar, and a few miscellaneous items. Suddenly, a burly man dashed past him, cradling a bag in his arms. This fellow was becoming rather boastful again. Lu Yaoyao pouted and stood up, striding towards the door. A fleeting glance revealed the pile of clothes atop the washing machine in the bathroom. Jiang You, I'm heading to the supermarket. These 2 garments are torn. Shall I take them out to dispose of? She called out. Sure, toss them away, Jiang Yu replied, engrossed in his storytelling, oblivious to the world around him. At that moment, 80 sturdy men surged from the forest, and I swiftly dealt with them. Suddenly, he recalled something, his head snapping up. Wait, I have something in the clothes. However, it was too late. Lu Yaoyao's expression shifted from confusion to daze, and then to disbelief. As she clutched a deflated box tightly in her hand, the atmosphere grew tense and silent. Amid coaxing and deceit, it was uncertain whether she believed him, yet at last, the 3 individuals were ushered out. Thus, his once esteemed reputation came to an abrupt end. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yu retrieved the crumpled box, for it had cost him money. Having tidied up the room, he stood resolutely in the living room. Shadow Eye. Jiang Yu's breath deepened, and the hues within his pupils abruptly transformed, a swirl of inky darkness ebbing within. In his line of sight, the colors began to shift gradually, and after a few moments, the entire living room was cloaked in shadows. Shadow, he murmured softly as the shadows at his feet swiftly climbed upward. In oversized shorts and a small t-shirt, he swiftly transformed into a silhouette barely discernible amidst the darkness. Huff! Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, clenching his fist. The shadow layer harbored contamination. Prolonged exposure could yield various consequences. For ordinary night watchmen, it was advisable not to exceed a day on duty. Surpassing this limit without medication or other means to fend off the pollution could lead to intensified pain, dizziness, or, in severe cases, a disarray of the senses and bodily distortion. The duration of one's stay correlated with factors such as rank, willpower, and innate capabilities. Yet, this sensation transcended mere comfort. It was akin to someone who had long dwelled in an industrially polluted environment, suddenly finding themselves in a boundless, pristine grassland. The sweet air penetrated his very soul. With each breath, his entire being tingled, as if electric currents coursed through him. Every cell in his body rejoiced, greedily absorbing the energies of the shadow layer. How delightful! Entering the shadow layer felt like returning home, a blissful respite. Chapter 13. The shadow variant of frenzied training in the shadow form. He discovered that the practical application of skills was far more complex than mere description suggested. The enhancement of physical attributes was a given. Prodding his abdominal wound, he noted the pain was surprisingly subdued. Instead, his entire body felt pleasantly cool. This alone was quite remarkable. In the heat of battle, with diminished pain, he need no longer fear the threat of a knife to his side. After consuming various potions and resting for a night, his health had remarkably recovered to 60%, a pace that could be deemed exceptionally swift. Initially intending to bide his time, circumstances now dictated otherwise. Jiang Yu leaned forward, spreading his hands at waist level, palms resting against his torso. He engaged his core, arched his back, and extended his arms. His chest retracted while his shoulders pushed upwards, and the tops of his feet met the ground. Then, with a surge of strength in his arms, his toes gradually lifted off the ground until his body was perfectly parallel to the earth, at which point he began performing Russian push-ups. This particular push-up was immensely challenging, requiring both arms to bear the entirety of his body weight while maintaining a plank-like form. For an average individual, even the act of standing would be an insurmountable task. As his body descended slowly beneath the dark shadow, Jiang Yu's expression was nothing short of remarkable. Having instructed his shadow to train daily, his physique had become considerably more robust, yet he retained an appearance of youthful vitality. However, the truth remained that his strength had indeed escalated to the point where a single punch could incapacitate Lu Yaoyao. Otherwise, would one dare to exchange blows with an ordinary person and a specter? A mere flick of the tail, and the individual would be lost. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu dared not claim that he could accomplish dozens or even hundreds of Russian push-ups in one breath. However, the shadow could. With no health bar and boundless stamina, it exhibited no signs of fatigue. Performing one Russian push-up every 5 seconds would result in 12 within a minute, and an astounding 720 in an hour. This epitomized the terror of the shadow. What a normal person would achieve in a month, it could effortlessly accomplish in a single day. Now, in the shadow form, Jiang Yu discovered that he could perform these feats with ease. It was truly absurd. He exerted force through his arms, lowering his body, then straightening his limbs to elevate himself. His form descended horizontally, halting just 3 to 5 centimeters above the ground, before propelling himself upward once more with his arms. The entire process maintained a steady rhythm, executed with mechanical precision. With each inhalation and exhalation, the sweet air penetrated his very core, leaving his body tingling with delight. It felt less like exercise and more like indulging in a sauna. The shadow form indeed held remarkable qualities. Jiang Yu's gaze burned with intensity. He opened the manual, and lines of battle logs flashed before his eyes. Activating the shadow form, he entered the shadow layer, feeling utterly liberated, an unparalleled sense of freedom enveloping him. He began to engage in exercise. As he trained, the devourer of shadows activated, allowing him to absorb the darkness from the shadow layer, resulting in a slight enhancement of his physical attributes. After completing a round of Russian push-ups, a new entry appeared in the logs. He then switched to dragon flag exercises, and the logs continued to refresh, with the added attributes varying slightly. After approximately half an hour, he felt no fatigue at all. Jiang You took a deep breath and exited the shadow layer. Within the confines of the house, the space felt somewhat constricted. Thus, venturing outdoors seemed a preferable choice. He descended in the elevator, exited the building, and sought a secluded corner, re-entering the realm of shadows. In the center of the community square, various exercise apparatuses were available, typically utilized by the elderly for their daily workouts. He could not precisely name them, yet there were horizontal bars for strength training, dual bars for arm conditioning, and a peculiar piece of equipment with 2 upright posts and several bars in between, ideal for abdominal exercises. With a plethora of options at his disposal, he found no competition from the elderly for space. This was his first realization of how addictive exercising could be. He resolved to commence with 2,000 sets of hellish crunches. Have the causes of the upheaval in the shadow realm been identified? The night watchers moved through the bustling crowd, most with hurried steps and solemn expressions. In a small conference room, several members of the night watch gathered around a table. Lu Nanfeng occupied the prominent position, exhibiting signs of fatigue. The report indicated that the recent turmoil in the shadow realm was extensive and exhibited unusual fluctuations. Pollution levels had surged dramatically, spanning a considerable area. Teams B3, B7, A2, and others had detected traces of suspected rifts in the northern, southern, and eastern districts. This unrest appeared particularly anomalous, as the distribution map indicated a concentration in residential zones rather than the previous erratic patterns. Upon hearing certain key phrases, the expressions of those in the conference room tightened. The shadow realm had always been a source of instability, necessitating the night watch teams to periodically venture within to eliminate aberrant entities. Simultaneously, patrols were conducted throughout the Cloud Sea gathering area, meticulously inspecting for any newly emerged entrances to the shadow layer, promptly sealing them off, and devising alternative strategies if sealing proved ineffective. The upheaval within the shadow layer resembled the unpredictability of a menstrual cycle, often timely, yet frequently erratic, disrupted by unforeseen circumstances. Over the past couple of days, the entire night patrol of the Cloud Sea has been tirelessly engaged, functioning beyond capacity to manage the situation. The emergence of anomalies has shattered decades of understanding, revealing instances where individuals were abducted into the shadow layer. What does this signify? It implies that whether one is en route to school, returning home from work, or savoring dinner at a restaurant, one could be abruptly seized by a colossal hand and dragged into the shadow layer. During this tumultuous period, for such incidents have occurred. While this may appear minimal, no one can ascertain whether the anomalies will become more adept, resulting in even graver consequences. This alone is sufficient to stir concern. Subsequently, they heard the term rift mentioned in the report. The abyss, the present world, and the shadow layer, which serves as a buffer between the two. If the anomalies within the shadow layer can be likened to harmless lambs, then the blood entities surging forth from the abyss represent a far more potent breed. Akin to Godzilla, even the smallest and weakest rift from the abyss poses a significant threat to human existence. The atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to a freezing point, with the presenter increasingly burdened by pressure, beads of perspiration forming on their forehead. Yet, it is merely a suspicion. There is no need to react as if the sky were collapsing. The man with a severed arm, seated in the corner, spoke softly, emphasizing that the abyssal rifts could manifest at any moment, and we have long been prepared to confront them. There is no need for such despondency. This is the crux of the matter. The crowd gradually collected their emotions. Lu Nanfeng gently nodded, signaling for the night watchman to continue with the report. After an extended discussion, during which numerous strategies were devised, the meeting concluded. Holding a stack of documents, Lu Nanfeng proceeded to his office. Just as he settled into his seat, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in." Lu Xuanshi, following the recent outbreak of aberrations. "The investigation team has compiled a list of entities, which I have brought for you." "Very well." The documents were placed, and the messenger turned to leave. Lu Nanfeng briefly flipped through the papers, initially intending to review them after completing his current tasks, but soon a particular entry caught his eye. ID D29527 codename. The Shadow Observer of Enthusiastic Exercise Description. 1. The subject is a being entirely cloaked in darkness, resembling a shadow. It was first identified in the central garden of Qingwei community, presumed to have inadvertently trespassed into this area. 2. The target exhibits unyielding stamina and an immense passion for fitness, utilizing equipment for workouts, with a relatively low inclination for aggression. 3. Upon the approach of the reconnaissance personnel, the subject ceased exercising and rendered a salute. Observation duration: 2 hours. Danger assessment: low. Conclusion: no immediate action for extermination is warranted. Chapter 14. The varied species of monkey coins. Truth and falsity. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Lu Nanfeng's suppressed expression revealed a hint of amusement. Such an extensive array of adjectives, had it not been delivered to him by a night patrolman. He might have thought it was the whimsical creation of a bored internet user. It was one thing to enjoy exercising, but to salute upon encountering others was truly remarkable. After years of patrolling the night, he had encountered all manner of strange beings. Yet this particular oddity was indeed unprecedented. Casting a glance at the accompanying image, it appeared as a dark, indistinct mass. Setting aside the document, Lu Nanfeng gently rubbed his temples. With less than 10 days until the new year, everyone was eager to celebrate, yet the unsettling shadows looming over this festive season made it difficult for anyone to truly enjoy the holiday spirit. Heavy-hearted, Lu Nanfeng grabbed a cigarette and moved to the window, lighting it. But why did it taste so unexpectedly sweet? He took a gentle bite, and his expression darkened instantly. A banana-flavored tobacco, was it? That mischievous girl, Lu Yaoyao. "I have some cigarettes. Would you like one?" A voice called from within his office. "I must say, you have a habit of entering without knocking," Lu Nanfeng remarked, chewing the remnants of the sweet tobacco. He turned with resignation. The man who had lost an arm in the earlier meeting was now seated on the sofa, a cigarette in his mouth. He tossed a pack of cigarettes toward Lu Nanfeng and said, "Smoke this." Instinctively, Lu Nanfeng caught it, contemplated for a moment, then sighed and set it down. "Never mind. I fear lung cancer." "You worry about that?" the man teased. "Now speak up. What brings you here?" Lu Nanfeng chose to ignore the light-hearted banter. Taking a puff from his cigarette, the man with the severed arm gradually composed his expression. "There's another announcement," he stated. Lu Nanfeng paused momentarily, asking, "What announcement?" "The martial arts examination," the man replied, lighting his cigarette and taking another drag before continuing. "The exam has been moved forward." Lu Nanfeng's countenance shifted, his brows furrowing in concern. "That's rather hasty. You should have received the notification on your computer as well," the man reminded him. With urgency, Lu Nanfeng hurried back to his computer and opened his email to check the recently received documents. The notification regarding the martial arts examination indicated an expansion of recruitment and an advancement of the exam, along with qualifications assessments. As he perused the details, Lu Nanfeng let out a soft sigh. Both the qualifications assessment and the martial arts examination had been pushed ahead. In just 10 days, the spring festival would arrive. And after that, everything would become hectic. "Have you decided what direction to guide your daughter towards?" the man with the severed arm inquired. "Martial arts or extraordinary humanities?" For those who are extraordinary, particularly those above the second tier, unless under special circumstances, direct descendants must pursue extraordinary disciplines following their qualifications tests. Given that Lu Nanfeng was a fourth-tier powerhouse with excellent genetics, it was certain that his child's innate talents would not be lacking. "I haven't made up my mind yet." Lu Nanfeng hesitated. "I'll assess the situation after her qualifications test." "Enough about me. What about your son? I don't see him as the obedient type. Should he enroll in spirit techniques, exotic studies, or extraordinary physiology?" "None of those," the man replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Lu Nanfeng was taken aback. "Are you suggesting he should pursue extraordinary humanities?" The man shook his head once more, speaking slowly. "Let him pursue ordinary humanities." "Are you jesting?" Lu Nanfeng almost thought there was something amiss with his hearing. He had yet to undergo the qualification test. No need for testing, the man said with a smile as he slowly rose to his feet. You may attend to your affairs at your leisure. I shall take a stroll. Hey, clarify your words. Look, there is a spider before us. Within the spider lies an abundance of protein, several times that of rice by weight. The flesh of the spider is exquisite and succulent. A brief searing of its hair with intense heat allows for effortless depilation. A bite reveals a texture that cannot be likened to beef or lamb, but rather, it is distinctly spider meat. The preceding remarks were mere fabrications. Do not attempt it, for to do so would lead to demise. In the shadow realm, Jiang You held a sound-collecting microphone at his neck, while his right hand brandished a phone directed ahead. Approximately 20 meters away, a colossal figure lay prostrate on the ground, its 8 legs as sturdy as steel, its eyes fixed upon Jiang You, who could discern the elliptical abdomen of the creature. This entity appeared to be in slumber, utterly motionless. Were it not for the glaring 64 health bar illuminated before his eyes, Jiang You might have assumed it had perished. It lay there, its form reminiscent of a small vehicle. In recent days, various major video platforms have inexplicably been inundated with videos from the shadow realm. According to Lu Yaoyao, such videos were previously prohibited from being uploaded or disseminated. Recently, however, the Night Patrol Bureau seems intent on promoting this content, allowing a broader audience to gain insight into the shadow realm. Jiang Yu recently registered a Dousheng account and attempted to upload several videos showcasing shadowy landscapes. To his surprise, they were approved, garnering him several hundred likes. He astutely recognized this as an opportunity. However, this was not the primary concern. The foremost reason. Name: Jiang Yu. Attribute: Shadow status. Stalker. Hunter. Remaining lifespan: 100 hours. The hunter. To erupt when not hunting is to perish in the act of hunting. To abstain from the hunt is akin to death. Awaken this status, and you shall feel an exhilarating joy, for only through relentless hunting can one sustain life. Go forth, relish each hunt, and become a fearsome predator until you ascend. 1. The hunter status is unique. Even in physical demise, one shall exist in another form. 2. Life and death are the prerogatives of the hunter. Perhaps, amidst endless slaughter, you shall attain immortality, or what the? Is this what they call certain risk? The last time Jiang Yu awakened his status, he noticed nothing amiss. Yet, upon opening the panel the following day, a glaring countdown of his life stared back at him. With only 7 or 8 days of life remaining, he nearly fainted. What joy in awakening this status! When it merely meant a few more days to live, what a farce! After 3 days of turmoil, his lifespan dwindled to a mere 100 hours. If he could not successfully hunt an exotic species, he would have no choice but to seek assistance from Uncle Li. Regardless, Uncle Li, while patrolling the night watch, is consumed by greed for property, indulgence in tobacco and alcohol, and a lust for wealth. A few more exotic species would merely be trifling. Thus, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet it was not overwhelming. He had a safety net to fall back on. The sole consolation lay within the content described in the bold red font, a striking reminder. It implied, you may be dead, but not entirely so. How absurd. Must I become a specter? If given a choice, I would still prefer to remain human. Gazing at those words for several seconds, Jiang Yu found himself uncertain of their true meaning. Alas, he decided to set such thoughts aside for the time being. The definition of a hunter is one whose notorious name spreads far and wide. Could he really become a Douyin influencer with millions of followers? He was unsure. But for now, the priority was to eliminate this massive spider and extend his lifespan. His mobile phone and number were both appropriated by Uncle Li from the Night Watch's internal resources, and as long as he did not engage in wrongdoing, others were generally prohibited from accessing them. Even if his short videos went viral, it was unlikely anyone could trace back to his personal information. He could certainly gather more footage, return home, and edit it into a video for release. Let us approach silently, without making a sound, and then strike it with a decisive blow. Speaking into the phone felt somewhat lacking, Jiang Yu mused. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed the phone at himself. Standing a few meters away, he raised a steel pipe, proclaiming, "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Jiang. Facing the exotic giant spider, I stand alone." Perfect. He then secured the phone in place, with a few small cameras attached to him, which did not hinder his combat readiness. Then he pressed close to the wall, inching towards the spider's posterior. In its shadowy form, it nearly merged with the darkness, particularly as its footsteps slowed, rendering it even more elusive. We drew ever nearer. and I resolved to maintain silence to avoid startling it. After delivering a final instruction, Jiang Yu's gaze took on a more solemn intensity. The distance between us continued to diminish, and with a steel pipe in hand, he grew increasingly cautious. This situation was markedly different from his confrontation with the ghostly apparition. At that time, the apparition had been significantly weakened, its vitality drastically diminished, allowing him to capitalize on its vulnerability. The spider before him, though injured, still boasted a health level of 60%, which was far from negligible. In the shadowy realm, Jiang You had trained to survey his surroundings. Within a radius of half a kilometer, he had scarcely encountered any weak entities. Humans hunted the aberrations hunted humans, and aside from that, these creatures also turned upon one another. The feebler ones either concealed themselves, making them difficult to locate, or were dispatched by other aberrations. Initially, 3 relatively weaker aberrations had been present near the residential area, but by the time Jiang You hesitated, they had vanished. The lower-tier aberrations faced their own challenges. He cast a glance at the steel pipe, uncertain of its efficacy. It was a solid steel rod, purchased for several thousand yuan, adorned with several unknown metallic studs to enhance its lethality. Jiang You tested it against his own leg. It was quite painful, indicating that it should suffice for several encounters. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Suddenly, the spider lifted its head, scanning its surroundings. Jiang You immediately halted, holding his breath and concealing himself in the shadows. A few faint red spots appeared on the spider's rear, its legs, at the junction of its head and shoulders, and on its abdomen. The colors exhibit a gradient of depth, subtly shifting with the movements of the spider, causing the position of the crimson mass to fluctuate slightly. Detecting the vulnerabilities of the adversary is the hallmark of a stealthy strike. Jiang You felt a surge of determination. Based on the saturation of the crimson mass, the hue is deepest near the head, followed closely by the posterior. Delivering a decisive blow to the head would undoubtedly be preferable. However, given the disparity in size, Jiang You calculated the distance and surmised that he could not leap across. Thus, he shifted his gaze, contemplating an alternative target for his assault, which appeared to be a viable option. Chapter 15. I am you, the assassin of the northern capital. I have inhabited this world for quite some time now, as finds great pleasure in the current environment. It is far less oppressive than the abyss, devoid of the numerous formidable and terrifying aberrations. Even for a minion such as itself, a modicum of caution is sufficient for survival. Not long ago, it faced an assault from another aberration. Relying on its heightened agility and explosive power, it engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately managing to shred its opponent and consume it. Although it sustained some injuries, they are not severe. A few more restful slumbers will surely facilitate recovery. Its sole concern lies in the possibility of other aberrations seizing this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Thus, while it may appear to be slumbering, it remains vigilant, ever watchful of its surroundings. Just moments ago, it acutely sensed a chilling presence enveloping its body. A juvenile aberration had set its sights on it, as instantly became alert, its body writhing with unease. Where is it? Where could it be? With 8 scarlet compound eyes, it scanned the vicinity, surveying its surroundings ceaselessly. In the depths of the shadows, aberrations possess superior vision compared to humans, yet their sight is not without limitations. At its rank, it could likely discern objects a few meters away. After several thorough inspections, it found no anomalies. Could it be an illusion? Its small mind is incapable of intricate reasoning. But instinctively, it felt a shiver coursing through its body, compelling it to rise from its prone position. It decided to relocate. As it stood, a jolt akin to an electric current surged through its being. In an instant, Az's mind fell into a void, utterly devoid of thought. It was paralyzed. The entire arachnid was completely incapacitated. From the crown of its head to the very base of its being, in that fleeting moment, everything became unblocked. Health, 6444. A single strike inflicts a 20 deduction. Previously relying solely on brute force, the accumulated shadow points within Jiang Yu's body had yet to find a means of application. Just moments ago, as he thrust out with his stick, he felt a portion of an indefinable power surge forth from within him. The exhilarating sensation of unleashing such vigor nearly compelled him to howl in delight. It was only when he was splattered with the blood of the giant spider that he remembered to evade. While a 60 health status posed some challenges, the remaining 40 could easily contend with it. Bang! A dark figure shot forth like a meteor, crashing against the adjacent wall. The structures within the shadow layer are remarkably sturdy. Upon impact, they merely produced a barely perceptible indentation before the figure fell to the ground. Hiss hiss. It did not hurt. Jiang You gritted his teeth. This blow had undoubtedly cost him 10 of his health, possibly even 15. Hiss. The colossal spider writhed its body. As it turned around, Jiang You beheld its form more clearly. Upon that terrifying body, dark purple patterns etched in indescribable and bizarre design. As its body twisted, these patterns contorted in tandem. Its form resembled that of a spider, yet its head bore the appearance of an inverted triangle, as if drawn without a ruler. The lines askew and devoid of aesthetic appeal. Several tentacles waved aimlessly from its side profile, and as it opened its mouth to emit a roar, the interior was filled with uneven and jagged teeth. 8 eyes, unevenly distributed. Its face was pockmarked and devoid of a nose. Such a visage would undoubtedly serve as a minor boss in a horror film. The steel rod pierced completely through, evidently causing considerable injury. The enormous spider thrashed about for quite some time, unable to dislodge the rod, while it continued to bleed profusely. Shaking its head, Jiang You exerted force beneath his feet, retreating once more into the enveloping darkness. Indeed, the art of shadow strike, an extraordinary technique that enables one to attack foes from the obscurity of shadows. This innate assassin skill rendered it unnecessary for him to confront the aberration in open combat. As he stepped back, shadows crept from beneath him, enveloping his entire form. A stalker? A predator? What had previously seemed peculiar now appeared tailor-made for him. Observing the spider, now consumed by rage yet unable to find a target to unleash it upon, Jiang Yu's gaze gradually shifted. Aberration extraordinary. Hunter, prey? He glanced down at the camera, contemplating the notion of adopting the persona of a comedic influencer, though it hardly suited him. Since he was the hunter, he might as well engage in the hunt with utmost seriousness. Would maintaining silence yield better results? He retrieved a second steel rod that he had previously set aside. Jiang You spoke softly, his words faint yet sufficient for the device to capture. If the device failed to record, he could always add the audio during video editing. The hunt begins. Arriva, traveler. Li Xiaodi is a third-year high school student. Her academic performance in both arts and sciences places her in the middle tier of her class. Attending university is feasible, but gaining admission to a prestigious institution remains a distant dream. Both of her parents are business people, and through a combination of financial means and connections, they managed to secure a preliminary testing qualification for her. It has been confirmed that she possesses the potential to become extraordinary. However, the true strength of this talent will only be revealed through the unified testing after the commencement of the school year. In the past, the authorities have tended to obscure information regarding the extraordinary and leaving the general populace largely uninformed. Nevertheless, Li Xiaodi recently discovered a plethora of videos on douching, some introducing and others elucidating the extraordinary. Most of these videos are predominantly didactic, lacking in engaging content. Yet, the novelty of the subject matter is captivating, especially for the majority of ordinary individuals who have never encountered this realm. A few aerial shots of the shadow layer, devoid of any additional filters, are already sufficiently alluring. Over the past few days, she has come across no fewer than 5 videos that have garnered over 1 million likes, and with the explanations provided by various influencers, she has gained a rudimentary understanding of the shadow layer. Li Xiaodi ponders thoughtfully. It is evident that there is official backing behind this phenomenon. However, having not yet embarked on the path of the extraordinary herself, she cannot fully grasp the true intentions behind this initiative. Well, in any case, it has little to do with her. She is merely an ordinary high school student, content to admire handsome boys and scroll through videos. Lying on her bed, Li Xiaodi swipes through one short video after another. Sunset Night Patrol, your safety is guarded by the Night Patrol Corps. Hello everyone, I am an active night patroller, and today I will provide you with a preliminary explanation of the various types of low tier. Hey there, everyone, this is La La La, and today I will take you to check out a quaint little restaurant hidden in an alley. Right outside our door, the most authentic fried liver, a legacy bestowed by the late West Buddha. Come, allow me to lead you inside. Ah, behold the essence of this motherly flavor. It is simply exquisite, truly authentic. How delightful it is. Li Xiaodi's expression gradually morphed into one of disgust. How could she have stumbled upon such content? She hurriedly scrolled down several videos in a frantic attempt to escape. Ahem. Suddenly, a soft cough emanated from her phone, causing her to pause momentarily and scroll back. A dark, eerie scene filled her vision. The camera focused on a long street, where a leg abruptly appeared, obscuring half the frame. Black mist swirled around, creating an indistinct aura. In the distance, shadows could be seen leaping and climbing along the lengthy thoroughfare. This footage piqued her interest. The voiceover and the music were rather intriguing. Was it akin to a special effects blockbuster? Unsure, she decided to watch further. Li Xiaodi felt a surge of excitement. The camera gently swayed, revealing glimpses of various strange creatures. How was this footage captured? Was the lens pointed directly at the creatures' faces? The camera then panned upward, continuing to ascend along the buildings until a vague shadow emerged at the rooftop's edge. Jiang You, hailing from the northern capital. With that, the figure leapt down. Goodness gracious! Li Xiaodi gasped in astonishment. What on earth is this? She double-tapped the screen, and a staggering 200,000 likes appeared before her eyes, complemented by an astonishing 70,000 comments. Brother Yao is so handsome and aloof. I can't take it. Someone exclaimed. I want to buy him a house, but alas, I cannot afford one. Another added, I wish for him to treat me to a spicy stir-fried pork dish, but hold the spices and the pork. If you want nothing, what do you desire? Just the stir-fry? A prominent influencer has unwittingly transformed the comments section into a bustling arena of courtship. Li Xiaodi, feeling a sense of obligation, resolved to put an end to this undesirable trend. She meticulously sifted through the top comments, sharing the remarks of these individuals with their followers, aware that among them might lie the siblings of some. After a flurry of activity, she finally exhaled, hesitating momentarily before typing in the comments, Brother, I am available. She then resumed watching the video. As she clicked play, the visuals sprang back to life. A shadow descended from the skies, landing with a thud from a height of 6 stories. Li Xiaodi's gaze ignited with fervor. Was this the essence of the extraordinary? The scenes shifted seamlessly, the focus of the lens adjusting as if it were tracing the creature's gaze in pursuit of its prey. A whisper of wind brushed past her ears, accompanied by the gentle sound of you breathing softly. The camera extended forward, honing in on a massive figure that loomed in the center of the road. A colossal spider. Its grotesque patterns sent a shiver down Li Xiaodi's spine. This species, visible only through the screen, was a mental assault in itself, defying description. The Shadow Weaver, an ancient demonic breed, ranked as a mid-tier first stage, was a loathsome aberration from the abyss. Its markings emitted a form of mental pollution, rendering it perilous for the uninitiated to gaze upon for extended periods. You spoke softly, and as the words left his lips, the dark mass in the video gradually faded into the shadows. Where did it go? Not only Li Xiaodi, but also countless viewers before the screen are wide-eyed, fixating intensely on the place where Jiang You vanished, attempting to discern his silhouette. Clearly, they are unable to accomplish this task. The absence of extraordinary abilities plays a role, but more significantly, the equipment simply does not permit it. Jiang Yu's phone, indeed a special device reserved for the Night Patrol Division, possesses a visual range that surpasses that of ordinary sight, even in the shadowed realms, yet it still fails to capture excessively intricate details. The technological prowess of the great Zhou is not lacking. In fact, it surpasses that of the era Jiang You traversed. This is the essence of extraordinary humanities, which focuses on developing theories and research in extraordinary directions. Returning to the present moment, as the figure gradually fades, the camera shifts again, revealing him emerging from the shadows. Suddenly, the entire video transitions into slow motion, the background sound abruptly ceasing. At a reduced speed of 5 times, one can observe the spider's writhing body and the long pole slowly piercing through flesh. A confrontation ensues. Blood splatters, and sharp weapons penetrate deep. Everything in this slowed-down footage appears strikingly real, evoking a singular sentiment. This is certainly not special effects. Then, the scene abruptly accelerates, as the dark figure conceals itself once more. In this interplay of fast and slow, his movements remain elusive. One can only witness the continuous splattering of blood and flesh, alongside the spider ensnared in place. It appears so terrified, so helpless. Despite its size overpowering that shadowy figure, it is rendered utterly disoriented. Occasionally, it ejects corrosive fluid or pale silk from its mandibles, which dissipates into the darkness, most likely missing the assassin known as You. The disparity in strength is too vast. Li Xiaodi's chest heaved as with a sudden thrust, the long staff pierced through its head. The shadowy figure of the spider swayed precariously, losing its power and collapsing to the ground. Standing beside it, The dark figure withdrew the staff, wiping away the blood, and placed a hand upon the spider's body. Now, it is time to feast. You gazed intently at the spider, clenching your palm tightly. Then, a surge of movement ensued. The massive form began to dissipate gradually. Simultaneously, lines of shadows coalesced and leapt toward him. An increasing number of lines adhered to him, gradually weaving into a long cloak adorned with a hood, a belt, shoulder guards, a breastplate, flowing ribbons, and arm guards. The entire ensemble remained in shades of black, albeit varying in depth across different parts. At first glance, an air of mystery and lethal intent surged forth. Even through the screen, it could not be contained. The hunt is over. The scene abruptly halted, and the video concluded. Hiss. Li Xiaodi inhaled sharply. This individual possesses remarkable skill. In all her days of watching videos, this was the first time she encountered something so exhilarating. Moreover, the graphic nature of it was undeniably captivating. Looking at the number of likes, it had already reached an astonishing 300,000. In just a few minutes, it surged dramatically. Perhaps in half a day, it could reach 500,000. Scrolling through the comments, she noticed an even greater number seeking attention. Sliding to the right to enter his profile, Yu's avatar showcased only his silhouette, a dark, indistinct figure. His personal description was concise, a mere line, commencing the hunt. Follow me. You must. Where can one find such a cool yet slightly eccentric blogger? Li Xiaodi swallowed hard, realizing that those once popular young idols paled in comparison. This was truly the content that a fierce woman ought to appreciate. She quickly clicked to follow and sent a private message. Hello, shall we connect on VStar? Assassination mission. High reward. Name, Shadow Pattern Spider. Species, Ancient Demon. Level, Intermediate First Tier. Description, a low-grade abyssal aberration belonging to the Ancient Demon species. The intricate patterns on its body signify its power. The denser and more complex the patterns, the stronger its mental corruption. Please refrain from gazing at it for extended periods unless you willingly desire to become its prey. Abilities, Acidic Fluid, Silk Spitting, Ancient Demon Corruption. Cost of Elimination, Sensory Disruption. Shadow Devouring Rewards, 1. Acquired Ability, Shadow Silk, 2. Increased Shadow Point Count. This aberration has been recorded, the cost has been waived. An Intermediate First Tier Juvenile. After surpassing 10 Shadow Points, the manual's capabilities underwent subtle alterations. A new ability section emerged, allowing one to view the powers of recorded creatures in detail. The Shadow Pattern Spider has 3 abilities documented: Acidic Fluid, Silk Spitting, and the not-so-complex Ancient Demon Corruption, which pertains to the mental impact of its bodily patterns. Observing the steadily increasing likes and followers in the back end, Jiang You exhaled a long breath of relief. He felt confident that he had not erred in this decision. He then opened the fan management interface to see if there were any JK White Sock ladies. Quickly, he urged them to join the fan group for a chat. Chapter 17. Shadow Threads, Marking, and Pursuit. Do not be deceived by the impressive visuals presented in the video. The bittersweet truths behind it are not meant for the ears of outsiders. He is merely a novice, newly acquainted with the extraordinary, lacking in formidable strength. The colossal spider and the ghostly apparition are of the same tier, yet the disparity in their health points remains substantial. Even with the advantage of a shadow strike, the inherent gap in power is insurmountable. He strikes and retreats, delivering a blow before evading. The shadow form may mitigate damage and alleviate pain, but even that has its limits when overused. The video, dazzling as it may seem, relies heavily on editing, dialogue, and music. Moreover, Jiang You has crafted an identity for himself as the amnesiac assassin. A series of impressive maneuvers leaves the audience in awe, momentarily stunned. The hunt for aberrations and the unlocking of new abilities through shadow devouring will likely be interpreted by the viewers as mere narrative necessity. The internet has indeed enlightened Jiang You. He opens his palm, watching as strands of black silk dance within it. The ability of Shadow Threads is a reward reaped from devouring the spider. His mastery over shadow has finally transcended the limitations of the shadow form, allowing him to solidify the shadows into tangible, resilient threads that possess incredible impact. If he so desires, Jiang You could even don the guise of Spider-Man. He flips through the manual, landing on the page detailing personal attributes. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. The defeat of the spider has granted him an additional 3 days, leaving him with 7 days to live, still somewhat urgent, yet sufficient for him to seek out another aberration. As he continues to peruse, he discovers further details. Hunter, you are able to perceive the prey's health bar and have the capability to mark and pursue it. You are a born predator, and your attacks are destined to inflict harm. Note 1. Note 2. Note 3. Concealed within the shadows, as a hunter, you enhance your infamous reputation, allowing you to reap increasingly unforeseen rewards. Your notoriety spreads, unlocking certain powers of the predator. Mark, you possess the ability to mark your prey, making it easier to discern their weaknesses and deliver devastating strikes. Those marked by you will experience negative states, such as palpitations and fear, with the effects contingent upon the disparity in strength between you and your target. The mark can only last for 1 second on a single target within a brief period. Elevating your infamy or status will enhance this ability. Please take heed. Initiating a mark will consume a portion of your energy, and this ability may also reveal your position, alarming your prey. Thus, exercise caution in its use. Pursuit. By pursuing marked prey, you will gain an augmentation of agility and strength. If your pursuit is successful, a certain attribute will experience an enhancement. Note, pursuit incurs no cost, and this ability lasts as long as the mark. Ensure that you eliminate the prey within the duration of the pursuit. Increasing your infamy or status will further bolster this capability. The viral success of short videos has bestowed upon the predator 2 new abilities. To be precise, it is the short videos that have gained popularity. While the majority partake for amusement, a minority marvel at the current results. Hunting exotic species, editing videos, generating traffic, and unlocking new capabilities. This process significantly amplifies one's power. Ouch, that hurts, Jiang You winced. Why aren't you staying home like a good person? Who did you get into a fight with? Lu Yaoyao remarked with a sarcastic tone, her application of medicine becoming increasingly forceful. Be gentle, be gentle. Jiang You grinned widely, declaring, I am venturing out to be a hero. If you do not understand, it is best to remain silent. If you know so much, then you can be the hero. Lu Yaoyao gritted her teeth. You go out to fight every day. If you continue like this, I will have to inform Uncle Li. Do not worry, I am safe. If I cannot defeat them, can I not escape? I am well aware of my own capabilities. Huh. Lu Yaoyao let out a cold laugh as she bandaged her wounds. Leaning against the sofa, she picked up her phone and began scrolling through videos. My name is You. The familiar line reached Jiang Yu's ears, causing him to pause. What are you watching? He glanced at her screen and, unsurprisingly, saw the edited video featuring himself. You has recently become quite popular on the trending list. Lu Yaoyao shot him a sidelong glance. Trending? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed. The trending topics of late included classification of extraordinary beings, the extraordinary world, and shadow layers, along with a surge of extraordinary content creators. This particular creator, known as You, had certainly made quite a splash. She perused the comments section, her tone a mixture of nostalgia and amazement. Was it not said that extraordinary knowledge should not be made public? Jiang Yu interjected, what should remain undisclosed are the core secrets. What is currently accessible to the public is merely the foundational knowledge, which poses little risk. Lu Yaoyao continued, with the new year approaching. We are on the verge of the centenary of the Great Cataclysm, and significant policy changes are imminent. As she spoke, she held her phone screen out to Jiang Yu. Aren't you curious about the extraordinary? I suggest you follow this creator named You. His videos showcase practical hunting of extraordinary beings within the shadow layers, which is quite intriguing. Jiang Yu's expression was somewhat peculiar. That large spider took me several hours to conquer. The video content was intriguing, but it was truly the editing skills that captivated me. Regardless, it was impressive. Lu Yaoyao scrolled down the video feed, only to find another video concerning You. This time, however, it was a reinterpretation by a different content creator. She remained thoroughly engrossed. As for the matter of how my childhood friend became a fan of my comic, and subsequently a fan of my videos, all while remaining oblivious to my true identity, Jiang Yu chuckled inwardly at her youthful, yet charming profile. Hey Jiang Yu, do you think I could record some videos and post them? Who knows, I might just become popular, Lu Yaoyao suddenly suggested. What would you record? Jiang Yu responded with a bemused smile, imagining her dancing in a JK uniform with white stockings amidst shadows. He casually glanced at her slender legs encased in white fabric. Her petite feet, barely fitting in his palm, bore an adorable paw print design. As his gaze traveled upward, her JK skirt could not conceal her fair, delicate thighs, creating an undeniably alluring youthful allure that was difficult to look away from. Get away from me, Lu Yaoyao said, defensively creating some distance. Can't I record some extraordinary explanatory videos instead? You don't honestly believe that having read a few materials puts you on par with those seasoned night watchmen, do you? Jiang You scoffed. And next time, do refrain from dressing like that when you go out. It makes you susceptible to unwanted attention. I lost track of one just last time. Lu Yaoyao's gaze gradually shifted. With all these injuries, you surely haven't been engaging in any disreputable activities that led to such a beating, have you? She teased. Hey, I'm just joking. Jiang Yu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet, he noticed that her hand had wandered to the back. He realized that his playful banter had increased. And it seemed Lu Yaoyao had misconstrued something. In the past, when he visited her home, he would bring fruits and snacks. Now, she was always prepared with a handgun. What did I say that was wrong? Are you planning to shoot me? He quipped. He truly couldn't fathom how Uncle Li, such a serious man, could have raised someone like her. Lu Yaoyao let out a soft huff, lowering her hand from the gun's grip. Only then did Jiang Yu finally exhale in relief. With the new year approaching, he suggested, let us go shopping for some festive goods the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join me? Sure, she replied. Chapter 18. Riding the Traffic Wave? Concrete Evidence. How wonderful it is to have a childhood friend, especially a beautiful one. Jiang Yu lowered his head, tugging at the bandage, though it remained stubbornly intact. The young girl had tied it tightly, yet it did not impede his movements. Her small hands were quite dexterous. In truth, this minor injury could be gradually healed with a few sets of exercises in the Shadow Realm, where he could utilize his shadow form. As the daughter of a night watcher, Jiang Yu had been exposed to such matters since childhood, yet he remained uncertain whether she had noticed anything amiss about him. Such situations were difficult to avoid. Being neighbors, they were merely a few steps apart, frequently encountering one another. The girl often visited him, and it was nearly impossible to conceal his injuries from her. He couldn't very well remain in the Shadow Realm for 2 or 3 days to recuperate and disappear without a trace. Using fighting as an excuse, claiming broken ribs, lacerations, and a bloodied head, such exaggerations were beyond belief, even for an underground brawl. The girl did not press further, and Jiang Yu chose to remain silent. As for her thoughts, who could say? The pain from his injuries was still a nagging sensation. He picked up his phone and opened the app. Upon accessing the notifications, a barrage of messages flooded in. Are you there? Who are you? What is the purpose of the video you posted? Are you really from Baidu? Goodness. What a trifecta of inquiries. Are you a night watcher? Is this all scripted? Do you still have that photo of the aberration? It couldn't possibly be edited, could it? The method of preparing braised pork involves scraping the hair from the pork belly and cutting it into dice-sized pieces, alongside preparing sections of green onion, slices of ginger, and dried chili peppers. However, an odd element seems to have infiltrated the discussion. As he continued to scroll down, he suddenly noticed a polarization in the comments. You, Uncle Warts has solid evidence against you. Go check out his video. You, the oily pomelo wart, have been called out by solid evidence. Is it true? What a disgrace. The video is fabricated. What are you, a cow or a horse? You've been exposed. You deserve it. So many night watchmen are toiling hard, and you, relying solely on editing to gain fame. How can you compare with them? Come out and stop playing dead. You who only edit videos, step forward for a confrontation. Some urged others to view the video, while the majority bombarded his private messages or flooded the comments section of his video. What is this? Anger was not quite the sentiment. Jiang Yu was genuinely bewildered. Upon opening the link that everyone had tagged him in, he found himself facing online harassment. Hello everyone. I am Solid Evidence. Today, we will not be exploring a shop. Instead, we will expose fakes. He held another phone in his hand, the screen displaying Jiang Yu's video of hunting a spider. You all have seen this video, right? What anomaly? Is he really that? Shadow Layer, anomaly, a memory-lost assassin. Hey, take a look for yourselves. Does this video seem real to you? Jiang Yu found the situation both amusing and absurd. He recognized the blogger named Solid Evidence. A bald man with a round face, he always squinted his eyes when he smiled, speaking in a rather exaggerated tone. On ordinary days, I frequently share videos exploring various dining establishments, primarily focusing on the renowned liver dishes in the northern capital and indulging solely in roasted duck at duck restaurants. Amidst this culinary journey, I inadvertently amassed a following of over 1 million. While these explorations are meant to showcase the authenticity of the food, I find myself perplexed by how this particular influencer has managed to critique me so effectively. As I continue to peruse the content, let me present you with a video for your viewing pleasure. We shall then analyze it meticulously on a computer, frame by frame. Immediately, The scene transitions to a screen recording. Let us bypass the earlier portions and dive straight into the moment of confrontation. Observe this frame, then proceed to the next. There exists a significant alteration in the action, a phenomenon known as frame skipping. As the term suggests, several frames have been omitted from the video. In a typical sequence denoted as A, B, C, the content of B has been excised, thus linking A and C. What transpired in the omitted frames remains a mystery to us. Take a closer look at this segment. It clearly exhibits a notable color disparity compared to its surroundings. Some may attribute this to camera pixelation. However, I assure you, such reasoning is merely a pretext. A new layer has been created, with the pen tool meticulously outlining the selection area, followed by feathering and blurring effects. The authenticity of the video is dissected and elucidated in detail. Every nuance is substantiated with compelling evidence, even presenting a tutorial on video editing that is difficult to dismiss. This is undeniably not a baseless critique. The editing skills of the influencer are rather conventional, falling short of achieving a deceptive realism. When encountering someone adept in editing, it becomes rather effortless to identify inconsistencies. Certainly, his most significant issue lies in the omission of the process by which he was vanquished, coupled with the abbreviated duration of his battles. This alteration creates the illusion that he is triumphantly overpowering the formidable arachnid, thereby accentuating his prowess. Overall, it is a trivial matter. However, it is surprising that a debunking commentator has emerged. The individual continues to vociferously criticize in the video, asserting that these editing techniques were meticulously compiled by a friend, who is indeed a proficient editor and would never speak falsehoods. Why, you may ask, am I targeting this person today? Behold, as he emphatically slams a small notebook onto the table. The black cover bears the inscription Night Patrol Auxiliary. This designation denotes certified personnel, a veritable testament to their credentials. While I may not possess the requisite skills to be a bona fide Night Patrol officer, it is not uncommon for the Night Patrol to require additional hands for tasks or to delve into the shadow realm to hunt aberrations. In my youth, I have dispatched not merely hundreds, but certainly dozens of these entities. I can easily discern the genuine prodigies from the mere imposters. In today's world, one must ponder, why latch on to trivial trends instead of the esteemed Night Patrol? Do you truly possess the capability? The background is obscured and indistinct. Can one genuinely traverse the authentic shadow realm? That will suffice for my remarks, and I advise certain individuals to tread carefully. Upon perusing the comments section, one finds a third of the participants denouncing the critic, another third chastising Jiang You, while the remainder observes the spectacle. A group asserts that such authentic imagery could not possibly originate from anywhere other than the shadow realm. What has happened to the editing? Clearly, any footage that cannot be aired must be cut. Do you believe that the official media's videos are untouched? Another group argues that certain clips indeed pose significant issues. You lacks any real prowess and merely seeks to attract attention. So, am I to assume that my marked hunting capability lasts only a second, and you are orchestrating this narrative? Do you all perceive me as weak? Well, truth be told, I am not particularly formidable. As I scrolled through the comments, Jiang You found himself increasingly amused. During his days as a comic artist, he faced harsh criticism from peers. Now, as he delves into short video editing, he finds himself again under fire, accused of fabrication and riding on the coattails of trending topics. He chuckled softly. Let them hammer away. It matters not. For such reactions were entirely anticipated. He would continue to post his videos regardless. Only when the tide recedes can one discern who truly swims naked. So what lies ahead? With his remaining lifespan steadily diminishing and the notoriety of the hunters requiring further enhancement, it is time to pursue another exotic species. However, prior to that, Jiang You switched to his secondary account, crafted a narrative, and published a video. Evidence. Is you indeed fabricating videos? This move, it feels like I'm blackening my own name. Casting a glance at the drafts in the back end, he saw a neat row of videos. You owe us an apology. The false extraordinary influencer. Shocking revelation. You has such a side. Evidence remains questionable. Yu's videos are anything but simple. Who is you? He is certainly no ordinary individual, just a passerby. I must speak fairly. A natural-born predator, a nightmare that instills fear in adversaries. Self-deprecating yet unabashedly boasting. The arrangements have been made with crystal clarity. Chapter 19. The apparition. Having learned from previous encounters, Jiang You strategically repositioned several surveillance cameras. From the lofty heights of the building, he surveyed the surroundings. The architecture laid out before him in its entirety. The streets below, once teeming with aberrations, now revealed a significantly diminished presence. The shadow layer undergoes periodic resets, each cycle birthing a new wave of anomalies, a phenomenon aptly termed the shadow tide. Having awakened his abilities nearly half a month ago, Jiang You recalled that the initial days marked the onset of the tide, during which the shadow layer was rife with anomalies, both formidable and feeble scattered in abundance. Given the current circumstances, locating a suitable target proved to be quite a challenge. Merely confronting a mid-tier entity had nearly cost him his life. A stronger foe would likely overpower him effortlessly. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Another apparition. Nearby, in the very street where he had previously battled one, a figure lay crouched against the wall. However, this apparition appeared to differ from the first. The distance was slightly greater, and with the entity turned away from him, the details remained elusive. Nevertheless, emboldened by his newfound strength, he resolved to approach and assess the situation. Jiang You withdrew from the shadow layer and descended from the rooftop. The last time he had leaped from the 6th floor, he had narrowly avoided a grievous injury to his leg. The formidable hunter of anomalies, now resembling a lanky novice transcendent, navigated the stairs with an ethereal grace, devoid of conventional hair. His lower body shimmered in a ghostly form, and his vacant eyes suggested a lack of visual perception, for tentacles writhed from his maw, and his countenance bore an unsettling ferocity. Clad in a tapestry of black, gray, and white, it lurks in the shadows, reminiscent of a formidable predator. In contrast to the first apparition, whose muscles bulged with formidable strength, this one appears somewhat slender, exuding an agile and nimble essence. Indeed, the manual designates it as a wraith, a name that evokes a sense of ethereal lightness, rather than a muscular entity. One wonders what it is lying in wait for. Perhaps it is merely guarding a tree stump for a rabbit? Other creatures or humans might easily fall prey to its ambush. Yet, this guise ultimately cannot elude Jiang You, the true hunter. After all, with a glaring health bar above its head, what good is concealment? Health, 82. The condition of its health bar appears relatively robust, having sustained only minor injuries. Furthermore, judging by the faint aura emanating from its form, its strength likely surpasses that of the first apparition and even that of the large spider. Can it be defeated? Jiang You continuously pondered, his gaze scrutinizing the entity before him. If its health dipped below 50, he would not hesitate to unleash a barrage of punches. With a health level soaring at 80, he had yet to confront such a formidable creature. He perused his repertoire of skills, various strategies flashing through his mind. Ultimately, he tightened his grip on the steel rod. Exercise caution, it is worth a try. His figure melded into the darkness as he silently approached. The shadow strike skill illuminated several vulnerabilities, with the most pronounced area located at the creature's abdomen. 15 meters, 13 meters, 10 meters, 8, 7, 6. He drew ever closer, concealed within the shadows, perfectly merging with the darkness in his shadowy form. The specter exhibited a slight awareness, lifting its head cautiously to scent the air. Regrettably, its power was insufficient to discern Jiang Yu's presence. Drawing ever closer 5 meters, 4 meters, Jiang Yu suppressed his murderous intent, concealing his footsteps with far greater success than during his initial hunt. As he neared, the details became clearer. Black lines, reminiscent of tadpoles, danced upon the specter's form. Its 2 forelimbs transformed into elongated blades, far superior to the previous specter's arm and scythe combination. If the former was but a larval stage, this was undoubtedly a complete entity. A peculiar sense of familiarity emanated from the opponent, yet Jiang Yu dismissed it. He inhaled deeply, steadying his stance. Mark. An intangible energy surged forth, causing the specter to spring upright as if struck by lightning. It scanned its surroundings with palpable unease, its twin blades poised in defense, its entire being tensed. Clearly, its vigilance proved futile. In scarcely half a second, Jiang Yu stood before it, summoning all his strength to deliver a resounding blow to its midsection with his staff. A dull thud echoed, freezing the specter's expression as it was propelled high into the air. Health, 82-42. The mark combined with the shadow strike had drained a staggering 40 of its health. The once bright health bar plummeted dramatically. Was the effect truly this potent? Jiang Yu found himself momentarily taken aback. The mark's capability lasted but a second. Within that fleeting moment, he must vanquish his foe to successfully hunt and reap the rewards. After a brief contemplation, he recognized that his sole advantage lay in executing that covert strike. Otherwise, facing an almost fully realized specter, he truly lacked confidence in engaging it, thus employing every available tactic. In retrospect, the results exceeded all expectations. Hiss! The body ached intensely as the specter howled, crashing against the wall, losing several health points before collapsing. Seizing the moment, Jiang You discarded the bent steel pipe and raised his right fist for a downward strike. However, he was taken aback to find that, despite the heavy blow, the specter still possessed strength. The specter leaped back up, evading his punch, and then two large blades, entwined with dark patterns, swept toward him with alarming speed. Such swift blades. A single punch landed without striking a vital point, merely chipping away a few health points. Yet, a single swing from the specter could easily cost him half his life. Jiang You had no choice but to shift his tactics, rolling to the side to evade. Simultaneously, an uncanny sense of familiarity surged within him. Could this specter possibly influence one's mind? Ding ding ding. There was no time for further contemplation, as the specter, moving like a blur, charged at him once more. This was far too fast. Jiang You cursed inwardly. The blades danced perilously close, grazing his skin, while the shadowy form appeared unscathed, seemingly suffering no injuries at all. In reality, Jiang Yu's health had plummeted to 60. It was astonishing. They had only been engaged for a mere few seconds. No wonder his single strike had dealt 40 damage. This was clearly a high attack, high agility, low health assassin. Lacking a suitable weapon, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. In both offense and defense, Jiang You appeared markedly passive, perhaps due to the impact of his injuries. After several consecutive assaults, his opponent's vigor waned. Seizing the opportunity, he surged forward. His fist struck the creature's jaw, momentarily halting its movements. With deft footwork, Jiang You pivoted, harnessing the power from his waist, and delivered a forceful elbow strike. The solid impact resounded with an exhilarating thud, its destructive power rivaling that of certain weapons. The sound was immensely relieving, as the creature's health plummeted to 25. It was nearly over. Hiss! The creature's voice grew significantly weaker. Without granting it a moment's respite, Jiang You lunged forward, pinning it down. Its vacant eyes were marred with serpentine patterns, its humanoid visage. At that moment, Jiang Yu's raised arm abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Very amiss. This sense of familiarity, he had undeniably encountered this before. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through his body, akin to a thunderclap resounding in his mind. His pupils contracted sharply. Baidu Academy. You are that night watchman. The one whose name he did not know, who perished in the realm of shadows. Chapter 20. The mystery, the failed hunt. The extraordinary beings possess an inherent pollution, akin to a humanoid alien. Thus, in their final moments, it is imperative to exert every ounce of strength to minimize the likelihood of their corporeal transformation after death. Jiang You witnessed Lin Mo ingest the potion, only to see his life force diminish completely as he was taken away by the other 3 night watchers. Was it merely 5 or 6 days ago? In any case, it was not even a week. So how had he transformed into this current state? As Jiang You hesitated in his assault, Lin Mo, trapped beneath him, suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Jiang You away. Rather than continuing the onslaught, Lin Mo emitted a shriek and swiftly fled into the night. Stop! Jiang You shouted, regaining his footing in preparation to pursue him, but the adversary's speed was overwhelming, rendering him unable to catch up. He managed to sprint a few steps, helplessly watching as Lin Mo rounded a corner and vanished from sight. Well, he had escaped. Even if he had not fled, given Lin Mo's current condition, it was likely he would be unable to answer any of Jiang Yu's questions. Jiang You averted his gaze and opened the manual, the luminous screen flickering to life. Name, Jiang You. Attributes. Status. Abilities. Remaining lifespan, 7 days. At first glance, everything appeared normal, but as he continued to read, his breath caught in his throat. As you delve into the shadowy realm, you stumble upon a prey endowed with the stature of a predator. An exhilarating anticipation envelopes you at the prospect of the impending hunt, and visions of your imminent success begin to dance before your eyes. However, in a twist of fate, the quarry eludes your grasp, leading to an unfortunate failure. As a hunter, a series of unsuccessful pursuits brings shame upon your esteemed position. Be mindful that repeated failures in your hunts may diminish your strength, potentially even shortening your lifespan. What does it matter? I hardly appear to have many days left to live anyway. In the worst-case scenario, should my lifespan be curtailed, I might as well meet my end prematurely. For a hunter, death is merely a different beginning. The human body has its limitations, I might as well abandon my humanity altogether. Of course, this is merely jest. The situation is aggravating, akin to the irritation of a fly buzzing around. Is it truly worth all this turmoil simply for a failed hunt? The interface refreshes once more. Deep down, you comprehend that only through relentless hunting, enhancing your notorious reputation, and ascending to higher ranks can a hunter wield greater dominion over life and death. Yet, your heart is ablaze with frustration, leading you to ponder the futility of existence. Hunt. No more. I shall await my demise. To become a specter. Nonsense. This wretched interface is infuriating, is it not? With merely 7 days left to live, you resolve to exert yourself this afternoon. Should you fail to capture any prey, your only recourse will be to seek assistance from Uncle Lee, or, failing that, Uncle Lou. Fabricating a plausible excuse will be essential. At the very least, you must secure the elimination of a lower-tier target to extend your lifespan by a few days. All is not yet lost. After searching for over an hour in the vicinity of the community, Jiang Yu's heart grew increasingly heavy as he found nothing particularly suitable. The Yunhai Gathering Place, District 1, was not far from the central area and generally boasted good public safety. Perhaps, it would be wise to explore other districts? With no better options, Jiang Yu retreated to a discreet corner, emerging from the shadows. After walking 500 meters, he reached a subway station. Transferring lines would take approximately 20 minutes to arrive at District 2. By the time he exited the subway, it was already 2 in the afternoon. He casually purchased a snack along the way. Although a resident of Yunhai, he had seldom visited District 1. This area lay on the periphery of Yunhai, predominantly populated by various chemical factories and corporate conglomerates, interspersed with numerous abandoned buildings and wasteland. Seeking refuge in the shadows, he found an open vantage point and surveyed his surroundings. Soon, his gaze sharpened, fixating on an abandoned building across the way. There, a figure with skin of a faint crimson hue, robust limbs, and powerful muscles lay resting. To be precise, this entity lacked skin altogether. Its tendons were fully exposed to the air, revealing the intricate network of veins and arteries beneath. Its claws were grotesque, glistening with a sanguine sheen, and the tips resembled razor blades, curving ominously. A long, slender tail ended in a diamond-shaped tip, densely covered in barbs capable of piercing flesh with frightening ease. The body was riddled with scars, and one leg was clearly fractured. The distance between the two buildings was approximately 30 meters, perfectly within the visible range of its health bar. Health, 43. This creature was indeed formidable, with a significantly diminished health pool. The figure appears slightly larger than that of a phantom, seemingly inclined towards a more robust and powerful breed of creature. It is conceivable that it possesses a thick bloodline and elevated offensive capabilities. However, should a surprise attack be executed successfully, a confrontation may ensue. Jiang Yu lowered his body and stealthily approached the building across from him. Before long, he clung to the corner of the wall, observing intently. The creature exhibited few vulnerabilities on its neck, hindquarters, and legs, presenting a rather formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to him, the creature, perhaps sensing his gaze, abruptly rose to its feet, its tail erect, entering a state of alertness. Such agility was unexpected. Jiang Yu quickly concealed himself. After a tense span of several seconds, confirming no immediate threat, the muscular creature resumed its previous position. Jiang Yu cautiously resumed his scrutiny. The concentration of the red dots on the creature's body had slightly diminished, indicating it was not as relaxed as before. There was no need to rush. Since this was a hunt, patience was paramount. Jiang Yu held his breath, waiting in silence. 1 minute passed, then 5, followed by 10. The concentration of the red dots intensified once more, signifying that an attack now would yield substantial damage. It was nearly time. He marked his target. Bang. The door slammed shut, the sound of movement inside rustling. Where did you run off to? Hey, Uncle Lee? Dad? Lu Yaoyao glanced towards the entrance, her cooking movements faltering momentarily. She found herself at a loss, unsure whether to continue cooking or to cease her actions entirely. Having grown up in close proximity to her neighbors, the two families were quite familiar with one another. Yet, encountering Uncle Lee in the midst of her culinary endeavors evoked an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Are you cooking? Li Xuanguang asked kindly, offering her a warm smile as he slipped into his slippers, draped in a night watchman's coat. With wisps of hair at his temples and a faint stubble adorning his chin, he bore a remarkably rugged visage, embodying the essence of a weathered elder. You see, I told you she would be here, remarked Lu Nanfeng, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Father, you are speaking ill of me again," Lu Yaoyao retorted, a mixture of embarrassment and indignation in her voice. "Why did you finish work so early today?" "There wasn't much to do at the office, so I decided to leave early," Lu Nanfeng replied. "Since we rarely gather, shall we indulge in a fine meal at a restaurant?" "Oh, that is unnecessary. I've already prepared half of it," she replied. "Then let us save it for another day. Today, let me savor Yao Yao's culinary skills," Li Xuanguang chimed in, a smile gracing his face, for such opportunities were indeed rare, and he felt fortunate to bask in the glow of Xiaoyou's presence. "Uncle Li," Li Xuanguang chuckled lightly, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Where is Xiaoyu? Is he not here?" "I'm not sure. He might have gone out to play," came the response. "It's quite unreasonable for him to go out while leaving you behind to cook for him." As he ambled toward the interior, he cast a glance toward Jiang Yu's room. Just then, a sound of the door lock turning echoed in the air. With a creak, it swung open, only to be slammed shut with a resounding thud. Jiang Yu entered, his clothes tattered, streaks of blood marring his skin, and his hair a chaotic mess. "Where's the food? I'm starving," he exclaimed. "What delicious dish has Yao Yao prepared for me today? Let me have a look." "In a good mood today, I bought your favorite lollipops," she replied. "You wouldn't believe it. I had to dodge that big wolf dog all the way back, and it nearly bit me. Why are you sending me so many messages? Do you miss me, chattering incessantly? I've just taken off my coat." Jiang Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the room. He lifted his gaze, and their eyes locked. "Jiang You." The girl's face gradually flushed a deep crimson, her eyes ablaze with a fury that seemed capable of incinerating him. Chapter 21. "I opened a back door for you. I was chased by a dog, running wildly, somewhat disoriented," Jiang Yu murmured. At the dining table, for individuals were gathered. Lu Nanfeng wore a stoic expression, while Lu Yaoyao appeared calm on the surface, though her eyes occasionally shot daggers at him. Li Xuanguang felt helpless and had the urge to punch someone. This unfortunate child truly was a source of concern. All right. It's rare for us to gather for a meal today. Let's refrain from uttering any disheartening words. Fighting? Well, which young person hasn't he engaged in a brawl? If one hasn't he fought, can they truly be considered young? Lu Nanfeng spoke, acknowledging the competitive spirit that arises in pursuit of the admiration of a favored maiden. "What was the name of that girl again? I remember her in a little dress. I witnessed you walking alongside her." "Yu Zhou'er," Lu Yaoyao quietly interjected, lowering her head to focus on her meal. "Yes, that was indeed her name. The young lady was quite charming, delicate and fair, with a graceful figure. If I had encountered such a girl in my youth, I would have gladly endured any injuries for her sake." "Uncle Lu, are you even speaking coherently?" Jiang Yu felt a wave of unease wash over him. Before he could elaborate, Uncle Lu raised his glass. "Come, let us toast. Here's to your success." "What are you still dawdling for? Raise a glass to your Uncle Lu," Li Xuanguang jested. It was indeed the three heroes battling Jiang Yu. He felt a tingling sensation in his teeth and lifted his glass. "Uncle Lu, I toast to you." After downing the drink, Lu Nanfeng's mood brightened slightly as he observed his daughter's sullen face. "I'll have you know, young man, to stop showing off every day. Come, Uncle Lu, enjoy some dishes. You spend your days outdoors, rarely having the chance to savor the dishes prepared by Yao Yao herself." "Ah, Yao Yao, do you often cook at home?" "You must do so frequently, for how else could your culinary skills be so remarkable?" "She hardly cooks at all." Lu Nanfeng's expression suddenly darkened. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that Lu Yaoyao had seldom prepared meals at home. When Li Xuanguang asked her to take care of Jiang Yu, she eagerly rushed over, diligently catering to that rascal day after day. Thinking of this, Lu Nanfeng felt the muscles on his forehead twitching ominously. After a meal filled with sharp exchanges, hidden tensions, and the slightest misstep leading to irreparable consequences, Jiang Yu sighed in relief as he sent the scowling Uncle Lu and the blushing Yao Yao on their way. "Uncle Li, would you like a drink?" he inquired, opening the refrigerator. "No, thank you," Li Xuanguang replied, pausing briefly. "Have you awakened your abilities?" "What?" Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. "What do you mean by awakening abilities?" "I've been a night patrolman for 20 years. Li Xuanguang stated calmly. "Uncle Li." Jiang Yu turned away with a wry smile. "When did you awaken?" "About half a month ago." "And how did that happen? Are you interrogating me like a criminal?" Jiang Yu chuckled helplessly. Li Xuanguang was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as well. "No need to be so anxious. Come sit down. As for how I awakened, I'm not entirely sure. It just happened suddenly." "Naturally awakened then?" Li Xuanguang instinctively reached for a cigarette, but thought better of it, retracting his hand. Such occurrences were rare, though there were always a few each year. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Jiang You silently uttered a word in his heart. Li Sun Guang scrutinized him, causing Jiang You to feel a creeping unease. Uncle Li? He could not help but inquire. I am observing your condition, Li Sun Guang replied, his eyes shimmering faintly. Is he activating his ability? Jiang Yu felt uncertain, as he was not fully aware of Uncle Li's extraordinary powers. After a brief moment, Li Sun Guang's gaze returned to normal, and he lazily reclined back onto the sofa. After a few seconds of silence, Uncle Li spoke. This year, those identified with extraordinary potential will be subjected to mandatory martial examinations, provided their willpower is not so deficient as to be unacceptable. Yao mentioned it to me. Jiang Yu nodded. What are your thoughts on it? What thoughts? Li Sun Guang continued. The Night Patrol Bureau has faced mounting pressure in recent years, with casualties steadily rising. I could facilitate a backdoor for you, allowing you to bypass the martial examination and subsequently take the regular college entrance examination. Good heavens! Is it permissible to speak of such privileges? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Li Sun Guang, calmly toying with his cigarette, remarked, Aren't you fond of drawing comics? You may choose any university you desire. If you wish to enter the art department, that is agreeable, and other majors are also within reach. Wow, Jiang Yu's expression shifted. Is Uncle Li really that influential? What position in the Night Patrol Bureau allows one to make such assertions? Could I graduate without attending school? He then asked. Bang! In the next moment, he received a sharp rap on the head. Go to the Winter Academy. The academic atmosphere there is quite pleasant, Uncle Li suggested. No, thank you. Jiang Yu rubbed his head. What? Are you considering transferring to another institution? I still wish to attempt becoming extraordinary. Jiang Yudao insisted. No, you must listen to me. If you do not comply, Uncle Li, I shall report you to the Night Patrol Bureau, Jiang Yu stated candidly. Li Xuangui's forehead gradually bore a question mark. You want me to offer you a backdoor, and then you will report me? How filial of you, little you. I am not jesting. The extraordinary realm is far more perilous than you can imagine. Focus on your studies. There are matters I can manage. Uncle Li, I am earnest as well. Jiang Yu sighed. Danger lurks everywhere. Moreover, you cannot protect me for a lifetime, can you? After a prolonged silence, Li Xiangui nodded gently. Very well. I shall observe whether you truly comprehend this and whether you may later regret it. In any case, prior to your third year, should you wish to reconsider, you may always come to me. Indeed. Today, Jiang Yu came to understand Uncle Li's capabilities, though he remained uncertain whether it was genuine or merely grandiloquent. He hesitated. Uncle Li, perhaps exercise a modicum of restraint. What if you enter? Begone. Li Xingui chided with a laugh, then rose to his feet. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait. Yes? Uncle Li, I perused the materials that Yao provided me last time. It stated that an extraordinary individual must exhaust their power prior to death to prevent contamination and transformation into an aberration. Is there a possibility that a person could be deceased and have exhausted their power, yet still transform into an aberration? Li Xiangui furrowed his brow slightly, pondering before nodding. Of course, extraordinary abilities, or the interference of external forces, may indeed give rise to the circumstances you described. Oh, understood. What prompts your inquiry? It's merely a matter of curiosity. Choosing the martial arts examination, one will inevitably encounter such matters eventually. Li Xuanguang strode towards the door, urging, get some rest, and refrain from fighting outside. All right, Jiang Yu responded repeatedly. By the way, I forgot to mention, this year's martial arts examination has been moved forward. It will commence shortly after the new year, so be prepared. As Li Xuanguang departed, Jiang Yu fell into contemplation. The alteration of the examination schedule bore little consequence for him. He held no faith that his abilities would prevent him from gaining admission to reputable universities. The crux lay in the situation described by Uncle Li. The deceased night patrolman. Was he endowed with extraordinary powers, or was there an external influence at play? The individual had already been taken away by the night patrolman. No matter how unique his abilities, it seemed implausible for him to have escaped as a different entity. His Adam's apple bobbed as fleeting images of the other's nonchalance in the face of death, along with the ethereal form, flickered through his mind. Perhaps there existed the possibility that he had misjudged? Could it truly be so? Chapter 22. New video upload. The vlogger you follow has uploaded a new video. Li Xiaoti's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly clicked to watch it. Just a few days prior, you had been riding high on the trending charts with his video on hunting exotic creatures. Subsequently, Several other vloggers released expose videos that catapulted the controversy to unprecedented heights. Public opinion gradually shifted from viewing him as a handsome assassin and formidable hunter to seeing him as a mere clown, a purveyor of deception. Upon perusing the comments section of his sole video, it became apparent that the prevailing sentiment was overwhelmingly negative. What a farce. The Night Watchman engages in real combat with exotic creatures, while you resort to editing for attention. I can already foresee that this individual will soon resort to merchandise promotions and PK challenges. It's truly revolting. The video amassed an impressive 2.1 million likes, with 200,000 comments and a plethora of shares and saves. This single video propelled Jiang Yu's follower count beyond 1 million, but alas, following the expose incident, it plummeted to 600,000 in merely 2 to 3 days. The rise was swift, but the fall was swifter. Initially, Li Xiaodi exchanged barbs with the detractors, but her solitary efforts proved insufficient against the collective onslaught. Even she began to waver. Could it be true that Yu was indeed a charlatan? If not, why had there been no clarifying video for several days? Today, by instinct, Li Xiaodi opened Douyin and happened upon a notification of an update. He has released a video. What could the content of this latest offering entail? Suddenly, Li Xiaodi felt a moment of hesitation. She feared that upon clicking the video, it would reveal an apology video, shattering her hopes entirely. Surely, it could not be mere sensationalism. Torn between curiosity and apprehension, she ultimately succumbed and pressed play. If one does not hunt, one shall perish. The resonant voice enveloped her ears, dispelling her initial fears. This was not an apology video. Moreover, the opening was intriguingly captivating. The camera appeared to be affixed to Yu, who was seated atop a high-rise building. This time, the background was not obscured. As the camera tilted downward, a breathtaking abyss came into view. Fortunately, the phone's camera offered a limited perspective within the shadows. Otherwise, this angle might have been excessively exhilarating. The lens gradually descended, revealing Yu gazing downwards. Was this fellow truly contemplating a leap? In the next moment, to her astonishment, he did indeed leap. From the 30th floor of a dilapidated building, he plunged downwards. Surely, he would be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. She was utterly engrossed. The first-person perspective was so immersive that it felt as though she were experiencing it herself. Then, Li Xiaodi's eyes widened in disbelief. The sounds of footsteps echoed as Yu began to sprint across the structure. Suddenly, with a powerful thrust, he leapt forward, propelling himself rapidly ahead. It was crucial to note that he was at least 30 meters away from the adjacent building. Could he possibly leap such a distance? The answer was no. Just as the forward momentum began to wane, the scene shifted unexpectedly. As the camera shifts, the perspective transitions to the adjacent towering building, capturing Yu in his entirety. His body forms a T shape, reminiscent of a bird spreading its wings, gliding gracefully through the air. After advancing several meters, his gliding speed diminishes. With a swift flick of his right hand, a dark shadowy thread shoots forth, striking the edge of the building. With a powerful tug, he propels himself upward. Over a distance of 30 to 40 meters, he successfully traverses the gap with an array of techniques. Impressive, Li Xiaodi exclaims in astonishment, realizing that this shadowy thread is a newfound ability acquired from the recent hunt of a spider. She drags the progress bar back to rewatch the scene, replaying it multiple times without detecting any flaws. There are absolutely no traces of special effects. Is this the essence of an extraordinary being? She pumps her delicate fists, her excitement growing ever more palpable. The footage continues to unfold, and amidst constant movement, Jiang You halts. Before him lies a colossal creature, a predator of inferior lineage, belonging to the bloodline, classified as a first-tier entity. Yu whispers an explanation, and without warning, he plunges into the shadows to attack. The ensuing struggle is captured on camera, revealing the creature's festering wounds and oozing blood, which despite a layer of pixelation, evokes a sense of discomfort. The monster's eyes blaze crimson, its sharp fangs still enmeshed with remnants of flesh. The sheer size of its massive paw, with claws that must measure 30 to 40 centimeters, instills a profound sense of dread. A single strike could easily prove fatal. The overwhelming presence is staggering, a stark contrast to the previous battle with the giant spider, which lasted an arduous hour. Taking brief pauses amidst extensive video editing has led to the emergence of undeniable evidence. The current scenario is markedly different. The camera has zoomed in, revealing every detail with clarity. Should any deceit be present, the cost of special effects would be exorbitant. Numerous times, alien claws have pierced the body of you, and Li Xiaodi anticipated that he would lose his combat effectiveness. However, to her astonishment, he merely gasped for breath, rose, and resumed the battle. Shadow tendrils shot forth, piercing through structures to swiftly reposition. They burrowed into the alien entity, drawing closer with each moment. Employing agility, he engaged in a relentless struggle. Visibly, the alien's speed diminished, and as you delivered a heavy blow to its head, the massive creature, akin to a sedan, swayed precariously before collapsing to the ground. The dark figure stealthily approached the fallen body. With a soft squelch, his hand plunged into the heart. Threads began to emerge from you, enveloping the alien within seconds. Under the relentless devouring, the alien's form shrank until it was entirely consumed. The dark tendrils flowed back toward him like receding tides, entwining around his arm. The shadowy waves undulated, with the blackened carapace resonating with glimmers of silver, as if heralding the birth of something terrifying. Had he acquired a new ability? Li Xiaodi felt a surge of anticipation. But wait. Caution. She focused on the rear of you, where a more robust arm clung to the building, dragging its body upward until it fully emerged before the lens. Yet another predator. And you appeared blissfully unaware. In an instant, the predator sprang into action. The fierce energy surged forth as if it could penetrate the very screen. Li Xiaodi finally comprehended the reason behind the moniker predator. This creature was a born hunter, an apex predator. Suddenly, the footage came to an abrupt halt. Infuriating, Li Xiaodi felt a deep resentment, for though she was merely watching a video, her own body was drenched in sweat. She scrolled through the comments section, where a chorus of admiration resounded. Yet one particular comment ignited her fury. That authentic account had commented almost immediately, and it was among the most upvoted. The video has concluded. Everyone awaits my next definitive proof. More proof? I am determined to see what other absurdities you can conjure. Chapter 23. Putting on a show. Relentlessly, what more could be struck from this old wall lamp? Jiang You had also noticed this comment. He chose not to respond, pretending to be oblivious. This predator possessed strength far exceeding that of the ghostly specter and the shadow-weaving spider. Even in a severely weakened state, Jiang You had expended considerable effort to subdue it. Despite appearing unfazed after taking a claw strike in the video, he relied entirely on his shadow form to avoid fatal injuries. If the hunter had truly pierced his heart, he would not have perished. Rather, his health bar would have plummeted drastically. With the combined assault of shadow strike and marked pursuit, after a single hit, his health dwindled to 30. Jiang You was utterly dumbfounded. Earlier, he had unleashed a combination attack that nearly cost the specter, presumably Lin Mo, half of its life. Yet this foe had only suffered a mere 10 decline. Frustration washed over him, rendering him momentarily numb. What could he do now, with only 30 health remaining? Gritting his teeth, he decided to take a gamble. In the heat of battle, Jiang You felt a renewed wave of dread. It was unbearably tough. His fist struck with the force of iron against a wall. In stark contrast, the opponent's massive claws grazed him, causing a significant portion of his health to vanish. Had it not been for the predator's own dwindling health, he would have fled in terror. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant creature would possess such resilience and high damage output. After a grueling struggle, in a state of severe injury, he finally succeeded in slaying the predator. Jiang You even harbored doubts. Had its health been 10 higher, he might very well have been the one lying lifeless. Ding! The blogger you followed, Old Wall Lamp, has released a new video. Well, that was impressively swift. Jiang You was intrigued and subsequently clicked in. There was an abundance of exotic monkey coins, and the so-called extraordinary was spouting nonsense daily. Hello everyone, I am the authentic one. After the familiar introduction, a bald figure resembling a marinated egg appeared in the video. You are watching the video. The hunter, a first-tier upper rank? He remarked, sounding quite convincing. However, upon closer inspection, he enlarged the video, pausing it just before the battle commenced. Wounds, bloodstains, a shattered right leg. To claim it was a first-tier upper rank while being so grievously injured raises questions about whether it even qualifies as a first-tier mid-rank. One cannot choose one's targets so carelessly. Why not select an exotic creature that is barely clinging to life? That would be far more convenient. Just a few punches, and it would be over. Furthermore, I wonder if anyone has noticed that while the individual in the video is indeed handsome, his skills appear utterly unrefined, resembling a haphazard street fighter rather than someone trained. A seasoned extraordinary fighter would never engage in such reckless behavior. It must be said that while the blogger, the authentic one, is indeed infuriating, his criticisms are undeniably valid. The hunter is indeed in a dire state. Otherwise, Jiang You would not have chosen it as his target. As for combat experience, it's absurd. Jiang You has only been through 3 battles at most. What experience could he possibly possess? He merely dodged or countered the incoming attacks, employing whatever tactics came to mind, rolling like a donkey, squatting like a monkey, throwing wild punches. Whatever works, he utilized, beneath the guise of power to an untrained eye. It may appear dazzling, yet, to the discerning, much of it is merely excessive movement that wastes energy. Even after reflecting on the battles, Jiang You is able to discern various issues concerning his own existence. Enveloped in shadows, he dares not face the world. The implications are all too clear. It is improbable that officials would resort to such sensationalism. I suspect this is merely a novice, having recently stepped into the realm of the extraordinary, leveraging diverse tactics to garner attention. TSK. Upon perusing the comments section, one notices that the initial entries are filled with denunciations of Didao, while the newly added remarks cast doubt on his incriminating video. Clearly, the power displayed by Jiang You in this installment is palpably authentic, and the assertions made in the incriminating video hold merit, yet the impact pales in comparison to the previous episode. After all, the account titled You is characterized as the solitary assassin with amnesia. Given his memory loss and the account's growth-oriented nature, how can one be so certain of his current weakness? Is it not possible that it is merely a fade? Didao is taking a gamble, wagering that You is nothing but a simple jester, devoid of any genuine prowess. Should he fully capitalize on this wave of attention, he could potentially reap substantial rewards. In truth, others might also take a chance, as the suspicions surrounding the 2 videos are numerous. It is no easy feat to feign strength. Weakness is weakness, and strength is strength. One cannot simply spend 2 or 3 years cultivating an account, only to achieve a little bit of growth. Either one must demonstrate rapid progress in each video, soaring to remarkable heights within a few months, thereby striking a resounding blow to my assumptions, or eventually reveal their true colors, leading to a definitive exposure of their deception. Observing the steadily rising follower count, Didao feels a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It is time to seize the moment and produce a promotional video featuring Buddha jumps over the wall or fried sauce noodles. Gently caressing the small notebook belonging to the external personnel on the table, he let out a soft chuckle. Night Patrol external, it sounded grand. Yet the actual difficulty of joining was quite low. When he first entered the shadow layer, he nearly frightened himself into a state of panic. Since then, he had no intention of delving into such matters again, opting instead to become a store review blogger. Initially, the response was quite favorable, but recently, his reputation had suffered, and his career encountered a bottleneck. Unexpectedly, due to the act of criticizing others, he found himself experiencing a resurgence in his career. He hummed a little tune, feeling quite pleased with himself. Jiang You did not dwell on this matter. In comparison, enhancing his strength was far more crucial. He opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang You attribute, Shadow points. 32 class, Stalker Hunter Stalker, Shadow Devourer, Shadow Eye, Shadow Thread, Shadow Form, Shadow Claw Form, Shadow Walk Hunter. Mark and pursue remaining lifespan, 12 days. Evaluation, appears formidable, yet in truth, you are quite weak. Jiang You raised a middle finger at it. After 3 hunts, his strength had transformed remarkably. Even a multitude of Lu Yaoyao would no longer pose a challenge. As for Uncle Li, who was frail and weak, Jiang You was confident he could defeat 50 of him with a single punch. The hunter was a first-tier superior being. Upon successful hunting, Jiang Yu's lifespan increased by nearly 10 days. Now, he had a good chance of surviving until this year's spring festival. The Shadow Claw Form and Shadow Walk were rewards from this hunt. With these 2 abilities, he finally possessed a semblance of the formidable essence of an assassin. Shadow points served both as an energy gauge and as experience points for leveling up. Like Spider-Man shooting out webs, consuming around 3 points. Entering the Shadow Realm requires the expenditure of 1 Shadow point, while exiting incurs no cost. In Shadow form, there is no consumption within the Shadow Realm. But in the present world, it is situational. Standing under the blazing sun, consumption is calculated by the second, whereas hiding in the shadows slows it significantly. Clenching his fist, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within his body and exhaled deeply, with a staggering 32 shadow points. He could distinctly sense the flow of power within him and utilize it to a preliminary extent. Jiang You spread his palm, a fluid as dark as ink materializing. At times, it formed the character for person, and at others, the character for one. He hesitated. The aptitude assessment after the commencement of school would unveil a sliver of the extraordinary realm to the students. Those possessing extraordinary talents could initiate the awakening of their abilities, roughly equivalent to the strength he exhibited when his shadow points reached 13. Even if Jiang You did not grow stronger before the official assessment, his displayed prowess would already be astonishing. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Being overly ostentatious invites covetous gazes from various quarters. Therefore, humility? Not for me. I shall flaunt it boldly. Jiang You pondered. My uncle is a high-ranking member of the Night Watch. What do I have to fear? The thrill of boasting is irresistible. In this life, I revel in ostentation. Flaunt it fiercely. Chapter 24. The Mall, encountering the extraordinary the women. Oh, how terrifying they are. Observing the exuberant young girl meandering through the store, Jiang You could not help but exclaim. Initially intending to procure goods for the new year, they found themselves endlessly browsing clothing instead. Lu Yuqi concurred from the side. Feng Xiaoxiao and Lu Yaoyao, along with the two men, had agreed to embark on this shopping expedition together for the festive season. As half the day elapsed, despite possessing a robust constitution, Jiang You felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his back and waist aching. The crux of the matter was that merely browsing without purchasing anything meant they could not hasten their return home. Lu Yuqi silently lamented. If I continue to squander my life like this, I shan't last much longer. Jiang You sighed in response. Do not jest during the new year, Lu Yuqi admonished. It is inauspicious. Brother, is there a possibility that I am not jesting? Jiang You sighed again. To not hunt is to welcome death. Is this ability something that an ordinary person could awaken? Come, it is time for lunch. The two young women approached once more, their hands empty. Finally, the torment has concluded. Jiang You felt as though he had been granted a royal pardon. What shall we eat? Xiao, it seems a new salad shop has opened recently. How about we try that? We have accompanied you on your shopping spree all morning, and you suggest we eat salad? Do you expect the horse to gallop while only feeding it grass? I refuse. A moment passed, sitting in their seats. As she glanced at the menu brought over by the server, Lu Yaoyao's earlobes flushed with a hint of crimson, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Jiang You, is this what you call a place perfectly suited for students? Above the menu, garlic oysters, steamed oysters, grilled leeks, black-bone chicken soup. Recently, I have often found myself embroiled in conflicts, my vitality waning, necessitating a restorative meal. Jiang You, with utmost seriousness, addressed the waiter, ordering toast, soy sauce fried rice, egg drop soup, and this, and this. Quite well. Jiang Yu's choices were rather conventional. Lu Yaoyao let out a soft hum of disapproval. In the next moment, Jiang Yu closed the menu, dismissing all previous orders, insisting on a substantial serving of oysters, demanding only the freshest. Jiang Yu, I have developed quite an appetite lately. Jiang Yu flashed a grin. Do you truly believe that was my intent? Fear not, should you find yourself unable to finish. We can simply take the remainder home to savor at leisure. Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao sat nearby, trembling in silence, too intimidated to interject. After a while, the dishes arrived in full. Come, Yaoyao, let us eat. He picked up an oyster with his chopsticks and offered it to Lu Yaoyao's lips. She instinctively prepared to open her mouth, only to quickly close it again. You foolish creature, do you think we are at home? Step aside, I can feed myself. Lu Yaoyao shot him a glare. The girl still knew a hint of modesty. Jiang Yu no longer held back, diving into his meal with fervor. Lu Yaoyao glared at him once more before also beginning to eat. After a while, she spoke up. Did you all receive the notification from school this morning? We did. Lu Yuqiang and Feng Xiaoxiao replied, their faces betraying a hint of melancholy at the mention. This morning, the school issued a notice. The martial arts examination has been advanced, commencing in batches on February 17th, with an expected completion by February 20th. The specialized training camp will officially open on February 25th. The schedule for the martial arts examination has also been moved forward, though the specific date remains unannounced. Most students are unfamiliar with the concept of the extraordinary. Rather than the conventional academic disciplines, they yearn to engage with and master this enigmatic power. The desire to break free from the constraints of the physical body is an inherent biological instinct. This year's martial arts examination is hastily arranged. With preparations commencing immediately after the Spring Festival, accompanied by a policy of mandatory martial arts examination. The entire process appears remarkably condensed. And regardless of their future aspirations in the martial arts field, most students cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. Alas, Lu Yuqiang let out a long sigh. Among the four, he was the least inclined to participate in the martial arts examination and held no interest in the extraordinary. Jiang You patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not worry, your qualifications will undoubtedly fail the selection." "I appreciate that." Lu Yuqiang managed a weak smile. At the age of 7, he had an unexpected encounter with a peculiar spirit. By the time he vanquished the entity, it was already too late, and he developed a condition from that moment onward. Generally, he fared well, but with even a slight increase in physical exertion, he often succumbed to fainting spells, with the most severe instances resulting in cardiac arrest. Setting aside his physical ailments, the psychological trauma was exceedingly profound. He consulted with a psychologist several times, and Uncle Li even procured some special items from the office for his treatment, ultimately leading to a fragile recovery. Lu Yuqiang had no inclination to engage with these supernatural beings in the future. All he desired was to live out the remainder of his life in peace and stability. It must be said that there exists a certain tendency towards escapism and a head-in-the-sand mentality. If Jiang You were to be bullied, his sole desire would be to grow stronger swiftly. The bullying inflicted upon Nai Nai has reached the esteemed Jiang, and our AU cannot swallow such humiliation. He must reclaim his honor. Yet, it is undeniable that individuals differ. Were one to truly experience the tribulations that Lu Yuqiang faced, many would likely make the same choices as he did. A test of willpower and aptitude. Jiang You clicked his tongue. "Well, let us raise a toast." The clinking of glasses resonated with a crisp and delightful sound. After downing 2 glasses of Sprite, Xiao Chang appeared much revitalized. "Jiang You, are you considering the martial arts examination?" he inquired. "Well, I'll have to assess the situation," Jiang You replied with a smile. "Do you understand my meaning?" Lu Yaoyao stood momentarily frozen as her friend cast her a glance. Biting her lip, she hastily resumed her meal. "I just remembered," Lu Yuqiang nodded. "You wish to see where the campus beauty Yuzhouer goes. You mentioned her long legs, so fair and—" Lu Yaoyao's eating motion came to a halt. "Shut up," Jiang You said, veins throbbing on his forehead as he forcefully stuffed an oyster into Lu's mouth, immediately sensing a wave of hostility emanating from the front. "Old Lu, perhaps you should rename yourself Old Six. What martial arts examination? I doubt you could even pass the willpower test," Lu Yaoyao retorted with a mocking smile. This time, Jiang You was the one frantically devouring his food. The extraordinary and the anomalous remained perennial topics of discussion at the dining table. Had he not awakened those 2 realms, he truly could not ascertain what path he would have taken. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed through the mall, startling the 4 individuals. It was the shrill sound of a pollution detector, a sign that an aberration had infiltrated the premises. Lu Yaoyao was the first to react, her expression shifting dramatically. She had heard that sound countless times while playing it on her computer at home, but never had she imagined encountering it in reality. An aberration, regardless of its strength. The presence of any aberration within a crowd of ordinary people could lead to a massacre. She sprang to her feet, casting her gaze outside the window. Beyond the glass, the corridor of the mall unfolded, where men and women initially stood bewildered. Soon, they turned their heads in unison, and upon seeing something unknown, their faces contorted with fear. A few individuals, unable to maintain their balance, collapsed onto the ground, while many others hastily quickened their pace before ultimately fleeing in panic. "Fools! Don't bother with your bags. Run for your lives," Jiang You exclaimed, slapping Lu Yuqiang on the back as he hesitated to grab his belongings. "You should be running." With urgency, the 4 rushed through the restaurant and into the throng of frightened patrons. In the distance, they spotted a towering figure, half of its form protruding from a crevice. It appeared ethereal, like a specter, wielding 2 enormous blades that glimmered ominously, their sharpness evident. An old acquaintance, a Piao. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened, instinctively tensing his arm. "What are you still doing here? Run," Lu Yaoyao urged him, pulling him along. It's coming." She exchanged a deep glance with him, estimating that it would take some time before the entity fully emerged. Chapter 25. The hunt begins, damn it. Can those in front move any faster? Are they just learning to walk? Hurry up and run. Monsters. There are monsters behind us. Why are there monsters? Why are there monsters here? Do not push. Do not push. The cacophony of cries, curses, and screams intertwined, as everyone in the mall fled in a state of utter chaos. This is impossible. Lu Yaoyao's face turned pale as she couldn't help but glance back. The mall was supposed to have protective measures. How could an aberration breach its defenses? But it was too late for such thoughts. They needed to escape. Jiang You glanced back intermittently. The ghost had just emerged from the fissure, looking somewhat dazed. It appeared that this apparition was considerably less intelligent than the one encountered previously. A vacuum zone had formed around it, with no one within a radius of several meters. Yet, Jiang You understood that this ghost had expended a significant amount of time in its emergence. Once it regained its composure, a human would stand no chance of escape from its speed. Quickly, we can descend just ahead. Boom. At that moment, the entire floor thundered as it began to collapse, creating a sense of impending doom. It's going to cave in. Hold on to something nearby. Don't shove, don't shove. It's collapsing. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the floor gave a resounding crash and plummeted. In that instant, darkness enveloped them, as all light was nearly engulfed. The crowd was divided. Visibility reduced to mere meters. Be careful. Jiang You, quick of eye and swift of hand, managed to grasp 3 individuals at once. However, with only 2 hands, he could not hold on to all 3, causing them to tumble down. He could only barely prevent them from being scattered by the throng. What transpired? The fall did not inflict pain, but the sudden dimming of the light sent a jolt of fear through Jiang Yu's heart. A familiar and comforting sensation enveloped him. As energy surged into his body from the air around him, his limbs felt somewhat cold. Indeed, a portion of the shopping mall's floors had been drawn into the shadow realm. This is absurd. Ah, my leg. Whoa. Dad, I'm so scared. Do not fear, for the night watchers are nearby. They will come. If they were still in the present world, the night watchers would surely arrive swiftly. However, the pressing issue was that they were not in the present world. Jiang You remained silent, casting a glance around. In the shadow realm, subways and vehicles could not operate. Even riding a motorcycle would take time to traverse. Any noise made along the way could attract other entities. Who knows how many lives would be lost by the time help arrived. The situation was dire for everyone involved. Is everyone all right? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Huff. Lu Yuqiang, still shaken, panted heavily, his face contorted in pain. My leg. It hurts. Could it not hurt? A large boulder lay upon his leg. Truly, this boy was unfortunate. Hold on, Jiang Yu said, rolling up his sleeves, his muscles tensing as he lifted the stone and cast it aside. Hiss. Lu Yuqiang was drenched in sweat, the movement aggravating his wound even more. His left leg hung at an odd angle, bent outwards. The blood level was displayed as 60, indicating a considerable injury. It hurt so much, he gasped for breath. Painkillers, to be chewed directly. Lu Yaoyao rummaged through her bag and retrieved a small vial, pouring out 2 pills and offering them to him. He chewed them with a crunch, and Lu Yuqiang's complexion quickly improved somewhat. Why has it suddenly turned dark? He inquired with great difficulty. We are in peril this time, Lu Yaoyao sighed. Subsequently, she tapped and swiped at her wristwatch, which began to emit a faint glow, not particularly conspicuous. All that remained was to await rescue. Monsters! The cry rang out from the crowd, followed by the ground shaking as a second collapse occurred. Everyone, be careful! Lu Yaoyao managed to shout just before she fell to the ground with a thud, her body aching and numb after the impact. Xiao Xiao, Lu Yuqiang, Jiang You. She strained to rise. I'm here, Feng Xiao Xiao replied weakly. Where are you? I can't see clearly. Lu Yuqiang's voice reached her ears. Jiang You. Jiang You? Lu Yaoyao called out anxiously. Jiang You? Lu Yuqiang also looked around. By locating the voices, the 3 soon gathered together. Then they realized. Where is Jiang You? What is happening here? Li Xiaodi was on the verge of breaking down, having clashed with the tunnel and spoken disrespectfully. She was reported and had her account suspended for 3 days. Furious, she had arranged to go shopping with her best friend. While enjoying her lunch, a sudden wail of sirens echoed throughout the mall, leaving her momentarily dazed. She heard a frantic voice shout, exotic species, in the mall. In a panic, she and her best friend dashed out of the restaurant, only to find the floor beneath them crumbling with a thunderous crash. As they scrambled to their feet, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting past, followed by the sickening sound of a blade piercing flesh and a heart-wrenching scream not far away. What was happening? In the depths of the shadows, the ordinary person's vision was nearly blinded, and the unknown terror only heightened her disarray. Instinctively, she attempted to flee, but her legs felt as weak as noodles. collapsing beneath her. Then came the second collapse. It hurts. Her pelvis seemed to twist awkwardly, and her ankle throbbed with pain. The sharp sting ignited an urge to cry, but it also sparked a flicker of strength, allowing her to rise and attempt to run. Li Xiaodi limped, tears brimming in her eyes. Suddenly, her foot slipped. What was that? Instinctively, she looked down to find a pool of dark red liquid. Paint. A strange impulse compelled her to reach out. No. A wave of metallic scent assaulted her senses. What paint? This was blood. Fresh blood. Her legs buckled, nearly sending her sprawling into the crimson puddle. The oppressive aura of death tightened around her, and fear made her body quiver slightly. Her pristine white dress was torn, revealing her milk-white, delicate skin. The once adorable little skirt was now soiled with dust, her hair disheveled, and she bore an enchanting beauty reminiscent of a fleeing princess in a tale of terror. She disregarded everything else, instinctively rushing towards the crowd. As she stepped over countless corpses, the little reason left within Li Xiaodi was further ravaged. Hiss hiss. Just as she was running, an insect-like sound echoed in her ears. What was that? Her breath faltered for a moment, and her heart seemed to freeze. Something was approaching. No. Don't come any closer. An inexplicable surge of strength propelled her forward, and her vision appeared to clear slightly. 1 step, 2 steps. Thud. A corpse lay across her path, and she stumbled, tumbling forward. Rolling twice, Li Xiaodi dizzily lifted her head, her heart sinking. It was over, a dead end. Hiss. She turned in terror. A shadowy figure drifted closer. It was an aberration. The figure moved with remarkable speed, like a fleeting shadow, raising a large blade to strike down upon her. I'm done for. The girl's mind went blank, and she sat there in a daze, closing her eyes. Then came a soft thud. No. It doesn't hurt? She opened her eyes in bewilderment. Drip, drip. A silhouette stood protectively in front of her, gripping the blade tightly, blood cascading down. The tip of the blade was merely a few inches away from her. Slowly, the girl raised her head. In her line of sight, a figure faced her, their hazy profile indistinct. Li Xiaodi stared blankly as strands of darkness entwined around that figure, weaving a long garment imbued with an aura of enigma, until it completely concealed its visage. The darkness extended towards the arms, the epidermis roiling, as menacing barbs emerged. Subsequently, claws formed, sharp as blades, interlaced with shades of black and ink, glinting with a chilling light. Li Xiaodi's pupils gradually constricted. Jiang You turned his head, the claws slowly gathering force, the edges grinding against one another, emitting a spine-chilling clamor reminiscent of metal clashing. Ah Piao swung another blade, which clanged and rebounded, prompting the two to swiftly distance themselves. Sliding several meters beneath their feet, the shadows enveloped their bodies. Jiang Yu gazed intently at the figure before him, its arms covered in a hard, keratinous substance, fingers resembling the claws of an abyss. He brushed away non-existent dust from his attire and bent down. Below, the hunt commenced. Bang! The ground erupted with sound, and the figure vanished instantaneously, concealed by darkness. Chapter 26. The Hunt, Where is Everyone? The specter continuously surveyed its surroundings, yet failed to perceive anything amiss. On one hand, the limited visibility within the shadow realm hindered everyone's sight. On the other hand, Jiang You, in his shadow form, was indeed difficult to detect. Where had the person gone? Why had they vanished? For a full 10 seconds, the figure remained elusive, causing the specter to grow increasingly restless. At that moment, a shadowy line shot forth, accompanied by a hissing sound, piercing into the nape of the specter's neck. A tremendous force surged through, propelling its body uncontrollably backward. A claw emerged from the darkness, its sharp tip glinting with a cold sheen, capable of severing steel with merely a gentle application of pressure. The Shadow Claw, a lethal prize from the predator's hunt. The power of the Shadow Claw was terrifying, perfectly compensating for its lack of lethality while boasting remarkable agility. Before the specter could react, the claw had already plunged into its throat, tearing savagely. Blood splattered, painting Jiang Yu's face. Health, 9740. With that single strike, Jiang Yu inflicted the greatest damage he had ever achieved. Had it been more precise, with a touch more force, it might have decapitated the specter in one fell swoop, erasing it entirely. As he felt the warm spray of blood, Jiang Yu finally savored the thrill of the hunt, even experiencing a rush of emotion. After enduring so much torment, the hunter had finally risen to the occasion. Hiss! The specter let out a thunderous roar, thrashing wildly. Little creature, I shall send you to meet your maker. As Jiang You prepared to press the advantage, he was unexpectedly taken aback by the considerable strength of the creature, which slipped through his grasp like an elusive eel. No matter, there was ample time. He could afford to take it slow, damn it. Jiang Yu's expression gradually shifted to one of focus. Before him stood three aberrant beings, slender, gaunt, and towering, designated as numbers 1, 2, and 3. Excellent. Their collective vitality amounted to precisely 200, equivalent to 2 fully invigorated spirits. What nonsense. Health points were not merely a sum of numbers. In certain circumstances, such calculations might hold water, but in this instance Jiang Yu would much rather face 2 fully energized spirits than contend with 3 that were somewhat diminished. With 2 engaging him directly while the remaining 1 harassed from the periphery, Jiang Yu found himself unable to retaliate, left standing there to endure the onslaught. The hunter who had just risen was now likely to fall once more. You? Is that really you? Li Xiaoti's heart raced, instinctively prompting her to inquire. Presumably, yes. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, the blades of his claws clashing together, igniting sparks as the muscles of his body gradually coiled with tension. Little girl, your white silk is tattered. I hope you can send me a few intact ones privately when you return. I would not mind other colors either, of course, provided we both survive this encounter. Li Xiaoti was taken aback. This person was rather different from her expectations of Brother Yu. No sooner had she thought this than Jiang Yu surged forward. Hiss! The bloodied spirit emitted a shrill cry, seemingly warning that this adversary was not to be underestimated. 2 relatively healthier specters launched their assault on Jiang Yu from both sides. Just as the 2 parties were about to collide, an ethereal thread shot forth, consuming 3 points of shadow energy, striking the ceiling and propelling Jiang Yu's body upwards. Lacking sufficient combat experience, being airborne was a grave mistake. As the specter aimed to pursue, another shadow thread descended, landing squarely on specter number 1. Die! With an outstretched claw, Jiang Yu swung his arm in a wide arc, delivering a powerful blow to specter number 1. Health of number 1, 87. 80. Subsequently, he rolled to the side, evading the downward slash from specter number 3, and deftly grasped the blade, pulling it towards his chest and tearing with his right claw. Health of number 3, 73. 62. The old strength had waned, while the new had yet to awaken. Faced with the assault of specter number 2, Jiang Yu found himself unable to evade any longer. He endured a direct hit, a sharp pain radiating from his arm. But he quickly relied on his shadow form to stifle the agony. This strike had at least cost him over 20 of his health. With the high attack and agility of the specters, their offensive power was formidable. Without the element of surprise, dealing with a single specter was already challenging. Now facing 3 was life-threatening. He turned, his gaze icy, and unleashed another shadow thread. Come forth. Specter number 2 swiftly dodged the attack. Aware of its dwindling health, it had no intention of confronting Jiang Yu head-on. The little rascal still possessed some wit. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly once more. There was no time for further contemplation. 2 specters had already swung their blades toward him. He hastily raised his claws in defense. The authenticity of the statement cannot be denied. In terms of practical combat skills, Jiang Yu is indeed lacking. 2 disparate entities, wielding 4 blades, descended upon him with a resounding clang. His health points dwindled, occasionally reducing by 5, then 7. If the battle continued in this manner, dropping below 50 health would render his situation utterly hopeless. Jiang Yu evaded and withstood the blows, all the while remaining vigilant against the stealthy assaults from the second assailant lurking in the shadows. Sparks flew as he gritted his teeth. Hiss! The moment has come. Jiang Yu's gaze suddenly brightened. He disregarded the blade approaching from the side and charged directly at the second adversary. Marked. The prey you have marked will experience negative states such as palpitations and fear. Following the release of the second video, his notoriety spread, successfully extending the marking duration to 3 seconds. In other words, during this time frame, killing the target would result in a successful hunt. 3 seconds. What can one accomplish in such a fleeting moment? Just enough time to let out a brief sigh. Sufficient to allow an author to type out 60 characters. Enough to add this book to a shelf, bestow a 5-star rating, and watch an advertisement to support the author. And certainly enough time for Jiang Yu to pursue his target. With a piercing sound, he endured a strike, his health plummeting. Then, in the first second, Jiang Yu shot out a shadow thread, ensnaring the second adversary, utilizing the force of the attack to propel himself forward, arriving before his opponent. In the second, Amidst the bewildered gaze of the other, he raised his claws, aiming straight for the throat. Slice. Health points, 40-25. In the third second, both claws were unleashed in unison. 25-16. 16-7. The remaining sliver of vitality abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson hue. A flicker of red light ignited at its chest. The right claw pierced and grasped fiercely. A sharp cry echoed, seemingly aware of its impending doom. The specter emitted an excruciatingly shrill shriek. Execution. The response came in the form of icy words from Jiang You. In a mere 3 seconds, it was all over. The crimson in the specter's eyes gradually diminished until it vanished entirely, its body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chase assessment in progress. Hunt successful. This marks your inaugural triumph as a predator. You are beginning to comprehend the essence of the hunt and revel in the process. You can feel the formidable power surging from your heart, alongside the exhilarating release brought forth by bathing in your prey's blood. Faced with the onslaught of 3 formidable adversaries, your quick wit turned wounds into a fleeting chance for survival. It was a remarkable hunt. Success in the hunt has fortified your shadow form. Shadow Form 1. By employing this ability, the consumption of shadow points in the mortal realm is diminished, and within the shadow layer, you can constantly siphon shadow energy, replenishing your points while enhancing your healing speed. In this form, your aura of intimidation grows stronger, inducing a sense of dread in your prey, making them more susceptible to revealing their vulnerabilities. Your comprehension of hunting techniques has significantly intensified. Continue to hunt, for it shall render you even more powerful. In summary, the shadow form has evolved from a no-cost state within the shadow layer to one that autonomously replenishes energy and health, accompanied by the intimidation buff and double experience buff. With a sigh, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, and in an instant, Jiang You perceived this transformation. The scars, concealed beneath a cloak of shadows, rapidly mended under the nurturing embrace of the darkness. This sensation, his heart raced as his gaze shifted towards the 2 vigilant spirits. A faint smirk crept upon his lips as he flicked the blood from his sharp claws. Those 2 little wretches. Chapter 27. A distant fear. The successful execution of the hunt can enhance a certain attribute or strengthen a skill. In previous attempts, Jiang You had not encountered a suitable opportunity. After all, the pursuit could only last for a fleeting second, rendering it rather impractical. With his limited strength, facing formidable foes while meticulously timing the 1 second needed to strike was indeed a daunting task for Jiang You. Thus, he could only combine the marking and shadow strike techniques, startling his prey before launching a sudden attack, thereby achieving the vanishing of their health bar. Jiang You had long anticipated the successful use of the hunt. After defeating that predator and awakening the shadow claw ability, his excitement had only intensified. Had it not been for Lu Yaoyao insisting on dragging him out for a shopping excursion today, he would have certainly preferred to remain in the shadow realm for a few more days. Nevertheless, he did not expect that during this shopping trip, he would indeed succeed in his endeavor. The appearance of his enhanced shadow form had not changed significantly. It merely featured more intricate designs around the shoulders and cuffs. Additionally, the patterns on his clothing became more pronounced, reflecting the varying depths of shadow. He finally seemed to have shed the resemblance of a mere shadowy figure from a detective story. Truly, it was a moment that could evoke tears of admiration. The 2 otherworldly creatures, wary and hesitant, dared not approach. Little did they know, this was precisely to Jiang Yu's advantage. While the otherworldly beings possessed formidable regenerative abilities, they could not match the 1 increase in Jiang Yu's power at that moment. Given another 10 minutes, he would be fully restored. Just as Jiang Yu prepared to initiate another assault, a sudden burst of orange flames illuminated the distance. Was there light within the shadow realm? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. At that instant, the 2 aberrations, akin to wolf cubs sensing blood, had their gazes shift dramatically. They disregarded Jiang Yu entirely and turned their attention towards the rear. Approaching swiftly were 5 night watchers, the leader of whom raised his palm, firmly grasping a sphere of flame. Its brilliance was astonishingly radiant, yet inexplicably gentle, illuminating the marketplace within the shadowy realm as if it were midday. A stir of excitement coursed through Jiang You, igniting an impulsive desire to leap forward. However, he quickly suppressed this peculiar urge. Was it the power of the Night Watcher? He remained uncertain. Hiss! The 2 aberrations could no longer contain themselves, their eyes fixated solely on the flame, howling as they prepared to pounce. Then, with a resounding boom, it felt as if a powerful gust swept through, causing garments to flutter audibly. Instinctively, Jiang You shut his eyes, only to reopen them moments later. Before him, merely one aberration remained. What? He slowly formed a question mark. Then he observed the foremost night watcher once again raising his hand, seemingly targeting him. Allies. A wave of imminent danger surged forth, and Jiang You shouted instantly. The night watcher's action momentarily paused, then he redirected his attack, obliterating the remaining aberration. Goodness. One strike, one kill, such is the might of the night watchers? Jiang You felt a throbbing at his temples. Fortunately, he had previously gauged combat strength using Uncle Li and Lu Yaoyao as benchmarks, rather than foolishly comparing himself to Uncle Lu. The individual in question holds a legitimate martial position, reportedly at a senior level. It is said that with a mere gesture, he could eliminate 800 foes. The captain of the night watch appeared inclined to approach and inquire further, yet Jiang You refrained from revealing his intentions. Gentlemen, if you arrive any later, the battle will nearly be concluded. May I ask who you are? The captain of the night watch wore a serious expression, lacking any inclination for levity. I am you. Perhaps our paths shall cross again. He brought his index and middle fingers together, touching his temple in a gesture of respect. Subsequently, he leapt backwards and, under the watchful gaze of several individuals, gradually vanished from sight. Where did he go? The night watch members were taken aback. I recognize this you. He has recently gained considerable fame on short video platforms, likely possessing abilities from the Shadow Weaver branch, capable of traversing the shadows. His strength is not formidable, perhaps somewhere between the mid to upper echelons of the first tier. Shadow traversal? Song Qingyan, the captain of the night watch, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. I am wielding a torch. There is no shadow to be found here, and even if there were, to vanish before our very eyes amidst such a crowd, could that truly be achieved by someone of the first tier? Song Qingyan exchanged a glance with his team member. The latter's tone faltered slightly. It now appeared that he might be beyond the first tier. Enough chatter, let us expedite the rescue and evacuate everyone. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao's complexion was pale. Despite having reviewed extensive materials, she remained merely a young girl yet to truly step into the realm of the extraordinary. Unacquainted with the brutal realities of combat and bloodshed. The bloodstains on the ground remained fresh, the anguished groans filled the air, and the pervasive scent of blood, along with the lifeless bodies, were starkly illuminated by the flickering lights. Yet, what could be done? With so many people present, and the floors having collapsed, the accumulation of debris rendered the task daunting. Was it truly feasible to search while merely wielding a flashlight? The unvarnished reality of this extraordinary world lay bare before all. Where is Jiang You? The young girl, suppressing her discomfort, meticulously scanned her surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. A faint groan caught her attention, prompting her to cast a quick glance in its direction. There, several fallen stones had formed a triangular pile, with Jiang Yu's body half buried beneath them. I don't recall anyone being trapped here before, Lu Yaoyao mused, though now was not the time for such reflections. With a cry, she rushed forward, urging him to rise. I can hardly breathe. Jiang Yu's face contorted in pain. I'll see if I can pull you out. Lu Yaoyao, in a state of alarm, instinctively grasped his arm and tugged outward. Upon contact, her first thought was, how could he possibly be extricated from such a tight spot? The second thought, however, was, wait. It truly is coming out with such ease? She focused her gaze. The angle created by the fallen stones fortuitously formed a support point, allowing sufficient space for a person to lie flat, akin to slipping into a sleeping bag. It seems I could manage to get out myself. Jiang You chuckled sheepishly as he surveyed the pile of debris. Blood stained his body from the impact. Lu Yaoyao noticed the wounds on him. It's nothing serious, he replied. The injuries were not from a blow, but rather from a spectral attack. Fortunately, in the shadow form, the damage was tangible, and the injuries appeared less severe. After a brief recovery, the wounds were less alarming. Otherwise, among the others, there were only scrapes, bruises, and sprains, and here he was with a cut. Rest assured, the rescue team will arrive shortly. Please remain calm, the night watchman called out loudly. The four of them stood still, waiting. After approximately 10 minutes, more night watchmen began to appear, directing the scene to commence evacuation. Whether entering the shadow realm from the material world or vice versa, one must pass through designated exits. The night watch was now preparing to escort everyone out through the nearest exit. Jiang You glanced back at the body of the specter lying quietly on the ground, appearing so beautiful. Little shadow, dear little shadow, gone before it could be devoured. What are you staring at? Let's go, Lu Yaoyao urged, poking him. Oh. To his surprise, Jiang You grasped her hand firmly. Lu Yaoyao was initially taken aback, then instinctively tried to retract her fingers, only to realize his grip was unyielding. Was he doing this on purpose? Yaoyao, I'm scared. Chapter 28, Qualification Inspection ahead. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao gently bit her lip, her heart racing. Yaoyao, I am frightened. Did you see that aberrant corpse? It was utterly terrifying. Jiang You grasped her small hand, occasionally squeezing it, as if he had just realized the gravity of the aberrant incident they had encountered. He unconsciously moved closer to Lu Yaoyao, and if this continued unchecked, he might very well embrace her. She felt somewhat at a loss. It was too horrifying, the monstrous blade in the aberrant's grasp, its grotesque mouth. With 6 eyes and 4 eyes, it appeared akin to a specter, moving with such swiftness that it seemed a single strike could claim my life. Wait, aren't you the one who is afraid? Perhaps I have described it in excessive detail. Come here, let us embrace. Lu Yaoyao hesitated. She discreetly glanced around. They were following the group as they retreated, and the two of them were conversing quietly, drawing no attention from others. After all, having just witnessed a gruesome scene, even someone like her, who had perused numerous materials, found it somewhat difficult to accept. Not to mention Jiang You, who had just been wide-eyed at the sight of the carnage. Now you know fear, don't you? Ultimately, Lu Yaoyao's heart softened. She refrained from mocking him as she usually would, and simply opened her arms. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as she was enveloped in a warm embrace. That was rather forceful. Lu Yaoyao gasped for breath. Sister Night Watcher, we are fine. My girlfriend is simply too frightened, and I am comforting her. Suddenly, she heard Jiang You lift his head and speak to someone in a particular direction. Immediately following, Jiang You maintained a bear hug posture, turned his face slightly, and asked, Lu Yao, are you afraid? Lu Yaoyao's face flushed crimson as she extricated herself from his embrace. Get away, get away. Name? Jiang You. Age? 18. The Night Patrol Division had brought him to a room that bore a striking resemblance to those seen in police dramas, simple tables and chairs, illuminated by overhead lighting. On the table lay a cassette player akin to the one at Lu Yaoyao's home, with a tape spinning inside, emitting soothing melodies. Within the embrace of this melodious ambience, the tension in one's nerves could find a momentary reprieve. Do not misconstrue this. It was not the act of hugging Lu Yaoyao that led to his apprehension, but rather a routine inquiry. The one conducting the interrogation was a female patrol officer with short hair, whose appearance was not particularly striking. However, her air of competence and determination elevated her presence significantly. Yet, referring to it as an interrogation felt somewhat peculiar. In any case, she held a document in one hand and a pen in the other, making annotations upon the paper. Suddenly, she paused and inquired, this year's college entrance examination? MHM. Jiang You nodded. The patrol officer then put away the document and explained that the incident had considerable ramifications. According to standard procedure, those who experienced the event were required to undergo psychological counseling from the Night Patrol Division, with the effects of the treatment lasting approximately 1 month. During this period, if a martial arts examination was conducted, the assessment of willpower and aptitude would be significantly impaired. Jiang You was taken aback. With only a few days remaining before the martial arts examination, was this not compelling him to seek a backdoor entry? He inquired, expressing that he believed his mental health was quite sound and questioned whether treatment was necessary. The night watchwoman smiled gently before adopting a serious demeanor, stating that the insidious and perilous nature of foreign contaminants often renders it too late by the time they manifest. Acceptance of treatment is imperative and obligatory. What should I do then? Jiang You pondered, feeling troubled. Fortunately, the night watchwoman continued, do not be alarmed. There have been numerous precedents in previous years regarding such situations. The Night Watch Bureau has established corresponding policies, namely, proactive testing. Proactive testing? Jiang You echoed. Indeed, she affirmed. Contact your guardians and sign a commitment for proactive testing. Testing will be conducted within the Night Watch Bureau, with results entered into the system, following the same procedures as standard testing. The equipment used is identical, ensuring fairness, transparency, and safety, which the Night Watch Bureau can guarantee. You may reach out to your family now to inform them of the situation. My guardian is my uncle. He works at the Night Watch Bureau, Jiang You replied. Excuse me? The Night Watchwoman paused, requesting the name of his uncle and the specific district of the Night Watch Bureau where he is employed. Li Sun Guang, a clerical worker. I believe he mentioned working at the headquarters, likely in District East 1, Jiang You explained. The Night Watchwoman's hand hesitated in recording, her expression shifting gradually. Li Sun Guang. Yes. Which Li? Which Sun? And which Guang? Li as in the character for wood, with 3 dots of water. Never mind, I will write it down for you. Jiang You took the pen and inscribed the 3 characters in the notebook. The expression in the night watchman's eyes underwent a profound transformation, leading him to uncertainly inquire. Civilian position? Indeed, Jiang You began to sense something amiss. His uncle had consistently referred to a civilian role. Could there be an issue? The night watchman was about to clarify. Yet, Jiang Yu's countenance grew tense. Had his uncle entered? The night watchman, bemused, replied, Li Xuanshi doesn't entirely qualify as a civilian. I shall assist you in contacting him. All right, thank you. The dialogue concluded there, allowing him to exit. With a click, the tape recorder was shut off, and the night watchman pushed the door open, with Jiang You closely following. The structure of the night watch bureau was vast and convoluted. After traversing numerous corridors and rooms, Jiang You was led to a space resembling a conference hall. Upon pushing through the glass door, he found a long table with chairs arranged on either side. Inside, 10 individuals were already seated, all appearing to be of a similar age to Jiang You, including Lu Yaoyao and Feng Xiaoxiao. Lu Yuqiang was temporarily absent, likely still receiving treatment for his fracture. The group had been engaged in conversation, but upon the door's opening, they all paused and turned their gazes toward him. The night watchman surveyed the room and stated, Please take a moment to rest here. Feel free to seek assistance from the night watchman if any issues arise. After offering a brief explanation, she departed, leaving the others within the room. Yao Yao. After greeting her, Jiang You pulled out a chair and sat down. You have arrived. Lu Yaoyao glanced at him before eagerly turning her attention to the girl opposite her. Xiao Di, please continue your tale. What happened to you next? You? Jiang You was momentarily taken aback as he gazed across the way. A girl with a high ponytail and round-framed glasses stood before him, exuding an air of refinement. Her nose was elegantly shaped, her lips a delicate pink, and her complexion was pristine. In terms of beauty, she was hardly inferior to Lu Yaoyao. Observing her closely, he sensed a hint of familiarity. The young lady was none other than the one he had rescued from the shadows. With her hair tied back and dressed anew, he had nearly failed to recognize her. Vanished without a trace? Lu Yaoyao asked, astonished. Indeed, Li Xiaodi affirmed, nodding. It was as if he had become invisible. I witnessed his disappearance firsthand. Remarkably enchanting. Thanks to you. Had the night watchman arrived sooner, the casualties would have undoubtedly escalated. Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement, her eyes reflecting a moment of contemplation. Jiang You interjected. It wasn't as simple as it seems. You have no idea how close I was to being struck down by the captain of the arriving night watchman. Chapter 29. Approaching detection being contemporaries, they found themselves embroiled in numerous topics of conversation, particularly as several were fervent admirers of Yao Zigo. As the 2 girls chattered animatedly, the mature man felt increasingly alienated from their youthful exchange. Yet, the term you felt peculiar to Li Xiaodi, who hesitated momentarily. Jiang You, startled, straightened up. What had begun as a playful remark, suggesting that Li Xiaodi send him some white stockings, had unexpectedly led to their encounter here again. Fortunately, after a brief pause, Li Xiaodi opted not to voice her thoughts. What do you mean? Lu Yaoyao pressed for clarification. I can't quite articulate it, Li Xiaodi replied, shaking her head. Jiang You, what is the matter? You appear quite tense. Lu Yaoyao observed him keenly. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled the upcoming detection and felt a bit anxious, he explained, successfully diverting the conversation. Lu Yaoyao, not suspecting anything amiss, reassured him, there is no need for concern. The preliminary detection is identical to the standard procedure and is completely safe. There will be no discomfort during the process. Do elaborate, Jiang You inquired with interest. There's not much more to say. You will find out soon enough, Lu Yaoyao shrugged. Yaoyao? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by a figure who pushed the door open. It was Lu Nanfeng, Uncle Lu. He appeared somewhat anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dad. Lu Yaoyao stood up. Are you all right? Lu Nanfeng scrutinized her carefully. I'm fine, she reassured him. Come with me, and bring Jiang You along. Lu Nanfeng nodded. Xiao Xiao, your parents have arrived and are waiting outside. Let us all step out together. Feng Xiaoxiao sought her parents, while Jiang You and Lu Yaoyao found themselves alone with Lu Nanfeng in a conference room. Is there anything amiss? Lu Nanfeng inquired, observing the 2. No issues. We have received preliminary treatment, Lu Yaoyao elucidated. I am fine as well, Jiang You added, just a bit hungry. I shall arrange for some refreshments to be brought to you shortly, Lu Nanfeng replied, a mixture of amusement and relief washing over him. I was in the midst of a mission and rushed here as soon as I received word. It is a relief that you are unharmed. Father, was this incident particularly grave? Lu Yaoyao questioned. Indeed, it is quite serious, Lu Nanfeng sighed. Reflecting on the unprecedented event of a significant portion of the world being thrust into the shadow realm, he inhaled deeply before continuing. The specifics regarding casualties are still being tallied. However, this does not concern you. Prepare yourselves for the upcoming qualification assessments and do your utmost. Of course, with such assessments, one must rely on fate. No amount of effort can alter the outcome, so maintain a tranquil mindset. Dad, Lu Yaoyao chided, at such a time, please refrain from uttering such discouraging words. Very well, Lu Nanfeng conceded, pulling out a cigarette only to replace it in his pocket under his daughter's stern gaze. Let me summarize briefly. The test comprised 2 segments. 1, the ability test, and 2, the willpower test. The ability test, also known as the initial awakening, will expose the students to corruption, facilitating the preliminary awakening of their abilities. Subsequently, the willpower qualification test will take place. This assessment is rather unique, as it measures the intangible aspects of spirit and will. Some individuals can endure the agony of a severed limb, yet fail to pass a qualification test. Others may laugh heartily while possessing exceptional credentials. Willpower transcends mere tolerance of pain. It encompasses a commitment to goodness, resistance to malevolent thoughts, and the ability to withstand corruption. In essence, it is a multifaceted metric. Uncle Lu, may I inquire, Jiang You interjected, does one's worldview affect the assessment of willpower? For instance, if one is consumed by thoughts of worthless debris, it does have an impact, Uncle Lu affirmed, and Jiang Yu's expression changed dramatically. Lu Nanfeng cast a glance at him and remarked, a virtuous worldview does little to enhance test results. After all, there are no saints in this world, and everyone inevitably harbors some malevolent thoughts. Conversely, being filled with base and sordid notions will significantly diminish one's score. Jiang You cooperatively asked, why is that? Malevolent thoughts can plunge a person into despair. Extreme negative emotions constitute a form of corruption. When accumulated over time, they can be even more insidious and deeply entrenched than the pollution caused by foreign entities. Lu Nanfeng patted his shoulder, saying, thus, any negative emotions should be expressed promptly. Suppressing them will only lead to one's downfall. What an absurd and idealistic notion, Jiang Yu mused. Nevertheless, he considered himself devoid of any significant negative emotions. What was so wrong with feeling a bit awkward? A touch of awkwardness is entirely normal. His passionate comic creations had brought him considerable wealth, and with money in hand, all was well. Oh no. After encountering an aberration in the shopping mall today, Jiang Yu felt particularly unwell and sensed his spirit had been severely tainted. After leaving the night patrol bureau, he must visit the boutique club not far from the community to indulge in a soothing foot massage and savor a cup of the exquisite 3888 tea. However, after a moment of contemplation, he cast this thought aside. 3888 seemed rather modest. Today, he would treat himself to the 6888 variety, a splendid Dahong Pao from the mountaintop, paired with the fragrant small leaf red sandalwood. Hey, what are you pondering? Lu Yaoyao lightly nudged him with her elbow. Ahem, he replied. Any questions? None at all. Very well. Lu Nanfeng nodded. Uncle Li is currently on a mission and probably won't return. I will assist you in entering the preliminary test data into the system shortly. Thank you. Uncle Lu. Not at all. Lu Nanfeng waved his hand dismissively, rising and heading toward the conference room exit. Return now. Someone will guide you to the testing area soon. The two made their way back. Inside the room, only Li Xiaodi remained, as the others were busy discussing matters with their parents. Welcome back, Li Xiaodi greeted cheerfully. Lu Yaoyao glanced at the time. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Have your family not arrived yet? My parents are busy with their business. They just left Yuhai a couple of days ago and can't make it, Li Xiaodi replied with a resigned smile. I just finished a phone call with them to sign remotely. The group settled back into their seats. Just then, Lu Yuqi, panting and wheeling himself through the door, made his entrance. He had a cast on his lower leg, resting on the footboard. Jiang You, it's remarkable. After the medication, guess what? Hey, it no longer hurts. What a silly fellow. Jiang Yu truly wished to cover his mouth. Perhaps realizing his own exuberance, Lu Yuqiang's voice softened. Hearing that a qualification assessment was to take place shortly, He felt a twinge of anxiety. Weren't you planning to avoid all this? What if? Lu Yuqiang retorted. Perhaps I am an extraordinary talent, indispensable to the Night Patrol Division. Under such circumstances, I might reconsider. Goodness, he certainly had the audacity to say that. Gradually, students entered the conference room. A fair hand rested upon the door, giving it a gentle push. They've arrived. Jiang Yu's heart stirred, aware that they were preparing to undergo the assessment. Chapter 30. What will become of me? The total number of individuals in the room reached 18. Fortunately, the conference room was spacious enough to accommodate everyone, and Jiang You had not anticipated encountering so many senior students today. However, given the proximity to the new year, it was reasonable to expect many out shopping for festive goods or strolling with friends. At that time, it was also mealtime, and the restaurant was bustling with patrons, making a larger gathering quite normal. A glance around revealed 4 or 5 individuals with swollen eyes, likely having just emerged from tears, still puffy and red. The mall was crowded, and not everyone was as fortunate as Jiang Yu's group. The night watch sister who had previously interrogated Jiang Yu entered, clutching a folder. Without delay, she began to call out names. Here, present. Here, present. Once the roll call was completed accurately, she nodded. Everyone was already aware of the reason for their gathering and understood what was to unfold next. I took a moment to outline some preliminary points for everyone. The forthcoming awakening would be divided into 2 segments. Yes, the very system that Uncle Lu had described. The young lady spoke with greater detail and professionalism. The crowd listened intently, as this was pivotal to their future destiny. Regardless of prior knowledge, it was imperative to pay attention. The aspect that garnered the most concern was the assessment of abilities, which was classified based on developmental potential, destructive capacity, and cost of use, categorized as lower tier, middle tier, upper tier, and top tier. Concerning abilities, decades ago, there existed a form of classification. However, as the exploration of the extraordinary path and the enhancement of the power system progressed, such classifications were gradually abolished. The determination of extraordinary abilities is not as absolute as one might envision. With sufficient willpower, even the weakest abilities can stage a remarkable comeback. Conversely, those endowed with higher ratings in ability, yet lacking in willpower, may find themselves relegated to administrative roles. A fleeting glimmer flashed in the other's eyes, hinting at an unspoken thought. Jiang Yu listened intently. The classification of willpower quality is equally uncomplicated, ranging from 1st to 6th tier, corresponding to white, green, blue, purple, red, and the exceedingly rare orange. Are we playing an online game here? Not only Jiang Yu, but others too wore peculiar expressions, evidently sharing the same thought. The colors need not be memorized. Simply remember the tiers. This classification signifies your potential on the path of the extraordinary. For instance, those with a 3rd tier talent, in most cases, will never ascend to the 4th tier. In previous years, individuals with 1st tier talents were barred from participating in the martial examination. This year, however, the rules have changed. Anyone possessing a 1st tier white talent may enter the martial examination, albeit limited to the liberal arts. That is the essence of it. The crowd fell silent, digesting this content that was both intricate and straightforward. Before them stood a portal to the extraordinary world, and upon opening it, a brand new realm awaited. In past martial examinations, participants followed instructions blindly, leaving even the assessors perplexed. This year, however, is markedly different. If there are no issues, please follow me. The night watcher strode outward, and the crowd rose to follow, their faces etched with a hint of apprehension. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at a waiting room. A wall of the room is entirely replaced with thick glass, allowing for a clear view of the outside scenery. A secluded chamber, remarkably spacious, estimated to cover 200 to 300 square meters. At its center, a black cloth conceals an uneven object, the nature of which remains unknown. In the corners of the vast room, several devices resembling speakers are arranged, and apart from these, there is an absence of any superfluous items. The floor, walls, and ceiling are uniformly crafted from a distinctive material, the seams meticulously polished to the point of near invisibility. The cost of such exquisite stonework is likely exorbitant. One wonders how much a single piece could fetch. As Jiang Yu's mind wandered amidst these thoughts, he noticed a male night watchman approaching the center of the room to remove the black cloth. Beneath it lay a solid black stone, roughly human height. Its surface rugged and pockmarked, adorned with speckles of deep blue resembling distant stars. Though its shape was unremarkable, It possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. "Come here, Feng Xiaoxiao," called the watchman. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the first person summoned was Lu Yaoyao's close friend, who stood up in a flurry, her heart racing as she nervously followed the watchman. Jiang Yu gazed out of the window. After a brief wait of perhaps 2 or 3 minutes, a sudden crash plunged the expansive hall outside into darkness. The abrupt shift startled everyone present. Then, a shadowy figure emerged, its feet bound with an object emitting a faint glow, cautiously advancing as if it were a toddler taking its first steps. The pace was deliberate and slow. While others struggled to discern the figure in the dim light, Jiang Yu found the shadowy environment posed no challenge to him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, there was something bound to Feng Xiaoxiao's leg, resembling a stone. The moment she stepped into the room, it appeared as if the stone had caught a whiff of something. The myriad of shimmering lights upon its surface flickered as if it were breathing, strange and enigmatic. Further up, her wrist adorned with a watch, her eyes shrouded in black satin, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Is this what it means to awaken the extraordinary? An inexplicable tension welled within Jiang Yu. Feng Xiaoxiao trembled intermittently, glancing around in evident panic. After advancing several meters, her steps suddenly halted. Jiang Yu was at a loss as to what had transpired, but it was not long before she moved forward once more. This time, her pace was markedly slower. Another stretch of several meters lay between her and the central stone, and she came to a complete stop. Others may have seen nothing, but Jiang Yu observed with clarity. Feng Xiaoxiao's body quivered slightly, as if she were contending with something unseen, her expression tinged with pain. After approximately 7 or 8 seconds, the surrounding lights flared to life, and she nearly faltered under her own weight. In the waiting room, a commotion erupted among the onlookers, uncertain of what this outcome signified. Then, Feng Xiaoxiao steadied herself and walked outward. With the lights illuminating her, the crowd could discern the bitterness etched on her face, and a hint of speculation began to arise. Shortly thereafter, an announcement echoed. "Next, Lu Yuqiang, please proceed to the Spirit Awakening Room." The name of the adjacent chamber. "Is it my turn now?" The boy in the wheelchair turned pale. "I will push you out," Jiang Yu said as he rose. As the two emerged, Feng Xiaoxiao happened to exit the Qi Ling room. "How did it go?" Lu Yuqiang inquired. "I lack the aptitude for willpower," she replied with a bittersweet smile. "I couldn't even enroll in the Extraordinary Humanities program. I will wait for you in the rest area." The designated rest area, a sanctuary for relaxation following the assessments, offered a moment to calm one's mind. "It's all right. I suspect I have no talent either. I will join you shortly," Lu Yuqiang reassured her, then nervously asked, "By the way, does it hurt? Is anesthesia an option?" "It doesn't hurt, but the sensation is rather unpleasant." After exchanging a few words and seeing Lu Yuqiang to the Qi Ling room, Jiang Yu returned to the waiting area. The expansive room designated for assessments dimmed once more, and soon, Lu Yuqiang, struggling, pushed his wheelchair forward. Life was indeed arduous. Even with broken legs, he still had to come for the evaluation. He halted after advancing a few meters, mirroring Feng Xiaoxiao's earlier experience. However, unlike her, Xiaopeng's expression was somewhat peculiar. After a brief pause, he continued onward. "Isn't pushing a wheelchair blindfolded risky?" Just a few meters out, the stone suddenly reacted. A hazy white light illuminated, casting a glow upon his face. His pace significantly slowed. Yet he persisted. The white light intensified, giving way to a hint of green. As he moved forward, it transformed entirely into a soft green luminescence. His steps came to a complete standstill, rendering further progress impossible. Does Chang possess extraordinary potential? Jiang Yu stood in a daze, contemplating the thought of lacking aptitude, forever unreachable from the extraordinary. Yet, one who resisted with all their might was, paradoxically, on the cusp of entering a new realm. Indeed, fate has taken a curious turn. And what of me? What shall become of my future? A student stepped forward, ready to face the examination. At long last, a voice resonated through the speakers. "Next. Jiang Yu." Chapter 31. Can one become extraordinary? It is my turn now. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Lu Yaoyao had just completed her assessment in front of him. Her talent manifested in a deep crimson hue, corresponding to the 5th tier. With a total of 6 tiers in the evaluation system, her result could indeed be deemed commendable. Surely, it could not be that tiers 3 and 4 were commonplace, while tier 5 was of little worth, could it? The abilities of hunter and stealth, were they inherent traits awakened by the manual, or were they bestowed by it? Jiang Yu found himself unable to ascertain. Regardless, The ability testing seemed manageable for now, yet he harbored uncertainties regarding the willpower assessment. Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao emerged from the awakening chamber. Her cheeks slightly flushed and breathing labored. Is it that exhausting? Do you think it is easy? Lu Yaoyao rolled her eyes. Hurry inside, you can do it. I will be watching you from the rest area. Need a bit of motivation? What kind of motivation? Just some words of encouragement. Get lost. With a playful ruffle of her hair, Jiang You darted into the awakening chamber before Lu Yaoyao could retaliate. Upon entering, he was struck by the simplicity of the room. It spanned about 10 square meters, featuring 2 doors, one large and one small. The smaller door led to the observation room's control console, while the larger door opened into the expansive testing center. In addition, there was a small glass vial, a personal information form, a black-red wristwatch, and a piece of satin shrouded from the eyes of the onlookers. At the desk, a somewhat stern-looking male night watchman cast a glance at him. Jiang You. Yes. Please verify your identity information. After confirming various details, Jiang You set down his pen and said, Hello, everything is fine. All right, nodded the night watchman. Have you awakened your abilities? I have awakened them. You have awakened? The night watchman's tone faltered. Yes. My uncle, Li Sun Guang, mentioned that I am a natural awakener. The name of Uncle Li seemed to hold considerable weight, as the night watchman, whose temperament appeared quite fiery, restrained his impulse to speak further. Very well. Take the medicine and wait for 15 seconds, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Jiang You picked up the vial. Inside the glass container was a pool of dark green liquid. He twisted off the cap and drank it in one gulp. It tastes like apple-flavored Mirinda. Noticing the night watchman staring intently at him, Jiang You offered an awkward smile. After approximately 15 seconds, he inquired, What do you feel? The taste is quite pleasant. The night watchman's Adam's apple moved. I meant, what do you feel physically? Oh. Jiang You took a moment to reflect, feeling a warmth in his lower abdomen, as well as in his hands and feet. Good, the night watchman nodded. I won't inquire further about your abilities. We can have Li Sun register you in the system later. The young man seemed quite adept at handling matters. However, it is precisely individuals like you who enable my uncle to indulge in his greed daily. Jiang You lamented. You have truly troubled me, he smiled. Put this on. The night watchman said without further elaboration, handing Jiang You the wristwatch. Rising from his seat, he casually picked up the satin from the table and approached him, preparing to blindfold his eyes, thereby sealing his senses to assist in the assessment of his willpower. Very well, Jiang Yu responded without objection. The fabric wrapped around him twice, its coolness enveloping him, plunging his vision into utter darkness. Can you see? Came the voice of the night watchman. Although he was acutely aware that the person stood right beside him, the voice sounded ethereal, making it difficult to discern its direction. This satin was rather intriguing. I cannot see. Jiang Yu waved his arm. His mind issued the command, yet he felt as if he could not perceive his arm's movement at all. No wonder those previously tested seemed to walk oddly. Enough with the arm waving. Ahem. It seems my arm is indeed moving. Then, he felt a weight on his shoulders as 2 hands rested there, urging him to relax and follow. Was he being guided forward? This was truly remarkable, Jiang Yu mused. He had thought he had grasped a considerable amount about the extraordinary world, yet it appeared that the extraordinary beings and battles were merely the tip of the iceberg. Once he steadied himself, a heavy door swung open, allowing a gust of cool air to greet him. Continue forward without concern for direction. Just proceed in the way you perceive as forward. You have awakened your abilities, and while you advance, you may experience tremors. Do not mind them. Just keep moving forward, and your body will gradually acclimate. We will observe from the control panel, and your wristwatch will record your physical condition. When one feels incapable of moving forward, it signifies the attainment of one's limits, thus concluding the assessment. So go forth. Gently pat Jiang Yu's shoulder and give him a gentle push forward. He promptly steps into the vast expanse that lies ahead. All around is an eerie silence, enveloped in darkness, rendering everything invisible. He cannot sense the existence of his own body, nor the presence of his limbs. The sound of a falling pin can be heard. Such a sense of confinement, for those with a slightly fragile psyche, poses a monumental challenge. Tap. He takes a step forward. The crisp sound of his footsteps seems to resonate directly within his mind. Oh, intriguing. Tap, tap. With each step he takes, an echo reverberates in his consciousness. Aside from the footsteps, there exists no other sound. Then, tap, 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 crackle, crackle. Bounce, bounce, bounce. He begins to perform a tap dance. Unaware of his limbs, movement comes effortlessly, as if another were dancing in his stead. How marvelous! Jiang You, please proceed forward and complete the test. A voice emanates from the intercom, causing him to momentarily pause. Very well, onward he goes. Tap, tap, tap. As he continues, he gradually discerns something amiss. The footsteps echoing beside him have, unbeknownst to him, begun to misalign with his own cadence. They either precede him or lag behind. Moreover, the distance seems to fluctuate erratically. For instance, the sound of his last step might seem to emanate from 5 meters to his left, while the next appears to come from 10 meters to his right. It feels as though countless footsteps are drawing nearer in the shadows. Jiang You raised an eyebrow, understanding why the individuals ahead had started to feel so tense. Speaking of which, what could Lu Yuqiang, seated in his wheelchair, possibly hear? Could it be the sound of numerous wheelchairs creaking ominously towards him? The imagery was indeed too vivid. As he moved forward, he found himself uncertain whether he was walking in a straight line. Upon reaching a certain threshold, all sounds of footsteps vanished. Simultaneously, the shadowy points within him experienced an inexplicable disturbance, stirring with a fervent intensity. He nearly lost control and transformed into a clawed form. Who? Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, Jiang You steadied his mind. He pressed onward. The thick darkness enveloped him, and despair, sorrow, and rage assailed his senses. From the moment he entered, the shadowy points within had shifted, and now he found himself in the third phase. As he felt the provoked emotions surge, Jiang Yu walked slowly ahead. This sensation was quite subtle. The malevolent thoughts grew increasingly dense, swirling around him, relentlessly attempting to penetrate his mind. Xiao Yu. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from behind. It was Uncle Li, the false Uncle Li. He shook his head, casting aside the intrusive thoughts. Xiao Yu, your temperament cannot ascend to the extraordinary. You will endanger others, including yourself. Yet that voice had no intention of relinquishing its grip on him. You ought to understand that you lack the aptitude for this path. The landscape of Dazhou lies shattered, with aberrations rampaging, teetering on the brink of collapse. You are aware of this, deep down. You could have lived a fulfilling life. Why pursue the path of the extraordinary? The extraordinary, transcending the mundane, is not merely a matter of strength, but rather an indomitable spirit. With a dazed expression, a lifeless body appears at my side. It is Lin Mo, whose hollow eyes reflect the finality of death. As I press onward, fragments of existence, whether they be night watchers, ordinary individuals, or the remnants of otherworldly beings, come into view. Gazing into the distance, towering figures roar like mountains, their sounds reverberating through the earth. In contrast, the night watchers, akin to vast seas, wield torches as they advance in relentless succession. The scene gradually fades. Can you become one of them? Uncle Li inquires. Jiang Yu remains silent. A superhero, you? Do you aspire to be a hero? Do not deceive yourself. There has never been a powerful assassin called you. What exists is merely an ordinary boy, newly introduced to the extraordinary, seeking to adorn himself with the glow of popularity. I do not wish to discourage you, but this is the truth. Late riser, reluctant to awaken early, disinterested in studies. Playful, enamored with attractive companions, weary of the elders' nagging, embracing individuality, convinced of possessing unique thoughts. Eager to stand out, often believing oneself to be distinct from others, desiring attention and recognition, lacking true prowess, yet still harboring dreams of greatness. Deep down, you know you are not exceptional. You are like the majority of your peers. You are neither super nor heroic. Now, let us return to the initial question. Can you become extraordinary? Humph. A flicker of flame ignites, casting a glow upon the weary visage of a night watchman. Behind him lie numerous slumbering figures. Suddenly, a shadow darts past, extinguishing the flame. In the haze, the features and form remain indistinct, blurring the line between human and otherworldly. Claws pierce the watchman's body, blood gushing forth. His face gradually comes into focus, and Jiang Yu's form trembles slightly. The assailant is none other than Lin Mo. He widens his eyes as his body slowly transforms into ash, dissipating into the air. You are acutely aware that the shadows of this world harbor more than mere darkness. You understand that even under the blazing sun, there exist realms untouched by its light. The undercurrents of this world are far from the idyllic tales of yore. Here lies the great cataclysm. To become extraordinary is to confront this upheaval head-on. Thud. Lin Mo's form completely vanishes, the torch slipping from his grasp and rolling forward with a soft clatter. Ahead, countless otherworldly beings crawl. Behind, a myriad of lights flickers. Some believe in the light, while others extinguish it. What then should those caught in between choose? Chapter 32. May the flame within never extinguish previously. I had often heard Li Sun mention a nephew, and today I finally had the opportunity to meet him in person. Zhao Min let out a sigh of relief. He was rather different from what I had imagined. Su Lin, the female night patrol officer from earlier, smiled. Indeed, quite different. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Min struggled to find a fitting word to describe Jiang You. He possesses a rather exuberant personality, Su Lin remarked. Exuberant is an understatement. He is positively mischievous. Zhao Min rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I recall Li Sun stating that his nephew lacked any extraordinary talents. Although the testing results haven't been released yet, I suspect they won't be too disheartening. Li Sun said that, and you took it to heart? Su Lin chuckled lightly. He must be exhibiting humility. Speaking of Li Sun, he should have arrived in the northern capital by now, Zhao Min mused, expressing his regret. He had heard that the project had already been assigned a code name, and the Research Institute had uncovered a plethora of astonishing information. They were currently compiling the data, deliberating on whether to disclose it within the Night Patrol Department. Su Lin's expression grew more serious. Did your old classmate inform you of this? Indeed, Zhao Min replied, swallowing hard. He refrained from elaborating further, merely stating that the matter surpassed all understanding, necessitating the gathering of the commanders for a meeting. It truly disrupts one's peace of mind, Su Lin sighed. After exchanging a few more words, their gazes returned to Jiang You. Seated at the control panel, the enveloping darkness of the detection room held no sway over them. The two could clearly observe Jiang Yu's strides and movements. Since his entrance, he had already advanced a good 50 meters. However, the journey is not a straight path. It often meanders with unexpected twists and turns. The term extraordinary refers to those who can encompass the taint of corruption within themselves. Extraordinary abilities are, in fact, powers birthed from this very corruption. The MUN stone is a unique mineral extracted from the abyss. This remarkable stone emits a low-level pollution that radiates outward and receives feedback. Within the abyss, it often circulates among various species, utilized to assess one's innate talents. After undergoing modifications by the Research Institute, it has been successfully transformed into a crucial tool for assisting in the awakening of spiritual abilities and detecting one's potential. During the willpower assessment, each individual perceives different visions. These could manifest as their deepest fears, their most cherished desires, or even apocalyptic scenarios. It is challenging to determine the relative difficulty of these experiences. However, it is certain that those with greater potential can endure more pressure and cover a greater distance. Currently, Jiang You has advanced further than the vast majority of students participating in the assessment. The MUN stone glows with a deep purple light, subtly interspersed with hints of red. Do you think it can reach the 6th tier? Zhao Min inquires, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lin responds, the probability is quite low. If only Li Sun had a biological heir, there might still be hope. Indeed, Zhao Min sighs, acknowledging the rarity of 6th-tier talents in the entire dojo, which number only 15. Out of a population of 100 million, merely 9 emerge, rendering the odds appallingly slim. This is not merely the count of those awakening each year. Rather, it reflects the cumulative total over several decades since the implementation of the martial qualification assessment. Among these 15 individuals, some have perished in battle, some have aged, and some bear the scars of war. Only 7 remain with true combat prowess. In light of the current predicament faced by the Great Zhou, this is but a drop in the bucket. Ah, it has turned red, indeed. Su Lin patted him, and Zhao Min cast a glance his way. That rascal Jiang You has begun to meander again, rather than drawing nearer to the Mo Yuan stone. He has only increased the distance. The Mo Yuan stone has completely shed its purple hue, now radiating a faint red, indicating that Jiang Yu's aptitude presently lies at the 5th-tier lower level. However, the assessment is not yet complete. Should he endure further, this hue may deepen. How peculiar, Zhao Min remarked softly. It has turned red, yet he remains so far from the Mo Yuan stone. The two exchanged glances, falling into silence as they continued to observe the testing chamber. The distance from the Mo Yuan stone signifies that the evaluation has not concluded. A typical 5th-tier aptitude would allow one to stand within a meter of the stone, while a 6th tier would be a mere half meter. Yet Jiang You now stands some 6 or 7 meters away. Goodness, how has he meandered for so long and still be so far? Fortunately, although Jiang Yu's pace is slow, he steadfastly advances. After changing direction twice, he has finally discerned the correct path and strides towards the Mo stone. Something is amiss. Zhao Min was taken aback. The red glow emanating from the stone is, astonishingly, beginning to diminish. This is impossible. Either the assessment has concluded, and the results have stabilized, leaving Jiang You incapable of enduring further exposure, thus causing him to remain stationary, or he is drawing closer, resulting in the luster of the Mo stone growing ever brighter. Never have I heard of radiance retreating. Moreover, Jiang You does not appear to be at his limits. Both individuals are somewhat bewildered. Su Lin hastily glances at the instrument. The wristwatch worn by Jiang You records his physical condition. All data appears normal. Su Lin, in confusion, looks up again, only to see Jiang You nearing the Mo stone. 2 meters, 1 meter, half a meter, so close. At that moment, the Mo stone completely loses its luminosity. What is happening? Their hearts race with trepidation. Then, they witness Jiang You lifting his head and extending his palm forward. Is he about to make contact? And indeed, he does touch it. Do you truly comprehend this world? The surroundings continue to shift, and Jiang Yu gazes at the unfolding scene in bewilderment. Black mist engulfs the land, and malevolent spirits roar forth. Surrender, for this is futile. You hail from an era of peace, having lived in sunlight since childhood. How could you genuinely adapt to such perilous times? Uncle Li has lost an arm, and Uncle Lu, having sustained severe injuries years ago, has made no progress in strength, needing to frequently take medication and undergo treatment. You have witnessed the grotesque during your nocturnal patrols, individuals with ghastly eyes sprouting across their bodies, others whose arms have become mere skeletons, and some whose skin resembles parched bark. Thus, you realize this is the price of so-called pollution, the cost of becoming extraordinary. Ask yourself, are you willing to bear such risks? Do you possess the courage to confront these dangers? Enough. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. The voice of Uncle Li paused. Is this all there is? Jiang Yu spoke softly. What? Uncle Li was taken aback. I mean, is this truly your limit? The surroundings shifted continuously, returning once more to the long street where Lin Mo had turned to ashes and dissipated. The sky, the narrow streets. And behind him, countless malevolent gazes bore down, as if they would pounce and tear Jiang Yu apart in the next moment. They incessantly doused me with cold water, persistently attempting to make me surrender. Jiang Yu's expression remained serene. To be honest, at first, you genuinely frightened me. I even found myself entangled in my thoughts, repeatedly questioning why. Could I ever become extraordinary? Am I worthy of such a title? Surely, someone like me cannot. Ordinary and ignorant, with a hint of blind confidence. Can I truly bear the banner? I cannot. I am unworthy. Indeed, your words have instilled in me a slight retreat. Uncle Li behind him remained silent, not uttering a word. Jiang Yu moved forward. He glanced at the blood on the ground, locking eyes with the grotesque stares of the aberrations. He gazed into the distance, where blood, ash, and fog intertwined in the sky. But that is not the case. It is far from that. There are teachers who impart knowledge and resolve doubts, leading to flourishing students. There are healers who bring the dead back to life. Their merits immeasurable. Yet, are there those who are born as teachers, born as healers? There are no heroes descending from the heavens. Only ordinary individuals who rise to the occasion. The road ahead must be traversed to truly comprehend its nature. I have once experienced an era of peace, a time of exquisite beauty. I earnestly wish that this beauty may also manifest here. Jiang Yu felt a momentary daze. Lu Yuqiang's test results revealed a green rating, indicating a second-tier willpower that rendered his aspiration to enter the martial sciences a considerable challenge. Yet, in spite of his profound resistance to the extraordinary, as Jiang Yu escorted him out of the testing room, he heard Lu Yuqiang express his resolute decision to pursue martial sciences rather than the extraordinary liberal arts. When confronted by Jiang Yu's astonished inquiry, the boy in the wheelchair managed a faint smile, his legs encased in plaster. He confessed, I once harbored a deep-seated fear of death, be it from the extraordinary or the alien. Lu Yuqiang chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, after all, who in this world is unafraid of death? My family background is ordinary, my appearance unremarkable, my academic performance average. I am, in every conceivable aspect, quite unexceptional. I am not a person endowed with extraordinary talent. In the vast sea of humanity, I could even be described as mundane. However, he said, revealing a glimmer of a smile, my life shall not be a mere scribble of poetry. This time, I wish to rewrite my course. Returning to the present, Jiang You realized he had advanced several meters, the torch that had transformed into fly ash slipping from his grasp. Becoming extraordinary is not akin to a deluge or a ferocious beast. He bent down, his fingers brushing against the remnants of the torch. We, the youth of this generation, ought to harbor an unquenchable flame within our hearts. Let us not succumb to a life of uniformity, nor live in a state of apathy. We must strive to become those who chase after the starlight. This holds true for China, as it does for the Great Zhou. With a disdainful scoff, the surrounding darkness is pierced by a golden light igniting upon the torch. Resembling stars, akin to the dawn. He raises the torch high, the golden sheen reflecting in the tousled hair of Jiang You, illuminating his cheeks and pupils, shimmering brilliantly. There is no need to dwell upon notions of heroic sacrifice or the spilling of blood. To transcend is simply to become extraordinary in its purest form. To chase the winds and waves, to grow towards the sun. Though I may be insignificant, I yearn to ascend to the lofty peaks, to behold the vistas that lie upon the distant mountains. Chapter 33, as well as unparalleled Lu Sun, at present, has compiled an initial casualty report. In the Grand Assembly Hall, a group of night watchers sits solemnly in their seats. Proceed, Lu Nanfeng intoned gravely. The recent incident involving the collapse of the shadow layer in the mortal realm affected the second, third, and fourth floors of the commercial building, while the fifth floor was not entirely engulfed but nonetheless impacted. Approximately 850 individuals were involved, with over 700 trapped within the shadow layer. Currently, over 650 have been rescued, and the rescue efforts continue. There are 30 students scheduled to participate in the martial arts examination, who will undergo preliminary testing in multiple batches, followed by immediate treatment for light contamination. As the reports continued to come in, the gravity etched on the faces of the attendees showed no signs of abating. Naturally, in the face of such a calamity involving 1,000 individuals, mirth was a distant notion. What does the Contamination Assessment Division have to say? Lu Nanfeng inquired, glancing toward another section of the room. A night watcher was tapping away at a laptop, and results were forthcoming, having just been received. Upon completion, the findings were projected onto the large screen, revealing 2 shattered forms alongside 1 intact apparition. They appeared on the screen in various postures. The shadow entities are classified with a contamination detection level of upper first rank. However, their condition seems peculiar, as they can only exert the strength of a mid-tier first-rank entity. Codename, Wandering Spirit. Furthermore, the Assessment Division has discovered some rather strange anomalies. The reporter furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat peculiar. The traces of humanity on the wandering spirits were markedly pronounced, resembling the products of human aberration. What? At this exclamation, the gazes of all present quivered. Excessive contamination within the body had surpassed the threshold of endurance, leading to bodily aberration. Should one continue to endure such pollution, the aberration would intensify until it became irrevocable, ultimately transforming into a different species altogether. Alternatively, if a transcendent being perished without completely expending their power, the residual contamination harbored within could taint the body, resulting in aberration and a direct transformation into another species. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, aberration symbolized a myriad of forms, with each individual manifesting unique characteristics. Yet, these 3 wandering spirits did not require instrumental examination. A mere glance at their physique and appearance revealed their belonging to the same race. To suggest they could possibly be the result of human aberration? What? Are there triplets who endured a similar degree of contamination, leading to a comparable direction of aberration and becoming nearly identical phantoms? How absurd. Lu Nanfeng's countenance darkened with uncertainty. The implications behind this were crystal clear to everyone present. Not long ago, there had been an incident where a different species actively dragged a person into the shadow realm, and now, the current world had succumbed. The abnormality of the situation required no further elaboration. Lu Nanfeng's gaze swept across the faces of those gathered. The substantial entity from Baidu had already yielded some insights. Those lurking in the shadows might soon find themselves unable to remain passive. The rescue and subsequent reassurance efforts must be undertaken with utmost seriousness. As the new year approached, one could only speculate whether such events would recur, yet it was imperative to remain vigilant and prepared. After a brief respite of 15 minutes, the meeting shall resume. He was the first to rise, prompting the others to file out in succession. Upon returning to his office, Lu Nanfeng had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang immediately. "Hello, Laoli. Have you taken Jiang You for the qualification assessment? Li Xuanguang's first words conveyed a sense of gravity. I'm currently in a meeting at the night patrol office. He is likely in the waiting area now. You need to take him away immediately, Li Xuanguang insisted with a firm tone. It's just an assessment, Lu Nanfeng replied, taking a long drag from his cigarette and furrowing his brow. Trust me on this, Li Xuanguang reiterated emphatically. He hadn't had the opportunity to discuss it with Lu Nanfeng beforehand. After all, with collective assessments, one could easily circumvent the process by simply opting out. Given Li Xuanguang's position, he could indeed do so. Who would have anticipated that upon his arrival in Baidu, the individuals in Yunhai were absent, and just as he departed, an anomalous event would unfold here? With no prior assessment, they would have to undergo treatment, missing the collective evaluation scheduled for weeks later. The intricacies of Li Xuanguang's arrangements were not apparent to outsiders, and a series of unfortunate miscalculations had led to the current predicament. Am I to bring him out now? Lu Nanfeng sought confirmation. Yes, go at once, Li Xuanguang affirmed decisively. You should have informed me sooner if there was something amiss, Lu Nanfeng chastised him without further inquiry. Suddenly, his gaze froze as he noticed a faint golden glow emanating from a building outside the window. Was it in the direction of the enlightenment chamber? Beep beep. Another communication device emitted a sound, and upon pressing the receiver, Su Lin's voice resonated. Lu Xuanshi, please come to the testing room immediately. Lao Lu, are you listening? The voice of Li Xuanguang came through the communicator. Something seems amiss in the testing room. I'm going to check it out. Without disconnecting the call, Lu Nanfeng strode out of his office. Lu Xuanshi, someone interjected, your documents. Just place them on my desk, he replied, nodding slightly as he continued onward, hurrying towards the spirit awakening room. Something's off? Li Xuanguang's tone grew increasingly serious. What has happened? A golden light erupted from the spirit awakening room. Golden light? This response was evidently unexpected for Li Xuanguang. Could it be a sixth-tier phenomenon? But isn't the sixth tier supposed to be orange? Moreover, Lu Nanfeng quickened his pace. On the other end of the communicator, Li Xuanguang fell into silence. Quick, look. What is happening over there? The spirit awakening room is emitting golden light. In the corridors of the night patrol, numerous patrollers took note of this extraordinary scene, casting astonished glances. By the way, weren't you at a meeting in Baidu? What happened? Lu Nanfeng inquired. After a brief silence on the line, Li Xuanguang responded. That thing is quite bizarre. In what way is it bizarre? Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. In a certain sense, it disrupts our existing understanding of the extraordinary. His eyelids twitched violently as Lu Nanfeng pondered, smacking his lips. After all, the path of the extraordinary is explored step by step, often shattered every now and then. This time is different. Li Xuanguang's voice bore an unmistakable trace of fatigue. For instance, this could signify a life form of a higher order than the others. Lu Nanfeng paused momentarily, muttering something enigmatic. Enough talk. Let us hasten to the spirit awakening chamber and bring Xiao Yu out. Li Xuanguang urged insistently. I understand. Lu Nanfeng nearly dashed through the night patrol bureau. Excuse me, please. He navigated through the crowd with urgency. His office was on the third floor, while the spirit awakening chamber was situated on the ground floor, a considerable distance apart. As he approached, a peculiar sense of trepidation gripped Lu Nanfeng's heart. What could possibly be occurring in the spirit awakening chamber? Finally, after a few minutes, he caught sight of the door. Knock, knock. The moment he rapped upon it, the door swung open with haste. Su Lin and Zhao Min appeared visibly flustered. Lu Xuanshi. Without needing their explanation, Lu Nanfeng comprehended the situation at a glance. As he pushed the door open, a brilliant golden light surged forth, flooding through the crack and illuminating the surroundings. Lu Nanfeng found himself momentarily entranced. There stood Jiang You, his palm pressed firmly against the Mo Yuan stone, from which a cascade of golden radiance emanated, enveloping him as though he were coated in a delicate layer of gold. Fifth-tier red light, sixth-tier orange light. But the golden light, what tier was it? Hello? Have you arrived? Li Xuanguang's voice roused Lu Nanfeng from his reverie. Yes, I've arrived. Lu Nanfeng's throat felt parched, but it seemed he had arrived too late. Chapter 34. I am the beacon, Uncle Lu. Observing the furrowed brow of Lu Nanfeng, who was pacing restlessly within the confines of the room, Jiang You felt a tinge of helplessness. In a moment of youthful exuberance, he raised the torch high, reveling in his own sense of grandeur. Suddenly, a thunderous crash jolted him from his reverie. He realized his palm was pressed firmly against the stone, radiating an aura of golden light reminiscent of a scion. Turning his head, he found Lu Nanfeng gaping at him in astonishment. How might one describe that expression? Perhaps it was peculiar and utterly baffling? Inside the conference room, Jiang You was riddled with discomfort, akin to sitting on pins and needles, as if a thorn were lodged in his throat. He pondered that there was no pressing matter at hand. He was merely undergoing a standard assessment of willpower, and indeed, the difficulty level was rather trivial. Uncle Li's incessant chatter was growing wearisome. In a rebellious gesture, he raised the torch once more. Such was the defiance of a youth in the throes of adolescence. Glancing at the assessments of others, he noted Lu Yaoyao's predicament. Below her lay an abyss of unfathomable depth, and above, a sheer precipice. She was clinging to the cliff's edge, buffeted by wind and rain, as serpentine shadows slithered past. It seemed that the moment she relinquished her grip, she would plummet into the void. The higher she climbed, the more intense her unease became, ultimately morphing into a paralyzing dread, almost unbearable. Then there was Lu Yuqiang. The road was flanked by impeccably arranged houses and uniform streetlights, everything so meticulously aligned that it appeared as though one side had been crafted first, only to be mirrored perfectly on the opposite side. The symmetry was almost eerie. A streetlight stood every 5 meters, yet its illuminating range extended scarcely half a meter. In the shadowy recesses where light struggles to penetrate, faint whispers linger like a haunting melody. He is compelled to forge ahead, uncertain of when he shall reach the journey's end. Silence reigns, enveloping everything in an oppressive stillness that gnaws at his sanity. This ordeal, of course, unfolds gradually. Initially, the streetlights cast a wide glow, and the thoroughfare pulsates with life, devoid of the chilling desolation that would later ensue. It is only through his relentless advance that such profound transformations manifest. Observing the testing difficulty, Jiang You feels a twinge of embarrassment about his own experiences. Ah, Jiang You, you truly surprised Uncle Lu this time. Lu Nanfeng muses, his tongue clicking in astonishment. The formal assessment has yet to commence, and unexpectedly, a prodigy emerges from the preliminary checks. If you were merely at the 5th rank, it would be acceptable. Even the 6th rank would suffice, at most causing a stir throughout the night patrol. But you have unleashed an unprecedented golden radiance? Am I to be dissected? Jiang You jested, attempting to diffuse the tension. Lu Nanfeng scrutinized him with an unwavering gaze, rendering Jiang You uneasy. A shiver coursed through him as his eyes shifted nervously. Surely not. Uncle Lu, do not frighten me. You coward, always yearning for auspicious tidings, Lu Nanfeng retorted with a chuckle. Suddenly, a series of knocks broke the tension. Enter, he called. Su Lin was the first to step inside, followed by several others. Wait. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened abruptly. Lu Xuanshi. It would be prudent to have more witnesses for this matter. The leading figure hesitated momentarily. Leave, Lu Nanfeng commanded. But the individual's countenance reflected their inner turmoil, caught between the intentions of Li Xuanshi and Fang Zhanzhang. Lu Nanfeng spoke calmly. The man nodded, ceased further conversation, and turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Inside the room remained only Lu Nanfeng, Jiang You, and Su Lin. Prepare to record. Understood. Su Lin, clutching a laptop, set up the recording and audio equipment. Jiang You felt a throbbing headache. Before Su Lin's arrival, Uncle Lu had briefed him on the impending events. What choice did he have but to accept? It was hardly feasible to plunge directly into the shadow realm. Such an act would surely cause the night watch to erupt in chaos once more. Indeed, the golden talent allows for effortless navigation through the shadows. Casting aside distractions, Jiang You readied himself to answer questions. Name, Jiang You. Age. Following a series of fundamental inquiries, Lu Nanfeng spoke again. What did you perceive during this willpower assessment? I witnessed countless tragic scenes, numerous aberrations roaring, and the night watch soldiers pressing forward relentlessly. In the end, I held the torch aloft against overwhelming pressure. What was your thought at that moment? The exchange proceeded as rehearsed between the two, with Lu Nanfeng maintaining a tranquil expression. The talent beyond the 6th tier, well, it may seem significant, yet in reality, it is not as monumental as it appears. Why? Because in the past century, there has not been a single 6th tier extraordinary individual in the Great Zhou. Indeed, not one. The path of the extraordinary is a gradual exploration, with each tier presenting its own threshold. The chasm between the 5th tier and those above is akin to the divide between heaven and earth. The current few possessing 6th tier talents are, without exception, stalled at the 5th tier, unable to discover a method for breakthrough. The extraordinary talent that Jiang You possesses, surpassing the 6th tier. Even the Night Patrol Division finds itself at a loss regarding the situation. It is possible that his innate abilities are indeed remarkable, yet the Night Patrol Division lacks the capacity to pave a promising path for his future. Lu Nanfeng sighed softly as he gazed upon the handsome youth before him, and spoke, "Your information will be sent to the various Night Patrol divisions. Please answer the questions thoughtfully. As your guardian, your responses will reflect upon Uncle Li." The underlying implication was clear. Your answers would reveal the manner in which Uncle Li has guided your upbringing. Should your replies be satisfactory, all would be well. However, if there were significant issues, Uncle Li would certainly be summoned for a reprimand. At that moment, I was filled with excitement, for I was on the brink of entering the realm of the extraordinary, acutely aware of the responsibilities upon my shoulders. Yet, I also felt a sense of confusion. This exchange was merely the scripted dialogue between the two. It was conventional, neither particularly good nor bad. Jiang You noticed the subtle weariness in Lu Nanfeng's expression and the faint scars visible on his neck. The youth hesitated briefly. A myriad of scenes flashed before my eyes, conjuring various images: otherworldly beings, humanity, the extraordinary. That nightmarish figure relentlessly haunted me. I pondered, surely I must possess some degree of talent. Was it true that after the assessment, I would truly step into that entirely different world? "You didn't follow the script," Lu Nanfeng remarked, momentarily taken aback, his heart racing with apprehension. "Come now, Jiang You, please refrain from causing any trouble. At my age, I cannot afford to be put in a position where I might lose my retirement benefits." "Uncle Lu, the walls of your room bear a map, do they not?" Lu Nanfeng's pupils constricted. "Did you see it?" "Yes, it was merely a coincidence," Jiang You replied, nodding. He paused, then continued. "That represents the true state of the Great Zhou, rather than the version we learned from our textbooks, correct?" Lu Nanfeng fell silent. "Of the 10 surviving territories mentioned in our textbooks, only 5 remain today. Our predicament may not be as comfortable as we once believed. The reality is far from the idyllic vision we had. Sometimes, knowing the truth brings forth a profound sorrow. Confronting reality often demands immense courage. Thus, I frequently ponder what tomorrow will bring and what kind of person I might become. When I stand in the testing chamber, surrounded by the aberrations and confronted by darkness, I wish for the youth of Great Zhou to cast aside despair and strive upwards, without heeding the words of those who succumb to self-destruction. Those capable of action should act, and those who can voice their thoughts should speak. A single spark can emit a glimmer of light, akin to fireflies illuminating the darkness, without waiting for a beacon. If no torch is to be found, then I shall be the sole source of light. What the hell? Are you truly Jiang You? You haven't been possessed by an aberration, have you? Could such words truly come from Jiang You? Lu Nanfeng's expression was one of sheer disbelief, his features frozen in astonishment. Su Lin, who was preoccupied with taking notes, also stared blankly, lifting his gaze in confusion. "Is that truly how you feel?" Lu Nanfeng asked uncertainly. "Yes," Jiang You affirmed with resolute nodding. "I genuinely believe that." "What a farce." "I was thinking, Uncle Li, could you please refrain from chatting? I need to finish my inspection quickly as I must return to the club for a spa session." "A torch? We are not hosting the Olympics this week. I cannot be a torchbearer." Chapter 35. The Scavenger with a look of utter disbelief on Lu Nanfeng's face. Jiang You waved farewell. The events of the day had indeed left one breathless. First, the shopping mall plunged into the shadow realm upon learning that his daughter was in peril. Then the night watchman arrived just in time to avert disaster, followed by an assembly convened by the Night Watch Department. Midway through the meeting, during a brief intermission, another shocking revelation struck: the first discovery of a 6th-tier talent in over 4 or 5 decades. Who could have anticipated such a delightful surprise? As the usual proceedings of documenting the discussions unfolded, Jiang You unexpectedly transformed into a literary maestro, his words nearly causing Lu Nanfeng's mind to short-circuit. He gazed at the documentation before him, contemplating whether to submit it to the higher-ups to flaunt a little. Indeed, it was exhilarating. However, should he overreach, complications could arise. In the shadow realm, as the energy surged continuously into his being, Jiang You felt an unsettling apprehension. A golden talent? He truly did not perceive himself as possessing such potential. According to Uncle Lu, it would not be long before he gained notoriety within the Night Watch Department. If all went according to plan, in a few years, his name would grace the pages of the foundational manual on the extraordinary. Following the confirmation of his existing 6th-tier talent, Jiang You had successfully detected a golden talent, shattering the ceilings of the extraordinary in retrospect. He recalled being ensnared in thick darkness, surrounded by an eerie silence, as the shadows whispered, attempting to drag him into the abyss. At this very moment, Jiang You resolutely bent down to lift the torch and held it aloft, uttering the resonant words, "From henceforth, should there be no flame, I shall be the sole light." The absurdity of the scene was enough to evoke an embarrassment so profound it could inspire one to excavate a villa with their toes. Perched atop a towering edifice, he let out a sigh. Alas, what is done. Further discourse serves no purpose. Let the hunt continue. Remaining lifespan, 20 days. The marketplace had granted him several days of life, yet the current stock barely sufficed to see him through the month. However, it was insufficient, far from enough. On March 25th, the training camp would officially commence. Those who met the requirements would undergo several months of intensive training, genuinely grasping the extraordinary, their own abilities, and the otherworldly. The rigorous examination of the training camp's teachings would culminate in the college entrance examination for martial sciences. Unless he were to take a shortcut, participation in the training camp was mandatory. Acquiring fundamental knowledge and honing abilities was quite admirable. Jiang You had no intention of seeking special treatment. Thus, it would be prudent to accumulate sufficient lifespan beforehand. With merely a few days remaining, if he could hunt 1 or 2 otherworldly beings each day, he should manage. Jiang You rose to his feet, arms outstretched, his torso leaning slightly forward. 56 stories high. He plunged downward. The winds howled, whipping through his hair and striking his face. Shadows crept from his limbs, enveloping his body within mere seconds. The descent abruptly slowed. As he gathered his limbs, his feet sank, and he found himself standing upon the wall, commencing his descent with a sprint. Shadow walking, even the steepest of walls becomes as level as the ground beneath one's feet. Bang! The wall erupted with a resounding crack as he leapt high into the air, ascending to the wall across the street, approximately 10 stories high. His right arm transformed entirely into a lethal claw. A layer of pitch-black keratin enveloped his forearm, its barbs menacing and shimmering with a cold luminescence. The sharp claws glinted with an icy sheen at their edges, suspended halfway on the wall. The juncture of his claws and the surface emitted a series of sparks as they scraped against each other. With a mere 7 or 8 meters remaining to the ground, he leaped once more. Below, a grotesque creature, its health reduced to a mere 25%, occasionally glanced back, as though pursued by some unseen force. Alas, preoccupied with its rearward gaze, it failed to react in time, allowing Jiang You to soar directly into its face. This creature, with skin of a grayish hue and a surface adorned with intricate patterns, bore a humanoid form. Its features appeared as though veiled by a blurred filter, save for its eyes, which emitted a pale gray luminescence, barely retaining clarity. One leg severed, its abdomen nearly perforated, and its left arm vanished without a trace. It limped pitifully, making it difficult for Jiang You to remain unmoved. He did not even employ Shadow Strike. Instead, leveraging the momentum of his descent and the sharpness of his claws, he delivered a singular, ferocious blow, like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. The creature's health plummeted dramatically from 25% to 6%. The already grievously wounded entity collapsed instantaneously. Marked for the hunt, Jiang Yu's hand plunged into its chest, declaring, "Execution." Crack! The unfortunate creature met its demise on the spot. This creature, gravely injured and pitiable, fled in terror, yearning solely for survival. Yet, it was evident that its life was about to meet a tragic end. It would never again witness the sun rise nor hear the gentle whispers of the breeze. The pursuit of this wretched prey, clearly, was not a glorious hunt. Chase determination, successful. Remaining lifespan increased. Current days, 22. Combat skills slightly improved. A fleeting memory surged through his mind. The first encounter with the elusive specter, battling the aberration alone, and then the swift execution just moments ago. Memories paraded like a carousel in his consciousness, leaving Jiang You in awe. Such a slight enhancement indeed yielded considerable gains. For instance, in a previous skirmish, a different angle of attack could have proven far more potent. Adjusting evasion techniques would conserve stamina more effectively. Not bad at all. This aberration was undeniably vicious, and he had prepared himself for the possibility of a fruitless hunt. Grasping the creature's form, Jiang You unleashed Shadow Devour once more. Under his command, The shadows consumed the creature like a potent acid, gradually eroding its body before flowing back to his palm. Shadow points increased by 4. Successfully surpassed 40 points. Excellent. A dual benefit from one corpse, highly efficient. Hey, where did you come from? A voice, brimming with fury, echoed from a short distance away. Jiang You paused, turning to look. A young man clad in a leather jacket and camouflage trousers, his head adorned with a camouflage helmet, approached with a wary expression. His clothing bore numerous tears, and faint traces of blood seeped from his wounds. Health, 73. What is this person up to? Jiang You stared at him in bewilderment. Where's my prey? The young man glared angrily, sweeping his gaze across Jiang Yu's side, and upon seeing the puddle on the ground, he instantly understood. The shadow devourer does not entirely consume its prey. It typically leaves behind a considerable amount of indigestible parts at the original site. My friend, this is rather underhanded of you. Deng Ke's gaze faltered, increasingly feeling that this individual before him looked familiar. No, it was more than just familiarity. Are you? He inquired. Is there something you need? Jiang You tilted his head slightly. Although the other person was clad in camouflage attire, it was evident that he could not possibly be a member of the night patrol. Encountering a wild extraordinary for the first time was quite intriguing. The 2 words, "Is there something you need?" caused Deng Ke to chuckle in exasperation. He responded, "Look, even if you are a prominent internet celebrity, you cannot simply take my prey. I invested time and effort, and just when I had it on the brink of capture, it escaped. Then you swoop in and seize the opportunity that hardly adheres to the rules." Jiang You shook his head. "I only saw that extraordinary creature and did not notice you." "Well, that's understandable," Deng Ke replied. "The visibility in this shadowy realm is quite limited. It would be strange if you could see me. How was I to know that in the time it took me to catch my breath, the prey would vanish? I had my sights set on it first. And you should have noted its condition. It was gravely injured and on the brink of death. Look at my wounds. I was merely waiting to take it down and sell it for a bit of money." Deng Ke conceded. "All right, I suppose today is my unlucky day. Let us adhere to the rules of scavengers. How about a 70-30 split? You, a prominent internet celebrity, wouldn't stoop to bullying a mere small fry like me, would you? What is this notion of a 3-7 split?" Jiang You was once again left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 36. The Extraordinary Beyond the Night Watchman. "Come on. This is rather uninteresting," he remarked. "Even a prominent internet celebrity shouldn't be so domineering. In truth, a cordial discussion could be quite beneficial." Deng Ke pursed his lips, his voice dwindling. The reason was simple. Jiang Yu's demeanor was far from amiable, especially with those 2 large claws. A mere brush of his index and middle fingers produced a metallic clash that sent shivers down one's spine. What sort of situation is this? Outmatched. Deng Ke thought it best to retreat. He resolved to block you and, better yet, to create several alternate accounts to incessantly troll his comment section, acknowledging his inferiority. He bid farewell with a clasp of his hands and a gesture of respect. "Wait a moment," Jiang You called out to him. "Why must you press me when we bear no enmity?" Deng Ke felt a surge of caution, stepping back to scrutinize Jiang You. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Jiang You sighed. "Why do you act so theatrically? What do you mean by scavenger and 3-7 split? What are you truly implying? Brother, are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending?" Deng Ke inquired, suspicion lacing his tone. Jiang You remained silent, his gaze steady upon him. "Scavenger?" Deng Ke probed tentatively. "Explain," Jiang Yu prompted. Deng Ke's expression turned peculiar. Such concepts were common knowledge to any university student. As for Jiang Yu's lack of a college education, that was simply absurd. The prowess displayed in the video was not top tier, yet could a person without a degree possess such skill? Deng Ke was the first to doubt it. This is fundamentally basic knowledge. Even those who are not university students can delve into the extraordinary realm and unearth information. Indeed, who could have imagined that beneath the menacing cloak of shadows lies a fervent, eccentric soul, an aspiring comic artist with a penchant for risque creations? My friend, could it be that you have truly lost your memory? Regarding my awakening from amnesia, with a mobile phone at hand, I registered for a Douyin account and began sharing short videos about my memory loss. Please, share your story. I am eager to hear it, Jiang Yu urged. Deng Ke's Adam's apple bobbed as he explained, "Scavengers, those who collect discarded items. These are our self-designations. The official term is Night Watch Division External Personnel. Anyone with a rank of at least intermediate level can register. Typically, those who wish to enter the shadow realm to enhance their abilities and earn a bit of extra income, yet find themselves unable to join the Night Watch Division. will register as external personnel. Most scavengers possess rather modest abilities akin to web novel writers, an assembly of aspiring authors struggling at the bottom, diligently scraping together a meager living. Thus, we also refer to ourselves as collectors of the Shadow Realm. Noticing Jiang Yu's rapt attention, Deng Ke grew increasingly astonished. Does this fellow truly lack understanding of such matters? Oh, by the way, brother Yu, weren't you criticized by a blogger named Dao on Douyin? He is, in fact, a scavenger. And I suspect he is merely an old external personnel too timid to enter the Shadow Realm, perhaps having encountered few anomalies. I could vent my frustrations on your behalf. He even blocked me, I swear. Allow me to show you my Douyin backend. Brother, there's no need. Upon witnessing his genuine urge to pull out his phone, Jiang You couldn't help but chuckle as he intervened. Trust me, my friend, I am indeed your staunch admirer. What I mean is, this Shadow Realm lacks connectivity. As their gazes met, Deng Ke was the first to concede, bowing once more. Brother Yu, since you have taken care of this quarry, I shall not linger any longer. Farewell. Wait a moment. Jiang Yu was not yet satiated. Such a wealth of new knowledge was a rarity, and he intended to extract every ounce of it. How much is this worth? I will transfer the funds to you. You must continue to enlighten me. Deng Ke, initially displaying a hint of impatience, instantly brightened at this proposition. All right, my friend. I had originally planned to sell this item. It is a mid-tier gray variant in pristine condition, likely valued between 6,000 to 7,000. Let us compromise at 6,005. According to the scavenger's code, the finder retains 30%, while the primary contributor claims 70%. This aberrant state is rather poor. You have no objections, do you? I was merely a step behind, but I would have caught up soon to secure the kill. You have no objections, do you? I wonder why I did not see you around earlier. Jiang Yu smiled, albeit in a manner that Deng Ke could not perceive. It has been said that visibility in this Shadow Realm is obstructed, and given my injuries, I had to proceed with utmost caution. It is entirely normal that you did not spot me. Deng Ke spoke without a hint of embarrassment. Very well, continue. Jiang Yu found amusement in the situation. Such meticulous bargaining indeed bore a striking resemblance to a bustling marketplace negotiation. All right, I shall continue. Deng Ke exclaimed, Brother, I am truly your fan. Let us not split this down the middle. I only need to earn some medical expenses, about 6,500. Could you transfer me 3,250? Later, I will return you 7,000, considering it tuition for imparting this knowledge. Jiang Yu, being generous, indeed had no shortage of funds. The profits from adult comics are beyond imagination. Thank you, brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, he continued. Deng Ke's eyes gleamed with excitement. He resolved not to blacklist you upon returning. Instead, he would create 10 alternate accounts to engage in dialogue with Dao. Let's change our location for this conversation. All right, where shall we go? How about the rooftop? What? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu, in his shadowy form, lifted him as if he were a small chick, soaring up the wall with effortless grace. Deng Ke was taken aback, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. Slow down, Deng Ke exclaimed, feeling as if he were floating. He was now 100% certain that wall-flying Yaozi was no mere special effect. The journey felt interminable, and after what seemed like an eternity, he finally found solid ground beneath his feet. Deng Ke stood there, dazed and bewildered, gazing around. His body soared ahead while his spirit lagged behind. What exactly is your ability? You can climb walls, possess sharp claws, enveloped in shadows, and even shoot shadowy threads. Do you wish to drink? I can fetch some. No. That one tea be necessary. Don't mention it. Jiang Yu turned around, retrieving a large bag from the corner of the rooftop. A question mark slowly appeared on Deng Ke's forehead. Come, let us continue our conversation. Sitting at the edge of the rooftop, Jiang Yu opened a bottle and drank deeply, letting out a satisfied belch. Brother Yao seemed less intimidating than anticipated. Deng Ke, lost in thought, hesitated before cautiously taking a seat beside him. A glance downward made his legs weak and his head spin. Goodness, from the 50th floor, a fall would surely reduce one to a pulp. Have you truly lost your memory? Deng Ke inquired. As you can see, Jiang Yu shrugged. Then, Deng Ke found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to express his myriad of thoughts. Let us not dwell on that. Jiang Yu shifted the topic, asking, who do you sell the hunted aberrants to? The night patrol, universities, or companies with acquisition qualifications, like Chuyang Group. They research new medications and occasionally issue tasks to acquire aberrants, Deng Ke explained. Jiang Yu nodded, inquiring further. Are there any benefits to being an external member? Not particularly, Jiang You replied, shaking his head. There is no base salary or benefits. At most, there are performance-related bonuses, and one can select aberrants based on the tasks issued by the night patrol, significantly reducing the likelihood of encountering formidable aberrants. Oh, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. That sounds promising. His current frustration lay in the inefficiency of locating aberrants and the inability to gauge their strength, relying solely on visual assessment. For instance, if an aberrant appeared too large, it was wise to seek a different target. The issue lies in the fact that not all creatures of different species are diminutive and feeble. If he were to encounter one of those seemingly small yet immensely powerful beings, he could only consider himself unfortunate. The concept of an auxiliary night watchman is rather intriguing. Chapter 37. Let the chrysanthemum fly with a soft pop. Execution. The hand delved into the body of the aberration and promptly crushed it. Shadows clung to the opponent's form, strangling and absorbing. Name: Blood Shadow Level, Mid-Tier First Rank Description, a hybrid born from inferior abyssal aberrations, possessing a degree of potential. High agility, sharp claws, and notable self-healing capabilities. Killing cost: sensory disarray cost has been waived. Shadow devouring reward: shadow point count increased. This aberration has been catalogued. Successful hunt. Your evasion skills have received a modest enhancement. Feeling a powerful force surging within, Jiang You revealed a faint smile of satisfaction. He had engaged in extensive conversation with Jiang You the previous day. The two had struck an accord and decided to collaborate. Jiang You would procure tasks from the night patrol and locate lower-tier aberrations, while Jiang You would handle the hunting. Their division of labor was harmonious, a male pairing that rendered work effortless. As the aberration was devoured by Jiang You, he compensated Jiang You at 50% of the market price. Though this may seem meager, even a further reduction of 20% would still leave Jiang You content. What a deal! Jiang Yu's sole responsibility was to select suitable aberrations and relay their locations to Jiang You. This was far less strenuous than toiling away in the hunt himself. Wouldn't you agree? Remarkably, on the very first day of their collaboration, Jiang You had already slain 4 aberrations. Can you believe it? Are you not weary, Gui? Confirming that Jiang You had completed his hunt, Jiang You emerged from the crevice between buildings, his gaze towards Jiang You now tinged with a hint of reverence. As a mid-tier first rank, he too needed to exercise caution while hunting aberrations. While one may indeed possess the strength to overcome, it is undeniable that injuries will ensue. The most formidable challenge posed by these aberrations lies in the perpetual emanation of contamination from their very beings. The moment one sustains an injury, this foulness infiltrates the body. Furthermore, even if one succeeds in slaying their quarry, a layer of pollution inevitably cloaks their form. Take, for instance, the gray variant from yesterday. Upon achieving victory, it required a recuperation period of at least 2 or 3 days to mitigate the effects of contamination. In fact, it would take nearly 5 days to fully regain the strength necessary to pursue other aberrations. Otherwise, one would bear the burden of pollution, only to find themselves hunting several creatures in rapid succession, ultimately resulting in a costly visit to the hospital's contamination department. This fellow, marked by warts, is indeed a far cry from humanity. When faced with an aberration's assault, he deftly evades. If evasion proves impossible, he boldly stands his ground. With a glimmering blade aimed directly at his heart, this audacious individual exhibits no fear whatsoever. Initially, the aberrations exude an air of intimidation, yet as the skirmish unfolds, they too become wary. While one may have encountered the obstinate and the brazen, they have surely never witnessed such reckless abandon. Remarkably, after a fierce battle, a brief respite restores the wart fellow to peak condition. In the longest of encounters, he required merely an hour to recuperate, emerging revitalized and brimming with vigor. One could easily question whether this individual is human at all. In fact, he appears more aberrant than the aberrations themselves. To speak candidly, in a fair contest, Jiang You would likely find himself evenly matched, with a slight edge favoring the wart fellow, 4-6, if you will. The primary threat lies in those formidable claws, which render lower-tier extraordinary beings nearly defenseless. This is the standard scenario. In a dire confrontation, however, the odds shift drastically, perhaps to a 1 in 9 ratio, with that solitary chance representing a sliver of hope. Shall we take a break, wart fellow? Jiang You inquired, as he approached to gather remnants of bones and other debris. The evidence of the scavenger's task is also a means to exchange for points, which can be redeemed for rice and soybean oil. Nothing should go to waste. Could you pass me a can of drink? Jiang You extended his hand. Certainly, Deng Ku replied, bending down to rummage through his bag. After a few hearty gulps, Jiang Yu let out a satisfied belch. Over the course of a day, his lifespan had extended to 39 days. It is worth noting that with every prey he hunted, he grew stronger. His abilities increased exponentially, and the efficiency of hunting the aberrant species would only improve. Regrettably, the 4 aberrant creatures he encountered were all of the first-tier middle level, providing him with no new abilities. What is the matter? Jiang Yu inquired upon noticing Deng Ku's hesitance. Well, brother, perhaps we should take it slow. If you continue to hunt like this, it could lead to trouble. Do not worry, I know my limits, Jiang Yu reassured him, glancing at the panel indicating that the costs had been waived. He was well aware of the fundamental knowledge regarding costs and pollution. In fact, he felt remarkably well. Nonetheless, it was indeed getting late, and it would be prudent to cease for the day. Jiang Yu stretched his body. All right then, Deng Ku sighed in relief. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu added, starting tomorrow, help me find first-tier upper-level aberrant creatures. First-tier upper-level, you say? Deng Ku hesitated. Could that be somewhat risky? Concerned that Jiang Yu might lack knowledge in this area, he explained that there exists a considerable disparity even among individuals of the same rank, and that differences can also be observed among those of the same tier and position. The night patrol could only provide a vague designation of first-tier upper echelon, but whether the opponent is strong or weak within that classification can only be discerned through actual combat. It's fine. Let's select some lesser threats among the aberrations and gradually wear them down, Jiang Yu suggested. The utility of first-tier, mid-level aberrations has diminished for me. It is time to shift my focus. Very well, Deng Ku replied, nodding in agreement. Hunting monsters restores memory. Hunting monsters restores strength. This was Jiang Yu's assertion to Deng Ku. Such an absurd premise. Who could believe it? If it weren't for the visible enhancement Jiang Yu experienced after each defeat of an aberration, Deng Ku would have been skeptical. Yaozigo, may I take my leave? Farewell. Deng Ku waved as he departed. He made his way towards the nearest exit of the shadow layer, feeling rather buoyant. The entrances and exits of the shadow layer were strictly controlled by the night patrol. How did Yaozigo manage to come and go? Did he possess knowledge of a wild rift? Such clandestine control would be illegal. After all, if humans could enter and exit, so could aberrations. Failing to report such knowledge could lead to severe consequences. It was inconceivable that Yaozigo resided within the shadow layer. What sort of person could continuously inhabit the shadow layer? Suddenly, Deng Ku's expression shifted as he pondered this. He glanced back hurriedly, but, of course, Jiang Yu was nowhere to be seen. He quickened his pace to leave. Emerging from the shadows, Jiang Yu strolled towards his community. Along the way, he purchased a chrysanthemum from a shop before returning to his building. Yao Yao? He immediately spotted Lu Yao Yao, who was waiting for the elevator. Oh, flowers? Lu Yao Yao's eyes lit up upon seeing the blossom in his hand, and she bounced over, asking, who are they for? Oh, Jiang Yu hadn't anticipated such a coincidence. He had bought it for her. What kind of flower is this? Lu Yao Yao, unfamiliar with flowers, inquired. This is a rose, Jiang Yu replied. Is it? The pale white petals surrounded a delicate yellow center, exuding freshness. A gentle whiff revealed its delightful fragrance. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed, confident that this variety lacked any gaudy allure. However, Lu Yao Yao's expression shifted to one of indignation as she pointed to a small tag on the stem. Chamomile. You claim it is not a rose? Jiang Yu maintained his composure. It is not. I assert it is also not a rose, he sighed, exasperated. This is certainly not a rose. When I ordered flowers at the shop, this was what they provided me. I insisted it wasn't a rose, but they insisted it was. I had no choice but to take it. A puzzled expression slowly appeared on Lu Yao Yao's face, as if a question mark had materialized. This situation was quite amusing, akin to letting the chrysanthemum fly. Chapter 38. Lin Mo and Su Lin were certainly not gifts intended for any young lady. What was I thinking? It's nearly dinner time, and I should bring these flowers home? If someone had gifted me these, do you think I would return home today? Don't ask where I'm going instead of home. The hotel is my abode. Ouch, that hurts. Upon discovering that the flowers were not specifically meant for her, Jiang Yu witnessed Lu Yao Yao's expression transition from shock to disbelief and finally to indignation. Now, with a darkened countenance, she carried her small backpack, her expression suggesting she wished to annihilate herself. What are you pressing the button for on the 10th floor? Lu Yao Yao inquired within the elevator. Delivering flowers. Jiang You replied nonchalantly. Very well, Lu Yao Yao retorted, amusement bubbling in her anger. I shall see to whom you are delivering them. A boy. Jiang You responded with resignation, casting her a sidelong glance. And why are you so concerned about it? Concerned. Lu Yao Yao exclaimed, her fury escalating. Jiang You, how delightful you are. Next time, I'll buy you flowers. Jiang Yu reached out, intending to ruffle her hair, but was met with a sharp slap of her hand. Sending his gesture away, Lu Yao Yao's chest heaved with irritation. Ding! The elevator reached the desired floor, and Jiang Yu stepped out first. I am quite eager to discover who has enchanted you to the extent of sending flowers. Lu Yao Yao followed closely behind. However, as they turned left and rounded the corner, her steps faltered. Before her, at the end of the corridor, lay a stunning array of flowers arranged before a door, yellow, white. Mostly chrysanthemums of unknown variety. It is meant for remembrance. Lu Yao Yao suddenly realized. Jiang Yu, with unceasing steps, approached and bent down to place the flowers. What is this for? Just a tribute, Jiang Yu replied, standing upright thereafter. A tribute? To whom? Jiang Yu took the initiative to explain. Well, how should I put it? Su Linjie? His gaze lingered behind Lu Yao Yao. Jiang Yu, Lu Yao Yao? What brings you both here? Su Lin was taken aback. She glanced at the bouquet at the door, slightly surprised. Do you know Lin Mo? Knowing him is a stretch. I don't even know his name. Jiang Yu scratched his head. I had encountered some troubles earlier. Brother Lin Mo lent me a hand. We live on the same floor. And upon hearing of his misfortune, I come by daily to bring a bouquet. Su Lin understood, I see. Come on in. She stepped forward, retrieved a key, inserted it into the lock, and then carried the flowers inside. As the door swung open, the interior was quite simple, the white-tiled floor adorned with cloud-like patterns, beside which stood an empty cabinet. To the left, a modestly sized living room awaited, furnished with a coffee table, sofa, and television, adjacent to a small balcony. 2 bedrooms lay beyond, but Jiang Yu refrained from peering inside. The 3 settled onto the living room sofa, with Su Lin taking the lead. Sister, what happened to Brother Lin Mo? I recall he mentioned something about Baidu Academy and Extraordinary Humanities, Jiang Yu inquired. He even shared that much with you? Su Lin responded. Astonished. Residing in a building, we occasionally exchanged a few words. Jiang Yu smiled, recalling an incident when I was targeted by delinquents. And it was Lin Mo who intervened on my behalf. Afterward, donning the attire of a night patroller, he even asked me for a cigarette. Such feats were well within his capabilities. Su Lin, unable to suppress her emotions, revealed a faint smile. Unfortunately, that smile faded within moments. For the protagonist of the tale was no longer with us. After a brief silence, she spoke again, her tone tinged with nostalgia. We were high school classmates, later pursuing different majors at Baidu Academy. He was a particularly tenacious individual, embodying the notion that willpower is an inherent trait, fixed from the moment of self-assessment. Just as some possess type A blood and others type B, such characteristics are destined and immutable. He was skeptical of this belief, often asserting that since willpower could be tested, it could also be strengthened. Indeed, so could a person. Ignoring all caution, he insisted on joining the combat department during our freshman year. The outcome was as you might imagine. Su Lin gazed into the distance, her lips pressed together. Recognizing that talent dictates all, he could not defy the unyielding laws established by countless predecessors. Subsequently, he transitioned to the extraordinary liberal arts program. Before graduating, he secured an internship with the Night Patrol Bureau, impressively earning a permanent position. He was a sociable and cheerful person, often seen at the gym or library, engaging in physical fitness and reading, perhaps the few passions he cherished. I pondered whether the fervor of his youth had long since dissipated. Not long ago, Lin Mo bravely ventured into the Shadow Realm to save 2 children, engaging in fierce combat with an otherworldly creature. After ingesting a compound, he met his untimely demise. Ironically, the creature he fought was of the same ilk as the wandering spirit encountered in the marketplace that day. Lu Yao Yao, resembling a withered eggplant, had remained silent since entering the room, her spirit deflated and her anger long dissipated. Oh, my memory. So engrossed in conversation, I neglected to offer you both a glass of water. Su Lin rose to her feet. No need, really, Sister Su, Jiang Yu interjected repeatedly. Yet Su Lin had already poured water and set it before them. Thank you, Sister Su. You're welcome. Su Lin gazed at them, seemingly lost in thought, her eyes momentarily sparkling before dimming once more. Humans can be impulsive. In moments of urgency, they often make unwise decisions. Su Lin continued, reflecting on her own past. Years spent desperately training to break free from constraints, only to be left with scars. She was never a warrior by trade. And to plunge into the shadow realm to confront an alien adversary was, one could argue, a certain death sentence. You both possess remarkable talent. It is imperative to remain calm in the face of adversity. After a brief hesitation, she managed a faint smile, asserting that it was not disgraceful to refrain from heroism. Look at Lin Mo. He played the hero, but what lies beyond that? There is no future anymore. Jiang You took a small sip of water, sighing softly, unsure of how to offer comfort. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Sister Su Lin, when will Lin Mo's remains be interred? He has already been laid to rest. With the new year approaching, it is best to put him to rest, she replied. Is that so? Jiang Yu's mind once again conjured the image of the eerie, patterned specter, formidable in strength, yet shrouded in blindness. Perhaps he had erred in his assumptions? The thought flickered through his mind. After all, he could not casually express to Su Lin, I suspect that there is something amiss with Lin Mo's body. Might we lift the coffin lid to examine it? Thus, he opted for a more indirect approach, stating, those aberrations are indeed detestable. On that day at the mall, I encountered a spirit, its body adorned with black, worm-like patterns. Its eyes seemingly clouded, wreaking havoc in the shadows. For an ordinary person, encountering such a being would surely mean certain death. At a particular word, Su Lin paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. After exchanging a few more words, she bid farewell to Jiang You and his companion, returning to her room, her brow furrowing ever deeper. Lin Mo, she murmured softly, finally unable to remain still. She retreated to her chamber, opened her computer, and began to type. It was uncertain when Sister Su Lin would emerge from her sorrow. Stepping outside, Jiang Yu let out a sigh. Were it him, losing a longtime classmate would undoubtedly bring prolonged distress. Lu Yaoyao nodded in agreement. Do you truly believe it is merely the loss of a classmate? Jiang Yu cast a glance at her, noting the engagement ring adorning her ring finger. This. Lu Yaoyao instinctively glanced back at the now closed door. Life is indeed fraught with regrets, isn't it? Indeed, Lu Yaoyao responded softly. I have come to a realization. I have understood. Come to my home tonight, and let us make amends for the regrets we hold. Lu Yaoyao was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. What did you just say? Chapter 39. The remotely unfathomable power in the shadow realm. Jiang Yu assumed his shadow form. Palms pressed against the ground as he performed handstand push-ups. Ever since he transcended into the extraordinary, his boundless energy had been ceaseless. Today, having absorbed the essence of four, his strength surged even further. With no pressing matters at hand, he busied himself with exercises in the shadow realm. The manual provided a panel that only chronicled his abilities, devoid of specific metrics such as stamina or strength. This left Jiang Yu uncertain about his current standing. According to Deng Ku, he was likely at a level where he could not contend with second-tier beings, yet could navigate first-tier challenges with relative ease. Capable of evading foes even if he could not vanquish them. He continued his regimen diligently, when suddenly he noticed the doorknob exhibiting signs of movement. Someone was at the door. Was it Uncle Li or Lu Yaoyao? No, Uncle Li was still in Baidu. Traversing between gathering places amidst this cataclysm took an exorbitant amount of time, far longer than in his previous life. Fortunately, he had secured the door with a lock. So while the doorknob turned, it did not yield to entry. Jiang Yu promptly withdrew from the shadow realm. With a click, he opened the door to reveal Lu Yaoyao standing there. It was past 8. What brought her here? Jiang Yu scrutinized her appearance. The young girl had her long hair cascading down, clad in an adorable dinosaur-themed pajama set, revealing a pair of delicate, white ankles. On her feet were fluffy monster slippers, though she regrettably wore cotton socks. I baked some cookies. Would you like to have some? The girl raised the bag in her hand. Then I must taste them. Jiang Yu chuckled. Shall I come in? To his surprise, Lu Yaoyao genuinely stepped inside. Typically, after dinner, this girl would return home, but today she unusually sought him out. With a thud, the door closed. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. Your smile is rather lewd, he thought. As Lu Yaoyao placed the items on the coffee table, she immediately became wary. No, I'm just happy. Jiang Yu wiped his mouth. I simply adore cookies. They make me crave. What were you doing in there? I knocked for ages, and when I used the key, it still wouldn't open. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, Lu Yaoyao had a hunch about what this guy was thinking and shot him a fierce glare. I was exercising in the house. I didn't notice the noise. Jiang You shifted closer. Where's Uncle Lu? He is out on a mission. Will he be back tonight? What happened at the mall frightens me. Every time I close my eyes, I see that horrifying scene. I feel as though, lying in bed, there are monsters surrounding me, watching. Yeah, what should I do? I'm just an ordinary boy, weak and incapable, who has never witnessed bloodshed. I feel so scared. Lu Yaoyao was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing that Jiang Yu's remarks were laden with meaning. You can stay here tonight. As expected, the veins on Lu Yaoyao's forehead throbbed. Ignoring the overly dramatic and somewhat childish youth, she inquired, by the way, I forgot to ask earlier, what is the ability you awakened? Ability, huh? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then replied, it's Shadow Eye. Have you heard of it? The branch ability of shadow manipulators? Lu Yaoyao contemplated. Oh, it's good to know you've heard of it. Fortunately, he possesses multiple abilities, allowing for selection. After much consideration, Jiang Yu resolved to present Shadow Eye, a relatively moderate ability with theoretical potential for growth, as the information he would disclose publicly. After all, aside from this, the other abilities seemed ill-suited for such exposure. Shadow walking? I awakened an ability that allows me to parkour with style. Form manipulation? This form seems somewhat familiar, akin to that viral sensation, Warty Brother. That would simply expose my identity. Jiang Yu's persona was that of a fierce hunter, a cunning and ruthless assassin. Revealing him to be merely an 18-year-old would be of no advantage. Evidently, the ability Shadow Eye was not particularly rare, and Lu Yaoyao nodded in acknowledgement. What about you? What is your ability? Jiang Yu inquired with genuine curiosity. Spirit Binding, a branch ability of soul manipulators, with potential rated at the highest tier. Lu Yaoyao remarked with a slight smirk. Spirit Binding? That sounds rather impressive, Jiang Yu mused, feeling an unexplainable admiration. Lu Yaoyao elaborated, in the early stages. My combat capability is relatively weak, primarily serving as a means of interference. However, once I reach the 5th tier, I will undoubtedly surpass your Shadow Eye. With that, she proudly lifted her chin, embodying a sense of superiority. A treasure, indeed. You belong to the faction of shadowy figures, while I am a genuine hunter of stealth. Jiang Yu did not strike her, but merely gave her a light tap on the head. Thus, you must tread carefully and not squander your potential too early. Please refrain from your ominous predictions. The young girl covered her forehead and rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, what exactly are these shadow walkers and soul weavers? Jiang Yu inquired. To be honest, I am not overly familiar with them myself, Lu Yaoyao replied. These entities are related to various breeds of the exotic species, for instance. Shadow walkers correspond to the shadow breed among them. Hunting these exotic species and siphoning off their pollution is one of the pathways for extraordinary beings to gain strength. Moreover, targeting the corresponding exotic species significantly enhances the efficacy of such endeavors. Conversely, if a shadow walker were to pursue a pattern breed or blood breed, the results would be vastly diminished. Oh, how intriguing. Lu Yaoyao is truly a treasure of knowledge. Any queries posed to her will surely yield answers. Come now, demonstrate your ability, Soul Shock. A name that sounds quite formidable. Jiang Yu rubbed his palms together. Who shall I demonstrate it to? I require a target to activate my ability. Me, Jiang Yu declared, thumping his chest confidently. Are you out of your mind? My skin is tough and resilient. It's unlikely that your newly awakened powers could incapacitate me in one go, right? How does this soul shock work? Is it meant to rattle my brain? It's a form of suppression. You fool. Lu Yaoyao sighed in exasperation, realizing the two were not even on the same wavelength after their lengthy discussion. Then I'm even less worried. It's merely suppression. In gaming terms, it's akin to binding, stunning, or dazing. Come, let me give it a try. But what if something goes wrong? Lu Yaoyao felt a flutter of excitement within her. Her abilities required a living target to manifest. After all, attempting to invoke a spirit on a wooden cabinet would yield no reaction whatsoever. While her powers were indeed extraordinary, the lack of opportunity to utilize them left her with a lingering sense of anticipation. Rest assured, I am truly fine. Jiang Yu flexed his muscles, exclaiming, behold, a true muscular physique, the result of diligent training. You've really built an impressive physique, Lu Yaoyao gasped, her gaze captivated. However, as she regained her composure and met Jiang Yu's teasing gaze, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively averted her eyes. Would you like to touch? Shut up, Lu Yaoyao retorted, a mix of embarrassment and indignation coursing through her. Oh, you want to try, do you? Very well, let us see. Come on. Are you ready? Bring it on. Am I really going for it? Do not hold back. Here it comes. With a sudden thud, Jiang You stumbled forward, collapsing into Lu Yaoyao's embrace, leaving her momentarily dazed. Chapter 40. My lifelong fear of thunder. Ah, it hurts. He collapsed in agony, groaning and writhing in distress. Are you all right? Lu Yaoyao found herself momentarily paralyzed, at a loss for what to do. His head, it felt as if it were about to explode. He paused, then lay flat, urging, quickly, lie down. I shall fetch a doctor. Lu Yaoyao hurriedly supported him. Having just gained strength, she was still unfamiliar with it. Suddenly, it all came flooding out. And upon witnessing Jiang Yu's condition, she was genuinely alarmed. Press on my temples. Jiang Yu lay across her legs, taking a deep breath. Do not misunderstand. It was merely that the pain left me breathless earlier. Now, I simply need to catch my breath. I have no ulterior motives. Coughing. Rub it, please. Jiang Yu's expression was one of torment. Ah. Instinctively, Lu Yaoyao placed her hands upon him. Her fingers, cool and slender like green onions, pressed gently against his temples, moving in tender circles. No, what am I doing at this moment? I must call for a doctor. Lu Yaoyao suddenly realized. Oh, it feels somewhat better. Jiang Yu grasped her wrist, insisting, just a bit more. I can manage. Are you truly all right? Lu Yaoyao hesitated. Rub a little more. Jiang Yu urged. Her delicate fingers continued to massage his head. Soft, truly soft. Fragrant, undeniably fragrant. As she rubbed his temples, a dull ache lingered in her own head. How should one go about this? Relaxing the scalp, gently pressing from the forehead to the back and from the crown towards the sides, while also massaging the acupoints on the neck to soothe the head. The technique should be gentle, not merely poking with a single finger. Yes. Gather your fingers together and softly. How much has been spent at the Xingyue Club at the entrance of the community? Lu Yaoyao inquired calmly. Not much. Just a few thousand. The voice abruptly ceased, and Jiang Yu opened his eyes. Actually, I was joking. Do you believe me? Get up. Continue to knead. Continue to knead. 1, 2. Upon seeing her begin to count, Jiang Yu promptly straightened his posture. I'm heading back. Lu Yaoyao's expression darkened. Oh, don't. It was over. The joke had been made. Just now, I did indeed sway a bit. Jiang Yu had no choice but to change the subject, stating, I was fully focused, intending to dodge, but unexpectedly fell into the trap, utterly caught off guard. Hearing him describe his abilities, Lu Yaoyao finally ceased her movements. She let out a soft huff. The powers of the extraordinary originate from the unusual, and their unpredictable nature is entirely normal. If all abilities could be perceived by the naked eye, that would indeed be abnormal. Complimenting you a few times has left you breathless. Jiang Yu chuckled. Does it hurt? Yes, it hurts. It feels as though a small iron hammer has struck me sharply on the forehead. Can you endure it? Absolutely no problem. After all, having just awakened his abilities, Jiang Yu had been struggling in the shadow realm for years. He was certainly resilient enough to withstand a blow. However, Lu Yaoyao's abilities were indeed extraordinary, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Despite his concentrated effort, he still fell victim to the situation. In the future, as Lu Yaoyao's strength escalates, her power might become even more formidable. To vanquish an enemy without engaging in battle, to strike a fatal blow from 800 meters away, Jiang Yu was uncertain if extraordinary beings could achieve such feats, but regardless, he sat beside Lu Yaoyao, nonchalantly attempting to grasp her delicate hand. However, she noticed and promptly shifted a few positions away. Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the concept of embarrassment, maintaining his composure. After the spring festival, in about 10 days, shall we not be heading to the training camp? Indeed, Yunhai is the largest among the surrounding gathering places. At that time, instructors from other gathering areas will bring their students to Yunhai. This year, with the increase in recruitment, the numbers are likely to be slightly higher than before. Lu Yaoyao remarked. I have a question. With so many new recruits, will the training camp be able to accommodate them? Jiang Yu inquired. Rest assured, Lu Yaoyao elucidated. The expanded recruitment mainly targets extraordinary liberal arts students, while the training camp is composed entirely of martial science cadets. Ah, I see, Jiang Yu acknowledged. Boom. At that moment, thunder erupted. A heavy rain was approaching. It's quite late. I should head back. Oh, are you leaving already? Jiang Yu felt unfulfilled. What else should I do? Outside. The thunder rumbled. Lu Yaoyao looked at him incredulously. How old are we? Should I still be afraid of thunder? I'm not saying you're afraid. I'm saying I am. Jiang Yu replied with a shy smile. Afraid of what? Go away, go away. She exclaimed, I'm going to get a pillow. Hey, Jiang Yu. My father is aware that he would kill you. If death is to come, So be it. I am utterly terrified. I have been fearful of thunder since childhood. Whenever thunder strikes, my legs tremble uncontrollably, rendering me unable to move, and my speech quivers. I possess a timid disposition. As you are well aware, and throughout my life, I have been overly cautious. Alas, I wonder when I shall overcome this weakness. Observing Jiang You, who leaps about like a monkey, as he rushes into the room to retrieve a pillow, Lu Yaoyao's expression stiffens. Uncle Lu is not returning tonight, is he? Jiang You flashes a broad grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, akin to a wolf encountering a delectable lamb. Is this the first-tier superior variant you sought? In the shadowy depths, atop the tall building, JiangYu gazes at Deng Ke. For reasons unknown, Deng Ke keenly senses that his elder brother appears somewhat displeased today. He promptly wears a pained expression and explains, "Brother, there are indeed first-tier superiors, but they have dispersed significantly compared to the mid-tier. Fortunately, there are a few in District East 1 that are relatively close, making them easier to hunt. Moreover, these hunters, aside from their formidable attack power and resilience, possess no other peculiar tactics. Once you adapt to their attack patterns, you will undoubtedly prevail. Besides, have you not already slain one?" The prey Deng Ke refers to is the one Jiang You featured in his second video not long ago. He had previously attacked a severely injured hunter, delivering a shadow strike and marking it, barely scraping off its outer layer of blood. Dragging its battered body, it nearly crushed Jiang You. The claw form and shadow walking were indeed rewards from that hunt. However, upon reflection, Deng Ke's assertion holds merit. Within the realm of the extraordinary, one encounters beings of peculiar capabilities, whose attacks elude comprehension. Perhaps it is the more straightforward predators, like the cunning specter, that are easier to contend with. Moreover, Deng Ke had reviewed videos of Jiang You, confirming that he had previously tormented this peculiar entity, which ultimately influenced his decision to select it. Considering all factors, this indeed appears to be a commendable choice. Taking a gentle breath, Jiang You calmed his mind. He had risen rather early. In the quiet of dawn, he quietly emerged from his makeshift bed and tiptoed to the bedside. There lay Lu Yaoyao, her delicate visage flushed with a natural rosy hue, devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, radiating an innate charm. Her skin resembled that of a ripe peach, irresistibly tempting one to take a hearty bite. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, her small nose inhaling and exhaling rhythmically, while her soft, glistening lips occasionally brushed together, mumbling softly. After a moment of contemplation, he watched her for several seconds until she began to stir awake. Upon seeing Jiang You, her clear eyes were filled with bewilderment. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the air. As their gazes locked, Jiang You hesitated, contemplating whether to act, when the door resounded with a familiar sound. It was indeed Uncle Lu returning. "Yaya, what time is it? Why are you still asleep? Can you guess what I have brought for you?" Jiang Yu was unaware of the contents of the parcel, but he knew well that the quality of the belts from Uncle Lu's household was rather subpar, often snapping with a mere tug. Chapter 41, Shadow Threads Upgrade. New abilities returning to the present. The predator remains just that, a predator. Today, let us create another video featuring this formidable hunter. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened as he observed the massive predator, akin to a luxury sedan, crouching on the opposite building. Beneath it lay the mangled corpse of an aberration, helplessly subjected to its relentless tearing. Health status, 87, a robust vitality, signifying its full strength. The detection device indicated the presence of another aberration in close proximity. Deng Ke glanced at the instrument in his hand. The palm-sized detector displayed a luminous dot, accompanied by measurements of distance and altitude, a straight-line distance of 25 meters, descending approximately 7 meters in height. This implied that the predator resided within the adjacent structure and, in comparison to their current elevation, it would need to descend about 2 floors. "Brother Warts, do you require my observation?" he inquired, sifting through his gear. "No need. I have spotted it," Jiang Yu replied, flexing his wrist to stretch the muscles. "Go for it, Brother Warts," Deng Ke encouraged, just as a powerful gust swept past him, lifting his hair in its wake. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He promptly donned his goggles. Although his vision became slightly blurred, the equipment allowed him to discern Jiang Yu's silhouette. He watched as Jiang Yu plunged downward, leaping forward midway through his descent. His body exhibited an indescribable capacity for suspension in midair before he delved into the lower floors of the opposing building. The predator appeared to have sensed a disturbance, rising cautiously to survey its surroundings. After a prolonged wait, Having detected no anomalies, it finally felt at ease and bent down to resume its meal. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the shadows nearby. Before it could react, a dark, claw-like appendage lunged forth with alarming speed. With a sharp sound, it pierced through its body, splattering crimson blood. Blood level, 87. 69. The richness of its blood remained as robust as ever. Jiang Yu's strength had evolved significantly, and he possessed the formidable shadow claw form. Utilizing his shadow strike, he managed to inflict a mere 20 of damage upon his adversary. It is noteworthy that, had it been a mid-tier otherworldly creature, a single strike would guarantee a minimum of 40 to 50 damage. Roar! The predator howled in a frenzy, thrashing its body. The sudden surge of pain interrupted its feeding, and it swung its enormous blood-soaked claws, which were even more exaggerated than Jiang Yu's, slicing through the air. Jiang Yu was prepared. He bent low and dodged past. The clash of 5 claws resonated, akin to metal striking metal. He slipped away like an eel, then raised his claw to thrust at the opponent's heart. With a soft hiss, it felt like a dull knife piercing leather, requiring considerable effort to penetrate. Blood level, 69. 63. Blood seeped out, yet the claw could not advance further as the enemy's body twisted around, forcing Jiang Yu to abandon his assault. Their eyes met, both of vivid crimson, while the predator's maw resembled a rectangular shape with curved edges, its corners adorned with sharp teeth. Upon opening its mouth, one could see a myriad of minute incisors densely packed within. A single bite could lead one to a scientific discourse lasting 5 episodes. Jiang Yu spat out a thick phlegm. No, it was not that. A thread of shadow was projected, a remarkably penetrating strand that pierced through flesh. For a moment, the predator was at a loss, unsure whether to close its mouth or keep it agape. Blood level, 63-61. Farewell. It lowered its paw, unaware that Jiang Yu had long been prepared. With a swift motion, he anchored the shadow thread to the floor behind him, pulling himself free from its proximity. Releasing the thread, he flew from the dilapidated building, propelled by the inertia. How could one possibly endure this? The enraged predator surged forward, its massive form firmly grasping the structure as it plunged downward. After all, the art of shadow walking originated from it, so the opponent's capabilities were hardly surprising. The predator's vision was limited. In its perception, a fall would inevitably lead to a crash against the ground. Thus, it dove downward. However, before it could take more than a few strides, a foot unexpectedly soared from the adjacent floor, striking it squarely in the side. What the hell? The predator's expression began to shift. It swung its claws in an attempt to stabilize itself. Yet, Jiang Yu was not inclined to grant it such an opportunity. Several strands of silk shot forth, disrupting its movements. The predator was sent hurtling through the air. 16 stories, a height of 50 meters. Jiang Yu could even discern the astonishment and panic reflected in its eyes. My good fellow, remember not to climb so high next time you feast. Roar. The predator emitted a mournful, enraged howl. The thunderous sound echoed. At this height, dropping a watermelon would result in an explosive splatter. A dropped weight plate would create a noise that would startle everyone in the building. If a small car were to be cast down, the commotion would resonate for hundreds of meters. Please refrain from throwing objects from great heights. A predator, endowed with formidable muscle density and nearly a ton in weight, plummeted downwards. Jiang Yu witnessed as the creature's health plummeted from 61 to a mere 25 in an instant. One arm and one leg shattered completely. No matter how resilient the bones, they succumbed to the overwhelming force, breaking and fracturing, leaving the beast momentarily incapacitated. Jiang Yu then leaped down and delivered a powerful kick to the predator. Health, 25-20. Under severe injury, the rate at which it lost health accelerated dramatically. The predator staggered, instinctively letting out a roar, attempting to prop itself up. Its wounds began to heal rapidly. However, it remained helpless against the internal injuries for the time being. Still, its ferocity was undeniable. Truly, as a bloodline creature, its vitality was astonishing. Were it not for this, the battle could have dragged on indefinitely. Seizing the moment while it was still vulnerable, Jiang Yu unleashed a flurry of strikes. In his line of sight, the creature's health dwindled rapidly, swiftly reaching the kill threshold. With claws piercing and tearing, he marked and pursued. Kill. Utilizing his agility and the advantages of the terrain, he dispatched the aberration with minimal exertion. An exceptional hunter adeptly leverages the environment and tools to achieve success in the hunt. This realization was gradually dawning upon him. Hunting determination in progress. Hunting success. Your shadow threads have been enhanced. A new ability has emerged, Shadow Cluster. Shadow Cluster. Your mastery over shadows has significantly improved, allowing you to compress shadows and project a cluster of shadow energy. Upon detonation, the cluster will release numerous powerful shadow threads that penetrate with great force. Oh, how has the shadow thread been enhanced? This ability does not inflict substantial damage and has often been utilized by Jiang You as a supplementary skill. For instance, when jumping from one building to another and falling short, he can shoot out a shadow thread reminiscent of Spider-Man. Alternatively, in combat, he can shoot it onto the ground, the ceiling, or even the enemy, pulling it sharply to swiftly extricate himself or join the fray. Well, perhaps it's not entirely ineffectual. However, if given a choice, he would undoubtedly prioritize the Shadow Claw or Shadow Form, as enhancing these would visibly bolster his prowess. Jiang Yu continued to peruse the manual. Name, Predator Type, Blood Level, Upper First Order Description, a Lesser Abyssal Aberration, possessing a robust physique and formidable strength. As a blood type, they exhibit heightened regenerative abilities. Killing cost, exempted Shadow Devour rewards, enhanced strength, stamina, and self-healing abilities, increased shadow points. This aberration has been recorded. Yet again, no new abilities have been unlocked. Jiang Yu sighed softly. Well, if there aren't any, there aren't any. For a typical First Order Extraordinary, it seems he won't unlock further capabilities until reaching the Second Order, still familiarizing himself with the scant abilities he possesses. He now considers himself a luxurious player within the novice village. Under his control, clusters of shadows coalesced in the palm of his hand. He gently flicked it out, resembling a silkworm cocoon, albeit a significantly larger oval object that shot forth. It landed on the ground. Silence, silence. Boom. Suddenly, it erupted. 5 shadowy lines shot out violently in all directions, covering nearly 10 meters, akin to a blossoming firework. This ability seems rather formidable. Chapter 42 Codename. Deity, stay away from that boy Jiang Yu. Do you hear me? Lu Nanfeng said, his eyes wide with intensity. Oh, Lu Yaoyao replied, her voice heavy with discontent. Why can't you be a bit more restrained? Lu Nanfeng lamented, exasperated. I am being serious, you know? I know. Lu Yaoyao nodded repeatedly. You understand nothing. It goes in one ear and out the other, Lu Nanfeng retorted, still fuming. That boy is full of tricks. You play with him every day, and one day you might find yourself sold off while counting his money. Dad, it's not as exaggerated as you say. We are simply classmates. Lu Yaoyao defended herself. Classmates. The mere mention of those words ignited Lu Nanfeng's anger. Earlier that morning, while using a belt to discipline Jiang Yu, he had demanded, you better explain your relationship with my daughter. If you don't clarify today, I'll break your legs. That little rascal stubbornly insisted they were just classmates. What a fine classmate indeed. They shared a bed in a dormitory, and he dares to claim they are merely classmates. This boy truly deserves a beating. Dad, please don't get so worked up every day, Lu Yaoyao advised gently. If that boy were a bit more honest, it would be fine, but the way he looks at you, how can I not be worried? Lu Nanfeng replied, his expression grim. What kind of look? Lu Yaoyao countered. Are you really that Navi, dear daughter? Lu Nanfeng thought to himself, his irritation towards Jiang Yu bubbling beneath the surface. All right, Dad, stop overthinking. I know where to draw the line. Moreover, you have watched Jiang Yu grow up. He possesses numerous minor flaws, yet he will not falter on matters of great significance. Lu Yaoyao offered words of comfort, adding that his talent assessment was unprecedentedly golden. If you continue to strike him so mercilessly, once he becomes powerful, it will be you who faces the consequences. Upon hearing this, Lu Nanfeng felt a flicker of reassurance. But is this even a rational statement? He dares to strike me? Lu Yaoyao shrank her neck. The girl had a tendency to turn her elbows outward, leaving her little cotton jacket exposed to the elements. You. Lu Nanfeng took a deep breath. Father, do not let anger affect your health, Lu Yaoyao urged, attempting to soothe him. If you keep your distance from Jiang Yu, I shall remain unperturbed, Lu Nanfeng remarked with a cold smile. Lu Yaoyao fell into silence, with no means to contend with her. Lu Nanfeng took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. He extracted a stack of documents from his briefcase. Among the myriad of extraordinary individuals, the awakening probability for spirit manipulators is relatively low, and their soul-binding abilities rank among the elite. In the past, a war general awakened a capacity similar to yours, and within these documents lies his early training experiences. It is imperative that you thoroughly study this material during this period and refrain from disclosing it to outsiders. War General's Training Experiences. Lu Yaoyao gasped in surprise. The term War General refers to the 5 most formidable individuals in the Great Zhou. Excluding all other factors and solely considering practical combat ability, they are the strongest 5. As time passes, new talents replace the old. Those war generals endowed with military and political prowess often transition into the Night Patrol Division, gradually advancing to become leaders of various districts. Those slightly less adept in these aspects may find themselves in universities as associate professors, principals, or other such positions. In summary, each warrior is a beacon of the Great Zhou, truly a pillar of strength. To acquire the training experience of such predecessors, albeit in its nascent stage, is sufficient for Lu Yaoyao to avoid countless detours. Where did this information originate? After the initial surprise, Lu Yaoyao was perplexed. Her father, after all, was merely in a secondary gathering place. His status, while elevated, did not warrant connections with former warriors. Regardless of its source, focus on your practice, Lu Nanfeng advised. Dad, did you present a gift to someone? Lu Yaoyao speculated. Lu Nanfeng momentarily froze, wondering if that scoundrel Jiang You had been filling her head with notions of gifting and corruption. His reaction only deepened Lu Yaoyao's suspicions. Dad, please disclose the origins of this item. At such a young age, why are you making wild assumptions? Lu Nanfeng flicked her forehead. It was Uncle Li who helped procure it. Uncle Li? Lu Yaoyao's confusion deepened. Regardless of its origins, do not burden yourself with anxiety. Just immerse yourself in learning. If I had possessed a fraction of a warrior's experience back then, perhaps I would have reached the 5th tier and become in a primary gathering place. Far superior to my current state. Lu Yaoyao interjected. Is this a betrothal gift? You must treasure it, for after all, warriors. Cough cough. The unexpected remark caught Lu Nanfeng off guard, nearly choking him. His face flushed crimson. I shall go and give Jiang You another thrashing. Why would you do that? He has led you astray. Lu Nanfeng's face reddened further, clearly realizing the awkwardness of the situation. The matter concerning Uncle Li's attention towards you cannot merely be described as a betrothal gift. Is it not simply the experience of a war general? He truly has the audacity to treat it as a dowry. Father, please remain calm, Lu Yaoyao said helplessly. No, I must inquire with old Li about his true intentions. Lu Nanfeng hastily rose and returned to his room, slamming the door shut. Experience of a war general. Looking at the documents in her hands, Lu Yaoyao felt a mix of amusement and anxiety within her. Meanwhile, Lu Nanfeng retrieved his communicator and dialed Li Xuanguang. After a few beeps, the call connected. Hello? Old Li, what do you mean by the cultivation experience of Master Yi that you sent? He got straight to the point. What? Li Xuanguang was puzzled. I'm asking, did you find any information for your little niece? Lu Nanfeng inquired. After a moment of silence, Li Xuanguang replied, No. Why? Well, how interesting. You don't assist your own nephew, yet you help my daughter? The expression on Lu Nanfeng's face was quite expressive. Let us discuss this further when I return, Li Xuanguang said, not probing further. By the way, your call was timely. I just finished discussing matters regarding the Yunhai gathering. When it came to serious topics, Lu Nanfeng adopted a more solemn demeanor. How is the arrangement? Not much different from usual. The documents will be sent to you this afternoon. You can review them then. All right. Lu Nanfeng nodded, furrowing his brow. What does the higher-up say about your little niece's situation? We'll assess it after the special training camp. The talent surpassing the 6th tier is not something to be spread around lightly. Have the students who awaken their spirits that day been dealt with? Handled. Do not misunderstand. It does not imply a termination, but rather the utilization of certain extraordinary items or abilities to influence and erase the memories awakened that day. Lu Yaoyao originally needed to eliminate her memories. However, due to her unique abilities and the soul branch, forcibly erasing those memories could potentially incite unforeseen consequences. Thus, she had to abandon the idea. All right, remember that this matter must not be disseminated further. Rest assured, I am fully aware. Lu Nanfeng nodded and then inquired. What about that large creature? There were updates a few days ago, yet recently there has been no news whatsoever. It will not be disclosed in the near future. Internal disclosure? Complete lockdown. Li Xuanguang responded affirmatively. The two fell into a simultaneous silence. A complete lockdown signifies that beyond those already informed, no further dissemination is permitted, with severe penalties for violators. Yet, the individuals privy to such monumental news are essentially those present at the meeting. In other words, apart from the current high-ranking officials, Others shall not have the opportunity to learn anything further. Understood. Lu Nanfeng refrained from further inquiries, yet a sudden weight settled upon his heart. 90 years post-cataclysm. The emergence of that significant entity. After a decade of research, there had finally been some progress, yet the information required absolute confidentiality. In Baidu, at the Night Patrol headquarters. After exchanging a few more words, he hung up the phone, standing by the window and gazing upon the freshly fallen snow, blanketing Baidu in silver. Li Xuanguang held a cigarette between his lips, exhaling a plume of smoke. The glass adorned with red festive couplets was covered with a layer of frost. Looking out the window, he observed the streets lined with joyful red decorations adorning the treetops. As the new year approaches, a document lies quietly on the desk behind him. Its cover is strikingly simple, bearing only the two characters, Top Secret. Specimen B, a variant. Emerged following the cataclysmic event that struck 200 kilometers west of Baidu in the year 90. Surrounded by a white halo, it hovers in the air, its form ever-changing. Appearing on the brink of death, prolonged eye contact is to be avoided, lest one succumb to profound contamination and become an ardent devotee. It possesses immense power and remarkable self-healing abilities, lacking the conventional understanding of blood. It is immune to most forbidden substances and completely resistant to psychic extraordinary abilities. The two commanders have perished in battle, 3 others sustained severe injuries, and 300 night watchmen suffered casualties. Nevertheless, it has been successfully captured and contained, with its file classified as top secret. Long-term research has revealed the following characteristics. It cannot be gazed upon directly, cannot be described, and cannot be killed. After comprehensive assessment, it has been designated with the codename Deity. Chapter 43. I am a security guard with a resounding crash. Jiang You was forcefully slammed against the wall. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, the pain searing through him. It truly hurt immensely. He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket. The reflective surface was shattered, but he salvaged a fragment to examine his own head. Health, 55. He was nearly incapacitated. It became evident that not all predators were fools. The few who had been tricked into leaping from great heights were the exception rather than the rule. The more cautious predators navigated through the towering structures with agility. Their massive forms belied by their remarkable speed. Despite the considerable enhancement of Jiang Yu's strength, he still paled in comparison to the predator's wall-like physique. Engaging directly was futile. A moment of carelessness allowed the predator's palm, as large as a fan, to strike him, nearly shattering his defenses. Roar. The predator, with only 30 of its health remaining, remained spirited. It withdrew the steel reinforcement that had pierced its body and lunged forward. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its muscular frame exuded an overwhelming presence. Jiang You swiftly sidestepped and shot out a shadowy line, ensnaring the predator's form. He halted his retreat and, with a surge of strength in his arm, propelled himself towards the predator that had just landed. A mass of dark substance coalesced on his shadow claws, piercing straight into the predator's chest. Bang! In the next moment, he was once again sent flying. Drip, drip, blood cascaded from the predator's wound, hitting the ground with a sizzling sound. Jiang You rose from the ground, panting as he attempted to stabilize his injuries, refraining from a hasty counterattack. He brushed off his clothes and retrieved a piece of candy from his pocket. The battle had been fierce, and after careful selection, he managed to find one that was relatively intact. Placing it in his mouth, he chewed it with a satisfying crunch, the energy palpable, albeit somewhat peculiar in his shadowy form. Fortunately, Deng Ku, who was quietly recording the scene on his phone, failed to discern the oddity in Jiang Yu's actions. 3. Jiang Yu murmured softly. Roar. The predator scratched its chest with its claws, seemingly uncomfortable. Regrettably, it was oblivious to any anomalies, charging once more towards Jiang Yu. The sound of its heavy limbs pounding against the ground reverberated ominously. 2. Jiang Yu continued his countdown. What was this wretched creature doing, posing dramatically? Deng Ke glanced at the screen before lifting his gaze back to Jiang Yu. The distance was closing rapidly. In mere moments, the predator would be upon him. Hey, move. The creature stood there like a wooden post, utterly motionless. 1. As the final count echoed, the predator leaped high into the air. Boom. Suddenly, 5 strands shot forth from the predator's body. 1 landed on the ground. Another pierced the ceiling, while the remaining 3 anchored themselves to the walls and pillars. Propelled by inertia, the predator continued its forward momentum, but it slowed significantly until its claws were nearly grazing Jiang Yu's face, coming to a complete halt. Health, 8. Exploding from within, the upper body nearly burst apart. The most ferocious one, shot forth from the predator's maw, if aimed more accurately, could have pierced through its very brain. The shadowy mass released a small orb, which detonated mid-air or adhered to the adversary, causing limited damage. However, should the opportunity arise to implant it within the enemy's body, the unleashed power would be overwhelmingly terrifying. With his remaining health precariously teetering, Jiang You wiped the blood from his arms. 5 massive claw blades unfurled, perfectly enveloping the predator's head. It is over. Execution. Bang. It exploded like a watermelon. Deng Ke swallowed hard, his throat dry. Not to mention, the Wart brother truly knew how to put on a show. How I wish I could be as carefree as you. Huh. Jiang You crunched on a candy, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Attribute. Shadow points. 78 remaining lifespan, 47 days. From dawn till dusk, with 3 predators and a few unexpectedly discovered minor aberrations. His shadow points successfully surged past 70, and his body felt a slight sensation of swelling, albeit faint and barely noticeable. As for the remaining lifespan, in just 2 short days, it had accumulated to nearly 50 days. Jiang You could proudly pat his chest and declare, "Not only will I survive the new year, but I shall also endure until the first monthly exam after school begins." Though, whether there is a monthly exam in the training camp remains uncertain. During these 2 days of hunting, he encountered several fellow scavengers or night patrollers, undoubtedly more formidable than himself. Particularly on one occasion, while gazing down from a towering edifice, a scavenger exhibited no extraordinary actions. With a swift clap of his hands, a creature more terrifying than any predator was instantly obliterated. I pondered when I might possess such formidable strength. Jiang You waved at Deng Ke, signaling him to emerge. "Brother Warts, today's video is quite impressive." Deng Ke approached with a light jog, repeatedly giving a thumbs up. "Remember to help me with the editing when we return." "Ah, this." Deng Ke's expression froze. "Pay me." "Hey, given our camaraderie, even if you don't compensate me, I would still assist you with the editing." "Then I shall not pay you." Jiang You chuckled as he patted Deng Ke's shoulder, amused by his apparent financial struggles. "What exactly is your occupation?" "I'm a scavenger." "In this reality, is that all you do?" "I'm also a security guard." Deng Ke grinned, explaining that his usual duties involved silencing unruly homeowners, apprehending solitary delivery personnel, and evading threats from criminals. "You wouldn't believe it, just a few days ago, I had to discipline 2 oblivious homeowners who genuinely thought that purchasing a property granted them absolute ownership." "Good heavens, you truly are that person." Jiang You felt a pang of discomfort. While I could comprehend the role of a physical education teacher, a security guard was both expected yet surprising. "You don't understand. The burden of home ownership is immense, and my child is in need of nourishment. Thus, I must earn some extra income to make ends meet." Before encountering his formidable adversaries, Deng Ke exhibited a meek demeanor. He remained silent in the presence of powerful foes, but struck fiercely against the weak, with the strength of a first-tier individual. The principle of solitary combat is clear. Strike down those of lower rank, scheme against those of the middle rank, and flee when faced with the higher echelons. Mortgages, car loans, the mundane concerns of daily life. Perhaps this encapsulates the pain of reaching middle age in an extraordinary world. Well then, that will suffice for today. It's time to return. Ah, by the way, Yaozi, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Will you still venture out to hunt? Unbeknownst to us, it has already come to the eve of the new year. TSK. Never mind. A few days of rest are in order. All right. Deng Ke nodded repeatedly. Yaozi, you ought to take a break. Such intense hunting every day can take a toll on your health. I see you are more concerned about my well-being than the lack of lucrative compensation for your efforts. Jiang You smiled, choosing not to expose the underlying truth. Shall I head back now? Deng Ke waved his hand dismissively. See you later. Jiang You leaped towards the building, traversing the heights with ease. As he freely navigated the towering structure, he soon found himself gliding through the shadows, accompanied by rapid movement. In no time, he emerged from the shade, reaching the street outside the community. Stepping out from a corner, Jiang You approached the main road. By day, he engaged in battles and hunts. By night, he returned home to tease Lu Yaoyao, enjoying a blissful life. What is this? As he neared the community, Jiang You noticed an abundance of flyers scattered on the ground. They appeared different from the small cards he had seen before. Could it be new arrivals? This is splendid. His eyes sparkled as he picked one up, only to lose its luster. Good news, good news. Are you still worried that your talents are insufficient? Do you wish to become the envy of others? The distinction between the humanities and sciences raises a pressing question regarding the choices we must make for our future paths. The Chuyang Group is a reputable organization recognized in the Yuhai gathering place. They offer nutritional solutions, medicinal platinum, humanities tutoring, and scientific tutoring. But only for the next 3 days. What is this all about? Chapter 44. We are the lighthouse the following day. As Jiang You gazed at the imposing 30-story edifice before him, a sense of resignation washed over him. Beside him, Lu Yuqiang's face radiated anticipation. That flyer must surely be a deception, Jiang You remarked. Who says so? Lu Yuqiang countered. It's Chuyang Group, a company of such stature. They have no need to resort to false advertising. Otherwise, the Night Patrol Bureau would certainly investigate. I merely meant that the outcomes may not be as favorable as you envision, Jiang Yu replied. Let us see how it unfolds, Lu Yuqiang said, setting aside other matters. It's an opportunity to broaden our horizons. Didn't they mention there would be a lecture by a martial arts expert? It's a chance for me to gain some preliminary insights. Very well, Jiang Yu conceded with a hint of reluctance and followed him inside. Upon entering the building, their attention was immediately drawn to the oval orb at the center of the floor. Crafted from an unknown material, the surface of the sphere was not entirely smooth. It bore slight indentations and was adorned with embellishments resembling flames. This was the emblem of Chuyang Group. Surrounding them, pristine white tiles sprawled across the floor, and cylindrical chandeliers hung gracefully from above. There were no superfluous counters. The entire first floor exuded an air of elegance and simplicity. Chuyang Group, an enterprise established nearly 50 years ago, truly flourished in the past 2 decades. Primarily focused on pharmaceuticals and biotechnology, it has garnered a notable reputation in the surrounding Yunhai region. The flyer from yesterday originated from Chuyang Group, conveying the essence of their new nutritional solution and the future employment prospects in martial arts, aimed principally at attracting students and their parents. Ever since Lu Yuqiang decided to pursue a career in martial arts, he has been particularly attentive to information in this domain. Shortly after the two entered the main hall, a young lady in uniform approached them with a smile. Hello, are you two headed to the exhibition hall? This way, please. She gestured for them to follow her. Are you two high school students? Yes, Jiang Yu nodded, surveying his surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, upon entering the Chuyang Group, he felt an unsettling sense of trepidation, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him closely. Truly, being a major corporation, their security measures were impressive. At present, the first-floor exhibition hall is showcasing our newly developed supplements from Chuyang Group. They could be beneficial for both liberal arts and martial arts in the future. You might find them intriguing, the young lady continued. All right, sounds good, Lu Yuqiang replied eagerly. The exhibition hall was spacious, resembling a museum. It was divided into sections featuring exotic relics, decommissioned standard equipment, historical artifacts, and various research inventions of the Chuyang Group. As the two entered the corridor, they had barely taken a few steps when a man in a white lab coat, wearing glasses, began to explain with a small microphone typically used by teachers. This drug, codenamed T1928, is called glycyrrhiza. It was developed over a decade by Dr. Baidu and his team and is effective in alleviating fatigue and enhancing brain activity. What was that? Jiang Yu felt a stir in his heart and glanced sideways. A dim red light seemed to flicker momentarily. His gaze sharpened. Lu, you stay here and listen. I'll go take a look over there. Lu Yuqiang was attentively listening, waving his hand to signal that he could be contacted via phone for any matters. Something felt amiss. Jiang Yu moved aside. Darling, this supplement seems quite promising. Should we purchase some for Hihi to try? It might be beneficial. You and your beliefs in such things. I must tell you, it's merely a tax on intelligence. Let us agree to buy just a little. A somewhat familiar voice reached Jiang Yu's ears, prompting him to glance over. Goodness, it was Deng Ke. This individual appeared only slightly older than Jiang Yu, yet he was already married. Observing the little girl sandwiched between the couple, Jiang Yu estimated she was merely 4 or 5 years old. It was unfortunate that such a young child was already burdened by parental arrangements. Jiang Yu tried not to attract attention as he passed by the trio. Steering clear of the crowd, he made his way to the Cultural Relics exhibition area. Paintings, texts, maps. There lay a fractured large knife, rusted, wielded by ancestors in battles against foreign entities, a tattered uniform of the Night Watch, each tier a testament to its glorious history. Jiang Yu paused before one particular scroll. In the painting, a man clad in a tattered Night Watch uniform raised a fiery orb high. Countless eyes fixated on the flame, many glistening with tears. This elevated fireball represented the solitary light amidst an expanse of darkness. Adjacent to it were inscribed words, "To Chuyang, dedicated to Mr. Zhao Chuyang, founder of Chuyang Group." This pharmaceutical conglomerate even dabbles in such artistry. Zhao Chuyang, once a night watchman. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence beside him. Jiang You glanced to the right, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. A scruffy gentleman stood beside him, towering at 6 feet tall, with rugged features that exuded a certain charm typical of middle-aged men. He was one of the night watchmen who had come to lend support in the shadows of the shopping mall that day. As this thought crossed his mind, an image of the man swatting a ghost to oblivion flickered in Jiang Yu's memory. The gentleman was accompanied by a young girl, who appeared to be of a similar age to the child from the Deng family. What a coincidence, he mused, to encounter so many familiar faces at a corporate exhibition today. It was evident that the man had not recognized Jiang You as the shadow man gazing at the painting. He softly recounted the tale of the cataclysmic year 50 of the disaster era, marked by upheaval and a mass exodus that resulted in rivers of blood. During this retreat, some individuals fell under the sway of otherworldly forces, causing them to become separated from the main group. Zhao Chuyang led one such team. After becoming lost, darkness enveloped them, with strange entities stirring restlessly in the shadows. As a night watchman, Zhao Chuyang resolutely chose to raise a flaming torch, drawing the otherworldly beings away, ultimately saving nearly 100 lives. Unfortunately, he did not return, nor did he leave behind even a trace of his remains. Fortunately, his descendants successfully expanded the Chuyang group he had founded, making significant contributions in both the realm of public welfare and the extraordinary. Thus, the narrative unfolded. Although this tale may not be deemed legendary, and even appeared somewhat mundane under the man's dry narration, Jiang You could still envision the hardships of that era. From a nation far larger than the China of his previous life, it had now been reduced to mere specks on the map. A century of cataclysm cannot be succinctly encapsulated in a mere few pages of a textbook. "What does the night patrol signify to you?" he suddenly inquired. "Dad," the girl responded, her hearing failing her. He gently ruffled his daughter's hair. At the dawn of the millennium, the abyss descended, and the aberrations invaded. The great Zhou lay in ruins, despair dragging the world into the void beneath our feet, as this land suffered the onslaught of enemies. It is a choice between submission or annihilation. There has never been a middle ground. We serve as a sanctuary for the majority, a beacon that dispels the darkness. Among us are many, men, women, elders, youth, lost in the shadows, suffocated by despair. There is no light behind us, only a hazy mist ahead. Yet, there are always those who bear the torch, forging ahead to ignite a flickering flame for others. He turned to face Jiang You, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his right hand. "Song Qingyan, a third-tier night patrol officer of the Cloud Sea Night Patrol. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time." The nephew of General Li, Jiang You paused momentarily, tentatively reaching out to grasp his hand. "Li. General?" Chapter 45. The Rising Sun Group. Cultivating the uncommon, he was a disheveled figure, with an unkempt beard and an unrefined demeanor. He could drink himself under the table and sang with such a lack of melody that he merely shouted. Watching a horror film left him pale and with icy limbs. And on the soccer field, he stumbled over his own feet, falling gracelessly. Was he a warrior of the Great Zhou? It was no wonder Jiang You did not entertain such thoughts. Uncle Li's appearance had little to do with that of a formidable individual. With one arm amputated, he was often cheerful, occasionally procuring items from the Night Patrol Bureau for himself. He was indeed a quintessential civil servant at a high level combined with a big shot. Were it not for his status as Li's nephew, Jiang You would have surely reported him. As for now, one could only say it was quite enticing. "Father, this place is rather dull. Let us go over there." The young girl tugged at Song Qingyan's sleeve. "Forgive me, little one, for being mischievous," he replied with a hint of apology. The two released their grasp. "She is quite adorable," Jiang You remarked, shifting his gaze. "What is your name, little sister?" "Hello, big brother. My name is Song Xian. You may call me Xian. Her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to speak, and as she conversed, her chubby cheeks rounded with enthusiasm, displaying no shyness whatsoever. Jiang You found her charming demeanor amusing. "I heard from a colleague that you have undergone preliminary testing and shall soon enter the special training camp. I have been appointed as one of the instructors for this session, so we shall meet again upon your return. If you find yourself with some free time, do feel free to visit me at the Night Patrol Bureau for a chat. I am more than willing to engage with the kin of General Li, provided I am available. Song Qingyan affectionately ruffled her hair, then smiled and nodded at Jiang You. All right, I shall take her to explore other places. Farewell, Jiang You said. Lost in thought, had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have associated this gentle man before him with the fierce figure known for dispatching spirits with a single punch in the shadow realm. The disheveled and greasy middle-aged man, Uncle Li, the timid scavenger, Deng Ku, and the mild-mannered Song Qingyan, who eradicated aberrations with a mere blow. It seemed that the extraordinary often wore two faces. Upon reflection, while he appeared to be a frequent patron of youthful models at clubs, who could have imagined that he secretly indulged in tobacco and sugar, annihilating monsters with the prowess of a formidable warrior? Old Song, the instructor from the training camp? One could only wonder what his true abilities were. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Hello, Yao Yao. When will you return? Don't forget to buy some eggs. I'll make you egg drop soup tonight. Suddenly, a shiver ran through Jiang You as he abruptly looked around. The faint red glow flickered before him once more, accompanied by elusive black lines. The figure swiftly melted into the shadows. It lurked within the shadow realm. Hey, Jiang You. Are you listening? Got it. You want to see fireworks tonight? A chill gripped Jiang Yu's heart as he hung up the call and immediately pursued the figure. It seemed to be waiting for him. As Jiang Yu turned the corner, it vanished again in a flash. He pressed on, continuing the pursuit. The crowd thinned around him as he navigated through one exhibition area after another. Jiang Yu's swift movements naturally attracted the attention of other visitors and staff. Hello, may I assist you with anything? A staff member inquired. No, I'm just here on schedule. On schedule? The staff member seemed bewildered. It's time for exercise. Goodness, are you really racing around the venue? Would you like to join me? Jiang Yu shot her a glance. No, thank you. Goodbye. Jiang Yu continued onward. After turning another corner, the staff member's figure vanished entirely. In such a high-end establishment, it is customary to have anomaly detectors. Should any anomalies appear, alarms would undoubtedly sound. The individual was merely relying on the shadows. Had they been so reckless in the open, they would have been apprehended long ago. Jiang Yu raised his gaze to find two men clad in black, wearing sunglasses, stationed at the staircase. They remained silent, yet Jiang Yu sensed their eyes lingering upon him beneath the dark lenses. A sign on the wall read, "Unauthorized personnel prohibited." Excuse me, could you direct me to the restroom? Jiang Yu flashed a harmless smile. This way, one of the men in black gestured. Thank you. Upon entering the restroom, he slipped into the shadows seamlessly. Re-emerging at the staircase of the shadow realm, his gaze traversed the space, settling on the two men, then shifted to the staircase. They are blocking the entrance? Allow me to discern who is orchestrating this. Cloaked in a shroud of darkness, Jiang Yu hastened up the stairs. On the second floor of the office area, and then onto the third, still within the confines of the workspace. Wait, there it is. The figure took off running, and Jiang Yu gave chase. It was a specter. In a fleeting glance, this time Jiang Yu finally caught a clearer view. There was no mistaking it. Those two distinctive blades, combined with the ghostly silhouette, immediately conjured the term Yuling in his mind. The figure twisted and turned, disorienting Jiang Yu as he pursued. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, it plunged downward. Descending to the second and third underground levels, a glimmer of light unexpectedly appeared. The ninth had returned. He must enter. There were sounds, just around the corner on his right. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings before stepping out from the shadowy lair. The corridor of the real world was desolate and devoid of any light source, making it difficult to discern which direction led back to the shadows. What on earth was the Chuyang group up to? Was the ninth referring to that aberration? Jiang Yu was filled with questions. He retrieved a small mirror from his pocket and cautiously angled it towards the corner. Excellent. There was nothing amiss in the realm of reality. Only then did he feel reassured enough to emerge. Before him lay an expansive corridor, devoid of any doors. To be precise, there was a recess where a door could be installed, yet none was actually present. Conversely, within the shadowy lair, a massive silver door, imposing and robust, stood in stark contrast. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Jiang Yu. The Chuyang group had constructed a vast underground complex, merely creating a rough space in the real world while relocating the equipment entirely into the shadow layer. Indeed, you have outdone yourselves. The escalating changes increasingly unsettled him. Jiang Yu continued to venture deeper. As he passed through the doorway into the present world, his gaze traversed the shadowy realm alongside him. Hiss! He inhaled sharply. Within the shadowy domain, An array of intricate instruments filled the space, with figures clad in white lab coats bustling about, engaged in operations beyond Jiang Yu's comprehension. The room was vast, with doors leading in every direction. He wandered aimlessly until, after traversing a corridor requiring sterilization, he finally crossed through another doorway. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted gradually. Within each cylindrical solution, various aberrations were contained. Some possessed 2 claws, others a claw and a blade, while the complete forms wielded dual blades. There were even specimens still in development, roughly the size of a small dog. As he ventured further, his heart skipped a beat. In an enormous petri dish, a predator was indeed present. What on earth was the Chuyang group attempting to accomplish? Suddenly, Jiang You recalled the identification information provided after he had slain the first phantom, which detailed, description, an inferior abyssal aberration belonging to the shadow phantom type, capable of exerting formidable power in the shadows. If it sets its sights on you, beware of your back. Note, this aberration appears to be more complex than it seems. It turned out that the manual had detected anomalies long before. At that moment, 2 individuals in white lab coats were seen holding files, seemingly engaged in a conversation. Chapter 46. I come from the Ember. Dr. Wu. The cultivation of the has progressed smoothly, and the predator cultivation program will mature in just a month and a half. Mr. Zhao suggests that we first focus on stabilizing the predator. Do you have any thoughts on this, Doctor? A younger man appeared somewhat helpless. After all, the other species are notoriously wild and difficult to tame. Previously, a had escaped and caused considerable disruption in a shopping mall. Our aim is to study controllable other species to reduce casualties among the Night Watchers, yet at this rate, we resemble a nefarious research organization. Jiang You felt a flicker of realization. The situation seemed to diverge from his initial assumptions. He concealed himself in the corner of the room, relying on his shadow form, thus remaining undetected by the 2 individuals who were unaware of the listening device within the room. Jiang You had anticipated a clandestine development of other species, biological crises, T-virus, black light virus. He had even conjured various conspiracies in his mind. However, listening to their conversation now suggested a far more complex scenario. Previously, Dengku had mentioned that hunting down other species allowed for the sale of their corpses to organizations like the Night Watch, including the Chuyang Group. This company is officially certified and possesses the qualifications for acquisition. It stands to reason that their research content and direction should be well understood by the Night Watch. Yet, as Jiang You pondered over the entirety of the situation, he felt an unsettling dissonance. He continued to eavesdrop. Indeed, the nature of other species is savage and difficult to control. Dr. Wu sighed, his brow furrowed with concern. Approaching the matter from the angle of blood types and using flesh as bait could indeed lead to successful taming and training. However, the aberrant species is not akin to ordinary pets. Its efficacy is remarkably lacking. This bloodthirsty instinct, ingrained in its very essence, cannot be easily altered. A more profound exploration of the soul species is imperative. The assistant hesitated momentarily, refraining from interjecting. He, too, understood the potential of this approach, yet the difficulty is overwhelming. To this day, humanity remains only partially enlightened regarding the souls, with no significant breakthroughs achieved. Otherwise, the doctrine of innate talent would not prevail. The upper limit of 5th-tier talent is confined to the 5th tier, and similarly, the 4th tier is restricted to the 4th tier. Countless predecessors have failed to effectuate change. Should a stable method for manipulating aberrant species through soul species be discovered, it would undoubtedly herald a monumental breakthrough across various fields. Record the data, Dr. Wu instructed. All right, replied the assistant. The 2 approached the incubation chamber, where the dashboard beeped, displaying an array of data. A series of incomprehensible operations followed, documenting the condition of the aberrant species. Doctor, number 9 has returned. Shall we assess its status? In a short while, another individual in a white coat approached with an inquiry. Oh, certainly, Dr. Wu nodded. Number 9, the most extraordinary of the aberrant spirits, had initially shown promising results when attempts were made to utilize soul species for its transformation. However, the entire process was fraught with serendipity. In recent days, Dr. Wu and his team have ceaselessly researched, endeavoring to replicate its condition in other aberrant species, yet every attempt has culminated in failure. Jiang You promptly exited the shadow realm and entered the present world, his gaze fixed intently on the doctor and his colleagues as he followed closely behind. The path remained convoluted, winding, and intricate. One cannot ascertain precisely how long this subterranean labyrinth has existed. Its vastness is indeed astonishing. At last, upon entering an enormous chamber, the otherworldly beings were no longer submerged in containers, but confined within a specially designed room, reminiscent of a prison. Venturing further inward, at the very heart of this enclosure, was an ethereal entity adorned with intricate black lines. It was the One. Its crimson eyes glowed ominously, scanning Dr. Wu before settling upon Jiang You. Could it also possess the ability to perceive beyond the confines of space? Jiang You felt a tremor of unease. Furthermore, was this wandering spirit truly Lin Mo? If so, the implications were profoundly disquieting. "Hello, number 9. Dr. Wu's voice resonated through the microphone into the cage. The spirit seemed to comprehend, raising a formidable blade to tap against the glass in response. A faint smile graced Dr. Wu's lips. "How do you feel? Are the new eyes functioning properly?" Tap, tap, tap. A repeated knock against the glass. "It is reassuring to hear. Your blindness has severely hampered your abilities. So I have taken the liberty of providing you with a superior pair of eyes. Remember, I am Dr. Wu, one of the few who genuinely cares for you." Tap, tap, tap. Dr. Wu's smile widened, noting the spirit's increasingly stable demeanor. The assistant's eyes sparkled with an unusual glint. If there could be one number 9, surely there could be many more. Dr. Wu scrutinized the fruits of his labor within the glass, envisioning a future where beings of the extraordinary would combat one another. "I believe that day is not far off." The instruments meticulously examined the situation concerning Subject 9, and his satisfaction grew. "Bring forth the soul stone for Subject 9 to consume," he commanded. However, the assistant inquired, "Doctor, if we continue this line of research, might the aberrations develop consciousness and escape our control, becoming increasingly difficult to manage?" After a brief moment of silence, Dr. Wu furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement. "What you've mentioned pertains to future developments. It is indeed a possibility. Nonetheless, I am confident that solutions will arise. I have another question, Doctor." The assistant's gaze drifted over the aberrations before settling on the face of Subject 9. "In the future, could we possibly utilize the soul species to facilitate a soul exchange between humans and aberrations?" "That is utter nonsense." Dr. Wu's expression shifted, and he rebuked sharply. "Regardless of whether such technology could evolve, transforming a living human into an aberration is a profound affront to the very essence of humanity and a complete obliteration of one's conscience. He Tianming, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our past camaraderie." "My sincerest apologies," He Tianming repeatedly expressed, his remorse deepening. He hastily retrieved the soul stone. "I am truly sorry." The intensity of regret on He Tianming's face grew more pronounced. Dr. Wu's eyes widened in shock. A dagger pierced his heart. He Tianming's expression gradually hardened. "Aberrations, humans, the night watch. Forgive me, Doctor, but this is where our research must conclude. You." Dr. Wu's complexion turned as pale as parchment, his pupils constricting. "I hail from the Spark." He Tianming answered the unvoiced question lingering in the air. "What on earth?" Jiang You was left bewildered. In this peculiar prison, there were no blind spots, and it appeared that several detectors were present. To err on the side of caution, he refrained from entering the shadowy areas. Instead, he sought a highly concealed spot, activated his phones for both audio and video recording, and concealed himself in the present world. Do not inquire how a phone could simultaneously record audio and video. The answer lies in the presence of several devices. He observed as two individuals engaged in lively conversation, the nature of which remained a mystery. The elderly man grew increasingly agitated, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Then, the young man, perhaps in a rebellious phase, brandished a dagger and plunged it into the old man's heart with swift and brutal efficiency, leaving those nearby utterly stunned. With a resounding thud, without waiting for them to regain their senses, the young man raised his right fist, fingers splayed wide, then clenched them tightly. A visible shockwave erupted, sweeping through the surroundings with tremendous force. In less than half a second, the shockwave engulfed the entire space, shattering everything in its wake. The prison holding the aberrations was utterly obliterated, and several lab-coated individuals burst apart on the spot, save for Dr. Wu. Roar! The aberrations rushed from their cages, howling with abandon. "Go ahead." He Tianming adjusted his glasses, gently wiping the blood splattered on his face. He then slowly sat down. With a thud, he fell still. Indeed, His complexion turned ashen, vitality dissipating rapidly, blood draining away completely. He was truly lifeless. A student had slain his teacher, unleashed the aberrations, and succumbed to death. All of this transpired in mere seconds. By the heavens! Jiang You, having just placed a piece of candy in his mouth, stood there in stunned disbelief. A few words linger in my mind. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 47. The premeditated chaos. All the aberrations frantically surged towards the exit, and in the vast expanse. It took merely 30 seconds for everything to become desolate. Puddles of blood still glistened on the ground, with the only living being seemingly being Dr. Wu. Yet, his vitality had plummeted to a mere 25 due to that dagger. Although he appeared to possess a considerable amount of life left, it was diminishing at an alarming rate. After all, a pierced heart inevitably leads to demise. Jiang You, lacking any healing skills, realized that even if he managed to escort the old man to safety, the winding path would consume a significant amount of time. Furthermore, if he were to lead the old man through such a convoluted route, the frail figure might very well collapse before their journey concluded. Confirming the absence of others, Jiang You slipped into the shadows. His phone had succumbed alongside He Tianming's actions, causing him a pang of regret as he hastily approached the elderly figure. Blood poured from Dr. Wu's mouth, his eyes wide with an intense sense of unwillingness. "Old man, is there anything else you wish to convey?" Jiang You inquired as he leaned closer. At that moment, his vitality had dwindled to 10. Dr. Wu's lips quivered as he struggled to articulate, "The ember." "The ember?" Jiang You echoed. Dr. Wu nodded vigorously, his voice now hoarse, revealing that he was indeed referring to the ember. "What is the ember? What does it signify?" Jiang Yu was engulfed in confusion, grappling with the question of what the ember truly was. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but upon uttering that query, he sensed an intensified unwillingness to succumb radiating from Dr. Wu, whose eyes seemed ready to burst from their sockets. Regrettably, mere seconds later, Dr. Wu's health bar plummeted to 0, leading to his untimely demise. His veins gradually darkened, rendering his appearance grotesque and terrifying. What a spectacle! This apprentice not only committed patricide but employed poison as a means of attack. Ruthless, indeed, far too ruthless. Jiang Yu silently etched the old man's words into his memory, then rose swiftly, hastening back to the present world. The underground chamber housed dozens of aberrations. With such a substantial number, who could fathom the chaos that might ensue? Following the path engraved in his memory, he maneuvered through the space. Along the way, he encountered various experimental apparatuses, with researchers strewn about, some lifeless, some merely unconscious, creating a scene of utter disarray. However, he scarcely spotted any aberrations. They had likely all rushed outside. A sense of foreboding crept into Jiang Yu's mind as he quickened his pace, continuously switching between the shadows and the corporeal realm to evade detection. Moments later, he returned to the exhibition hall. "Run! Aberrations! Help, help!" The aberrations roared forth, scattering the crowd into disarray, with overturned counters and scattered documents, flyers strewn across the floor. In the frenzy, no one paid heed to one another, all desperately fleeing for safety. Flames erupted, and a noxious aroma invaded the air, causing discomfort. The cacophony of sirens blared in the background as Jiang Yu stood bewildered at the entrance of the passage. Who could have anticipated that a grand corporate exhibition would devolve into such chaos? Jiang Yu, by sheer coincidence, Lu Yuqiang, separated from the crowd, caught sight of him. His face ashen and stricken with fear, he seized Jiang Yu and exclaimed, "Run! There are aberrations in this building. It's terrifying." "Jiang Yu, let me tell you, there are numerous aberrations here. Just a moment ago, I was listening to the representatives from Chuyang Group explaining their newly developed nutrient solution, which seemed quite effective. I intended to purchase a course, and I was already at the payment interface when suddenly the alarm blared. You can't even imagine the scene. Everyone in the hall scrambled for the exits. Fortunately, I was slow, an aberration was blocking the doorway. Those who fled first were caught off guard and perished on the spot. It was utterly horrifying, truly terrifying, I tell you." Gripping Jiang Yu, the two hastened towards the exit. "Am I still able to apply for the Extraordinary Humanities program?" "I'm scared, Jiang Yu. We're almost out. The exit is just ahead." "Hold on, it's within reach. We made it." "Jiang Yu, I am overjoyed. This feeling of having narrowly escaped death is one I shall likely never forget in my next life. How about you? Wasn't it exhilarating, Jiang Yu?" "Jiang Yu?" Lu Yuqiang halted, bewildered, looking around. He had made it out, But where was Jiang You? The exhibition area extended beyond the first floor. The second and third floors were also accessible. The acrid scent of smoke Jiang You detected originated from those levels. The flames spread with alarming rapidity, almost unnaturally so. As the thick smoke enveloped him, Jiang Yu realized that the fire had already reached the fourth floor. Climb upwards, everyone, quickly. Mom, I'm scared. The door over there is blocked. Fire. The flames are spreading again. Panic filled the crowd. Over here, come this way. A staff member gestured. Crack. Amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, a colossal blade shattered the glass, causing shards to scatter. Bang. Unfortunately, before it could unleash its roar, a shadow lunged forth from the flames, delivering a powerful kick to its body. The entire figure crashed against the wall, creating a dull thud as the surface dented. Paint chips cascading down. The shadow pressed on, catching its opponent off guard and executing a fierce reversal slam. A thunderous rumble echoed, startling many, their flesh quivering in response. Bang! Jiang Yu raised his fist once more, bringing it down with tremendous force. The specter's head was driven into the tiled floor, the surface fracturing in layers, revealing a delicate web of cracks. The so-called extraordinary, in terms of sheer strength, resembled a humanoid machine. Each punch and kick was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. This was pure exhilaration for Jiang Yu, stirring a tearful impulse within him. The structures in the shadowy realm were as unyielding as stone. Whether crashing to the ground or slamming against the walls, they remained impervious. Yet, the truth was, in reality, he could effortlessly shatter the ground with a single blow. The power of his fists was immense, terrifying. Jiang Yu remained silent, merely repeating the motion of raising his fist and striking down. Raise again and strike again. Boom. The very layer of the ground was forcefully punctured by him. The two plummeted to the ground, engulfed by fierce flames, and with one decisive strike, the specter was utterly vanquished. Blissful, exhilarating. Jiang Yu sprang up, racing to the fifth floor, where the crowd had already begun their ascent, leaving this level nearly devoid of people. He quickened his pace and ascended to the fifth floor. A portion of the crowd recoiled slightly. Do not fear. He is a popular figure from Doshing. I recognized him as the amnesiac, Wart brother. In that moment, Jiang Yu genuinely appreciated Doshing for sparing him the need for further explanation. However, the moniker Wart brother was rather unappealing. Wart brother, you have flames on you, someone alerted. Jiang Yu looked down to see several flickering flames entwined around his arm. Goodness, these flames were undoubtedly problematic. He quickly patted his arm to extinguish the flames and promptly declared, My resources are limited, and the fire spreads too rapidly. You all must ascend immediately. I will go below to check for survivors. With that, he descended. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he encountered 4 or 5 individuals trapped at the corridors and near a window. I am here to rescue you. We will start with the children. Follow me. A small boy in the crowd exhibited a look of fear. Mommy, I'm scared. He had likely never seen such a dark and imposing figure, rendering him too frightened to even cry. Do not be afraid. Just as his mother's words trailed off, a tendril of shadow ensnared the little boy and pulled him into an embrace. I will come back for you all. With that, Jiang Yu burst through the window. This was the fourth floor. Several gasps filled the air. He raced downward, leaping into the air, casting out shadowy strands, and landed gracefully. In one fluid motion, he set the terrified, bewildered boy on the ground, where a perimeter had already been established, and several night watchmen rushed forward. Many individuals were ascending the building in haste, while a considerable number remained trapped within the inferno. Urgently, they sought ways to extinguish the flames and rescue those in peril. Jiang Yu swiftly uttered a few words. Casting a glance at the adjacent edifice, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. This entire area belonged to the Chuyang group. The neighboring building, slightly lower in stature, displayed shattered glass within, and figures were engaged in fierce combat. It appeared to be Songqing'an. Amidst the raging fire, even the formidable night watchers were ensnared. This chaos was clearly a premeditated scheme. Chapter 48. Another fork in the road. Songqing'an possessed formidable strength, though the specifics of his prowess remained an enigma to Jiang Yu. However, when it came to dealing with the wraiths, it was unnecessary to exert excessive effort. From a distance of several meters, a single strike would suffice. As a third-tier night watchman, his title alone betrayed the fact that he was anything but mediocre. Were it not for the entanglement with another high-rise building at that moment, an overwhelming number of individuals would not have been ensnared by the encroaching flames. A brief glance from Jiang You revealed no fewer than 30 souls trapped within the inferno. He promptly organized a rescue operation. The captain of the night watchman issued commands with remarkable swiftness. Just as he intended to inquire further, Jiang You had already leaped away, soaring over the perimeter. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, with a flick of his shadowy silk, he ascended to the 3rd floor as if traversing level ground. A powerful blow shattered the glass, and within a mere 10 seconds, he emerged anew, his shadowy silk ensnared upon the edifice, gracefully descending. "Thank you, comrade." The captain swallowed the remainder of his words, for Jiang You had already released the rescued individual and taken flight once more, the entire sequence of events affording him no opportunity for dialogue. Time and again, he repeated the process. Those who were saved appeared dazed, turning back to gaze at the spectacle. Some tourists, who had managed to escape earlier, stood outside the cordon, still shaken, their eyes fixed upon the building. Others, drawn by the commotion, gathered nearby, bewildered by the unfolding drama. The claws of the figure were indeed fearsome, glimmering with a sharpness that was disconcerting. He surged upwards, defying the flames. Who could he possibly be? Some marveled, others clenched their fists tightly, while some whipped out their phones to capture the scene. The number of spectators was unknowable, all eyes riveted upon the unfolding heroism. Jiang You traversed through the flames, his body besmirched with flickering embers, which he swiftly brushed away with a wave of his hand. The relentless ascent and descent of the stairs began to take a toll on his stamina. Fortunately, the day was rather overcast, and the light was insufficient. Otherwise, the depletion from utilizing the shadow form in this realm would have been even more pronounced. As the fire spread to the 6th floor, its pace slightly diminished. At a staggering height of over 20 meters, the challenge of rescue escalated once more. The individuals at the window had already been saved by him. Shattering the window from another side, Jiang You quickly surveyed the area. Here, the number of people was greater, totaling 8. Adjacent was a restroom, from which he gathered surplus fabric and other materials, soaked them in water, and spread them on the ground, thereby momentarily stifling the flames. "Are there any children?" "I will take the children down first," Jiang You inquired. "My child? Have you seen my child?" "And my child? My child has scattered." "Scattered? This is indeed a challenging search, dear brothers and sisters. It seems my daughter is trapped downstairs." "Woe is me," a woman murmured, stifling her sobs. Jiang You took a deep breath. "Can you all hold on?" "We can." A man gritted through clenched teeth. "There is still some water here. We can endure for a while longer. Then I shall proceed to rescue those trapped within the inferno." He cast a glance outside the window. Dense smoke was rising ominously from below. Even if they could endure, it would not be for long. Time was of the essence. Jiang You turned and vanished from their sight, entering the shadow realm. In an instant, the searing heat dissipated entirely, replaced by the chilling embrace of the shadow that enveloped him. Physical strength, shadows, and rapid replenishment. It must be acknowledged that the enhancement provided by the shadow layer to the shadow form is both exaggerated and remarkably effective. On the 4th floor of the building, the specific department remains a mystery. From the perspective of the present world, flames blaze everywhere. He turns left and right, yet perceives no signs of life. Is anyone there? He calls out loudly as he emerges from the shadow layer. A faint sound whispers in his ear. Swiftly, he dashes into the adjacent office area. It is merely the crackling sound of a scorched desk disintegrating. Just as he intends to turn and leave, a glimpse of a blood bar in the corner captures his attention. Health, 33, and steadily declining. Jiang You hastens forward. The individual is severely burned, curled in a fetal position, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. The fire in the office area, while not the worst, is overshadowed by the thick, suffocating smoke. If he delays for another half-minute, rescue may prove futile. "Let's go?" Jiang You hoists him onto his back, shattering glass with shadow threads as he leaps forth. He has emerged again. The crowd gasps in astonishment. Safely landing, the shadow resumes its journey. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th individuals. The night patrol is also swiftly mobilizing personnel to combat the flames. Surely, there can be no one left. Placing the last man down, Jiang You gasps for breath. Exhaustion overwhelms him. It is indeed incredibly taxing. Carrying a child is manageable, but an adult weighs between 120 to 130 pounds, or even 170 to 180. Such a heavy burden is only bearable thanks to the enhanced shadow threads. "Well done, comrade." The captain of the night watch performed a standard salute, followed by a resounding applause that filled the air. Please extinguish the flames swiftly, he urged. Having exerted every effort within the bounds of human capability, should anyone be left behind, it would be beyond his power. Comrade You. The captain of the night watch once again left his words unspoken as Jiang You vanished, swallowing the latter part of his sentence. In a corner unnoticed by the throng, a weary figure emerged, covered in dirt and bearing some wounds, fitting the image of a refugee. My son has not yet come out," came a wailing cry. "Oh, my brother is still on the second floor. Please, you must help. My daughter is surely still on the third floor." The cacophony of disputes and sobs blended into a tumultuous chorus, prompting a slight sigh from Jiang You. "Excuse me, may I pass?" "Pardon me, just passing through." He navigated through the crowd. "Hello, young man." Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. A hoarse, choked voice whispered in his ear. "Grandma, who are you?" He turned to see an elderly lady beside him, her hair a silvery white, her skin parched and wrinkled, and her eyes swollen with tears. She stooped beneath the weight of a child's backpack, her clothes wrinkled and disheveled. As Jiang Yu gazed out, he hesitantly withdrew his hand. "Young man, have you seen a little girl of this height, with braids? She is 7 years old, dressed in a pink dress, wearing white shoes, and adorned with a small hairpin." The fire spread across multiple floors, and relying on the visibility of the health bars, Jiang Yu meticulously scanned every accessible area. Either the individuals were trapped on higher levels, awaiting rescue, or they had already perished in the flames. No, that couldn't be. He carefully recalled the visitors on the upper floors. There were only a handful of children, and they were clustered together. The number of girls was even fewer. He could be certain that there was no resemblance to the elderly woman's description. "I understand now, young man. Thank you." The elderly woman discerned the answer from his expression and turned to inquire others. "Excuse me, have you seen a... Wait, what is that?" Jiang Yu's pupils constricted gradually. His gaze pierced through the layers of buildings. In the shadowy levels, between towering structures, a figure was swiftly climbing, its tail ensnaring a little girl in pink attire. Beside it were other creatures, each employing their own methods to carry humans, most of whom were of smaller stature. Facilitating transport, they moved in groups, as if orchestrated with intent. "Have you seen a little girl of this height, with braids?" He turned his head, stumbling, his voice hoarse. The elderly woman in simple clothing clutched her granddaughter's backpack, persistently questioning one person after another. On one side lies an enigmatic group of otherworldly beings, with formidable second-tier entities potentially lurking above the first tier. On the opposite side stands a frail old woman, nearly powerless in her inquiries. If we consider that day on the street, when she first confronted the wandering spirits, it was akin to a novice encountering a wounded prey, driven by impulsive bravado. The confrontation in the marketplace, however, was marked by a clear understanding of the spirit's formidable powers and an impassioned fervor. Rushing into the inferno to save lives demonstrated a confidence in oneself, a fearless resolve. Now, we stand at a true crossroads. If one chooses to remain oblivious, they may find solace in ignorance. But if one becomes aware, how shall they navigate their own existence? When the hand of fate thrusts you into a pivotal moment, do we possess the courage we have envisioned? "Excuse me, have you seen a girl with..." "Get away. My sister is still in the fire. Can't you see? How many times must I repeat myself?" The furious man raised his arm, causing the elderly woman to teeter unsteadily, about to fall backward. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, a tall shadow caught her securely. "Ah, the girl in the pink dress with braids, is it not?" He gestured towards the designated survivor rest area established by the night patrol. "Please, take a moment to rest. I believe I have seen the young girl. Allow me to assist you in finding her." Chapter 49, The Rescue Operation. "Dad, where is Jiang You?" "Do not fret, everything is fine. Lu Yuqiang's call has been connected, and he mentioned that everyone should have managed to escape." "Should have escaped? What does that even mean?" "Either they escaped, or they did not," Lu Yaoyao exclaimed anxiously. "I am going over there now." "That is nonsense," Lu Nanfeng reprimanded. "The situation here is already chaotic. Do you intend to add to the disorder?" "But..." "Enough with the buts. Stay at home and be sensible. I am more worried about Jiang You than you are. Just wait for me to bring him back to you." Suddenly, someone interrupted Lu Nanfeng's voice. "Captain Lu, look." "Damn it." Lu Yaoyao faintly heard Lu Nanfeng curse. "Yaoyao, I cannot talk right now. I have to handle this situation." "All right, Jiang You just called me. I will connect him." Lu Yaoyao hurriedly ended the call. "Hello? Jiang You, how are you?" she inquired swiftly. I am fine," Jiang You replied. On the other end of the line, There seemed to be a strong gust of wind. Uncertain, Lu Yaoyao pressed further. Where are you? I'm outside. I am well aware that you are outside. Did you not just endure a fire and an attack? Oh, it's nothing. I'm quite clever about these things. You must come home, Lu Yaoyao urged, biting her lip. No rush. I will return once you finish preparing dinner. Jiang You, what exactly are you doing? Lu Yaoyao's tone softened, almost pleading. Hearing this, Jiang You felt an overwhelming urge to relent. With a sudden jolt, the wind howled fiercely. Then, he collided with the exterior of a tall building, creating a dent in its structure, startling the office workers engrossed in their computers. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yu waved a hand towards them before propelling himself upward with powerful strides. His gaze pierced through the space, locking onto the figures darting in the shadows. His expression cold. Having just emerged from a blaze, I assure you I am unscathed. Ah, and by the way, I crave some spicy cold beef. Do remember to add extra chili. After hanging up the phone, he reached the summit of the towering edifice, continuously racing forward, leaping off the rooftop into the air. Below him lay an orderly array of people and vehicles, flanked by meticulously planned architectural structures. Threads of shadow extended, drawing his form into suspension, creating a ripple in the void. What? What is that? Spider-Man? Isn't that a character just released by Master Jiang in his comics, Black Widow and Quicksilver? Who is this fellow, so audaciously wielding extraordinary powers in the city? It would be sheer luck if the Night Watchers did not take notice. The eyes of other extraordinary beings widened in disbelief. Such abilities are inherently prohibited in gathering places. Otherwise, one might spew fire, while another sprays water. What a spectacle that would be. No ordinary extraordinary being would dare to flaunt their powers so arrogantly after acquiring them. Soaring through the air, his form gliding and leaping, anyone who caught sight of this shadowy figure could hardly resist being captivated. Please cease the use of your powers immediately. I repeat, extraordinary being. Halt at once and submit to an inspection. The voice echoed in his ears as Jiang Yu glanced downward. Good heavens, Uncle Lu. He descended from the vehicle of the night patrol, brandishing a megaphone to shout. The adversaries were traversing the very path he occupied. Jiang Yu hesitated briefly before resolutely advancing. There are aberrations emerging, he cautioned, pressing onward. The multitude of these creatures deterred him from recklessly entering the shadowed realm. He could only observe their movements from the corporeal world. Their objective appeared to be the construction site over yonder. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. I warn you, halt immediately. Farewell. Jiang Yu spread his limbs, relishing the sensation of the wind rushing against his body. You must dispatch assistance to the shadow realm at once. This is your final warning. If you do not cease, we shall resort to coercive measures. The night patrolman beside Lu Nanfeng raised his firearm, his pupils gradually transforming into patterns reminiscent of a hawk. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu sensed a piercing gaze fixated upon him, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping him. Do you comprehend? Hurry and send reinforcements to the shadow realm. Jiang Yu leapt to the exterior of the building, his feet entwining with the shadows. With a powerful push, he dislodged paint from the wall, creating slight indentations. His body shot upwards with remarkable speed. Team leader Lu. As the gun was about to discharge, Lu Nanfeng grasped the firearm firmly, signaling for him to halt. Dispatch someone to the shadow realm immediately, and have the Chuyang group provide swift support. We shall pursue him. The two swiftly returned to the vehicle, turning it around with urgency. With a swift press of the accelerator, they surged forward. Onward. Take a left turn. They are still there. A towering edifice obstructed the view of the two individuals. The vehicle maintained its speed, swiftly navigating through the intersection, yet upon emerging, the shadowy figure was nowhere to be seen. Where could it have gone? Ahead lay a vast construction site, a testament to the relentless development at the outskirts of District East 1, where both unfinished buildings and construction sites proliferated. Various entries to the anomalous site welcomed a stream of workers, who then ascended upwards. Jiang Yu leapt down, as he was about to meet the ground. A thread of shadow caught onto the structure, significantly slowing his descent. With renewed vigor, he propelled himself upward, traversing the long corridor within the building, eventually reaching the top, where he could clearly observe the movements across the way. Shadow points, 1374. Having squandered so much in the current realm, continuing this pursuit might deplete his shadow points entirely. Upon entering the shadow layer, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, almost moaning in delight. After all, this realm of shadows was his domain. He gazed into the distance. The aberrations had deposited the captured children, primarily concentrated on the 20th floor. What purpose could they have in bringing so many children here? A figure clad in tactical combat attire and masked gestured for the anomalies to proceed inside. From Jiang Yu's vantage point, the unfolding events remained obscured. He resolved to take the risk and approach. A flicker of apprehension passed through his mind. Chuyang Group, Fire Seed. Biological experiments. He had an unsettling premonition that he was entangled in something of grave significance. He continued to draw nearer, swiftly climbing the still, incomplete structure. The diverse beings huddled together in silence, as if awaiting something. The young ones trembled, too fearful to utter a sound in the face of the surrounding predatory gazes. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed nearby. A stone had struck a pillar, producing a resonant sound. What was that? All the beings turned their attention, standing upright in a state of alertness. Yet, it turned out to be merely a small pebble. After a few seconds of anticipation, no one else appeared. Something felt amiss. The beings redirected their gaze to the young ones before them. Boom. Not long after, another stone struck, prompting them to look once more. No one was there. They turned back again. Boom. Boom. Time and again, they twisted their heads back and forth. The beings began to exhibit signs of agitation. Gradually, they seemed to realize something was wrong. The number of young ones. Why were they diminishing rapidly? Chapter 50. The extraordinary first battle. Something feels amiss. Why are the children dwindling in number? The aberrant creatures are becoming increasingly agitated. They exchange glances, their mandibles emitting hissing sounds. After all, the count has plummeted from nearly 20 to a mere 4 or 5, and even the dullest among them can sense that something is wrong. Suddenly, a sharp cry erupts from one of the creatures on the periphery, its voice filled with sheer terror. This alarming sound swiftly captures the attention of the others. As they turn to look, they see it incessantly shrieking, its claws clutching its throat in apparent agony. One puzzled spirit, uncertain of the commotion, flicks its tail and drifts closer. In an instant, a deafening explosion resonates as 5 shadowy tendrils shoot outwards. This spirit, along with several other aberrant beings, is caught off guard and ensnared in the chaos. In a heartbeat, all the aberrant creatures are thrown into a frenzy, their emotions boiling over as they pace anxiously in place. With the last child retrieved from the shadows, Jiang You breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Run, quickly, he urges. The construction site does indeed have stairs, but they are merely unfinished concrete, devoid of railings or safety features. The aberrants typically target children just over 10 years old, which is a relief compared to those merely 5 or 6. Otherwise, the little ones would be wailing uncontrollably, unable to move. In truth, the children are now sobbing hysterically, teetering on the brink of collapse. Only under Jiang Yu's persistent urging do they begin to shakily descend the stairs. Hanging behind them, Jiang Yu occasionally glanced back. Should there be any aberration capable of traversing the shadow realm and the material world, a fierce battle would be inevitable. However, it was evident that such an ability required specific conditions, as he had not observed a single aberration pursuing them. Descending 3 or 4 flights of stairs, the children gradually acclimated, quickening their pace. Everything seemed fine. Jiang Yu took out his mobile phone. Hello, is this the night patrol department? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the phone exploded, scattering parts and sparks across Jiang Yu's face. The night patrol department? A voice filled with curiosity emanated from behind him. Who is it? Jiang Yu's heart raced as he swiftly turned around. A man clad in special operations gear sat leisurely on the staircase, casting a keen gaze. His hair was a striking silver, and his emerald green eyes resembled those of a serpent. The skin on his face was not smooth. Rather, one could faintly discern the scales beneath. He lounged with an air of nonchalance, his gaze imbued with a playful intrigue. I was just pondering which little mouse dared to persist in its pursuit. A smirk graced his lips. It turned out to be our heroic warty brother. With a clang, sharp claws shot forth, 10 glistening blades gleaming ominously. Oh, what impressively fearsome claws, the young man exclaimed, surprise evident as a smile crept upon his lips. Who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, a searing pain surged through his chest. It felt as though a colossal hammer had struck him squarely, leaving him breathless and gasping for air. As soon as he regained his senses, Jiang Yu was forcefully propelled away, plummeting from the edge of the vast expanse, drawn downward by the inexorable pull of gravity. Was it psychokinesis, a mental assault, or some other extraordinary ability? Deng Ke's assertions rang true, straightforward. Brute force extraordinary beings often fall prey to those with more enigmatic powers. Your abilities are evident to the naked eye, fully comprehended by your adversaries, while their capabilities remain shrouded in mystery. An unexpected attack can lead to a disadvantage, and losing the initial strike often results in subsequent vulnerabilities. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yu's thoughts raced as he prepared to shoot out shadow threads to secure himself to a nearby structure. Suddenly, he heard the sound of something slicing through the air overhead. It was 4 or 5 steel rebars. They hurtled toward him at an astonishing speed, their tips forming an elliptical distortion in the air. With a rapid succession of thwacks, Jiang Yu unleashed his shadow threads to latch onto the building. Even as the rebars approached with alarming velocity, he twisted and turned, deftly evading the oncoming bars, and after sustaining a few superficial wounds, he successfully slipped inside the floor of the building. Raising his head, he noticed a figure descending leisurely from the upper level. "I've seen your video," the man said, rubbing his wrist. "Tell me, are you truly amnesiac or merely pretending?" It must be genuine amnesia, for strength reveals itself in subtle details. No matter how well one disguises it, there will always be flaws. Continuous combat might just awaken your buried memories. "Are you a member of the Jiang group?" Jiang You regarded him coldly. "No," the man replied, shaking his head as 2 spherical objects materialized in his hand. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire further, the spheres suddenly shot forth with great force. There is no need for the deceased to know so much. The sphere, though diminutive in volume, travels with remarkable speed. Jiang Yu narrowly evaded one, but the second was unavoidable, crashing directly into his abdomen. The pain, the sphere, imbued with immense force, struck him violently, sending him hurtling through the air once more. Where has he gone? The man concentrated, pursuing but failing to detect Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Something is amiss. Suddenly, he became aware of a troubling realization. The children were all in the shadow layer. Beneath the construction site was an entrance to the shadow layer that he had previously acquired. He had intended to enter the shadow layer, but climbed up upon hearing commotion above, only to witness Jiang Yu descending with the children. For a moment, his curiosity regarding the identity of Wart brother distracted him from deeper contemplation. Now, reflecting on it, how did the other manage to extract the children from the shadow layer? He scanned his surroundings, but Jiang Yu's figure eluded him, and the man began to lose patience. His agitation grew. What is that? At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards the distance. Chapter 51. The second order hopes. Suddenly, without warning, Jiang Yu appeared beside a fire hydrant on the roadside. With a swift paw, he struck the hydrant, causing water to erupt with a loud hiss. He then began to sprint forward. A few cars were parked along the street, and Jiang Yu lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick that left a deep dent in the vehicle's body. As the new year approached, the construction site nearby was nearly deserted. However, the absence of people did not equate to their complete absence. With each forceful kick, the entire car was propelled sideways, its tires screeching against the pavement, leaving marks in their wake. The sound of alarms blared in a cacophony, sending a wave of panic through the air. Most alarmingly, Jiang Yu raised his voice, a desperate howl escaping his lips. "Help! Is anyone there to save me? Quickly, call the night watch. Hurry, summon the night watchers. There are human traffickers here. Help! Could you not exhibit a modicum of dignity?" The man above watched in astonishment, his forehead twitching with barely suppressed anger. To be burdened with such a brainless, extraordinary being was truly unfortunate. The man's expression shifted continuously as he contemplated whether to eliminate Jiang Yu on the spot, ultimately deciding against such a course of action. To be fair, while Jiang Yu may not have attained the second order, his strength was undeniably formidable. He lacked the assurance to eliminate Jiang Yu instantaneously, particularly since most of his power was directed towards drawing the firepower of the Night Watchers towards the Jiang group, thereby avoiding arousing suspicion. As long as the plan is adhered to, everything shall proceed smoothly. Who could have anticipated the emergence of the warty brother, disrupting all affairs? Once entangled, even if Jiang were to eliminate him, he would find it impossible to escape the relentless pursuit of the Night Watchers. Alas, the man's countenance was grim as he leaped down the stairs. Unable to eliminate warty brother, he resolved to abduct a few children to mitigate his losses. Descending several stories solely on his own strength, he had hardly reached the ground floor when he heard the sound of pounding footsteps behind him. In an instant, 2 children were lifted before they could react. "Help! Don't kill me! Clear the path!" The man's expression darkened as he barreled forward. However, his imposing stature and tremendous force sent several children sprawling in disarray, one girl with a ponytail paling as she stumbled towards the edge of the stairwell. Never mind. Capturing one boy and one girl would suffice. He released the small boy from his grasp, and, just as the girl was about to tumble, he caught her by the collar. One on the left, one on the right. He plunged further down. Upon reaching the ground floor, he prepared to head towards the entrance of the shadowed realm when a shadowy thread shot forth. The man narrowly evaded it. The sharp line grazed his face, leaving a bloody mark. Jiang, his eyes turned icy with resolve. Perched upon a nearby shelf, enveloped in darkness, Jiang pointed at the man's hand, saying, "Brother, you may flee alone. There is no need to drag anyone else into this. Do you truly believe I hesitate to kill you?" Su Shan squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Jiang You remained silent, beckoning him with a gesture. Seeking death, with a flick of his hand, Su Shan released 2 spherical projectiles. This time, Jiang You was prepared. As Su Shan launched his attack, he leaped into the air, evading the assault, and landed behind a shelf, successfully vanishing from Su Shan's sight. "Foolish creature, did you think I would pursue you?" Su Shan hoisted the 2 boys once more and strode purposefully in the opposite direction. Well, this time it was Jiang Yu's turn to be speechless. He re-emerged. Uffed. The shadowy threads missed their mark, striking the ground instead. "Are you done yet?" Su Shan gritted his teeth. "Either release them and leave now, or await the arrival of the night watchman. Do not even think about escaping." Jiang Yu reined in his demeanor, adopting a more serious tone. Thud. The 2 trembling boys were unceremoniously tossed to the ground. He raised his hands, seemingly resigned. "I am leaving. I am indeed leaving." He took a step back, then another. And then, with a snap of his fingers, boom, the ring on his left hand flashed with brilliance. And Jiang Yu barely had time to react before a heavy weight pressed down on his chest. The shadowy form flickered erratically, subtly threatening to disperse. The shadow points within him became a chaotic mess, resisting his commands. What in the world is this ability? Nausea surged within him. His body rapidly succumbed to various negative sensations. Jiang Yu found himself unable to perform any other actions, helplessly watching as Su Shan retrieved several steel balls once again. Bang! The steel spheres were released, crashing into him with relentless force. Jiang Yu was propelled backward, crashing heavily into a heap of bricks and stones. The sound of shattering debris echoed around him. "Let me go? Do you even deserve to say that?" Su Shan sneered as he lunged forward, his fist now adorned with a brass knuckle, striking mercilessly at Jiang Yu's head. Bang! Bang! With each blow, Jiang Yu felt his consciousness fading, his shadowy form dissipating, resembling tattered clothing. Clearly, utilizing this ring came at a cost, as Su Shan's nose began to bleed profusely. Nevertheless, his condition was far superior to that of Jiang Yu. The onslaught continued relentlessly, like a tempest that sought to subdue him completely. Cough, cough. Jiang Yu's head spun from the blows, and the thought of retreating into the shadows seemed utterly implausible. Su Shan's fierce demeanor suggested he would not hesitate to beat him to death. Suddenly, Su Shan paused. Jiang Yu managed to turn his head slightly. To his astonishment, 2 children had picked up bricks, hurling them directly at Su Shan. "Run!" Jiang Yu mumbled incoherently. "Die!" Su Shan raised his elbow, crashing it down onto Jiang Yu's chest. Darkness enveloped him as a suffocating pain threatened to render him unconscious. Yet, he was hanging on. "Die!" Su Shan roared, lifting his arm once more, only to have Jiang Yu grip his fist tightly. The 2 were locked in a stalemate. Just then, Su Shan felt a sudden lightness as he withdrew. The sound of sirens resonated in the air. Night watch officials had arrived. Jiang Yu gasped for breath, taking several moments to regain his composure before opening his eyes, only to find several children gathered around him. "Brother, have you awakened? For individuals have been captured." The children spoke in hushed tones, their faces still glistening with remnants of tears. Jiang Yu struggled to prop himself up, aware that his ribs were likely fractured once more. A sudden realization struck him as he glanced at his hands. The shadow form he had assumed had inexplicably dissipated. Fortunately, the captives were merely children of around 10 years old. The impact was minimal. Otherwise, at his age, possessing such formidable strength while infiltrating the shadow realm would be difficult to justify. With great effort, he rose and reactivated the shadow mantle to envelop his body. "Which way did he flee?" Jiang Yu inquired. "Over there. He just departed." "Very well. When the night watch arrives, ensure they pursue him." Jiang Yu sprang into action, leaving space for the children and the night watch. He had no further purpose in remaining there. The children had witnessed Su Shan's escape direction firsthand and could relay this to the night watch. If his memory served him correctly, he had slain several aberrations on the upper floors. If he could devour them all, the second tier would be within reach. Perhaps he could even catch up to Su Shan, or even turn the tide in his favor. Chapter 52. The Second Order. The hunting shark. I truly must have drawn the short straw in life, encountering such a lunatic as Brother Warts. Why can't you follow your own path, while I tread my own? Wouldn't that be splendid? Why do you, of all people, certainly not a night watchman, interfere in matters that do not concern you? You come here, entangled in my affairs. Perhaps misled by the praises in the comments into believing yourself a hero? The original mission was to bring back as many children as possible, over 10, if one could manage. The more, the better. He could only be deemed to have completed the task adequately, certainly not exceptionally, given the turmoil caused by Jiang You. He ought to brace himself for reproach. He sprinted forward, while various other beings employed their own tactics, their tails ensnaring the children who followed him. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, they arrived at the next outpost, subsequently departing the gathering site. What purpose these children served was unclear to Su Shan. It seemed that a breakthrough had been achieved in the soul species technology, and the spirits of the youth were notably pure, of great utility. Although this notion may seem somewhat cruel, the blood shed over the past century is incalculable. A dozen lives are but a trifling matter in the grand tapestry of history. If corresponding results can be attained, it is undeniably worthwhile. Su Shan's gaze gradually solidified. Roar! The immense procession swiftly attracted the attention of other beings. While ordinary entities would shy away from such a display, to certain more formidable creatures, this was an enticing feast. Facing the towering, tripod-like creature before him, nearly 3 stories high, Su Shan took a deep breath. Good heavens, my luck is truly at its nadir today. It has been half a month since the last shadow tide. The third-tier aberrations within the shadow layer have been entirely eradicated, though a few second-tier aberrations have managed to escape. During my flight, I fortuitously encountered one. Su Shan was already in a dismal mood today, and encountering this second-tier aberration only exacerbated his woes. How absurd, truly outrageous. The creature roared and charged forth. What a nuisance. Does it truly believe it can easily intimidate me? His gaze turned icy as his hand instinctively reached into his pocket, only for his expression to darken. Damn it. In preparing to confront Jiang You, he had already expended several steel balls. Such folly. No matter, I must swiftly deal with this aberration and resume my journey. With a thunderous crash, the massive form collapsed to the side. Su Shan gently wiped the blood from his body and retrieved a vial of oral solution, tilting his head back to drink it down. The negative contamination from the aberration's demise was quickly mitigated. Continuing onward. Damn, is this never-ending? His expression twisted into one of grimace as he beheld the shadowy figure perched upon the blackened streetlight. This was utterly preposterous. Why must such blind fools exist? Release those children, Jiang You spoke calmly. If you leave now, I shall pretend I did not see you. Su Shan flipped his hand, revealing a silvery claw adorned with menacing barbs, a far cry from the earlier confrontation with Jiang You. A single punch aimed at his face would surely warrant at least 5 episodes of Close Encounters of Science. Put them down now. And I will also pretend I did not see you, he reiterated, but Jiang You remained unfazed. Seeking death, a steel ball shot forth, as Su Shan stepped forward decisively. Surrounding him were approximately 14 to 15 creatures of various kinds, with at least 10 capable of engaging in battle. Jiang You leapt high into the air, his figure gradually vanishing into the darkness. The steel ball disappeared alongside him, a testament to his rather vexing ability to conceal himself. Su Shan immediately halted his steps, vigilance heightening as he scanned his surroundings. He found himself at the center of the street, not overly spacious, with a dark flower bed obstructing his line of sight. Approaching carelessly could very well result in an ambush. He held no illusions that he could withstand a claw strike from Jiang You and still remain unscathed. Just as he was on guard, a sudden cry of anguish erupted from a nearby creature. Turning his head, he beheld a ghostly entity with its throat pierced by a blade, struggling in vain. After Jiang You delivered several finishing blows, the creature finally succumbed to its fate. Unable to defeat him, Jiang You opted to attack his underlings instead. Upon noticing Su Shan's gaze, he grinned widely. Then came the Shadow Devourer. Shadow points increased by 6. Shadow points, 8190. Approaching the century mark, the sensation of accumulating to full capacity was becoming increasingly palpable. His assumptions proved correct. With shadow points exceeding 100, the second tier was tantalizingly close. Jiang You swiftly vanished again, reappearing with his claws embedded in another creature's body. Then, the shadow threads erupted. With such a quantity of shadow points, he had, in the parlance of fantastical literature, reached the late stage of the first tier. Quite formidable indeed. His strength, agility, and physique, all attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. A single punch delivered felt as though he had unleashed the force of a tempest. Regrettably, the aberrant creature failed to absorb in time, while another nearby immediately reacted with a fierce roar and lunged forward. Simultaneously, Su Shan unleashed his attack. A sphere imbued with a formidable force, aimed directly at his heart. He leapt high into the air, his fist shimmering with light, ready to strike Jiang You. Despite the pain he endured, he swiftly shot out shadowy threads to widen the battlefield. This accursed entity, Su Shan cursed inwardly. It was as slippery as an eel, impossible to grasp or slay, and utterly repugnant. Upon raising his gaze again, as expected, the creature had vanished without a trace. All the aberrant beings had congregated together. Su Shan immediately issued a command, but alas, it was too late. One ghostly figure, lagging just a moment, was seized by a claw emerging from the shadows. Grasping its shoulder, it let out a terrified scream as it was dragged into the darkness, along with the lifeless body on the ground. The sound of hissing corrosion echoed in his ears, causing Su Shan's expression to shift. Under his watchful gaze, the two aberrant bodies in Jiang Yu's hands continuously shrank until only a small puddle of residue remained. The silhouette, cloaked in darkness, became increasingly distinct, emanating an unsettling aura. This creature, undoubtedly, had once been a formidable presence. For reasons unknown, it had fallen to its current state, yet given the right opportunity, it could easily ascend again. Just look at this aura. Is it characteristic of a normal, extraordinary being? Can one possessing such an aura truly be considered ordinary? The shadow enveloped its form, gradually transforming into a cocoon. Kill. Su Shan gritted his teeth and promptly issued the command. The remaining aberrant entities surged forward. A wraith wielded a massive blade, and with a resounding clang, it struck downwards. The shadowy cocoon remained utterly unmoved, as if it had merged seamlessly with the entities within this shrouded realm. Bang! The steel ball collided with it, yielding the same result. This is dire. Su Shan's eyelids twitched violently. No time for that. Retreat, he shouted, taking the lead in his flight with the aberrants hastily following suit. There was something amiss about this entity. Far too troubling. He had never witnessed such an anomaly during an ability's evolution. Sprinting forward, Su Shan cast occasional glances behind him. Fortunately, the adversary's ascension appeared to consume considerable time, allowing them to remain unpursued. Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Shan's heart did not ease. Instead, it tightened with increasing anxiety. A chilling dread crept from the crown of his head to the very root of his spine. 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Having rounded several corners, he had completely lost sight of it. Surely he must have escaped? Su Shan glanced back and then forward, only to be gripped by terror. A shadowy figure stood in the center of the street. The dark lines seemed to possess a life of their own, beginning to weave and gradually forming a hooded cloak. He bowed his head, resembling a silent statue. Gasping and breathing heavily, Su Shan could even hear the frantic beating of his own heart, as if he were prey being stalked by a born predator. Oh! The cloaked figure raised a clawed hand, gently scratching his forehead. As he lowered it, his palm began to shift. The keratin layer thickened, rolling in waves, and a sharp, cold glimmer surged forth from this shadowy domain. Behold! A formidable blade. As the two swords gently clashed, he gradually lifted his gaze. Beneath the hood, darkness prevailed. Yet, Su Shan could sense the other party's smile. Now, it is my moment to hunt. With a subtle leap, I descend into the earth, akin to a predatory shark gliding through the waters. Chapter 53. The unstoppable spirit of youth within the shadow realm. Everything is a mere replication of the stagnant objects of the present world. For instance, a car parked by the roadside, motionless, is captured in the shadow realm, while a moving vehicle escapes this fate. Humans and animals are not replicated, yet plants are. In truth, once anything enters the shadow realm, it becomes an integral part of it. Flowers, water, houses, all differ in form, yet share a similar hardness. Furthermore, below the third tier, unless one possesses formidable offensive abilities, it is virtually impossible to inflict any damage upon objects within the shadow realm. It is akin to swimming while stealthily gliding across the ground. What kind of ability is this? It borders on the absurd. Su Shan felt a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he witnessed Jiang You leap into the ground, merging seamlessly with the shadows. The swiftly darting silhouette resembled a shark lurking beneath the water's surface. Had he not possessed a goggle-like detection device, he might not have even discerned Jiang Yu's figure. A chill ran down Su Shan's spine as he hastily retreated, simultaneously commanding a peculiar creature to shield him. With a piercing sound, the high agility and low vitality, a Piao found itself struggling against Jiang Yu's claws. The potency of the shadow blade was even more terrifying. With a single strike, a Piao was cleaved in two. Another swipe. The unprepared predator beside it received a brutal gash, revealing bone beneath the deep wound on its chest. Blood gushed forth. A truly horrifying sight. With a powerful thrust, he sliced through the air twice, prompting the aberrations to finally react. However, as he descended, he inexplicably merged once more with the ground. This creature was utterly preposterous. Su Shan was struck with sheer terror. Had this being once plummeted into an abyss, emerging with no recollection? How could an ordinary second-tier entity possess such formidable strength? He swam again, leaping from the adjacent wall. Clang. This time, Su Shan seized the moment, firing a steel pellet that struck the opponent's blade. Upon impact, it could send a person flying several meters away. The force of the pellet was indeed formidable. Jiang You had intended to cleave the aberration before him, but under the distraction of the steel pellet, his blade veered off course, resulting in a miscalculated strike. Yet, it mattered not. Ascending to the second tier, Jiang You felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. Each punch and kick radiated immense strength. Now situated in the shadow realm, he felt more at home, exhilarated and liberated. In the first tier, the extraordinary was merely a budding potential. In the second tier, the true essence of extraordinary power began to manifest. Only upon reaching this stage did he finally comprehend the essence of the truly extraordinary. It was as if he had shed a layer of shackles, breaking free from constraints. The world around him became vividly clear. Every breath of existence felt so alive. I am undeniably formidable. Then, with a resounding bang, a flaming brick hurtled towards him. Upon contact with his face, it appeared as though time slowed down, his features contorting under pressure. In the next moment, a powerful shockwave erupted, flames scattering in all directions. The figure clad in black was propelled backward like a cannonball. Falling to the ground, he rolled in circles. A brick was forcefully sent flying nearly 20 meters away. Zhao Yongcheng, Su Shan exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy evident in his voice. Beside him stood a towering figure, a man over 2 meters tall and robustly built, who shook his arms. What brings you here? Su Shan inquired. I was sent out by the boss to check on the situation since you had yet to arrive, Zhao Yongcheng replied. A lunatic. Su Shan gritted his teeth. You should lead your team away. Zhao Yongcheng revealed a hint of a cold smile. Allow me to confront him. The plan is about to commence, so hurry. Oh, what plan? Do enlighten me. Jiang You managed to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Having ascended to a second-tier mindset, he felt somewhat elated. However, the brick that struck him nearly caved in his skull. He had leaped forward from a submerged state, and in that moment, the brick propelled him 20 meters away. The sheer force was unimaginable. His head buzzed, leaving him completely dazed. After gathering himself, he caught his breath and straightened his posture. The robust man was enveloped in flames, which appeared particularly dazzling in the shadowy layer. After exchanging a few words with Su Shan and nodding at one another, Su Shan gestured, and several extraordinary individuals followed him as they sprinted forward. They were making their escape. Jiang You felt his throat constrict. He took a step forward. Boy, you must pass through me first, Zhao Yongcheng sneered, the flames surrounding him growing ever fiercer. With a thunderous sound, he hurled a projectile that exploded in an instant. Zhao Yongcheng halted in his advance. The flickering flames dissipated, leaving behind an empty space. Where had everyone gone? He immediately turned to look back. Suddenly, Jiang You emerged from thin air, brandishing a large blade aimed at Su Shan. Be careful, was the only warning he could muster in time. Su Shan, clearly anticipating Jiang Yu's treacherous ambush, reacted with an extraordinary burst of speed, evading the attack just as it was unleashed. In the same breath, he hurled a steel ball, the proximity of the assault making it almost inevitable. Yet, astonishingly, Jiang Yu vanished once more. Where had he gone? At such a close distance, Su Shan could see clearly that the opponent was not merely lurking in the shadows, but had truly disappeared, vanished into thin air, unbeknownst to him. Ever since reaching the second tier, Jiang Yu's abilities had surged exponentially. Previously, Navigating the shadows required intense concentration and was accompanied by slight delays. Now, he moved in and out with unparalleled finesse, as fluid as if greased. As he reappeared, Su Shan barely managed to dodge, feeling a sharp sting as a deep gash was etched into his shoulder. Hiss, he inhaled sharply. Put him down. Jiang Yu's words were cut short when a surge of flames suddenly surged toward him, forcing him to evade sideways. He entered the material realm, yet his body remained immobile. With a resounding hum, Su Shan snapped his fingers again, the ring upon his finger glowing with a crimson hue. Not this again. Su Shan's figure swayed, and blood gushed forth from his nose like a dam bursting. His eyes rolled back, and his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Jiang You has grown stronger in various aspects compared to the first time he fell victim, yet he cannot withstand the ferocity of this new assault. Not only has he failed to return to the mortal realm, but the shadowy cloak enveloping him also quivers violently, dissipating once more. Well done, Su Shan. Zhao Yongqing's palm ignited with flames, but his expression shifted as the fire remained confined to his hand. This kid, he withstood a strike from a forbidden object, advancing instead of retreating, and maneuvered behind Su Shan, seizing him with undeniable force. Who on earth are you? Su Shan spat blood from his mouth, his nostrils bleeding profusely, cursing vehemently. Gasping for breath, Jiang You exclaimed, "Does this concern you? Are you a night watchman or something else?" Su Shan gritted his teeth. "Do you believe that you alone can change all of this? You are conducting inhumane experiments on human subjects." Jiang You did not respond, instead roaring, "And now you are taking away another group of children. This is for the future of humanity. Nonsense about the future." With a resounding crash, he thrust his knee forward, sweeping his right leg horizontally, and then struck down with his elbow. Su Shan's legs shattered instantly, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Despite the agony, he managed to suppress any cry of pain. "You fight to the death against the aberrations, and yet you use their corpses for your experiments? Are you even human?" Jiang Yu's eyes began to fill with blood, his right fist gripping Su Shan's neck tightly. Su Shan remained silent, the veins on his neck bulging, his face contorted in anguish, straining with all his might, yet unable to break free. "Speak. Are you still human? You know nothing at all." He uttered a few words as if they were squeezed from between his teeth. Su Shan struggled to lift his head, meeting Zhao Yongqing's gaze. "Make your move," he bellowed. Boom. Flames erupted. Jiang Yu was thrown back once more. Observing the figure rising from the inferno again, Zhao Yongqing couldn't help but feel a flicker of emotion. Why go to such lengths for a handful of strangers? Coughing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply. Over 10 million square kilometers. How much remains now? Nearly 2 billion souls. How many are left? Alien invasion, human decline, and traitors lurking in the shadows. What a wretched world this is, a wretched world, a wretched world. False tranquility, the specter of chaos. I have never aspired to be a savior upon entering this world. I merely wish to live my life day by day. I am not a hero, nor have I ever wished to be one. I simply persist in what I believe to be right, and that is all." His arms transformed, a colossal blade gradually coalescing. His figure vanished suddenly, reappearing above Zhao Yongqing's head. Clang! He drew the long knife from his waist, parrying the attack. The boy suspended in midair, his eyes dazzling with brilliance. "Today, I shall defiantly embrace the role of a hero." Chapter 54. May the human race endure with immense force. Zhao Yongqing slightly lowered his body, towering over Jiang Yu by a considerable margin. He stood at over 2 meters tall, his robust physique resembling a solid wall, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who beheld him. He had always possessed great confidence in his strength. Although he was not specifically a power-type ability user, it was unlikely that ordinary strength-based extraordinary beings could easily gain the upper hand against him. Yet at this moment, as Jiang Yu pressed down with his large blade, Zhao Yongqing's arm began to tingle with numbness. A sharp clang echoed, faintly mixed with the sound of metal fracturing. The second-tier great sword, which he had just acquired, had not even endured a few battles before it was shattered. Zhao Yongqing felt a pang of anguish as if his heart were bleeding. However, this was not the time to dwell on the monetary loss. Clang! The young man struck down once more. With each blow, Zhao Yongqing, having lost the initiative, could only hastily defend himself. Fragments of the steel blade flew in all directions, and his alarm grew with each clash. Suddenly, a hissing sound erupted as flames ignited along the blade. The searing fire blazed fiercely, its temperature surpassing that of ordinary flames. Jiang Yu pivoted his body, leaning back to narrowly evade the blade. Then, with a swift motion, he burrowed into the ground, only to emerge behind Zhao Yongcheng. With his long sword overhead, he found himself countered by the other's reverse grip. The two exchanged blows, sparks and flames scattering around them. Block! Jiang You shouted as his long sword descended. Zhao Yongcheng braced himself against the strike. Block again! Jiang Yu's voice exploded in his ear. Zhao Yongcheng felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he slid several meters backward on the ground. Jiang You, taking advantage of the moment, pressed forward. His dual blades transformed swiftly, rolling like waves, coalescing into fierce claws. Come again! The clash of metal resonated like a symphony composed of striking notes. Damn it! Zhao Yongcheng continuously raised his blade to deflect the onslaught. His face flushed crimson, a metallic sweetness choking his throat. Retreating further would bring him perilously close to death. A ruthless determination surged within him. As the claws swung toward him, he did not flinch or evade, but charged straight ahead. You still have much to learn, young one. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant golden light ignited in Zhao Yongcheng's eyes, flickering like a flame. His body became engulfed in fire. Flame! The claws struck his shoulder, nearly severing half of his body. However, in the next moment, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. A massive flame blade surged toward him at an unfathomable speed, accompanied by a powerful aura that firmly locked onto him. Even as Jiang Yu desperately sought to burrow into the ground or retreat into the shadows, he found it impossible. He watched helplessly as the fiery blade descended upon him, with no means of escape. Boom! A line of fire stretched over 10 meters, leaving a gash across Jiang Yu's chest, flames consuming him, while his shadowy garb struggled to heal. The orange flames illuminated the pitch-black shadows, momentarily filling the wide street with ephemeral brilliance. Intense and scorching, all he could see was the overwhelming blaze. He soared ahead, propelled by the fiery glow. The pain was excruciating, causing him to grimace. What was happening? Jiang Yu's mind buzzed, the world spinning around him, rendering the surrounding scenery almost unrecognizable. The extraordinary skill, unique to the transcendent. Zhao Yongcheng's right arm twisted into a grotesque position, his skin flushed a vivid crimson, resembling a large shrimp. Boy, you can't possibly be unaware of this, he sneered, switching the knife to his other hand as he approached menacingly. With this strike, he had nearly drained Jiang Yu's vitality. Yet the results were evidently remarkable. Despite several attempts, Jiang Yu found himself unable to rise. The blade, imbued with flames, was terrifying. He sensed his health had plummeted by at least 30%. Moreover, the residual power lingered, coiling around his body. It hurts. Jiang Yu's throat felt parched. Do not worry. The pain will soon cease. Breathing heavily, Zhao Yongcheng advanced slowly, dragging his weapon. Lying half-conscious on the ground, Jiang Yu's chest heaved slightly. Why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? Boy, do you regret it? Zhao Yongcheng stumbled slightly. With a sigh, Jiang Yu managed to grin. Regret? I feel utterly liberated. Well, as long as you have no regrets before your demise. He took one step, then another, until he stood before Jiang Yu. I must admit, you are indeed valiant, but this is where it ends. Gripping the knife firmly, he raised it high. With a hiss, the blade ignited with flames. Zhao Yongcheng's face twisted into a snarl. This is the end. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly exhaled softly. I'm sorry. What? Zhao Yongcheng paused, taken aback. The victor is I. A faint voice echoed. Zhao Yongcheng's mind was engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts, a maelstrom of panic and terror, rendering him utterly helpless. A surge of adverse emotions flooded his heart, inciting an overwhelming urge to surrender, as if struck by lightning. Chase! The figure of a youth sprang forth, his right arm transforming into a colossal blade that pierced through the air. A sharp pain shot through Zhao Yongcheng's chest as he looked down. Realizing the shadowy blade had penetrated him, his strength rapidly waned, and a look of unwillingness crept across his face. You! His lips trembled, emotions crystallizing into silence as he struggled to articulate a response, opening his mouth several times, yet no sound emerged. He gazed blankly at the figure before him, whose own shadowy form could no longer be sustained, revealing a youthful visage. It dawned on him that his adversary was merely a boy. A flicker of light ignited in Zhao Yongcheng's eyes. His lips quivered as he grasped the shadowy blade, sinking to his knees. The fierce expression on his face gradually softened, caught in a tumult of bitterness and resignation. The one who had bested him was, astonishingly, a student who appeared to be still in school, facing imminent defeat. His gaze towards Jiang You shifted, devoid of murderous intent, replaced instead with a complexity of emotions. Zhao Yongqing's eyes swept across the ground, stained with blood and flickering remnants of a feeble flame. His hair and body bore the marks of battle, soaked in blood, revealing a state of disarray. Yet those eyes, perhaps reflecting a fleeting moment of clarity, shone with an extraordinary brightness. One party knelt partially on the ground, while the other stood opposite, wielding a sharp blade. Exhaustion had rendered his limbs weak, yet he persevered, sustained solely by sheer will. Gazing at the figure before him, Jiang You spoke softly. "What exactly are you?" "What are you?" Zhao Yongqing's lips were cracked, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. "The embers." "The embers?" Jiang You heard this term for the second time. Zhao Yongqing smiled, his voice laced with a hint of frailty. "Just consider us a group of delusional madmen." Young. The youth in front of him was undeniably youthful to a fault. "I once shared your exuberance, once brimmed with the same fervor as you do now." Zhao Yongqing drifted into a reverie. "But I have chosen a different path, a path not embraced by the masses. I am a failure, a wretched being, a despicable one attempting to drag humanity into the abyss. The interplay of light and darkness, when a speck of dust from an era falls upon an individual, it is akin to a mountain. To immerse oneself in the otherworldly is to plunge into the depths. The human form is shackled, yet the otherworldly knows no bounds. If such a day were to come, humanity would surely perish. We shall descend into darkness, becoming the final embers. Some claim this is merely a veil of shame donned by traitors. Others assert it is nothing more than a laughable and pitiful display, masquerading under hollow slogans. With trembling hands raised, gripping the blade, Zhao Yongqing's expression grew increasingly serene. His mission had come to an end, while the journey of the youth was about to commence. Though appearing 20 years of age, perhaps not yet even 20, he was poised to enter the second tier. Some engaged in fierce combat with the otherworldly on the front lines. Others toiled in research to benefit the world from the rear, yet some sought alternative paths. The people of the Great Zhou, those of this tumultuous era, each strive for the betterment of this land in their own way. The brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed, yet he remained fixated on the youth before him. "I am a radical, a destroyer, a whimsical madman, but I am certainly no traitor. This war of invasion has persisted for a century and shall continue indefinitely. I am oblivious to the conclusion and will not live to witness that day. Nevertheless, a conviction is etched in my mind. Will there be a better day? There will be, without a doubt." Chapter 55. He is a hero. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am your host, Shui. Behind me stands the towering edifice of Chuyang Group. Just an hour ago, a devastating fire erupted within the premises, and various aberrations have emerged. The lower section of the building has been completely charred, and the signs of conflict between the extraordinary beings and these aberrations are evident. This incident has had a profoundly negative impact, and rescue efforts are still underway. Let us extend our prayers for the injured. With her short hair framing her delicate features, the charming reporter Wang Shui addresses the camera. The live broadcast is inundated with messages of prayer and support. From the shattered and scorched building, faint traces of blood are visible, conjuring images of the chaotic scene that unfolded. The emergence of aberrations at Chuyang Group has surged to the forefront of trending topics across multiple platforms, firmly securing its position. As the report progresses, a hint of sorrow clouds Wang Shui's otherwise radiant visage. Prior to the broadcast, she gathered a general understanding of the situation. The exhibition attracted a considerable number of attendees, featuring items such as nutrient solutions and strength-enhancing liquids, beneficial for the development of students, alongside health supplements for the elderly. Consequently, the crowd comprised both children and seniors. The exit was quite limited, resulting in a tumultuous atmosphere filled with pushing and shouting. Numerous incidents of trampling occurred, and several elderly individuals and children went missing, leaving their families in despair, kneeling and weeping. As of now, it has been reported that at least 10 children are unaccounted for. Wang Shui's heart is heavy with concern. What lies beyond that? Look quickly. The gathered crowd erupted in exclamations. Wang Shui cast her gaze forward. At the end of the street, a tall, dark silhouette emerged, accompanied by several children. The night patrol had noticed sooner, their vehicle approaching with a siren's wail. "Hurry, let's follow and see." Wang Shui immediately hopped into the car. The driver pressed the accelerator, swiftly steering toward that direction. "It's Brother Wart. It truly is Brother Wart." I've watched the video of him rescuing people from the fire a dozen times. The footage of him entering and exiting the inferno, scaling high buildings, had inevitably caught the attention of onlookers who recorded every moment. Videos from various angles, both clear and blurry, were abundant. At that moment, the rescue video and news of the incident were trending at the top of the hot search list, with major official accounts reposting it one after another. If Jiang You were to open the panel at that moment, he would discover that the time spent tracking the hunt had reached an astonishing 10 seconds. As they drew nearer, the night patrol's vehicle slowly came to a halt by the roadside. The uniformed patrol members exited the car, their gazes firmly fixed on the figure before them. The shadowy attire was tattered, revealing mottled scars beneath. Blood seeped from the abdomen, and with every step he took, it seemed to pull at the wounds. 1, 2, until 3 or 5 vehicles arrived and came to a stop. All the patrol members emerged, their attention captivated. In that moment, Wang Shuishui couldn't help but slow her breathing. She exited the vehicle alongside the cameraman, directing the lens toward the scene. As Yao Ziji's footsteps gradually slowed, he came to a halt approximately 10 meters from the vehicle. "Go on," he murmured softly to the children beside him. Their composure shattered upon seeing the night watchman, and they wept as they drew closer to them. At this moment, the children had all returned. Suddenly, one of the night watchmen raised his right hand to his temple in salute. Following this, the entire group of night watchmen elegantly acknowledged him with a synchronized wave. The dim, golden sunlight spilled across the street, illuminating the solitary figure on one side and the orderly ranks of the night watchmen on the other. No words were exchanged. Captured on film, this poignant scene resonated deeply. In the northern capital, the brothers mused, "This fire appears formidable, yet to the extraordinary, it is hardly a concern. As seasoned extra-legal personnel, we possess an intimate understanding of the complexities involved. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived. While saving lives is commendable, it is merely the duty of every extraordinary individual and not as heroic as one might presume. If we were to encounter such a situation..." Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed at the door, interrupting his thoughts and startling him. Ignoring the barrage of comments flooding the screen, imploring him to kneel before the underground, he turned his gaze toward the security door. An uneasy premonition began to stir within him. "Who is it?" he called out, checking the water meter. A calm voice replied from the other side of the door. As he approached the door, unease gripped his heart, an inexplicable sense that something was about to transpire. With a decisive click, the door swung open, and in an instant he was seized, his arm wrenched painfully behind him. "Don't move." A commanding voice startled him, leaving him momentarily dazed. "What are you doing? This is a private residence." The words had scarcely left his lips when realization struck him. This was a group of night patrolmen. Zhen Didao, a resident of the northern capital and an auxiliary member of the night patrol, had only ventured into the shadow realm once and had not returned since. The captain of the patrol stepped forward, brandishing an arrest warrant for him to see. "You are suspected of inciting your followers to engage in online violence, maliciously defaming and spreading rumors about others. We need you to accompany us." "But I haven't done anything, officer." Didao struggled against his captors. The captain, ignoring his protests, noticed that the camera was still live-streaming. He stepped forward, bowing slightly. "The internet is not a lawless domain. Please conduct yourselves accordingly." Meanwhile, in a different location, Yuhai gathered. Jiang You had already dispatched shadow tendrils and arrived at the place where he concealed his backpack. He weighed the small bag in his hands, relieved to find that nothing was missing. Thankfully, the nutritional supplements he had purchased from the Trian group were intact. However, it raised a question. Was the group secretly conducting biological experiments, and were these supplements truly reliable? Scratching his head, Jiang Yu felt uncertain. Never mind, he decided to head home. In the February twilight, the daylight had completely faded. Lu Yuqiang must have been taken by the night patrol to receive psychological treatment. After all, Jiang Yu had not spotted him near the Trian group. He borrowed a phone from a nearby street vendor to inform Uncle Lu that he was fine and would return home first. He was not afflicted by contamination. His injuries were not fatal, and there was no need to undergo the hassle of visiting the night patrol department. The wounds on his body still ached. So Jiang Yu chose to retreat into the shadow realm to recuperate, absorbing the shadow energy that permeated the surroundings while gradually making his way home. As the surroundings settled into silence, the remnants of his battle wounds surged forth, waves of drowsiness and pain crashing over him, leaving his mind somewhat dazed. After a considerable time, he finally arrived at the entrance of his community. Finding a secluded corner, he exited the shadow realm. The tingling and itching of his wounds, which had been healing, abruptly ceased, replaced by an intensifying burning pain. Taking a deep breath, Jiang You entered the community, made his way to the building, and pressed the elevator button. The elevator doors chimed open. He inserted the key into the lock and turned it. Stepping into his home, he let out a long sigh. This was the essence of home. So tired, he yearned for sleep. He removed his shoes. The shoes with tattered tongues. Slinging his backpack over one shoulder, he walked toward the living room. Wait. With a sudden click, he turned on the light, his heart skipping a beat. On the dining table lay 3 servings of meat dishes, 3 servings of vegetables, and 2 large bowls of soup, all already turned cold. The young girl curled up on the sofa, hugging her knees, with traces of tears still fresh upon her cheeks, and her eyes subtly swollen and red. She gazed at him silently. Jiang You. Jiang Yu's heart stirred slightly. Chapter 56. New Year's Eve. The girl's pupils gradually constricted. Beneath the lights stood a youth with disheveled hair, dark circles under his eyes, and bloodshot irises. A streak of blood ran down his nose, while the side of his face bore a bruise. His injuries were even more pronounced. His clothing was tattered by flames, and his skin showed patches of charred flesh and lacerations. Perhaps he had forgotten there was another person in the room, as Jiang You appeared somewhat flustered with damp hands. It seemed he suddenly recalled something. He unzipped his backpack and began to rummage through it, soon retrieving a carton of eggs. There were 8 in total, 6 of which were broken. Jiang You displayed a sheepish smile. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Lu Yaoyao's pent-up grievances and worries could no longer be contained. Her eyes began to redden, and combined with her delicate features, she appeared exceedingly pitiable. Setting the eggs aside, Jiang You took 2 steps toward the sofa. What? Did you think I was dead? Hearing his nonchalant tone, Lu Yaoyao raised her delicate fist, intending to strike him, but considering his injuries, her fist was ultimately enveloped by Jiang Yu's hand before it could land. Let go, Lu Yaoyao commanded. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, ignoring her as he continued to explain. I thought there was nothing urgent, so I decided to return first. On the way, someone suddenly jumped out to rob me. I refused to surrender, and then we fought. My phone broke, my clothes were torn, and that's how it ended up. Are you trying to appease a 3-year-old? Lu Yaoyao's tone was laced with melancholy. Jiang Yu clicked his tongue in response. Well, Yaoyao has grown up and is no longer easily deceived. Fortunately, she did not pursue the matter further, merely biting her lip as her gaze flitted over Jiang Yu, tracing the scars on his body. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu shifted slightly, stretching his right arm as if yawning. He casually draped it over the back of the sofa, making a subtle movement that allowed his fingers to gently graze her petite shoulder. He could distinctly sense her body stiffen at the contact. He then gently drew her into his embrace. As they leaned against each other, an intimate silence enveloped them, allowing them to hear the rhythm of each other's breaths and heartbeats. The girl's body felt soft and fragrant, as warm as jade and as smooth as satin. It was as if he were holding a cloud. Her lips were even softer, akin to delicate blossoms, tender and inviting. A gentle touch felt like kissing the heart of a flower, its intoxicating fragrance enveloping him in a dizzying allure. Of course, these were merely Jiang Yu's conjectures. Have you never tried this? Jiang Yu broke the silence with his question. What? She replied, I haven't either. Lu Yaoyao attempted to rise, but found herself held back, unable to do so. What peculiar things was Jiang Yu talking about? Shall we try? Once we do, we won't be children anymore. As she beheld Jiang Yu drawing closer, Lu Yaoyao's mind went blank, until their soft forms touched and then separated. Jiang Yu confirmed his assumption. This sensation was indeed even softer than he had anticipated. With a startled gasp, she instinctively pushed him away. As the rosy hues swiftly appeared on her cheeks, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of disbelief and shock. Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? I was merely a bit thirsty. Jiang Yu maintained his composure. Thirst is thirst, but where are you heading? Such audacity, such brazen boldness. Lu Yaoyao's mind went blank. With all these injuries, is there nothing else on your mind? Shall we eat? Jiang Yu inquired. She glanced up. How are you able to remain so unfazed, you scoundrel? I will go heat up the food. Jiang Yu picked up the dishes and made his way to the microwave in the kitchen. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This is indeed the finest reward after a fierce battle. Tender, oh so tender. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are still underage. Never mind. It's best not to dwell on it. Attributes, shadow. Shadow points, 105, 105. Persona, Stalker Slayer, Stalker, Shadow Devourer I. Shadow Blade Form. Slayer. Mark. Killing Spree. Remaining lifespan, 80 days. Evaluation. You have attained a modicum of strength, ranking among the stronger within the weaklings. Shadow. You can freely meld into shadows and move swiftly. Blade Form. Your arms can transform into sharp blades, possessing formidable lethality. However, be advised that flexibility will be somewhat compromised in this form. Killing Spree. An unrelenting assault brings forth a tempest of pressure. Your attacks will accumulate killing momentum, with each strike surpassing the last in intensity. However, should one encounter situations such as an unsuccessful attack or a stagnation of offensive momentum, the momentum for killing will be immediately reset to 0. The term killing momentum refers to the capacity to elevate the threshold for lethal strikes. This delineates his current attribute panel. Upon ascending to the second tier, he acquired 3 new abilities and enhanced 2 slots. The Shadow Weaver allows him to glide seamlessly in and out of the Shadow Realm, while the Hunter enriches and refines his health bar capabilities. For instance, at present, Lu Yaoyao's health stands at 99. A name has been appended, one that must belong to an acquaintance of Jiang You. The fiery figure within the Shadow Realm, from Jiang Yu's perspective, embodies a health status. Furthermore, both the health bar and the name are color-coded. Enemies are displayed in red, allies in green, bystanders in standard white, and Lu Yaoyao in pink. It all seems rather peculiar, akin to engaging in a rather unconventional strategy game. What are you watching? The two shared a silent meal. But Lu Yaoyao could no longer endure his strange gaze and spoke up. Nothing. Continue your meal. Lu Yaoyao shot him a fierce glare, reflecting on how she had appeared like a foolish quail, frozen in place. Jiang You, taking advantage of the moment, was utterly insufferable. Was this not a form of bullying the innocent? The more she pondered, the more incensed she became. Bang! Ouch! Jiang Yu's expression flickered. Why did you step on me? To squash you. Jiang Yu's lips moved in retort, but he reluctantly fell silent. Once again, they were enveloped in a blanket of silence. That swift exchange seemed to cast an unsettling shadow over the atmosphere. Ultimately, Lu Yaoyao could not contain herself and spoke again. Hey, with all those injuries, shall I accompany you to the hospital tomorrow? What hospital? A bit of rest will suffice. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Snow was falling outside. He let out a soft exclamation. What snow? Lu Yaoyao instinctively turned her head. To her astonishment, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air. It was indeed snowing. In an instant, her youthful heart surged with joy as she dashed to the window, reveling in the breathtaking winter landscape. The ground, the cars, and the rooftops were adorned with a delicate layer of silvery white. How beautiful! The girl's spirits soared immensely. Whoosh! Bang! A beam of light shot into the sky, exploding into a splendid bouquet of colors. Soon, an increasing number of beams ascended, vividly visible from their vantage point above. The clusters of fireworks reflected in her autumn-like eyes, enhancing her delicate features with an enchanting allure. Jiang Yu felt a stirring in his heart as he stood beside her. The fireworks illuminated the night sky, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In that moment, amidst the snow and fireworks, everything seemed transformed. The two stood side by side, gazing at the enchanting scenery. Tell me, which is farther, Chang'an or the sun? Jiang Yu suddenly inquired. The girl paused, momentarily bewildered by the comparison of Chang'an and the sun. Before she could respond, Jiang Yu continued. Once, someone asked Emperor Jin Ming which was farther, Chang'an or the sun, and he answered that the sun was farther because he had seen people come from Chang'an, but had never seen anyone come from the sun. Reflecting on it now, I am certain that Chang'an is indeed farther. As she gazed upward, she could see the sun, but not Chang'an. The young girl, puzzled, inquired, what does that mean? It signifies nothing, Jiang Yu replied, gently tousling her hair, his gaze lost in the mesmerizing snow scene. On this wintry night, where snowflakes danced in the air, the old year seamlessly transitioned into the new. The coming year would bring its own snow, its own misty hues, unending sunlight, and countless vibrancies of life. It dawned upon her that this very night was, in fact, New Year's Eve. Chapter 57. Li Sunguang's confusion. You may lament all you wish, but can you truly withdraw your hand? At an uncertain moment, a pair of large hands encircled her from behind, drawing her into an embrace. She attempted to pry them apart, but to no avail. Jiang Yu, Lu Yaoyao bit down on her silver teeth. You have gone too far today. Coughing softly, she admonished, we cannot continue this reckless behavior. Jiang Yu, recognizing the moment, withdrew his hands. How about a snowball fight? Lu Yaoyao felt a flicker of interest, but ultimately shook her head, conceding, there isn't enough snow yet, and it is rather cold. If it's cold. Under her furrowed brow, Jiang You wisely fell silent. For reasons he could not quite fathom, perhaps the echoes of a recent battle. Teetering on the brink of life and death, he increasingly discerned the preciousness of existence. To possess life, to revel in it, to create life, strike that. These matters paled in comparison. Indeed, the moment he entered and flicked on the light, the sight before him was far more poignant. A figure curled up on the sofa, tearful eyes filled with sorrow, and a plate of untouched, cold food resting on the table. Such images spoke volumes, far beyond mere words. Jiang You conceded that aside from his longing for her physical presence, he had begun to entertain different thoughts. He tempered his predatory gaze and casually inquired, "Where is Uncle Lu?" Given the gravity of the situation at Shuyang Group, it was evident he would not return. The two returned to the dining table, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. It seemed Uncle Lu was quite busy this new year. Reflecting on their encounters throughout the city and the vast experimental apparatus concealed beneath the shadows of Shuyang Group, Jiang You could not help but let out a soft sigh. "Do not sigh, just eat your vegetables," Lu Yaoyao remarked. "All right." As they chatted casually, Jiang You suddenly thought of Zhao Yongcheng. "Yaoyao, do you know about the fire seeds?" he inquired. "Fire seeds?" Lu Yaoyao paused momentarily. "Where did you hear about that?" "I encountered a night watchman at the exhibition. He seemed to know Uncle Li and mentioned it during our conversation," Jiang Yu replied casually. Lu Yaoyao accepted this without suspicion, furrowing her brow. "The information I have is rather basic. I only know it pertains to a faction. There are the die-hard proponents of warfare and the scientific faction, which are both common and mainstream," she explained. "Aside from that, there is the Dawn faction and the fire seeds you mentioned. They consider themselves the last spark of humanity, but they are merely a group of lunatics. If you ever meet them, be sure to avoid any association. They possess a formidable ability to brainwash." "Is that so?" Jiang Yu silently recalled Zhao Yongqing's fervent and bright gaze. Even on the brink of death, he appeared so spirited. It was indeed rather brainwashing. The transformation of the body, mingling with the aberrant, while claiming to be humanity's last spark, was paradoxical and peculiar. Lu Yaoyao reminded him, "Oh, by the way, reporting a Fire Seeds member can earn you a cash reward, up to 500,000. Goodness, even the Great Zhou offers 500,000. Jiang Yu felt a sense of strange deja vu, slightly flustered. He asked, "And what about the Dawn faction?" Lu Yaoyao began softly. "The Dawn faction is even more peculiar. They are a group divided into proponents of warfare, yet they seem significantly different from mainstream proponents. I am not very clear on the specifics. Another group of individuals, to put it bluntly, can be termed as the escape faction. They firmly believe in the inevitable defeat of humanity and feel compelled to seek methods of fleeing this land, to abandon this planet in pursuit of a new dawn. Such notions seem rather fanciful." Jiang Yu's lips twitched slightly. A cataclysm struck Blue Star at the dawn of the millennium. Although a century has passed, the presence of alien species has relentlessly eroded the territory. The pace of technological advancement is not as dramatically rapid as one might expect. After all, in this grand environment, the development of 4G and 5G has lagged behind that of the Earth of the past by many years. Presently, technology is undoubtedly superior to that of the former Earth. Yet the concept of constructing spacecraft for interstellar migration remains an extravagant fantasy. Is it truly fanciful? It is not merely a matter of relying solely on technology to escape the planet. Lu Yaoyao remarked that the alien species originate from the abyss, which can invade the present world not only through the entrances and exits of the shadow layer, but also directly through the fissures of the abyss. No one knows the precise location of the abyss or its coordinates in the universe. Nevertheless, they have indeed traversed an unfathomable distance to arrive directly in the Great Zhou. If one could master such a method, the aspirations of the Dawn faction might indeed be attainable. It is quite intriguing. As expected, within a complex societal structure, various factions will emerge, with a population numbering in the tens of millions or even billions if they were truly united in purpose. Jiang Yu would have cause to question whether some form of sorcery had bewitched them. Given this, what, then, is the intention of the man from the shadow layer, who claims to be from the fire seed, in abducting a group of children? Is he seeking to ally with the alien species? Children? Could it be that the otherworldly beings have a penchant for consuming children, given their tender flesh? I have not heard of such a thing before. It is rather peculiar. Amidst the snow and fireworks, the two languidly finished their dinner. The spring festival held no particular significance for them. After all, I was merely an orphan taken in by Uncle Lee from the Tomato Welfare Institute, with no other relatives. The new year for Jiang You was perhaps more accurately described as a prolonged holiday. However, since the spring festival naturally fell within the winter break, this extended holiday hardly sparked any enthusiasm within him. The most amusing activity, perhaps, was teasing his classmate, little Lou. Days passed quietly, and the festive atmosphere of the spring festival gradually faded. Those who worked returned to their jobs, and students prepared to resume their studies. The community club not far away had been shut down, much to Jiang Yu's dismay. He had not had the chance to enjoy the new tea, and he wondered if he would ever have the opportunity again. It seemed that, regardless of the realm, the physical industry was currently in a precarious state. Venturing out to hunt for prey, he sought to extend his lifespan while awaiting the start of the new term. Ascending to the second tier did not resolve his issues with longevity. The hunters claimed that elevating one's status could remedy the lifespan dilemma. Yet he experienced no tangible results. He could only continue hunting, accumulating what he could in hopes of surviving through the year. Unfortunately, after his ascension, the increase in lifespan from first-tier prey proved to be woefully meager. On average, a day of hunting barely extended his life by 3 days, leaving him in a most desperate predicament. Thus, time passed, and the aptitude assessments for ordinary third-year high school students came to an end, followed by the staggered reporting for the specialized training camp. Little Chong had already taken the initiative to report 2 days prior. As Jiang You and Lu Yaoyao were among the last to depart, they prepared for their journey the following day. On the eve of this imminent departure, Uncle Lee finally returned to Yunhai from the northern capital. On the evening of February 26th, within the confines of their home, the uncle and nephew exchanged bewildered glances. Uncle, Jiang You finally broke the silence. I heard that during your willpower assessment, there was an explosion of golden light? Li Xuanguang's gaze was inscrutable as he scrutinized Jiang You, pondering the absurdity of the situation. How bizarre it is that some individuals, yearning deeply yet lacking innate talent, contrast sharply with others who, in sheer jest, possess extraordinary gifts. It has been years since the willpower aptitude tests revealed any new colors. This year, however, seems to have experienced a resurgence, with not only golden hues emerging but also a new tier known as dynamic mist. The Night Patrol Bureau is left utterly astounded. Which is superior, dynamic mist or radiant gold? Regardless of which holds the higher rank, it appears to indicate a significant truth. Beyond the 6th tier, at the very least, manifestations of the 7th and 8th tiers are emerging. Li Xuanguang's eyes flickered with contemplation as he gazed at the youth before him. Previously, he had obstructed Lu Nanfeng and denied Jiang You the opportunity to undergo the aptitude assessment. This was due to the fact that he had clandestinely conducted a test on Jiang You himself. If memory served him correctly, the result at that time had been an ominous shadow of ink enveloping the skies. Chapter 58. Forbidden Object. Uncle, why do you gaze at me in such a manner? I can't shake the feeling that you are about to strike me with your belt, Jiang Yu remarked with an awkward chuckle. He feared no one, yet his uncle, with his severed arm, instilled a peculiar dread within him. It was strange. Uncle Lee had never laid a hand on him, and typically spoke with a gentle demeanor. However, he possessed an aura of authority that commanded respect and incited trepidation. Perhaps this was what one referred to as presence? Jiang Yu had previously assumed it to be the aura of a corrupt official until that fateful day when Song Qingyan enlightened him about the formidable General Li. His heart raced even more. In the entirety of the Great Zhou, only the 5 most powerful individuals were worthy of the title of general. Just 5. The ascent of one to this esteemed position implied the fall of another. Those who became generals were undeniably the strongest of the strong. Goodness! He lamented having once measured power against Lu Yaoyao, a Piao, and Uncle Lee. They could likely dispatch him with the slightest flick of their wrist. Nonetheless, being called a general likely referred to past glories. Uncle Lee was in his 40s now. His tenure as a general must have occurred many years ago. It remained a mystery why he had come to Yunhai, a mere second-tier gathering place. You, young man, Li Sunguang said, narrowing his eyes slightly. I must scrutinize you closely to discern what sets apart those who awaken the golden will from the rest. Did you uncover anything, uncle? Jiang Yu grinned. I discern that you are ill-suited for the extraordinary, his uncle responded. You always say that, Jiang Yu replied with a wry smile. The situation grows increasingly dire with each passing year. Li Guang settled down from the edge of the sofa, reflecting on the fate of the extraordinary. How few managed to meet a peaceful end. He began to speak slowly. Uncle Lu, your wife was an extraordinary being, and she has been gone for nearly a decade, having succumbed to alien contamination. He himself had suffered at the hands of the otherworldly. Though he appeared unharmed, he was required to take specialized medication regularly. Should he encounter several more intense battles, his survival would be in grave jeopardy. And as for me, he continued, you can see for yourself, I have lost an arm. Once filled with vigor, I now find myself nearly incapacitated. Enough with the lamentations, Jiang You interjected, feeling a headache coming on. Do you truly believe I am jesting with you? Li Guang sighed. You cannot fathom what I witnessed during my recent trip to the North Capital. What did you see? Jiang You instinctively inquired. Formidable adversaries, Li Guang replied, casting a sidelong glance at him, offering no further explanation. If you possessed a talent of the 4th or 5th tier, I might be able to assist you. With golden willpower and an unknown tier. Should I dare impede your ascension to the extraordinary, those above would surely strip me of my very skin. Li Guang retrieved a box from his pocket and opened it. Inside lay a pendant, as black as ink, encased within a glass dome adorned with intricate patterns. What is it? A slight tremor coursed through Jiang Yu's heart as he instinctively turned to Uncle Li. It is a forbidden item, whispers of the shadow, once worn. It will fill your ears with whispers that lure one into the abyss, lasting for approximately 3 days. Prolonged use can hone one's willpower and refine one's foundation. However, as the duration of wear increases, the negative emotions within one's heart will continuously amplify. It is advisable not to wear the pendant for more than 15 days, after which it should be removed and rested for at least 3 days. Its paramount function lies in its active effect. By channeling the extraordinary energy within your body into the pendant, it will respond with a remarkably pure form of pollution, significantly enhancing your physical capabilities in a short span, but can only be utilized once. This pendant is rather unique. The cost of its use is unrelated to the current tier, but is instead connected to the level of willpower. Those with willpower below the 5th tier are destined to go mad when wearing it, while those of 5th tier willpower can barely endure its whispers. In other words, as long as one possesses 5th tier talent, even if their physical state is currently at 1st tier, they can don the pendant. Li Guang gazed intently at the ancient, ink-patterned pendant. This object seems to recognize individuals. Goodness. This lengthy explanation left Jiang Yu's head buzzing. After a moment, he managed to utter a few words. Uncle, what exactly is a forbidden object? Li Guang succinctly elucidated. Forbidden objects are items brought forth from the abyss, possessing various miraculous effects. All forbidden objects are conglomerates of pollution, and using them inevitably incurs a cost, which you will come to understand during your training camp. Oh, I see. Jiang Yu scratched his head. Uncle, is there only one of these? Could you possibly provide me with another? What would you need two for? Uncle Li asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the veins on his forehead bulged. If you utter another word, I will reclaim this one as well. Hey, don't do that. Jiang Yu chuckled softly as he reached out to touch the pendant. Noticing Uncle Li's lack of response, he boldly opened the glass box and held it in his hands for a closer inspection. The glass box that housed the pendant was not ordinary. He instinctively felt that even with all his strength, he could not shatter this seemingly delicate container. With a flushed face, Jiang Yu exerted himself, and a fine crack appeared. What are you doing? This display was certainly not meant for Uncle Li's eyes. I was testing the hardness of the glass. Well, it is glass after all. Such immense grip only resulted in a tiny fracture, which is sufficient to attest to its durability. He opened the box and removed the pendant. Its touch was cool and weighty, a striking contrast to its size. The object was small, shaped like a crescent moon, adorned with intricate patterns that felt delightful to the touch. He untied the cord of the pendant and fastened it around his neck. The moment he released it, a faint crackling sound echoed, as if an electric current surged through him. Oh, Jiang Yu shivered. What do you feel? Li Guang inquired. It's icy cold. This thing seems to carry static electricity. I meant to ask if you heard any sounds near your ears. Who cares if it's cold? Are you simply being foolish? However, observing Jiang Yu's demeanor, Li Guang felt a slight sense of reassurance. A 5th-tier gifted individual would wear it with a notably serious expression, unlike Jiang Yu, who appeared so relaxed as if nothing were amiss. I shall savor this experience. Jiang Yu concentrated his mind. In this moment of focused concentration, a low murmur emerged, indistinct and muffled, as if filtered through a veil, making it difficult to discern. The sound was faint, barely perceptible, and if one did not pay close attention, it would go unnoticed. After savoring it for more than half a minute, Jiang You reached a conclusion. All right, Li Sun Guang replied with a subtle smile, indicating that it indeed suited him, adding that he had sent some related materials to Zhang's email, urging him to review them. Understood. Following a brief exchange, Jiang Yu returned to his room. He opened his computer's email and swiftly located the information regarding Whispers of Shadows sent by Uncle Li. Beyond the basic introduction and usage methods he was already familiar with, he quickly focused his attention on the previous users. Lin Xiao, the first user, aged 27, possessed a 5th-tier willpower qualification. Upon first donning the pendant, he heard the whisper falling into the abyss, which faded after 72 hours. During a battle against an otherworldly tide, Lin Xiao actively activated the forbidden object, after which he could no longer use the pendant. Su Qi, the second user, aged 28, possessed a 4th-tier willpower qualification. Upon first wearing it, the whisper falling into shadows was overwhelmingly loud, accompanied by intense spiritual contamination. After 15 hours of struggle, he could no longer endure and voluntarily remove the forbidden object, subsequently undergoing 3 days of purification treatment for the contamination. After perusing the entirety of the information, it became evident that the pendant was indeed selective in its choice of master. Those lacking the requisite qualifications were entirely cast aside. The active skill could be described as a life-saving ability, demonstrating remarkable efficacy. Regrettably, after a single use, one would irrevocably lose the right to wield it, necessitating the search for a new user. Moreover, all who don the pendant often hear phrases such as falling into the abyss, plunging into shadows, and becoming one with the abyss. The incessant repetition of these words can lead to a sense of unease and extreme agitation, prompting the need to remove the pendant for a respite. Jiang Yu gently caresses the pendant, curious about what words might reveal themselves to him. Clearing his mind, he holds his breath and focuses intently. The whispering sound gradually becomes more distinct. In that moment, it feels as though a dense shadow envelopes him from all sides, seeping into his very being, chilling him to the core. The sensation of a faint taint seems to creep closer as the voice grows increasingly clear, albeit concise. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yu listens intently. Then, the voice crystallizes into a single utterance. Master. Chapter 59, Departure. What is this training camp? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Did someone just call me a pig? However, upon listening more attentively, he realized that the shout he thought he heard might have just been a figment of his imagination. All that lingered in his ears was a sound akin to the crashing of waves, vast and desolate. There was none of the discomfort described in the materials, such as chest tightness, nausea, or suffocation. Perhaps it was indeed the manifestation of his so-called golden talent? After some contemplation, he found nothing amiss and lay back down on his bed. Uncle Li had suggested that once he entered the training camp, he should find a holiday or something similar, wearing the pendant continuously for 3 days, undergoing a process akin to acknowledgement. However, since he felt no adverse effects, he decided to wear it while sleeping, eager to pass these 3 days swiftly and utilize it sooner. With his eyes closed, in the enveloping darkness, the gentle sound of waves continued to lap against him. It was entirely different from the torment experienced by previous users, who found it nearly impossible to sleep during the initial 3 days. Instead, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him amidst the near-white noise, his eyelids growing heavy. Eventually, he drifted into slumber. The night passed in the blink of an eye. The ringing of the alarm clock roused him from his dreams. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, his mind clearing in a remarkably short span of time. He marveled at how rejuvenated he felt after this sleep, clenching his fists in astonishment. Fully aware of his abundant vitality, he retrieved the pendant, cradling it in his hand. The ink-patterned crescent-shaped pendant retained its ancient charm. Not to mention, the deep sleep feature alone was truly remarkable. Having possessed this pendant for some time, one could easily gain direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. Rising from slumber and preparing for the day, Li Shu had already procured breakfast, and while partaking in it, his gaze was drawn to the pendant adorning Jiang Yu's chest. Had he worn it throughout the night? His eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it felt rather pleasant. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Goodness, Li Sun Guang remarked, somewhat astonished. Seeing that Jiang Yu appeared spirited and lively, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finish your meal, and I shall escort you to the subway station. All right. The breakfast consisted of fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and tofu pudding, alongside fries, cola, and a small hamburger. The method of attending the training camp differed significantly from that of university. All students were required to gather at the central subway station of Yunhai at a designated time, boarding a specific train to reach the training camp. Soon after finishing their meal and packing their belongings, Jiang You was on the brink of embarking on a nearly 6-month-long training camp experience. As he stepped outside, Lu Yaoyao coincidentally opened the door. What a coincidence! Lu Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. That's splendid. You can take them both over, saving me the trouble of a trip. Li Sun Guang smiled warmly. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened. He believed it was his responsibility to escort his own nephew. Why act so distant? Li Sun Guang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, and then gently nudged Jiang You outside, promptly shutting the door with a decisive thud. I leave him in your care. I shall steal a bit more rest. Dad. Lu Yaoyao turned to him. Lu Nanfeng shot a disapproving glare at Jiang You. The young man offered a shy grin. Uncle Lu, could I trouble you for a ride? I could just run there myself. Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened like the bottom of a pot. I find myself feeling somewhat anxious. Jiang You, are you feeling nervous as well? I'm all right, though I am rather concerned about whether there are any barbecues, spicy hot pots, or seafood nearby the training camp. How is it that you always think about food? I wanted to take you out to eat. You often ask me to treat you to delicious meals. Be quiet. Lu Yaoyao discreetly glanced at Lu Nanfeng, who was driving ahead, and pinched Jiang You. The two of them chattered in the back seat, while Lu Nanfeng's eyelids twitched incessantly. I wonder if you could remain silent for a moment. He couldn't help but interject. Never mind, let us not provoke Uncle Lu. Jiang You smacked her lips, slightly unsatisfied. Yaoyao, the training camp has a large number of participants. Stay away from those unsavory individuals, do you understand? Lu Nanfeng said pointedly. I understand, Lu Yaoyao replied. If anyone bullies you, promptly inform the instructor. If it comes to that, give me a call. Rest assured, Uncle, with me around, no one will dare to bully her, Jiang You assured, patting her chest confidently. What I fear is precisely you bullying her. His fists clenched tightly. Lu Nanfeng gritted his teeth. However, a sly smile crossed his face as he seemed to recall something. Casting a furtive glance at Jiang You through the rearview mirror. The subway departs at 10:30. Once the time has passed, it will not wait. Compared to the college entrance examination, 10:30 truly offers ample time. Even if one takes 45 minutes to attend to personal matters, it would be sufficient. After issuing a few final reminders, Lu Nanfeng watched the two of them enter the subway station. Just as they were about to disappear from view, Jiang You discreetly took Lu Yaoyao's hand. What a clever boy. Well, you rascal, he nearly flung open the car door to dash out. It's fine, I'm not angry. Since that's the case, your training camp will not be a walk in the park. He chuckled coldly, starting the car, unaware of their destination. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two were entering the subway station. Lu Yaoyao instinctively withdrew her hand, glancing back furtively like a thief, shoving away his mischievous hand. Lu Yaoyao gritted her small silver teeth. Jiang You, do you want to die? If my dad sees you, he'll surely beat you to a pulp. What is there to fear? It's been half a year since we last met, and by then we'll be off to university. Uncle Lu won't even notice us. Jiang You replied with a smile. What are you talking about? Why does it sound so strange? Lu Yaoyao's face gradually flushed crimson. Jiang You, don't push your luck. Of course, Jiang You attempted to grasp her delicate hand, as soft and pale as a green onion, but she evaded him. Undeterred, he patted his chest. I promised Uncle Lu to take good care of you. Then I truly thank you. Lu Yaoyao stepped ahead of him through security. The special subway was located on the lowest level. After passing through security, they followed the directional signs, turning left and right, eventually arriving at the third underground level. As they descended, they spotted a train with its doors wide open. Men and women, some with rolling suitcases, mingled outside the carriages, while others were inside, chatting, making phone calls, or dozing off. These are the elite of this generation. Lu Yaoyao suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. How do you know? Jiang You casually inquired. Uncle Li did not mention it to you. In the aptitude assessment, the most gifted students will head to the training camp with the last subway. A long-standing tradition of the Yunhai training camp. A question mark slowly materialized on Jiang Yu's forehead. Could it be? How could Uncle Li not tell you anything? I am curious as well. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Let us proceed. We should board the subway first. The two ascended onto the train. This special service subway bore no outward distinction from the regular carriages. Gently tapping the exterior, a cold, solid sensation was felt. This vehicle was likely exceedingly durable. With approximately 8 or 9 carriages, each housed around 20 to 30 individuals. The total number should exceed 200, perhaps. After a brief survey, Jiang You did not recognize anyone in this carriage. Jiang You, what do you think we will be trained in at the camp? Lu Yaoyao inquired. 100 people, gathered in one place, collecting firearms, ammunition, and medical supplies. If fortune smiles upon us, we may find level 3 backpacks, armor, or helmets. Eventually, a toxic circle will emerge, gradually constricting until only one person remains standing, Jiang You replied casually, while observing the other students. They appeared formidable, as if a single punch could fell 10 adversaries. Jiang You. Yes, I'm here. He quickly regained his focus. Could you be more serious? I am quite serious, Jiang You grinned. To put it plainly, disregarding other forms of training, in terms of practical combat, as long as no second-tier anomalies emerge, I could easily guide you through. The mobile screen displayed surveillance footage. Observing Jiang Yu's audacious exaggeration, Lu Nanfeng's expression darkened once more. This little rascal certainly possesses an audacious tongue. Chapter 60. The Halted Subway. A dense fog envelopes the scene. Attention, dear trainees. This subway is en route to the Cloud C training camp and will commence its journey at 10:30 a.m. Bide time, with no intermediate stops. The entire journey is expected to last approximately 20 minutes. The announcement echoed through the carriage, rousing the spirits of the passengers. Departure was imminent. Jiang You glanced at the time. It was already 10:20. The Cloud C training camp. Lu Yaoyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was rumored that the intensity of this training would be unprecedentedly high, and perhaps by the time we emerge from the camp, we shall be capable of rivaling a first-tier aberrant. Please, spare us the exaggeration. I could already handle a first-tier aberrant without even entering the camp, Jiang You remarked, scratching his nose, choosing not to engage further. As moments ticked away, at precisely 10:30, the train was poised to set off. All trainees, please take your seats immediately. We are about to depart. With a crisp sound, the glass doors on the platform slowly closed, followed by the train doors sealing shut. The carriage swayed slightly as the subway began to move forward. Jiang You felt a sudden urge to relieve himself and rubbed his stomach. The fellow trainees seated nearby instinctively cast him glances. Could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? Lu Yaoyao sighed, clearly wishing to distance herself from him. Hello, classmate. Which gathering place are you from? The boy beside her, who had been engrossed in his phone, lifted his head, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Greetings. We hail from the Cloud Sea. What about you? Jiang You stood, shifting Lu Yaoyao to the side, and greeted him with a beaming smile. The man withdrew his gaze. I am from Tianhe. Hello. And you? Have you had breakfast? Yes, I have. And you? I have as well. This was Jiang You. Lu Yaoyao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ignoring the awkward conversation between the two, she donned her headphones and quietly rested. Yanhai was the largest secondary gathering place nearby. The special training camp was particularly grand, often hosting top students from other gathering places for joint training. Essentially, those who could attend the Yunhai Special Training Camp possessed a minimum of 3 to 4 tiers of willpower talent or exhibited exceptionally unique abilities. A total of 2,500 students gathered here, all remarkable individuals. A 5-tier talent could hardly be considered weak. Yet who could predict how many 5-tier talents would be aboard this train? Lu Yaoyao indeed felt a hint of pressure. Listening to music, she rested for a moment. The train continued its journey forward. Suddenly, after an unknown duration, a tremor shook the carriage. Having never truly intended to fall asleep, Lu Yaoyao simply opened her eyes and glanced at Jiang You. Speaking of black stockings, I must respectfully disagree. I prefer white stockings, because... What on earth is this guy chatting about with others? Lu Yaoyao removed her headphones and poked him. These are white, smooth, and adorable, if only one could grasp them. What's wrong, Yaoyao? Jiang You turned his head, puzzled. Stop chatting, Lu Yaoyao said. Jiang, go accompany your girlfriend. We can talk more when we return to the camp. The short-haired youth displayed a teasing smile. You know how it is. Girls tend to be rather clingy. Jiang You greeted him briefly before turning her head, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Lu Yaoyao. If this were a comic, a symbol would surely materialize above her head at this moment. You are always so disheveled. Such a statement is misguided. One cannot maintain a stern expression at all times. Just like your father. Given his frail health, his perpetual frown only exacerbates his condition. Jiang You silently added in her mind. Enjoy your time now. I wonder how much longer you'll be able to revel in such mirth once you enter the training camp. You needn't worry, Jiang You smiled. With Uncle Lu absent, I can indulge in my joy unabashedly every day. Suddenly, the train lurched again. Wait, wasn't it said that the journey would take less than 20 minutes? It has already been nearly 35 minutes. Someone gasped softly. Indeed, why are we still moving? Moreover, there seems to be no indication of slowing down. What is going on? It was expected to take no more than 20 minutes. A delay of 5 minutes could be comprehensible, but a 15-minute delay without any stops amidst a single-threaded route is rather peculiar. The training camp is not located within the Yunhai gathering area, implying that this subway train is now operating outside the city. The Yunhai gathering area is situated roughly along the northern coastal region of the Great Zhou. While the outskirts are certainly not as perilous as the collapsed zones, they are still far less secure than within the city, where no one can guarantee that unforeseen circumstances won't arise. The current situation is unsettling, and a wave of anxiety begins to grip everyone on board. Outside the train window is that fog. A whisper of concern arose among the crowd. It's fog, someone confirmed. Jiang You followed suit, directing his gaze outside the window, where a thin veil of mist had begun to coalesce, slightly obscuring the view. In mere moments, the fog thickened ominously. This mist felt unsettling. Jiang You suppressed his playful demeanor, rising from his seat to peer closer. The other students mirrored his actions, their expressions shifting from joviality to apprehension as they scrutinized the scene outside. Though hailed as the most gifted among their peers, talent alone could not quell the underlying trepidation that gripped them. Even those who had awakened their abilities remained untested in the crucible of true danger, each heart fluttering with unease. As the fog thickened, the subway train gradually decelerated, finally coming to a halt with a prolonged hiss. An eerie silence enveloped the entire carriage. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the doors swung open in unison. A dense fog enveloped the platform beyond, visibility reduced to a mere 7 or 8 meters. Furthermore, this mist was not merely a shroud. Jiang Yu's enhanced vision could only pierce through it to a limited extent, revealing perhaps a few additional meters than his peers. On the ground, several pools of congealed blood were visible, their presence chilling the atmosphere to a frigid silence. What has transpired? A timid girl began to tremble, her teeth chattering. None could fathom the enormity of the situation. The blood on the ground, the distant remnants of bones, clearly. The entire cadre of the training camp had met a grim fate. Jiang You opened his mouth, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Killed? A voice exclaimed, disbelief evident in his tone. Hey, brother, what nonsense are you spouting? The crowd's expressions varied. Impossible, the training camp instructors are formidable. One studentess face paled. No one understands the aberrance better than I do. The blood on the ground is still fresh. Judging by its color, it must have been spilled just a few hours ago. Perhaps the victim died not long ago. Jiang You asserted confidently. So, does anyone know how to drive the subway? Let us take it back and quickly notify the night patrol. That seems reasonable, someone agreed, though a sense of unease lingered. Upon further reflection, however, it struck them as odd. Why would anyone think of returning to the subway in such a bizarre situation? Hey, brother, the outside is shrouded in mist and blood. What are you planning to do? As Jiang You stepped forward, the expressions of the onlookers shifted. He waved his hand dismissively and stepped onto the platform. My stomach is upset. I need to find a place to relieve myself. Where on earth did this lunatic come from? Someone muttered. Be careful. There's something in the mist. A student shouted in alarm. Suddenly, the mist roiled, and a hound-like aberrant burst forth. It leaped forward. Everyone thought, this boy is done for. Then, a loud bang echoed. The hound's head exploded, its body collapsing to the ground. Jiang You, Lu Yaoyao rushed out after him. The young man's expression remained calm. He showed neither surprise nor fear at the hound's destruction, as if he had not witnessed it at all. He glanced around, surveying his surroundings, uncertain of what he was observing. Was it the prowess of that female classmate? After all, the man appeared rather peculiar. Within the carriage, a soft gulp was heard as someone swallowed nervously. Then, under the gaze of all, the figures of the two gradually advanced, until they vanished into the mist. Soon after, a second and a third individual silently stepped out of the carriage. Chapter 61. The assessment has commenced. Jiang You, please slow down. Lu Yaoyao hurried to keep pace with him. This mist. Jiang You extended his palm, attempting to grasp the ethereal vapor. However, It was evident that such an intangible substance eluded his grasp. Be cautious. There are aberrations within the fog, Lu Yaoyao warned, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Indeed, Jiang You replied, his dark pupils reflecting the shapes concealed within the mist. The swirling fog obscured their vision, and beneath the thick haze, silhouettes flickered in and out of sight. Prolonged exposure to this environment induced a rising sense of unease. The subway train halted at a normal platform, and further ahead, one could discern an escalator ascending, accompanied by a staircase. Several corpses of aberrations lay scattered about. Jiang You raised an eyebrow, quickening his pace as he approached a severed body on the ground. It bore a resemblance to twisted dough, but uncertainty lingered, prompting him to investigate further. The upper portion of the corpse exhibited an oddly elongated head adorned with rigid, conical bone spikes, sharp enough to inflict pain upon contact. Its visage was grotesque, reminiscent of Frisia's transformed state from Dragon Ball. Jiang You shifted his position and prodded the remains. The skin was thin, allowing him to distinctly feel the hard bone beneath. Jiang You? Lu Yaoyao's gaze lingered on the corpse for a few moments before retracting, numerous questions surfacing in her mind. Something felt amiss. Jiang You rose and continued onward, confirming that the aberration's rank was relatively low, far too feeble. Lu Yaoyao closely followed at his side. Jiang You casually remarked that when leaving the city, it was implausible to rely solely on autonomous navigation. There must always be formidable guardians to ensure safety. The subway had been halted for half a day, and curiously, no one emerged. Moreover, regarding this special training camp, one might wonder if the internet had been severed. A sudden incident occurred a few hours ago. Surely there must be a way to notify the gathering at Yinhai, wouldn't you agree? Observing the atmosphere at Yinhai, it seemed as though everyone was blissfully unaware. The notion that the training camp had come under siege lacks logical foundation. Lu Yaoyao nodded, her chaotic thoughts swiftly aligning. Jiang You continued, bringing together the most gifted individuals is inherently peculiar. Thus, I surmise that this white mist might be akin to some form of trial? Perhaps our every action is currently being monitored, with other trainees able to observe us. Some may excel, while others falter, spurring one another on. That makes sense. Lu Yaoyao had harbored a vague suspicion, her brow furrowing in agreement. Everyone possesses a measure of intelligence. With careful contemplation, one can easily deduce the situation. The two approached the elevator, which had ceased operation due to a lack of power, compelling them to ascend on foot. Lu Yaoyao felt a flicker of surprise, perhaps not anticipating the boy's remarkable calmness. It is not difficult to imagine the situation. The rarity lies in maintaining clarity of thought upon witnessing the anomalies and upheavals firsthand. I find it astonishing that you remain utterly unperturbed, Lu Yaoyao remarked in wonder. Jiang You flashed a bright smile. I am exceptionally brave. Lu Yaoyao smiled back, her tension alleviating considerably. Suddenly, the mist began to churn ominously. Jiang Yu's ears perked up, and he immediately turned to the side. There is something unusual. Don't be afraid. I'm here, he reassured her. Yes, I'm not afraid. Once again, a figure burst forth from the mist. Jiang You assumed a combat stance, then took a half-step back. Go ahead, Yao Yao, unleash the soul-binding attack. This fellow truly defies belief. I had thought him formidable, speaking so confidently. Yet when confronted with the otherworldly, he retreats. How can someone like him have the audacity to enter the special training camp? In the special training camp, within the academic building, the classrooms displayed images from the fog. The concept of the camp is not particularly difficult to decipher. On one hand, it tempers the spirits of the exceptionally gifted. Do not presume that high talent guarantees safety. Face the monstrous adversaries directly. On the other hand, it inspires those with lesser talents. You see, they are not invincible either. This has been a long-standing tradition in the gathering place of Yinhai. However, in the past, such trials were conducted after entry. This year, they opted for a different approach, initiating challenges right upon entry. The incidents were abrupt, with horrific and bloody entities laid bare before them. To put it succinctly, the necessary substances and instruments for pollution reduction had been prepared in advance, ready to be deployed for the young trainees. The students gazed at the large screen, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. If one preferred not to watch the screen, they could connect their phones to the campus network for alternative perspectives. Thanks to their striking appearances and Jiang Yu's eloquent remarks, the duo of Jiang You and Lu Yaoyao enjoyed the highest level of attention. Yet, merely a moment ago, he had boasted with bravado, exuding confidence. only to have the young lady step forward in his stead the next second. How shameful, brother. As for the otherworldly entities, I harbor no fear whatsoever. Your exposure is rather limited, Yao Yao. I perceive that these exotic beings do not appear particularly formidable. They are quite suitable for you to hone your abilities. In the scene, Jiang You articulately expressed his thoughts. Even more astonishing was the fact that the girl nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, you possess great talent. While mine is rather lacking. I will strive to catch up." How infuriating. Why should that be the case? Many boys, with expressions twisted by jealousy, glared at her. They ascended the elevator and arrived at the gate. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. Let us find the map first. The two wandered about, occasionally encountering fellow students who had just disembarked from the subway. Soon, they discovered the map affixed to the wall. Exit A leads to playground number 2. Exit B is the special training ground. What exactly is the special training ground? Continuing down the list, exit C is the shadow field. There are a total of 3 exits. Which one should we choose? Jiang Yu inquired of Lu Yao Yao. Then, the shadow field? Lu Yao Yao replied, "All right. The name alone suggests that this place might be quite perilous." Jiang Yu snapped his fingers lightly, saying, "Let us go. I shall protect you." How shameless. Utterly shameless. Is there any way to unleash a barrage of insults at him? Before long, the two made their way toward exit C. "Hey, slow down. Let us walk together and form a group," came the voice from behind, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. 7 or 8 students were pursuing them, presumably seeking companionship. "All right," Jiang Yu nodded slightly, choosing to say little more. The shadow field, as its name suggests, is a domain of shadows. In truth, most students were also uncertain about what this place entailed. They had only recently entered the camp and had yet to commence formal classes. They possessed a rudimentary understanding. The shadow field, constructed to mimic the shadow layer, could be considered a diminutive version of it. Everyone in the camp had received the foundational manual, and with the gradual disclosure of extraordinary information by the authorities, most had developed a preliminary comprehension of this domain. The shadow layer, indeed, is characterized by obstructed visibility and pervasive contamination. The presence of aberrations is omnipresent, and the structures are exceptionally resilient. In comparison to the playground and the specialized training grounds, it is undoubtedly far more terrifying. Although it may not be the genuine shadow layer, it is said that the effects are not significantly different. Jiang Yu, the effete young man accustomed to relying on others, would surely be petrified upon entering Wuntihi. The crowd arranged their stools and prepared sunflower seeds, eager to witness the spectacle. Chapter 62. A startling turn. The unsettling shadow field upon emerging. Was it merely the shadow field? As I returned to the ground, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings, and the earth was cloaked in an eerie shade of dark gray. It appeared as though all colors had been drained away beneath this mist. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from several dozen meters away. A massive figure flickered in and out of visibility within the fog, seemingly advancing toward us. What could it be? Lu Yao Yao's expression shifted slightly. "It is an aberration," Jiang Yu replied. Hiss! Just then, other aberrant figures emerged from the mist. Snakes! Good heavens! A serpent over a meter long. No, in this accursed place. How could it possibly be a mere ordinary snake? Its head resembled a cone, its elongated body twisted, and upon its form were multiple purple-black pupils. As it writhed forward, the pupils quivered unsettlingly, inducing an immense sense of dread. That was merely the least concerning sight. Soon after, even more bizarre forms emerged, creatures that were neither snakes nor centipedes, each more grotesque than the last. A cursory glance revealed no less than 12 or 20 of them on the ground. Anyone who beheld such a sight would surely feel their scalp prickle with terror. "Buddy, don't look. Shouldn't we be running?" The thick mist provided no comfort. What on earth was the training camp up to? The legs of those trailing Jiang Yu began to tremble uncontrollably. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated that 3 serpents on the ground would charge directly toward him. Like arrows released from a bowstring, the speed was astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Is this for real? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu embraced Lu Yao Yao and rolled sideways. The others swiftly followed suit, tumbling to evade the threat. Then, those 3 serpents darted straight into the subway entrance. What on earth is this? Help! Run! We absolutely cannot exit from entrance C. In the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the air. My apologies, such a transgression. May the Buddha join in laughter. Jiang You silently mourned for everyone in his heart, then quickly rose. A newfound gravity etched upon his brow. Damn it! Has the training camp gone mad? At that speed, a blow to the body would surely create a gaping wound. Even a mid-tier fighter would not dare to confront it head-on. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. With Lu Yaoyao beside him, his evasion was purely instinctive. He wondered if the other trainees were safe, hoping the training camp would come to their aid. Oh no, what the hell? Why are those 3 serpents coming back? Their multitude of eyes fixated upon him. Their target was himself? Jiang Yu, run. Lu Yaoyao grasped his hand, urging him forward. As he moved, the others nearby began to scream and sprint as well. On the ground, pools of serpents pursued them with alarming speed. He attempted to distance himself from Lu Yaoyao, glancing back intermittently. After a moment, he confirmed it. This pack of little creatures was indeed chasing him. But why? Before them lay the realm of shadows. Push forward. Push forward. The crowd shouted. The subway entrance was adjacent to the shadow realm, merely a few dozen meters away. Quite close indeed. Though referred to as a venue, the shadow realm spanned an enormous area, its walls constructed from an unfamiliar, heavy material, shrouding the space on all sides. Towering and formidable, the entrance was marked by a large building. The throng surged inside, heedless of direction, as a door loomed ahead, leading into the shadow realm. Without hesitation, they charged forward. In the front, they pushed open door after door. Jiang Yu was tasked with guarding the rear, kicking aside the assailants that lunged at them, and following the group onward. As he opened a door, he was suddenly astonished to find himself emerging from what appeared to be a roadside shop. Behind him, there were no towering buildings, merely a convenience store. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. On the street, the autumn wind howled, stirring up swirling leaves. Buildings stood in solemn silence, their shattered doors and windows resembling hollow eyes, gouged out and vacant. Along the sides of the street, rows of trees were planted. Their branches were withered, stark and bare, and at a glance, the scattered leaves did little to enhance the vitality of the place. Rather, they accentuated the profound stillness that enveloped it. Vehicles were parked haphazardly along the road, their remnants reduced to mere shells. Various items lay strewn about, dust settling upon them. The atmosphere was desolate, silent. Meanwhile, an unseen shadowy substance in the air silently surged toward him, chilled and relaxed, yet undeniably. The effect pales in comparison to the true essence of shadow layers. This so-called shadow field indeed bears a semblance to the concept of shadow layers. After all that has been said, it all transpires within mere seconds. Jiang Yu inhaled softly, suddenly recalling something, and hurriedly glanced left and right. Where's Yao Yao? My substantial Yao Yao, where has she vanished? She had entered just moments before. Where could she be? Jiang Yu swiftly turned around and reopened the door. 3 serpents lunged at him, directly towards his face. Such audacity. His expression turned slightly frosty as he reached out to seize one. With a soft squelch, he crushed its head. The remaining 2 collided with him, their fangs piercing deeply into his flesh. With a resounding thud, the serpent he had grasped in one hand was crushed mercilessly. Emotionless, he caught hold of the last 2, and with a semblance of strength that belied their bulk, he easily extracted them, akin to lifting a bundle of cotton. Once more, he effortlessly crushed them. He then lowered his gaze to inspect the wounds. Having exerted too much force, their fangs were lodged within his flesh. He grasped the fangs with both hands and gently pulled outward. The motion was still somewhat painful, causing Jiang Yu to furrow his brow even deeper. Upon reopening the door, nothing surged forth. It appeared to be an ordinary door, leading to nothing more than a common convenience store. Entering and exiting posed no issues. This felt amiss. This time, something was genuinely awry. As the door swung open, the distant figure vanished. Disregarding others, he charged forward like a man possessed, intent on confronting his serpentine anomaly. Standing amidst the shadows, an inexplicable sensation intensified within him. What on earth was happening? Jiang Yu pondered, while the observers in the training camp's observation room appeared even more perplexed and anxious than he was. Lu Qing, what is happening over there? The ice serpent seemed to exhibit sudden signs of uncontrollability, and the blood crystal was only having a minimal effect. Damn it. We must immediately neutralize those ice serpents. The safety of the trainees is our priority. I have already dealt with the remaining ice serpents. The 2 trainees have now entered the shadow realm. I see it. Observing Jiang Yu on the screen, the instructors in the observation room sighed with slight relief. The shadow realm was constructed based on a forbidden item from the abyss. Entering through the same entrance, one would emerge from different locations. The probability of three-eyed serpents and several individuals exiting from the same exit was indeed quite low. To escape, one must proceed to a specific entrance to unlock the door or employ alternative methods. Regardless, the two individuals had now entered the Shadow Realm, with instructors already stationed inside, ensuring nothing would go awry. But then, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Jiang had opened the grand door, and three-eyed serpents surged forth simultaneously. What kind of luck was this? Subsequently, within the classroom and the observation room, everyone watched in disbelief as he crushed the anomaly, forcibly extracting its fangs. Just then, without warning, all the cameras abruptly went dark. Everyone was momentarily stunned. On the other side, Jiang Yu's gaze fixated on the end of the street. The buzzing had grown increasingly peculiar, as if a clock within his mind was resonating, causing his head to spin. A chill emanated from his heart, spreading outward. While goosebumps began to rise incrementally, shadows gradually crept over his body, intertwining uncontrollably, weaving themselves into a cloak of darkness. Suddenly, 10 sharp claws emerged, glinting with a keen luster. He found himself involuntarily entering the shadow form. Abruptly, he turned his gaze into the distance. With a resounding thud, a corpse plummeted from the heights. Was that a first-tier superior variant? Draped in a cloak of shadows, Jiang You peered into the distance. Who could enlighten him on what had transpired? It seemed that the assessment of this special training camp had begun to spiral into absurdity. Chapter 63, The Uprising. The Eye-Nest Roar. A creature, towering at human height, devoid of facial features and gender characteristics, emitted a deafening roar as it lunged forward. Do not be deceived by its lack of attire. The sound of pop echoed as an eye emerged from its skin, the purplish-black pupil whirling with intensity, instantly fixating on Jiang You. No, it was not alone. As it charged, the pop sounds multiplied incessantly. In the blink of an eye, a multitude appeared, coalescing into a grotesque mass. Repulsive, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the being, as if its sole obsession was to extinguish Jiang Yu's existence. The thudding footsteps drew ever closer, culminating in a fierce leap. The multitude of eyes on its body spun in unison, unleashing an indistinguishable wave of pressure. Nausea surged, dizziness overwhelmed, and the urge to vomit became unbearable. Jiang Yu's body reacted swiftly to the onslaught of sensations. Then, crack! Before the creature could reach him, Jiang Yu's claw had already seized its neck. With a gentle yet firm grip of his 5 razor-sharp claws, he twisted, severing it cleanly. In an instant, 80% of its vitality was extinguished. Subsequently, Shadow Devourer, recorded in the manual. Name, Faceless Eye-Man type. Eye level, mid-first tier description, a lowly abyssal entity. The pupil serves as the primary source of its abilities. The quantity of pupils does not equate to true strength. It excels in psychic assaults, utilizing its pupils to discern minute details and exploit vulnerabilities for attack. Note, the humble eye species is rumored to have once been a subordinate of the shadow species. Cost of elimination, temporary blindness has been waived. Shadow devouring reward, increased shadow points, slight enhancement of the shadow eye. This aberrant species has been catalogued. After all, being a mid-tier first stage, the ability to augment shadow points is already commendable. Furthermore, it has fortuitously bolstered the shadow eye, a pleasant surprise indeed. To speak candidly, he can now clearly discern the last line on the vision chart. He can view his phone at night without illumination. He can see whether the lady across is adorned in white silk or barefoot. It is all remarkably clear, such is its power. As he flipped through the manual, the information on the eye serpent came into view. Jiang You focused his attention on the species. The eye species, a lower race of the shadow kind? Could it be that this entity bears animosity towards shadow practitioners? No, it is not merely a branch of abilities, but rather a genuine infiltrator with the power of shadows. Perhaps this is why they fervently launched attacks against him? Jiang You speculated aimlessly, uncertain of the circumstances. He looked around once more. The unease, having reached its zenith, came to a halt, akin to the tolling of a bell, leaving a persistent, resonating buzz in its wake. This prickling sense of crisis, does it stem from the peculiarities of the shadow realm, or is there another cause? Jiang You did not know. Initially, he regarded this as merely an evaluation orchestrated by the training camp. All participants had recently awakened their powers. They would certainly not unleash high-tier aberrations. At most, they would deploy some first-tier lower or mid-tier aberrations for the purpose of intimidation. For others, It may well be a trial of both body and mind. Yet for him, a mere test that could be effortlessly shattered. How could it possibly evoke tension? However, ever since those few beings of the eye race desperately attempted to extinguish their own existence, coupled with the unsettling anomalies within the shadow realm, his certainty began to wane. With a sigh, he exhaled a breath of despair and steered to the right. As he navigated the surroundings, where he might encounter other students, he endeavored to shed his shadowy garb. Yet, he remained utterly still. Dispel. Skill dispelled. He repeatedly summoned these commands in his mind for over a dozen times. But to no avail. Switching to Shadow Blade yielded no response either. Utilizing shadow threads and shadow clusters posed no issues. Activating abilities. What of entering the shadow layer? A dim glimmer flickered in his obsidian eyes. He remained firmly planted in place, completely devoid of any spatial transition. Jiang You inhaled deeply. Very well. The situation might be more dire than he had anticipated. Hiss. Roar. As he traversed the street, his heart gradually sank. Having ventured merely 100 meters, the bizarre shapes wedged between buildings, the eyes lurking behind windows, the contorted figures clinging to rooftops. At some unknown moment, a circle had formed, ensnaring him within its grasp. Crack, crack. 10 sharp claws scraped against one another, sending forth a shower of sparks. Beneath the cloak of shadows, a murderous intent began to surface. What had transpired? Why had the broadcast chambers on the shadow side succumbed to darkness? Just moments ago, that young man extracted the tooth lodged in his shoulder, leaving me in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, a black screen appeared, startling me. In the classroom, the students exchanged puzzled glances. They then noticed the instructor at the front, seemingly receiving some unsettling news, whose expression quickly turned grave. He hastily instructed everyone to remain in the classroom and await further information before exiting. Inside the observation room, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Reports flooded in. Instructor Liu has lost contact. Instructor Luo has also lost contact. All cameras and surveillance devices have been severed from communication. With each successive report, a heavy dread settled over the group. A flurry of keystrokes on the keyboard yielded no results. Instructor Chen, what should we do now? Someone inquired, casting a worried glance. The man referred to as Instructor Chen possessed a long, narrow gaze and a prominent hooked nose, exuding an innate sense of menace. Chun Tsang's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. I truly have had enough of you. Yinhai Special Training Camp. It was evident that Chun Tsang harbored considerable grievances, and his furrowed brow only intensified his fierce demeanor. Xiaoqin, compile the names and awakened abilities of the students who have entered the Shadow Realm. Reach out to the chief instructor to report the situation and seek his guidance. Lastly, immediately summon all second and third tier instructors to the Shadow Realm. Commands were issued, and a flurry of activity ensued. The Shadow Realm originated from a forbidden object, the eye seed nest, first discovered 30 years ago. This peculiar entity, known as the eye species, manifests as a cluster of eyeballs, giving the impression of a living being upon first glance. When one grasps this entity, after a brief period, additional eyeballs begin to sprout from the body. Once the number of eyeballs reaches a certain threshold, the body will inexorably undergo a transformation towards the eye species. A fourth-tier transcendent can endure its influence for 3 minutes, while a fifth-tier transcendent may withstand it for 10 minutes. Upon its descent, the eye species nest emits a wave of energy, altering the surrounding environment to create a state known as the semi-shadow layer, which lends its name to the shadow field. Periodically, the eye species nest will produce a batch of aberrant creatures. Those that remain in this vicinity for an extended duration will undergo contamination, enhancing their strength and partially transforming them into eye species. The eye species nest exhibits a strong aversion to higher-tier transcendent beings when the shadow field is activated. If a high-tier transcendent approaches, the nest will siphon the life force of all beings within the field to resist the transcendent. Since the establishment of the shadow field 25 years ago, the eye species nest has remained stationary and has not caused any disturbances. It is regarded as a stable and practical good entity for the training of students. However, it has now erupted into chaos for the first time. Chapter 64. Assessment suspended. Third-order aberrations and fourth to fifth-order transcendents forbidden from entering the eye seed nest. Breaching this rule will trigger consequences. Immediately, gather all second and third-order instructors, equip yourselves, and proceed to the shadow field. Chen Tsang swiftly issued the command. Instructor Chen, How shall we handle the other trainees? Someone inquired. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Song replied, revoke the white mist, suspend the assessment, and dispatch several instructors to maintain order. Understood. Instructors Su Zhou Lu. He named several individuals in succession before turning to leave. Let us depart together. The others hastily followed suit. Forbidden objects. Manifestations of rules. Once rules are involved, distinguishing between tiers becomes rather complex. They are categorized based on lethality, applicability, cost of use, and overall efficacy into 3 tiers: star, moon, and Sunday. The Iseed Nest has been designated as a mid-tier, moon-level entity. Its unique efficacy and extensive coverage mean that if fully unleashed, it could withstand fourth-order transcendent forces. The consequences of a disturbance from such a tier of forbidden object are inconceivable. As the group approached swiftly, an unmistakable gravity shadowed Chun Song's expression. Inside the Iseed Nest at that moment were 1 third-order instructor and 4 second-order instructors. However, the efficiency of the Iseed Nest in producing aberrations is not particularly high. Particularly concerning second-order aberrations, it typically takes 3 to 4 months to gestate a single one. Furthermore, with the instructors wielding detection-type forbidden objects, periodic cleanups are conducted, making the emergence of second-order entities virtually impossible. Even the birth of a first-order entity is out of the question. In this trial, only a few first-tier median entities and some first-tier lower entities remained within the Shadow Realm. After multiple confirmations to ensure the aberrant species were within a controllable range, the instructors permitted the students to enter. There were no first-tier upper entities in the I-species nest, and the instructors possessed formidable strength, eliminating the possibility of issues arising, at least in theory. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Chun Song was plagued by an unsettling sense of apprehension. Forbidden entities. If you do not provoke or disturb them, how could they erupt into chaos without reason? Since the onset of the Great Calamity, instances of forbidden entities going berserk have been exceedingly rare, with each occurrence traceable to a discernible cause. But what of this occasion? Everything appeared normal. Merely a handful of students had entered. In previous years, countless students had traversed the Shadow Realm without incident. Truly absurd. A few instructors moved with remarkable speed, leaping several dozen meters in an instant. Their extraordinary physical prowess rendered them nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Shadow Realm. However, their higher ranks, 4th-tier strength, would provoke an immediate backlash from the I-species nest upon their attempt to enter. The source of this backlash was the very life force of all creatures contained within. Fortunately, other instructors soon arrived in succession. 7 third-tier and 5 second-tier instructors gathered within minutes, totaling 12 individuals. That should suffice. Chun Song assessed the group, preparing everyone to enter the Shadow Realm. Combat would be avoided unless absolutely necessary. The priority was to ascertain the situation and ensure the safety of the students. Understood. Without the slightest hesitation, the throng swiftly approached the entrance to the Shadow Realm. 5 doors stood before them, and they queued in batches to enter. The leading instructor exerted force with his arm, pushing forward, yet the gate remained immovable. His expression shifted slightly as he tried again, but still, it did not budge. Old Lu, what are you hesitating for? Hurry inside, urged those behind him. This door is stuck. I'm truly exasperated. Can this flock of fools not stop chasing? The walls of the floors were cloaked in shadows, weaving a dark garment around him. He utilized both hands and feet, nimbly leaping and maneuvering along the walls. Below, there were at least a dozen of the eye creatures gathering, with several more trailing behind. This ragtag group lacked the ability to scale walls. The issue was that there were hardly any tall buildings within the Shadow Realm. The tallest structure reached a mere 10 stories, while the rest were predominantly old, 6-story buildings rarely seen in contemporary times. Although Jiang You found a sense of nostalgia in this height, reminiscent of residential complexes back in China, it was utterly insufficient for him to leverage his advantages now. As long as the aberrant creatures could jump high enough and possess sufficient strength, they could easily leap onto the rooftops from the edges of windows and pursue him. Dare he stop? Absolutely not. He initially intended to engage fiercely with these miscreants, but was met with a continuous onslaught of first-tier aberrants, some even concealing second-tier creatures. They attacked from all directions, and the eye creatures excelled in mental assaults. How was one to combat this? Boom. His right foot landed on the rooftop, creating a substantial crater in the floor. He leapt high into the air. Propelled by a surge of momentum, akin to a bird soaring through the sky. Suddenly, a resonant hum exploded in his mind, causing his forward motion to falter. The graceful glide, once fluid, was abruptly disrupted. Again, Jiang Yu's expression contorted slightly. Then, another gaze bore down upon him, entangling his movements. As he neared the rooftop of the adjacent building, having been hindered twice, his actions were irrevocably altered, and he plummeted downward. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground. My back, Jiang Yu grimaced in pain, propping himself up. This group of aberrations clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Initially, he could shake them off, but relentless harassment from their abilities had steadily diminished the distance between them. After this fall, escape seemed utterly impossible. He flexed his arms and glanced upwards. As expected, several figures clung to the edge, staring down at him. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed around him, both from above and below. They were encircling him. At least 2 second-tier aberrations, 7 or 8 first-tier elites, and quite a few first-tier intermediates. The inability to wield shadow blades was bearable, but the confinement of his ability to traverse the shadow realm was utterly devastating. It could be said that it had effectively halved Jiang Yu's mobility. How had this situation escalated to such a dire state? What on earth had he done to deserve this? Am I to understand that I have slaughtered your kind or disturbed the resting place of your ancestors? Must you gnaw at me with such desperation? How absurd. In the shadowy realms of hunting, I have never encountered such a frenzied breed as yours. Whether it be phantoms, predators, or other aberrations, if you strike me, I shall surely retaliate. If you seek to extinguish my existence, I shall endeavor to bring about your demise. Should your strength surpass mine, perhaps fear may compel me to flee, though the outcome of such an escape remains uncertain. Survival, resistance, the pursuit of advantage while evading harm. This is the essence of biological instinct. Look at your kind. What foolish creatures you are. I initially approached you with the intention of coexistence as a mere novice, yet you respond with hostility. I shall no longer feign ignorance. I reveal my true self. I too am of the second tier, endowed with dual attributes. It is merely a matter of ferocity. At worst, I may be gravely wounded. Yet I shall ensure your defeat. The fierce spirit within me has fully awakened as I prepare for battle. However, in that moment, I discern a hint of retreat in their demeanor. They pursue me yet hesitate to engage. Is this a marathon we are running? My frustration mounts as I witness their withdrawal. No, something is amiss. Their gazes seem to be directed. Behind me? A chill surges through me as I slowly turn. A towering figure looms, 3 meters in height, with a bone blade curved like a scythe. Its back is hunched, adorned with a multitude of sharp spines. 3 pupils emitted a deep green luminescence. Standing upright, its abdomen bore a white exoskeleton resembling armor, leaving no doubt about its formidable hardness. A faint hissing sound escaped from its curved mandibles. Cold sweat began to trickle down, saturating the fabric of his back. Jiang Yu inhaled gently. Excellent. Truly excellent. The third-tier aberrations had emerged. I can't believe this. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as his arms crossed defensively across his chest. The overwhelming force proved insurmountable, and Jiang Yu's body was propelled straight through the wall. Chapter 65. Falling into darkness. The third tier. I have yet to engage in a proper battle even at the second tier, and now I am thrust into the third? Very well, let us fight. Can I have my abilities fully unleashed? Who is this scoundrel wielding the void sealing technique? He has truly grasped its essence. The spirit. The predator. This corporeal ability is tangible and thus easily dealt with. Each one more peculiar than the last. Its large, glimmering eyes are oblivious to the unfolding events, merely passively enduring the blows. And now, facing this third tier, I cannot say whether it possesses any unique capabilities, but its physical strength has already overpowered me. Clutching my chest, I stagger as a cascade of rubble falls around me. Jiang Yu rises from the debris. In shadow form, my injuries remain concealed. Yet I alone understand the gravity of my condition. My entire being feels as though it is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, I anticipated the opponent's assault and raised my claws to shield myself. Had I not, I might not have been able to stand after this strike. As I observe the approaching figure, I force my weary body to endure. I lift my hand and release strands of shadow, just as the adversary enters. Within this confined space, a barrage of threads ensnares it. Though unable to penetrate its form, they connect from various angles. In mere seconds, the shadow threads are rapidly consumed. A significant number of shadow points pour forth, and I soon feel a slight emptiness within. Despite this, the results are promising. An unidentified creature adorned with bone spurs and pupils found itself ensnared. As it exerted its strength, shadowy tendrils snapped one after another. Moments later, it had completely severed all the shadowy strands. Raising its gaze once more, it found no trace of Jiang You. Where had he gone? It glanced around, then ventured forth. On the street? Absent. On the rooftop? Also vacant. That rascal was surprisingly swift. The creature's bone-spurred nose twitched, and the dim green light in its eyes began to intensify. Then, it leaped into the air, transforming into a fleeting specter as it surged forward. Jiang You, limping and desperate, dared not pause. The abomination in the shadow realm seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pinpoint his location. No matter how he concealed himself, there was always a monstrous entity to uncover his whereabouts. The expanse of the shadowy domain was vast, yet it could not withstand his frantic flight. In the course of his escape, he glimpsed other trainees and what appeared to be instructors. The trainees, too, were evading the monsters, darting hither and thither. However, they fared slightly better than he did. Typically, 1 or 2 creatures could pursue 2 or 3 individuals. Oh no, within the shadow realm, there were numerous mid-tier and high-tier entities. 1 or 2 could easily chase after a group of trainees. Moreover, the instructors Jiang You observed were largely ensnared by the abominations, unable to extricate themselves in the short term. For now, he could only prolong his survival. With every ounce of strength, he clung to life, awaiting reinforcements from the training camp. Alternatively, he might vanquish all these monstrous beings. Jiang You, gritting his teeth against the pain of fractured ribs, cast a glance over his shoulder. The massive figure was leaping closer. Damn it! Jiang You gritted his teeth and swiftly darted to the side, slipping into the narrow crevice of an alleyway. He rapidly traversed through, emerging onto the opposite street. Hiss! As he lifted his gaze, his heart skipped a beat. Flanking the street were various small businesses, from noodle shops to convenience stores. Yet, an enigmatic shroud of darkness seemed to envelop this district. The further he moved towards the right, the thicker the shadows became, instilling in him a profound sense of entering an abyss. Had he unwittingly stumbled into the very heart of the shadow realm? A stirring within him ignited an inexplicable desire to advance. Jiang Yu's gaze extended ahead. The oppressive darkness loomed at the street's end, too distant to discern clearly. His sight lingered for merely 2 seconds before withdrawing. No matter, survival took precedence. That place was dim and foreboding, rife with malevolence. There would be ample opportunities to return, no need to take unnecessary risks at this moment. He turned, preparing to sprint to the left. Then, thud, a massive form descended from above. Jagged bone spikes glinted in a sickly yellow hue. With emerald green eyes fixated intently on Jiang You, he found himself rendered speechless, overwhelmed by a profound fatigue. The bone-spike creature offered him no respite. The ground beneath him erupted violently, and Jiang You hastily braced himself. Without a doubt, he was propelled forward once more, shaking his numbed arms. He had barely regained his footing when the assailant lunged again. Jiang You clenched his jaw, anticipating the relentless pursuit, and rolled forward instinctively. The edge of his scalp grazed the blade, while the claws thrust forward. Flash! The Martian claws, capable of severing steel, plunged downwards, making progress exceedingly arduous. Small punctures emerged, from which a greenish blood flowed forth. Blood level, 75. 74. The lengthy health bar diminished slightly. Was this merely a bath for you? Jiang You gritted his teeth, altered his course, and unleashed a punch like a cannonball. Clang! The bone spike, reacting promptly, turned and raised its blade defensively, creating a white streak as it scraped against Jiang Yu's attack. It then countered with a swift strike. Clang! Jiang Yu's knee struck the ground, his arms straining to support him. The curved blade of the scythe was a mere hair's breadth from his face, which was gradually reddening. With a sudden surge of strength, Jiang Yu thrust his opponent away. Come! He bellowed, leaping forward, claws descending from above. Bang! Bang! One blow after another. With each successive strike, Jiang Yu could distinctly sense a burgeoning momentum within him. Furthermore, with every attack, his strength surpassed that of the last. If he could accumulate 100 consecutive strikes, perhaps he could land a few lethal blows on this aberration? Bang! Jiang Yu was hurled backward. Well, the hypothetical was, for the time being, impossible. Several ribs had fractured, and it felt as though a tooth had been slightly loosened. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grimaced. Rising swiftly from the ground, he sprinted forward with wild abandon. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if he anticipated being struck and had preemptively plotted his escape route. The aberration stood momentarily stunned, unable to react. Before him, amidst the profound darkness, something seemed to materialize. The call from within grew ever more intense, and the longing and impulse became increasingly difficult to suppress. Since escape was futile, he decided to plunge headlong into the abyss. After all, death was inevitable. Jiang You was determined to discover what it was that ensnared him in this obscurity. His feet struck the ground with a resonant sound that echoed far and wide. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he noticed the bone-spiked creature, which had intended to pursue him, now hesitating in the face of the thick darkness. What was it wary of? Did the third-tier creature dare not advance? If the enemy remained stationary, so would he. In the next moment, the bone-spiked creature stirred. Very well. I too must continue forward. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. This creature was indeed a coward. He turned his gaze ahead. The darkness had become impenetrably dense, shrouding the buildings completely, rendering them indistinct and laden with an unsettling aura. Despite the comforting sensations coursing through him, Jiang Yu's heart raced with trepidation. Ever alert for the sudden emergence of a creature, he pressed onward, relentlessly advancing. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Why was this street so interminable? Abruptly regaining his senses, he found himself enveloped in an endless expanse of darkness. A moment later, he felt the ground vanish beneath him, and every hair on his body stood on end. In the next instant, he plummeted into the boundless abyss of darkness. Chapter 66. The Authority I Lost? It felt as though he was adrift in the starry expanse, unmoored from the pull of gravity, simply floating. Apart from the profound darkness, there were no other entities in sight. He gazed around in bewilderment. What was happening? Is anyone there? He opened his mouth to speak, yet no sound emerged. Hey, he shouted, though it seemed his lips were merely moving. He could not be certain. The darkness enveloped him, impenetrable and overwhelming. No matter how hard he concentrated, even upon receiving the mental command to raise his hand before his eyes, he could not ascertain whether he had truly executed the motion. He waved his palm and tapped his chest. There was no pain, no sensation whatsoever. In the awakening chamber, at least there had been some auditory stimuli. Now, he was enveloped in a complete void of perception. 1 second, 2 seconds. He silently counted for several more seconds. Yet nothing transpired. Instead, that insistent call grew increasingly potent. What on earth was it? Jiang Yu, in a state of confusion, deliberated for a moment before moving forward. He could not be sure if he was indeed advancing. The command had been issued, and movement was a mere matter of the body. As time passed, that yearning became almost unbearable. It appeared that his body was indeed in motion. 1 step, 2 steps, 1 second, 2 seconds. After an indeterminate number of steps, an irregular crystal fragment materialized before him, quietly suspended in the boundless darkness. Fragment of authority. The moment he laid eyes upon it, the term shadow type abruptly leapt to the forefront of his mind, as if he intrinsically understood the nature of this object. It is precisely what draws one closer. What on earth is this? I have never heard of such a thing. At this moment, Jiang Yu is not only vigilant but increasingly alert. Should I flee? He surveys his surroundings. In every direction, as far as the eye can see, there lies only an endless expanse of darkness. Perhaps I should step outside to ascertain whether that third-tier aberration is still lurking about. I surmise it has likely departed. Once I comprehend the shadowy realm, I shall return to explore this obscurity. Yes, that seems plausible. Contemplating in his mind, Jiang Yu attempts to turn around. The crystal hovers quietly, exhibiting no signs of movement. It appears entirely oblivious to Jiang Yu's intention to prepare for escape. His gaze shifts gradually, completing a 180-degree turn, and then he spots another crystal materializing not far off. All right, this time I shall take it slow. Jiang Yu twists his head once more, yet this time, while his head rotates, his eyes remain fixed, capturing the crystal in his peripheral vision. Very well. The crystal remains stationary within his line of sight. So it should pose no issue. It cannot possibly teleport instantaneously. Jiang Yu refocuses his gaze. Ahead, a crystal hovers. Indeed, it can indeed teleport. I refuse to believe I cannot evade it. Jiang Yu fixates intently on the object, cautiously retreating. Under his watchful gaze, the small entity remains in place. Could it be that this creature's rule is, it only remains still when observed? It bears a resemblance to a peculiar entity from SCP lore. Believing he had unraveled the intricacies of the rules, Jiang Yu's gaze remained fixed, fearful that his opponent might vanish at any moment. He retreated slowly, taking 7 or 8 steps back, only to suddenly sense something amiss. To his astonishment, the distance seemed to diminish further. A jolt of realization struck him. Wasn't I retreating? Now he understood. His senses had been warped. Retreating was, in fact, advancing. He needed to reverse his approach. Thus, Jiang You began to move forward. To his dismay, the speed of approach accelerated even more. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the crystal trembled violently before hurtling towards him like a cannonball, crashing heavily against his chest. The impact was thunderous, akin to a clap of thunder. His mind plunged into a void, inundated by a torrent of information colliding chaotically within. Vivid images flickered before his eyes, while a series of obscure notes reverberated in his ears. His vision gradually lost focus, as symbols transitioned from chaos to coherence, from disorder to clarity, ultimately transforming into comprehensible information. The Eye-Seed Nest, a forbidden entity of the abyss, manifests after being tainted by the essence of advanced eye seeds, capable of producing lower-tier eye seeds. Among its core abilities, the first allows it to siphon the life force of all beings within the nest to counteract intruders of 4th-tier strength and above. The second is the Eye Seed ability, Lock On. This rule-based capability enables the marking of a creature's status, designating it for attack by all eye seeds within the nest vicinity. Shadow and Eye are sworn enemies, locked in an eternal struggle. Those who possess a complete shadow species status shall inevitably face relentless pursuit from the nest of the eye species. It remains uncertain since which era this advanced fragment of shadow status unexpectedly descended, becoming entwined with the forbidden eye species nest, leading to a symbiotic existence. One is merely a fragment of status, infinitesimally small, while the other is a mature forbidden entity. Thus, the encroachment commenced. The nest siphoned the power of the status fragment, becoming increasingly formidable. The fragment once endeavored to counteract the encroachment, attempting to transform the nest's domain into shadows, yet tragically, it failed. The hostile symbiosis between the two allows for mutual theft of power. The nest now stands supreme, wielding immense might. Possessing a complete shadow species status, upon entering the fray, it becomes the target of aggression. This is the retribution of the lower species kin towards the erstwhile higher species. It is as simple as that. How infuriating. Jiang Yu's chest heaved as he assimilated this dense and complex information. The abyssal rift, the hierarchical relationship between species, has descended upon this world. An overwhelming array of questions flooded his mind, particularly that fleeting image of the abyss, lasting but a mere fraction of a second. Yet it plunged Jiang You into a chilling abyss. What manner of world is that? Vast, enigmatic, and rife with madness. No images could linger in his mind. All that remained was a profound sense of trepidation. Gasping for breath, Jiang You gradually regained his composure and gazed at the crystal before him. Its entire form was an inky hue, not pure black, but rather luminous black. The conflicting and discordant visual experience eludes description through mere words. In any case, it undeniably materialized before his eyes. In the nest, there exists a door. By pushing it open, one can depart. However, it seems that, given the current circumstances, the nest shall not rest until it has obliterated itself. A higher-order extraordinary force has intruded, inadvertently fulfilling the nest's desire. Thus, it can directly siphon the life force from all beings, effortlessly extinguishing its own existence. Rules. The true essence of power intertwined with the extraordinary core, a mere novice at the 2nd tier has no means to resist. Before him lies a fragment of rank, emanating an extraordinarily familiar aura. To absorb it and enhance oneself? Is that the case? Jiang You slowed his breathing. Shadows of deep ink swirled within his eyes, as if an unseen force was subtly guiding him. Gritting his teeth, he extended his hand. The crystal, the abyss. Between species, the bonds of blood weave a vast hierarchical system of clans. Only the 6th-tier beings, the bloodline continuators, may rightfully be called a species. Beyond that, the unknown. In the instant of contact, the crystal transformed into a liquid-like essence, flowing and encircling his claws and arms. Thump, thump, his mouth slightly agape. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a colossal hand. In this desolate environment, Jiang You suddenly became acutely aware of his racing heartbeat. That sense of familiarity reached its zenith at that moment. His heart thudded violently. With his palm outstretched, a rich darkness pulsed within his hand. His breaths were as fervent as a bellows. Jiang Yu's expression became frozen in bewilderment. Once again, he was inundated with a torrent of immense information, the shadow species. The fragment of rank. Is this the authority I have lost? Chapter 67. Welcome to my shadow field, everyone gather around. The instructors stand guard outside while the students remain within. All students must immediately consume the anti-contamination potion. Those with long-range capabilities should harass the aberrations. And do not venture outside the protective circle alone. Cast aside distractions. The accumulation of negative emotions will only exacerbate the situation. This is a training camp, and we shall surely emerge victorious. For instructors encircled the students, who were shielded within. The faces of the crowd were ashen, particularly those of several students whose hearts were gripped by a chilling dread. Their plight was indeed dire. What should have been a routine assessment had taken a turn for the worse with the emergence of Jiang You. Nevertheless, even in the absence of today's events, the students would eventually face the shadow field in their training, encountering bizarre transformations as an inevitable part of their journey. The distinction lay solely in the number of unfortunate souls involved. The candidates may differ. Vials of potion were tossed into the air, and each student seized one, promptly consuming its contents. Lu Yaoyao pressed the bottle's mouth and gulped it down. The sharp pain in her head began to alleviate slightly. The anti-contamination potion not only replenished a small measure of energy, but also mitigated the costs associated with vanquishing the aberrations. She scanned the faces of her fellow students repeatedly, then surveyed her surroundings. Where was Jiang You? All the students had been gathered together by the instructors, but where had Jiang You disappeared to? With turmoil erupting in the shadow field, even the third-tier instructors were ensnared by the aberrations. If Jiang You were to be isolated and discovered by the creatures, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yaoyao felt a surge of anxiety, yet found herself helpless. Instructor, be careful. A first-tier eye species seized the opportunity while the instructor was momentarily distracted, launching itself forward. Lu Yaoyao's eyes widened as her soul-stabilizing ability was activated in an instant. The movements of this first-tier aberration were slightly delayed. It was this fleeting moment that afforded the instructor the chance to retaliate, delivering a decisive punch to the creature's head. Thank you. The instructor cast a grateful glance at Lu Yaoyao before dedicating his focus to confront the second-tier aberration before him. Ugh! Lu Yaoyao's body swayed slightly, and her vision began to blur. Despite the replenishment of energy from the anti-contamination serum, the repeated use of soul stabilization to interfere with the aberrations left her struggling to maintain her composure. Having awakened her abilities for merely half a month, she had little opportunity for growth. The progress she had made thus far was remarkable, yet it was still woefully insufficient. The other students leaned against the walls, a palpable sense of despair creeping among them. Could they truly survive this ordeal? In the distance, a figure was engaged in a fierce battle with an aberration, a third-tier eye species, radiating an overwhelming power. The clash escalated from the ground floor to the upper levels. The 6-story residential building, even within the shadow realm, reinforced by shadow enhancements, was still no match for destruction. Within mere seconds, the unleashed force could obliterate walls, pierce floors, and bring the entire structure crashing down. Song Qingyan unleashed a powerful strike. A tremendous gust of wind materialized, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The third-tier aberration, contorted in form like a devilish manta ray adorned with a multitude of eyes, was struck and plummeted from the air, embedding itself into the ground. Bah! Song Qingyan spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression fierce and menacing, entirely devoid of the gentleness he had displayed during his meeting with Jiang You. He leapt downward, swinging his right arm in a wide arc before bringing it crashing down. A thunderous roar reverberated, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. Particularly at the site where the aberration had fallen, the earth sank several inches, nearly half a meter deep. As he descended, he drove his knee into the opponent's lower body, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A hissing sound approached, causing Song Qingyan's descending arm to freeze in midair. A wave of energy surged forth, propelling him upwards in a manner that defied logic. He witnessed the bone-spike-eyed scythe slicing through the air, another third-tier aberration. Song Qingyan cursed under his breath and glanced back at the crowd. They could endure a little longer. He hoped that by the time he dealt with these two, everything would still be manageable. A bitter sensation filled Song Qingyan's heart. The first 100-eyed aberration was cunning and slippery, like a fish evading capture, intent on dragging the fight into a drawn-out battle. For reasons unknown, he felt an unseen gaze fixated upon him, instilling a sense of dread that prevented him from unleashing his full power. If that gaze were to seize the opportunity, it would spell disaster. Could that gaze belong to the aberration's nest? It seemed implausible. It was merely a forbidden object, devoid of control. How could it exhibit such an anomaly? Once more evading an attack, Song Qingyan steeled his resolve, channeling a tempest of fury into his palm. The unseen gaze returned. He cast aside his apprehensions. Extraordinary technique. Descend. The storm surged forth, expanding dramatically as he clenched the eye of the tempest within his grasp, unleashing a whirlwind that swept through the surroundings. With a mere touch, the shell of the bone spike seed shattered inch by inch, half of its body eroded by the raging winds and waves. In the next moment, blood sprayed into the air. Song Qingyan finally comprehended the nature of that gaze. It was fixated upon him with unyielding intensity. As the force surged forth, his weakened state became frozen in time, and the clash between the unresolved power and the rules of existence compelled him to expel a copious amount of blood. The bone spike seed, gravely injured, struggled to rise from the ground. When Song Qingyan's voice faltered as his raised arm hung, suspended in the air. His abilities were also restrained, rendered utterly unusable. A grimace crossed his features. However, the bone spike seed did not seem in haste to eliminate him just yet. After rising, it approached the lifeless form sprawled upon the ground, beginning to feast upon it, gradually mending its own injuries. The first 100-eyed seed had already emerged from the pit, having completed its meal. It was over. A tremendous mental shockwave erupted, and in his current state, Song Qingyan was powerless to evade or resist. A searing pain engulfed his mind. Darkness enveloped his vision, and his body uncontrollably arched backward. Just before losing consciousness, he beheld the 100-eyed seed advancing toward the crowd. Instructor Song. The other instructors watched helplessly as this scene unfolded before their eyes. Everyone. The voice abruptly ceased, and the speaker was propelled high into the air, crashing against the wall. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. A violent aura swept through the vicinity. The brilliance emanating from the 100-eyed seed flickered and then dimmed. On the ground, a visible wave of impact surged forth. A series of muffled bangs resonated through the air, propelling everyone into the air, and under the impact of that mental shock, they gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Was this to be the end before even stepping into the extraordinary realm? A bittersweet smile graced Lu Yaoyao's lips. Despite having read extensively about such phenomena, it was only upon confronting the alien entities that she truly grasped the profound sense of helplessness and despair. Her strength would wane continually, and the cost of vanquishing these beings was steep. How arduous the path ahead would be. Through her heavy-lidded gaze, she observed the 100-eyed creature using its tail to snatch up the scattered steel rebar from the ground. It hurled the metal forward. Whoosh! The rebar sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Bang! A stray stone, seemingly from nowhere, struck the rebar, altering its trajectory, causing it to narrowly miss a fellow student before embedding itself into the wall with a resounding clang. The 100-eyed creature appeared puzzled. Once more, it coiled the rebar, preparing to launch it again, and just half a second later, as Lu Yaoyao's heavy eyelids threatened to close, she seemed to glimpse another piece of rebar hurtling toward her, colliding with the previous one in a resounding clash, causing them both to ricochet away. Then, a shadow flitted across the ground, and a figure erupted forth like a fish breaking the surface of water. With a swift thrust, 5 clawed blades pierced the body of the alien creature. Its streamlined form exuded a latent sense of power. Who could that be? Lu Yaoyao, too weak to keep her eyes open, succumbed to unconsciousness like the others. Hiss! The previously dim 100 eyes reignited, a terrifying aura sweeping through the vicinity. The shadow was instantly hurled away, adjusting its position mid-air before landing gracefully. With a deep breath, the figure gradually straightened as another wave of mental shock surged forth. Jiang Yu's body swayed slightly, letting out a muffled groan. Tendrils of darkness, akin to ink, coiled around him and beneath his feet. He gazed intently at the two peculiar beings standing side by side. Behind him, numerous first- and second-tier creatures congregated. He surveyed the front and scanned the rear, the hissing of their mandibles rising and falling in a dissonant symphony. Jiang You lowered his breathing, even the sound of his heartbeat becoming faint and barely perceptible. He opened his palm, and a shadow danced within it. The darkness beneath his feet gradually spread and surged outward. The richness of the shadow, the profundity of the dark, intertwined in a dance of mutual erosion. This was the realm of the nest. Yet, it was not entirely so. The power of the shadow is my dominion. The darkness at his feet surged forth like a tidal wave. Jiang Yu's gaze burned with intensity, the shadowy cloak enveloping him akin to a king's battle robe. Hiss. The two peculiar beings felt a twinge of unease. Hiss. Ultimately, they chose to strike first. The bone-spike-eye creature charged forward, while the hundred-eyed creature unleashed its mental assault. Roar. The multitude of first- and second-tier creatures rushed forward in a collective roar. After chasing me for so long, it is now my turn. A bunch of whelps. The shadows had fully expanded, enveloping the area within several dozen meters. They swallowed the light. I commanded silence. The young man murmured. In an instant, all was hushed. Welcome to my realm of shadows. Chapter 68. Decimation. The annihilation of two entities. Visibility, none. Sound, a profound silence. Unseen, unheard. As darkness ascended, the once ferocious aberrations froze in their tracks. Ah, this is the moment to halt. Those who could not stop screeched in chaos. A cacophony rendered mute. The loss of sight and sound is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the ocular beings. It struck my comrades directly. No wonder the shadow beings once ascended to dominate the ocular race. This innate ability to counteract utterly suppresses you. It is also understandable why the oculars sought rebellion. With such a formidable nemesis looming over them, who could find peace in slumber? At this moment, a dense shadow transformed into a domain, engulfing all aberrations. The creatures could only sense their complete loss of auditory and visual faculties, rendered utterly perplexed. The more astute among them retreated hastily, attempting to escape the shadow's grasp. Those slower to react were instantly obliterated. After dispatching 2 or 3 insignificant foes, Jiang You approached the third-tier aberration, a hundred-eyed ocular being. Unlike the bony-spiked ocular, this creature concentrated all its power within that multitude of eyes. As darkness enveloped, 70% of its strength was rendered ineffective. Jiang You hesitated not for a moment. Upon unleashing his shadow domain, the nest's locking capability could no longer function at full capacity. Within this sphere, it was his personal realm. His arm transformed into a blade as he soared upward, delivering a powerful downward strike. The blade met the creature's form, akin to a dull knife attempting to slice through tough hide, making little initial progress. Yet, with greater force, he could penetrate. A soft squelch echoed. Finally, blood is drawn. The hundred-eyed creature writhes in a frenzy. The devilfish, resembling a sentient being, stands upright, its body adorned with numerous tentacles that thrash about wildly. Regrettably, Jiang You lands a precise strike and retreats, leaving the creature in a state of impotent rage. Health, 27. Its vitality is far from robust, and gratitude is owed to the instructor lying on the ground. Wait, ISNT that song Chingen? Last time he mentioned. I look forward to our reunion at the training camp. Jiang You never anticipated that their next encounter would find him prostrate on the ground, observing the creature's flailing tentacles. He strides forward. The blade descends. The first strike barely grazes its health bar, failing to inflict damage. The second strike causes a slight decrease, reducing the value by 1. The third strike results in a greater deduction. The fourth strike plunges by 1. The fifth strike drops by 2. In a flurry of blows, the blade dances through the air. After 5 strikes, bolstered by the shadow attribute, each swing surpasses his own strength. One strike inflicts 3, another 4, yet another 6. The hundred-eyed creature emits a terrifying, silent howl, acutely aware of death encroaching upon it, its life force swiftly waning, yet utterly powerless to resist. With each step nearing death, particularly for high-tier aberrations, their intelligence amplifies their fear of demise. With a tremor, the hundred-eyed creature, mid-summon, finds the blade piercing its maw, accumulating the momentum of multiple strikes. It has reached the threshold of execution. Execution. The health bar, once at 10, turns a vivid crimson, shattering like glass. In an instant, the body of the hundred-eyed demon froze, the remaining vitality swiftly draining away. The line of execution was drawn, and in a heartbeat, it was annihilated, reduced to ash. This was a power that rivaled the Shadow Realm. A flicker of realization surged within Jiang You. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He turned his gaze towards the second creature, the bone-spiked demon that had previously pursued him relentlessly. It stood alert, neither advancing nor retreating. Clearly, this was a more astute aberration. As his sight and hearing were rendered ineffective, he chose to rely on his other senses. After a moment of scrutiny, it had roughly pinpointed Jiang Yu's location. It began to stride forward, brandishing its remaining scythe. Health, 21. One side of its body lay in ruins, flesh and sinew writhing grotesquely at the wound. The state of the bone-spiked demon was far inferior to that of the hundred-eyed demon. Jiang Yu had intended to attempt shadow devour on the hundred-eyed demon, but the disparity in their tiers rendered his efforts notably inefficient. First, he needed to deal with the bone-spiked demon before him. He discarded the corpse and leaped forward. With a swift motion, the shadow threads ensnared the wound. And with a vigorous tug, Jiang Yu surged ahead. He wielded the massive blade, gathering strength before releasing the shadow threads for a decisive strike. Having never studied any systematic techniques, he swung as he felt most comfortable. The bone-spiked demon's sensory abilities, though not overly weak, were insufficient to fully anticipate his assault. It could only instinctively raise its scythe in defense, resulting in a clang as its health diminished. Another strike. With a stagger, the pupil species retreated, swinging its arms in retaliation. Time and again, the blade struck, reducing its health to a mere 15. The momentum of the assault continued to accumulate. With another strike, it could potentially cleave off an additional 4 or 5. Jiang Yu raised his blade, but suddenly, an overwhelming void engulfed his being. The expanding shadow realm receded within him like a receding tide. The quantity of shadow points was insufficient. He could barely maintain his shadow form to launch a shadow blade attack. As for summoning the shadow realm, that was utterly impossible. In mere seconds, the darkness dissipated entirely, and the bone-spike pupil species seemed taken aback by its unexpected return to the light. It hesitated, caught in disbelief. Still dawdling? Ignoring the emptiness within, Jiang Yu lifted his hand and struck the creature's forehead with his blade. The marking of the hunt would last for 10 seconds. That was ample time. Before the blade had fully descended, the mark was already affixed to the pupil species. In the initial 2 seconds, the bone-spike pupil, initially poised to retaliate, was suddenly gripped by panic and became rigid. I shall cleave. However, to Jiang Yu's astonishment, the bone-spike pupil's eyes flickered, and it managed to escape this state. After all that, its ability was to resist negative effects? Who would have guessed? In a critical moment, it forcibly repositioned its body. The colossal blade, initially aimed at its neck, only grazed its shoulder. 12. Jiang Yu felt a chill run through him. The threshold for killing was nearly reached, but he had no time to withdraw his blade for another strike. The bone-spike aberration let out a roar, and its bone knife plunged directly into his heart. With a swift cut, it sliced through Jiang Yu's chest. Damn! Adrenaline surged wildly through his veins, momentarily dulling the sensation of pain. However, his adversary abruptly raised a leg, intent on striking with a thigh laden with bone spurs. A familiar wave of energy surged forth. It was soul-binding. Jiang Yu felt a tremor in his heart. He did not allow himself to be distracted by the surrounding chaos. Seizing the opportunity, he permitted the bone blade to embed itself within his body. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he charged headlong into the attack. The blade fell. His health diminished further. He had reached the threshold for execution. Execution. His health bar depleted. He fell lifelessly, the light in his eyes extinguished in an instant. The expression of the bone spur creature was tinged with disbelief. It staggered, and after Jiang Yu delivered a kick, it toppled backwards, swiftly succumbing to the void. Hiss! The surrounding aberrations eyed him with predatory intent. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, regretting his oversight. Just after the shadow realm had concluded, he had not been targeted by the nest's gaze, allowing him the opportunity to delve into the true shadow layer, where he could engage in combat with the aberrations. What a blunder! Noticing that the aberrations were poised to attack, Jiang Yu seized the two creatures and hurled them into the shadow layer, intending to recover while keeping watch for their movements. Should they show any inclination to assault others, he would spring into action. As he held onto the two aberrations, suddenly, the door of a nearby building swung open. A commander clad in tactical gear approached. It appeared he would no longer be needed. The nest's blockade had faltered. All the better. Jiang Yu's form gradually faded into the shadows. Chapter 69. Did I just catch a glimpse of Wart's brother? Finally, we have entered. What is that? Upon stepping into the shadow realm, Instructor Gu rubbed his eyes. He appeared to be gazing at a figure cloaked in darkness, dragging something away, gradually disappearing into thin air. Old Gu, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and save the person, someone urged from behind. A succession of instructors filed in. Over here. Quickly, address the aberrant entities. Establish a defensive line. An instructor had long been on high alert. The moment they could access the shadow field, they rushed in and immediately began making arrangements. The wait felt interminable, and several more instructors arrived in succession, 6 of the 3rd tier and 10 of the 2nd tier, fully equipped with anti-contamination agents and various restricted items. Such a formidable assembly could likely handle a multitude of aberrant entities should they emerge. Some stepped forward to assist the injured, administering healing potions. Others engaged the aberrant entities. Additionally, some ascended to the rooftops to survey the surroundings. The eye nest had remained problem-free for decades. Who could have anticipated that this incident would present such a significant crisis? Outside, the crowd waited anxiously, unable to advance or retreat. Particularly concerning was the situation of those trapped within the shadow realm, not to mention the others. One, a nephew of Li Sunguang, whose identity was classified. Even someone of Chun Song's stature had to seek higher authority to uncover this information. Another was the daughter of the Night Watch of Yanhai. Although her 5th-tier talent theoretically could not compare to a 6th tier, her awakened ability was unique, embodying a formidable strength. Goodness, it can be confidently asserted that, barring unforeseen circumstances, these 2 individuals are destined to become the pillars of the great Zhou dynasty, with the potential to rise as inspectors, or perhaps even further, as formidable generals. Yet, how tragic it would be if they were to falter before even setting foot in the hallowed halls of academia. The mere thought of such a disgrace is unbearable. The crowd proceeded with methodical precision in their rescue efforts. Fortunately, the situation was not as dire as initially feared. The cadets sustained injuries that were not particularly grave. Among the most severely affected were several instructors and the unfortunate Song Qingyan, who had been so overwhelmed as to vomit blood. Instructor Gu was diligently tallying the number of cadets present. As he completed his count, his expression shifted markedly. How could it be that one was still missing? After recounting, it became evident that one was indeed absent. Classmates, one of you is unaccounted for. Does anyone know who it might be? He inquired, harboring a glimmer of hope. Lu Yaoyao, still somewhat dazed, instantly perked up upon hearing the question. Jiang You. Jiang Yu was not here. Jiang Yu. A chill ran down Instructor Gu's spine. While counting, he had sensed something amiss, but had repeatedly reassured himself. I am somewhat challenged in recognizing faces. It surely cannot be that severe. Alas, the most crucial Jiang You was indeed missing. Cadet Jiang You is not here. 5 of you. Disperse immediately and search. He disregarded everything else and shouted towards the instructors who were still engaged in their tasks. I will search this area. I will go that way. The group, startled, immediately responded, leaping onto higher ground to scan the surroundings in search of any trace of Jiang You. Continuously leaping through the floors, each night patrolman was equipped with a life detector, capable of sensing any living entities in the vicinity. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed. Not only were there no living beings, but even the presence of any anomalies was absent. An overwhelming silence engulfed the area. While searching, they shouted loudly. Instructor Gu continually scanned the radar, hoping it would suddenly emit a beep, prompting him to rush towards it. Clearly, he had failed, having searched a vast area without uncovering any traces. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps. Did you find anything? One instructor inquired. No, I haven't encountered any anomalies here either. Neither have I, others echoed as they returned, their expressions grave, glancing at Instructor Gu. What about you, old Gu? Well, just as Instructor Gu was about to respond, another instructor beside him gestured with his chin, indicating they should look over there. What is it? Instructor Gu asked, puzzled. He turned his gaze in that direction. After such a lengthy period, all anomalies had been eradicated and all students and disciples were now conscious, organizing themselves to depart. You wouldn't believe it, but when that anomaly jumped at me, it caught me off guard with a surprise attack to my face, followed by a left slash. I was careless and didn't dodge, just look at my chest. A group of 7 or 8 students stood together, while a tattered youth animatedly recounted his tale, his words flowing rapidly. Brother Jiang, what happened next? One student asked, captivated by the story. And then, Jiang You let out a cold laugh, while I remained as calm as a still lake. With a powerful strike, I sent the creature flying, executing the crow's sits on a plain technique, obliterating it on the spot. The instructors exchanged glances, their mouths slightly agape. Could this lad truly be the nephew of Li Xuanshi? Observing the few who were listening to the story, their expressions were serious yet tinged with discomfort. as if they were grinding their teeth in irritation. How absurd. They gestured animatedly, saliva flying as they spoke. Brother, do you not feel pain? My goodness. The wounds on his chest were deeply embedded, and his arms and legs bore countless lacerations. Yet he remained exuberant, speaking with an unrestrained eloquence. Regardless of how exaggerated Jiang Yu's words might be, the injuries he bore were unmistakably real. It was evident that he had been pursued by an aberration. Alone, he had sustained grievous injuries and somehow survived. Even if Jiang You were to boast about defeating a third-tier aberration, the other students would hardly be offended. This fellow certainly possessed some extraordinary capabilities. Quick, apply the medicine. Lu Yaoyao instructed, holding the potion distributed by the instructors. All right, Jiang Yu replied, taking the vial. Pain-free? How could that be? If the wound were any deeper, he would be nearing his demise. He twisted open the vial and cautiously poured it onto his wound. Damn! An intense wave of agony surged through him. This was meant for oral consumption. Lu Yaoyao's mouth fell slightly open in surprise. Jiang Yu's features contorted in discomfort, but fortunately, he was not foolish enough to pour the entire contents over his chest. Tilting his head back, he swallowed the liquid, which rapidly dispersed and absorbed within him. At last, he felt a measure of relief. Everyone, gather round. We are now prepared to depart from the shadowed grounds, announced an instructor ahead. The group then formed a line, marching forward in an orderly fashion. The chatter among the crowd persisted. Alas, I believe I am experiencing a hallucination. Just before losing consciousness, I seemed to glimpse a figure resembling Wardy, one remarked. I saw it too. There was indeed a shadow that strikingly resembled Wardy. Another chimed in. At that moment, when the steel beam was hurtling toward me, I thought my end had come, when suddenly a figure appeared before me. It felt just like Wardy. Now that you mention it, it might very well have been. What are they babbling about? We are in a training camp. How could Wardy possibly be here? Jiang You questioned, glancing at Lu Yaoyao. Did you see it? Lu Yaoyao's gaze intermittently drifted to his wounds. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. Jiang You shifted the conversation, asserting, it is utterly impossible. This is a training camp after all. How could Wardy travel such a distance? Right, Yaoyao? Indeed, Lu Yaoyao replied. Though it was unclear whether she was focused on his injuries or contemplating something else, her response seemed somewhat perfunctory. It certainly seemed improbable for Wardy to have traversed such a vast expanse. Yet, could it be possible that Wardy is among our fellow trainees? One student ventured. Chapter 70. Relentless Stance Who Dares to Speak? Jiang You glanced over. The youth had tousled hair, a prominent nose, and a strikingly handsome visage. During the earlier introductions, he seemed to be called Zhou Hao. Poor lad. Have you ever pondered if your words bear any merit? The group suddenly fell silent. Then, someone let out an awkward chuckle. No, that can't be possible, right? If Yao Zigu is truly our age, when did he awaken his abilities? My brother is a night watcher, Zhou Hao asserted earnestly. He claims that the physical constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. We require a unified awakening at 18 to prevent those too young from succumbing to the pollution. However, some individuals can awaken their talents independently. Though there is not much difference between spontaneous and unified awakenings, awakening 3 to 5 years earlier certainly confers a significant advantage in strength. I still find it implausible. Someone countered. Let us say at 15, just starting high school, one begins to learn how to hunt aberrations. That seems rather exaggerated. Moreover, as the chatter continued, it was evident that skepticism prevailed among the majority. Ahem, Jiang You cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the crowd. Eager to hear the insights of this big shot, Yao Zigu cannot possibly be our peer. His opening statement set the tone for the discussion. He continued, my uncle holds a high position within the Night Watch, a truly formidable figure. Wait, are you truly the nephew of Li Xuanshi? A group of younger individuals engaged in conversation, the instructor seemingly indifferent to their discourse. With a mere utterance of uncle and high ranking, he left everyone at a loss for words. No one comprehends the extraordinary better than I. Jiang You began to speak, noting that Yaozi's initial demeanor was incredibly novice-like, and his overall display of strength was quite inadequate, leaving no room for the notion of pretense. However, the frequency with which he shared videos was relatively high, clearly showcasing an astonishingly rapid rate of improvement. From shallow to profound, he conducted a multifaceted and in-depth analysis. Considering aspects such as strength, age, and capability, he nearly convinced himself. Thus, I surmised that Yaozi might be engaged in some form of hunting mission, detecting anomalies, and having pursued them to the training camp. Oh wait, The sudden upheaval in the shadow realm must have a reason behind it, perhaps linked to Yaozi. What special traits could a group of newly awakened youths possess to provoke such a disturbance in the shadow realm? Indeed, it makes sense. The instructors nodded subtly, momentarily taken aback. Goodness, they had unwittingly become listeners. However, the nephew of Li Xuanshi appeared somewhat youthful. Following the alarming incident involving the Chuyang group, the name Yaozi had spread widely among the night patrols. Some had attempted to investigate Yaozi's identity, but his phone number seemed to be an exclusive line for the night patrols, indicating a high rank, yielding no discernible information. In terms of exhibited strength, he hovered between the first and second tiers. There was no apparent reason for such a significant reaction from the shadow realm. Alas, I too envy your circumstances. With a sigh, Jiang You remarked that the video truly depicted Brother Ward as exceedingly handsome. I was driven away by the aberration, and by the time I arrived, the battle had already dispersed, leaving no trace of Brother Ward. Indeed, Jiang You missed the opportunity. Zhou Hao nodded in agreement, stating that Brother Ward appeared far more dashing in reality than in the video. Is that so? Jiang You chuckled. Just how handsome is he? About 3 or 4 stories high, Zhou Hao replied. What do you think, Yao Yao? Jiang You inquired, noticing her deep contemplation, and gently ruffled her hair. He is handsome, Lu Yao Yao pondered before providing her answer. And what about me? Jiang You grinned. The two resumed their banter, causing the others to turn away in jealousy, resuming their discussion about how Brother Ward had decisively defeated the third-tier aberration. Lu Yao Yao cast a glance at him but refrained from answering, instead asking, have your injuries healed somewhat? They are healing, so do not worry. Jiang You continued to tousle her hair. In the future, when encountering aberrations, try not to return with injuries. Lu Yao Yao spoke softly. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment. Sister-in-law, it's not that Jiang Gu desired this. The aberration was pursuing him. Leaving with only injuries is already quite fortunate. Zhou Hao interjected. What are you saying? Jiang Yu laughed, nearly kicking him in jest. The group, having narrowly escaped death, chattered animatedly, each one more loquacious than the last as they headed outside. Squeezing the young girl's delicate hand, Jiang Yu gazed at her side profile, so soft and fragile, uncertain if she had discovered something noteworthy. The identity of Yu was a whimsical creation, born out of the hunter's needs. Now, it appears that by a twist of fate, it has become a splendid shield. In truth, even if Lu Yao Yao were to discover this, it would not be of much consequence. However, since it is thus, let us proceed with the flow. I shall greet Uncle Song, Jiang Yu remarked. Lu Yao Yao glanced back and nodded in agreement. Uncle Song, it's been a while. Jiang Yu approached Song Qingyan. Song Qingyan, limping at the rear of the group with a cigarette in his mouth, managed a faint smile. Jiang Yu. Uncle Song, your injury seems rather severe. Song Qingyan chuckled wryly. Well, it's not too bad. You're about the same. Jiang Yu chuckled and scratched his head. Sensing the curiosity in his mind, Song Qingyan encouraged him to ask whatever he wished. Then I shall inquire, Jiang Yu said. Uncle Song, the last time I intended to converse with you further, my Uncle Li. Is he truly a legendary warrior? Did he not mention this to you? Song Qingyan was taken aback. Never, not a word, Jiang Yu sighed. When it comes to the extraordinary, he shares nothing with me. As if he were guarding against a thief. He, perhaps worries for you, Song Qingyan said, his expression betraying hesitation. Goodness, he had thought Jiang Yu was already aware. He was now somewhat torn about whether to continue the conversation with him. Uncle Song, please enlighten me. After all, I am already half immersed in the extraordinary realm. Share what you can, Jiang Yu urged. Well, very well then, Song Qingyan acquiesced. Song Qingyan hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. You, Uncle Li, were once the youngest general of the Great Zhou. Good heavens, Jiang Yu never anticipated that this would be the first statement to leave him utterly astonished. At the age of 30, he ascended to the rank of general, shattering the record by 2 years. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Song Qingyan's eyes. Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable admiration. Later, he made a mistake. No, I don't even think it should be labeled as a mistake. The gravity of the incident was profound. General Li lost an arm and was subsequently stripped of his title. From his rise to his fall, a mere 4 years had elapsed. Uncle Li has such a past? Jiang Yu was taken aback and inquired, Uncle Song, may I ask what transpired? This time, Song Qingyan hesitated even longer. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. What if the abyss demands that the Great Zhou cede several secondary gathering points, transforming them into their paradise? Otherwise, they will unleash a colossal rift in the North capital. Should the Great Zhou acquiesce? Jiang You was rendered speechless. He had never contemplated such a dilemma. To concede? Or to resist? He had gleaned some understanding of the abyss's terrors from that fragmented experience. The thought of a rift opening in the North Capital was enough to evoke dread of the dire consequences that would ensue. Would this not lead to the relinquishment of gathering points? But those are gathering points, homes to countless individuals and families. How could one consent to such a sacrifice? Even this hypothetical situation was fraught with anguish. Since Song Qingyan had brought it up, it must have been a genuine occurrence. Jiang You was on the verge of responding. At that moment, Song Qingyan spoke again, questioning whether the significance and prosperity of the location where the rift opened would influence one's choices. Jiang You felt as though he had been struck by a profound realization, the moral dilemma akin to the trolley problem. Pulling the lever does not merely alter the fate of a few children. When the numbers swell into the millions, how does one decide? The lightness of life is ephemeral. The weight of existence is difficult to articulate. Jiang You momentarily lost himself in thought. Song Qingyan patted his shoulder and continued forward, his voice resonating in Jiang Yu's ears. Every inch of land is soaked in blood. Every 100,000 youth represents 100,000 soldiers. Your uncle, he said so. When one stands firm, no ground is conceded. Chapter 71. Extraordinary Rank. Second rank. As Jiang You made his way to the medical room, he found himself somewhat lost in thought. In his memories, Uncle Li was a figure defined by two arms. It was around the age of 10 when Uncle Li suddenly went on a business trip for an extended period. Upon his return, he was left with only one arm. The original owner of these memories held this event vividly in mind, and with a slight effort of recollection, he could bring it all back. In terms of appearance, Uncle Li sported a scruffy beard, and his eyes often appeared half-closed, giving him an air of perpetual fatigue. Before he learned of the man's past as a warrior, Jiang You believed he could easily defeat 10 of Uncle Li with one hand. However, upon discovering that Uncle Li had once been a combat general, Jiang You felt that even with one arm, Uncle Li could easily overpower him tenfold. Uncle Li never imparted any knowledge of the extraordinary world to Jiang You, nor did he ever explain how he lost his arm. It seemed he had traded his safety for the stability of the settlement, akin to conceding territory in a peace treaty. If one cannot prevail, one must yield. If one is weak, one must endure punishment. Taking a step back might mitigate losses, perhaps presenting a more prudent choice. Yet, that was not an option. The spirited Uncle Li of that year stood resolute, refusing to yield even an inch. Jiang You felt a tumult of emotions. Lacking the full picture, he found himself incapable of judging right from wrong, even if he did possess such knowledge. What right did he have to make such assessments? Uncle Li, having never married, was now in his 40s and physically impaired. A warrior, a figure of immense strength, stood as a pinnacle among countless extraordinary beings. The selection of a warrior was not an annual event. It was solely based on combat prowess. Mighty generals typically hold their positions for over 5 years, with some managing to remain for nearly a decade. Upon retirement, they may assume roles such as chief or deputy chief, overseeing large-scale night patrol departments, or at the very least, attain the status of esteemed professors within academic institutions. However, Li Shu has found himself relegated to a mere second-tier position as a night patrol officer in a gathering. Come, let us assess the pollution index, spoke a young lady clad in white from the medical room. Ah, very well, Jiang You replied, shaking off his momentary distraction. Li Shu, perhaps in the future, he could express his gratitude by finding a suitable partner for him. It would be a form of recompense. Returning to the present, such a vast training camp naturally boasted an ample array of medical equipment and personnel. The medical room was not dissimilar to a regular hospital. Immaculately clean examination rooms, incomprehensible medical instruments, and a faint scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. The only notable difference might be the nurse before him. Quite alluring. Ahem. Jiang You complied and reclined on the apparatus under the nurse's guidance. The procedure was reminiscent of an MRI scan, with the machine humming and beams of light sweeping across his body, causing him to instinctively tense up. This sizable device offered far more accurate measurements compared to the toy that Lu Yaoyao had previously utilized. There's no need to be anxious. You are in no danger. The voice emanated from the speaker. Before long, the examination concluded after nearly an hour of waiting. The nurse approached with a printed report, her expression somewhat peculiar. Jiang You? She inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Yes, your body exhibits no signs of pollution. Very well. Wait a moment. The nurse's lips parted slightly. Sensing that something was amiss, the test results seemed questionable. Logically, there should have been some anomalies. Don't worry, everything is fine, Jiang You reassured with a smile, clutching the test report and hastily making his exit. Had it not been for the instructors insisting on the testing, he would have undoubtedly returned to his dormitory to rest. What a jest, after all, who was he? The cost was entirely waived. It would be absurd to contract any contamination. Inside the medical room, Yang Ci stared at the electronic report displayed on the computer, her rosy lips slightly agape. Her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with confusion and uncertainty. Contamination index, 0. Extraordinary rank, second rank. Second rank? A newcomer to the camp, and yet at second rank? Was it me who was amiss? Or was it this world that was askew? Jiang You. She stared blankly at those two characters. Upon exiting the medical room, Jiang You glanced around. A few instructors were still waiting in the hall. If memory served, one of them bore the surname Gu. Jiang You was among the quicker ones to complete the test. Others were still undergoing the procedure. Instructor Gu, he approached confidently. Jiang You, Gu Qi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Care for a smoke? He rummaged through his pockets and produced 2 cigarettes. Sure. To his surprise, the young man was quite familiar, causing Gu Qi to momentarily pause before instinctively accepting the offer. As he reached for his lighter, he suddenly sensed something was off with the weight. Turning to Jiang You, he noticed him munching on something. Goodness. While he offered cigarettes, Jiang Yu was sharing candy. Amused yet bemused, Gu Qi decided to join him, popping one into his mouth as well. Where is Instructor Song? Jiang Yu inquired. He has gone in for treatment. Gu Qi indicated towards the consultation room in the corridor. His injuries are quite severe. He was caught in the shadow field, and it seems he will require several days to recuperate. He glanced at Jiang Yu. Do you know Old Song? I had a brief encounter with Instructor Song before. Jiang Yu nodded. Ah, I see, Gu Qi smiled. Instructor Song is a very amiable person, and he shares a good rapport with your uncle. He should be the one responsible for your practical training. Oh, Jiang Yu's interest peaked, setting aside the matter of practical training. He was intrigued by the fact that Instructor Song had a good relationship with Uncle Li. That's wonderful. I might be able to rely on him during this special training camp. Gu Qi wore a slight smile as he continued. Back when we were in college, nearing graduation, we were assigned to lead teams. Old Song was fortunate enough to be placed under your uncle's command. At that time, Li Xuanshi was truly a dominant force among many talented individuals. He paused for a moment. After graduation, Instructor Song joined the night patrol and became one of your Uncle Li's subordinates. If only I had his fortune. He winked at Jiang Yu and refrained from elaborating further. The two engaged in casual conversation. The recent fog incident was indeed a simple initiation test for the camp. The standard procedure involved disembarking from the subway, with 3 locations to choose from. The trainees would go their separate ways and, under the threat of an aberration, would either band together to retaliate or flee in panic. Those brave enough to counterattack would undoubtedly be given the opportunity by the special training camp to experience what it feels like to hunt an aberration. Naturally, the outcome would be the emergence of a formidable aberration, sending everyone screaming in terror as they fled in a single direction. The collective initiation ceremony commenced, but unexpectedly. It faltered at the very first segment. First, there was an upheaval among the pupils, followed by chaos in the shadow arena. In all these years of opening camps, such a significant mishap has never occurred. Xiao Yu, you cannot fathom. It is likely that several instructors will face reprimands and introspection due to this incident. Gu Qi sighed, remarking that the shadow arena, originally intended for simulating shadow realms, will probably not be utilized by your cohort after this debacle. The cause of the turmoil must be investigated. If the reason is uncovered, it would be fortunate. If not, disciplinary action is almost inevitable. If we cannot ensure safety, what is the purpose of conducting assessments? This was merely a small evaluation, a minor test, yet it involved a group of inexperienced youths, leading to such a predicament. If not you, then whom should we admonish? Jiang Yu touched his nose, wisely opting not to respond. Why did the shadow arena erupt in chaos? I have no idea either. Chapter 72, Dormitory Rules of the Training Camp. Ah, my partner has arrived. Instructor Gu, I shall take my leave. As the two were conversing, a figure emerged from one of the medical rooms. Jiang Yu greeted her with a nod. Goodbye. Wait, wasn't he that the daughter of Lu's son? Observing Jiang Yu as he walked away, Gu Qi discreetly unlocked his phone and navigated past the group chat for the Yunhai training camp instructors. He opened the instructor group for Yunhai gathering, scrolling upwards. Soon, he reached the top. Commander Lu, due to unforeseen circumstances, I am unable to attend today's session at Yunhai. I kindly ask everyone to cooperate with Vice Instructor Chen Song. His temperament is rather volatile, and he may become irritable, so please bear with him. Of course, this message was not the crux of the matter. The critical note followed. Commander Liu. Oh, and please keep an eye on that lad Jiang You. Ensure he maintains a safe distance from my family. Should anything seem amiss, notify me immediately. I shall deal with him. A multitude of responses flooded in with received. The thought crossed Gu Chi's mind. Should he inform Lu Sun about this? No, he decided against it. He raised his phone and selected the camera option to capture a memory. How are you? Jiang You inquired. Not too bad. The pollution is manageable. After a thorough cleaning and with prescribed medication, all is well. The two walked side by side, the young girl asking, what about you? I am completely fine. Jiang You flexed his muscles in demonstration. That's good to hear. Lu Yaoyao smiled, cradling the report in her arms, her eyes sparkling with joy, lost in her thoughts. Instructor Gu, may I escort her back? Go on, go on. Gu Qi waved his hand. He retrieved his luggage from the designated area and then proceeded towards the dormitory building. After confirming her building information, Jiang You accompanied her downstairs. Go back and rest. Your abilities place a heavy burden on your body. I suspect you must have exerted yourself quite a bit just now, Jiang Yu remarked. Your injuries are also serious. Are you sure you don't want to consider resting in the infirmary for a few more days? Lu Yaoyao inquired. I'm fine. Don't worry, Jiang Yu reassured her. But he increasingly felt that Lu Yaoyao's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Did she truly uncover something? This situation felt rather awkward. Akin to a middle school student penning an overly dramatic novel, only to be discovered by his younger sister after a sleepless night of reading. He was oblivious to the fact that the reader was his sister, while she was acutely aware that the author was her brother. The mere thought of this scenario made his toes curl in embarrassment. As he watched her enter the dormitory, the young girl turned around and waved, urging him to return swiftly. Jiang Yu sighed deeply, reflecting on the strange sensation of escorting his beloved childhood friend back to her dorm. It was undeniably a peculiar feeling. However, once her figure vanished, an emptiness settled in his heart. Why was that? After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yu understood. Perhaps it stemmed from the infrequency of such moments. Accompanying one person back to the dormitory left only an endless void in its wake. If he could escort 10 individuals, surely the constant interchange would alleviate the sense of emptiness. Dismissing these odd thoughts, Jiang Yu grasped his luggage and made his way towards his own dormitory. The training camp is not merely a preparatory program for college entrance examination candidates. It also serves as a campus for first and second-year students of Yunhai University. After all, with such a vast shadowy area capable of producing 1 or 2 tiers of at regular intervals, it seems illogical to open it solely for the benefit of third-year students for just half a year. What purpose does the training camp truly serve if not to waste resources? In fact, most universities operate in a similar manner, where the training camp functions both as a campus for lower-grade students and as a training base for final-year students. This period coincides with the commencement of the university's second semester, and one can observe numerous students from Yunhai University along the way. They stroll with a delicate grace, appearing somewhat fragile, as if a single punch could suffice to incapacitate them. Their slender frames make it seem that their thighs are no thicker than my arms. And one ought to be cautious. A single blow might necessitate pleading for their survival. So weak, so feeble, it's almost amusing. Jiang Yu lamented that it was not yet summer. At the end of February, the air remained chilly, and the campus was filled with beautiful young women clad in down jackets and thick pants. What are you so cheerful about? A voice called out beside him. Xiao Pang. Jiang Yu turned, gasping in surprise. In just over 10 days, Lu Yuqiang had rounded out considerably. Previously, when he called him Xiao Pang, it was merely in jest. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 150 jin, he was not particularly overweight. Rather, he had a robust physique. However, upon closer inspection now, his belly protruded. His face had become fuller, and there seemed to be a bit of flesh quivering on his arms. What happened to you? Jiang Yu was bewildered. Such a significant transformation in appearance must signify an increase of at least 20 to 30 jin. I arrived at the training camp a few days early and took the opportunity to visit the library for some research. My awakened ability is not gluttony. Rather, it is a gift that allows me to grow stronger simply by consuming food, without the risk of indigestion. How remarkable! I was truly astonished. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. No wonder they could indulge in deep-fried zombie meat cooked in dubious oil. Jiang Yu would suffer for 2 days. while Lu Yuqi remained unaffected. It seems this ability has been innate since childhood. Let me escort you. Which dormitory are you in? Lu Yuqi accepted the luggage. Building 1. As they walked, Jiang You found it increasingly difficult to reconcile Lu Yuqi's current appearance with the image he held in his memory. The pudgy boy's talent was not particularly impressive, barely reaching the second tier of green. This indicated that he had just crossed the threshold into the realm of the extraordinary martial sciences. Ordinarily, a second-tier talent would not qualify for the Yunhai training camp, but instead would attend one of the nearby, lesser camps for training. I pondered what made this chubby boy so exceptional that the Yunhai training camp permitted him to train here. Gazing at his round, chubby profile, Jiang You suddenly felt a peculiar sense of progression, as if everything was advancing, yet simultaneously transforming into something altogether different. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory, pushing the luggage inside. This so-called Building 1 boasts 8 stories, complete with a rooftop garden, gym, study rooms, and various other indoor facilities. Last night, the training camp had sent me the details of my accommodation, Building 1, Room 601, the first room on the 6th floor. As I took the elevator upstairs, it chimed and opened its doors. The corridor was adorned with glossy tiles, bright and spacious. The vibrant yellow color provided an exceptionally refreshing and clean atmosphere. The dormitory environment is quite pleasant. Ha ha ha, it feels wonderful to have such a spacious bed, with ample natural light and ventilation. It is truly comfortable. Hey, Mugut. Do you think this year's freshmen will be particularly strong? We must avoid any setbacks. Rest assured, that won't happen, ha ha ha. When I first joined the camp, I constantly yearned to enter Building 1, and today, my wish has finally come true. Why are there still people inside? The door is merely ajar. Jiang You pushed the door open, revealing a space of over 20 square meters, a one-bedroom unit with a table, a bed, a private bathroom, and a balcony. The environment is indeed impressive. As he walked in, he noticed only a few individuals sitting beside the bed. Mugu. One of them paused. Then they all turned to face Jiang You. A short-haired youth sitting on the bed scrutinized him for a moment before grinning. Brother, you should look for another dormitory. This place belongs to me. It is the rule of the Yunhai Special Training Camp. Rules? Jiang You was taken aback. When you entered the camp, those with talent rankings in the top few hundred received a message about the dormitory location being Building 1. However, in reality, Building 1 is the domain of our top students from Yunhai University. To reside here, you must first defeat one of us. As one of them spoke, he chuckled and added, just to inform you, 8 individuals have challenged before you, averaging about 3 seconds in their attempts. But do not be disheartened. You can challenge at any time over the next 6 months. If you win, you can move in immediately. Is there really such a rule? Aside from the addition of a gym and a more favorable environment, is there anything else about Building 1? Jiang You pondered thoughtfully. Seated upon the bed, Timu Yao mused. Of course, for instance, you may bring your girlfriend here. Oh, is every room in this building like this? Certainly, as long as one does not go overboard. Quite intriguing. Jiang Yu revealed a hint of a smile. Well then, I believe I grasped the rules. May I inquire when you plan to vacate? What on earth? The group of freshmen stood in stunned silence. Brother, one of them finally spoke up. What are you looking at? You two must move out. Jiang Yu flashed a grin, interrupting his voice. Chapter 73. One must understand the background in the mix upon uttering those words. A wave of bewilderment swept over everyone in the room. 2 individuals were seated on the bed, while 3 others occupied the edges, engaging in a game of poker and casual conversation. It was unlikely that anyone could have anticipated Jiang Yu would speak in such a manner. Good heavens, young man. You truly possess audacity. Jiang Yu? Lu Yuqiang stared in disbelief, tugging at Jiang Yu. Do not worry. Jiang Yu reassured him with a pat, then surveyed the individuals before him. The young man referred to as Mugu sported tousled hair and possessed deep, dark eyes that, upon first glance, instilled an unsettling sense of trepidation. It was as though one were peering into a cosmic vortex, inevitably drawn into its depths, only to snap back to reality drenched in a cold sweat. Could it be that his abilities were linked to his gaze? Brother, are you not at a disadvantage against me, the Master of Shadows? Indeed, his eyes were strikingly captivating. Wandering about with such allure would likely attract numerous admirers seeking his contact information. In contrast, Jiang Yu's shadowy pupils, dark and swirling, radiated a shimmering trail when fully activated. This phenomenon would undoubtedly leave potential suitors trembling in fear. Brother, are you serious? Shermu's expression was peculiar. Of course, Jiang Yu nodded. How shall we compare? I recall there being a combat arena at the training camp. Shall we head there? There's no need for such trouble. We can do it right here. Shermu set down his playing cards, dismounted from the bed, and slipped into his flip-flops. Brother, I am ready to strike at any moment. Are you prepared? Engaging in combat here might disrupt my dormitory, Jiang You remarked. Absurd. Before anyone has even moved in, it has already become your dormitory. Compared to the previous challengers, Jiang You indeed appears somewhat impolite. Shermu's smile abruptly solidified, just as Jiang You was curious about the opponent's abilities. A sudden surge of mental power swept over him, cold, frenzied, and imbued with an indescribable pressure. With a hum, Jiang You instinctively entered the shadow eye state. Shermu, whose face was initially adorned with a smile, suddenly shuddered, his expression gradually morphing into one of astonishment. He took a step back, his complexion swiftly paling. Mugu? Several exclaimed in shock. I am fine, Shermu replied, his face oscillating between shades of blue and red, a spectacle in itself. Is your ability that of a seer, or perhaps an ancient demon? He inquired. Shadow Eye. They say it is a branch of the Shadower. Jiang You replied with a grin. Within the room, both Lu Yuqiang and the other freshman appeared somewhat bewildered. It seemed Shermu had lost. What a joke. The expressions of the freshmen shifted. Shermu possessed a branch of ancient demon abilities, with his powers concentrated in his eyes, which was quite peculiar. The strongest among the earlier newcomers had only lasted 5 or 6 seconds before being defeated. Was this junior now turning the tables? Especially upon hearing that he wielded the Shadow Eye, an ability with seemingly minimal lethality at the outset, the group felt increasingly incredulous. Shermu steadied his breath. Having been at Yunhai University for an entire semester and including the 6 months spent in the special training camp, he had been studying for a full year. Without claiming to be exceptionally strong, he certainly possessed a measure of capability. Stepping back half a pace in front of a newcomer? Absurd. The more he contemplated, the more embarrassed he felt. The more embarrassed he became, the more he thought. Timu's complexion gradually flushed crimson. Are you serious about this? He inquired. Indeed. Is there any doubt? Jiang You glanced at the expressions of the others. Building 1, I want in. Who is in agreement, and who opposes? You are truly pushing the boundaries, one of the dormitory members remarked, their gaze directed at Jiang You with an unmistakable hint of hostility. What is your name? Asked one tall, slender individual. I am Jiang You. Quite the bystander. The sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Jiang You as he continued. I am Sun Hui. According to the rules, if you wish to reside in Building 1, you must directly challenge and defeat the current occupants. Should you succeed, the dormitory will be yours, and you will receive additional points on your college entrance examination score. The challenge must take place at the fighting arena, witnessed by multiple observers, and recorded to ensure no foul play occurs. He chuckled lightly. So, newcomer, do you dare? The arena? Jiang You chuckled as well. Why would I need to go to the arena? What do you mean? The others furrowed their brows. My uncle is a retired war general, and my father-in-law is the current night watcher of Yunhai. In an instant, the room fell silent. Come now, big brother, I declare that I have already defeated you. Do you have any objections? Jiang You smiled at the frozen Sun Hui. I can't believe this. Your uncle is a war general, and your father-in-law is a night watcher? Sun Hui never anticipated that he would encounter a super affluent second generation. Bro, what is your dorm number? Jiang You inquired. 603. Sun Hui's face turned a deep shade of crimson, even more unflattering than Shermu's. Excellent. 603 is now mine. You have 1 day to vacate. Jiang You declared, patting him on the shoulder. The others stood in stunned silence. Jiang You sighed. In this world, one must acknowledge background and influence. Which circle do you belong to? I'm just an ordinary student. Sun Hui stammered, unable to articulate further. Jiang You turned his gaze towards the others. Bro, which dorm are you in? 604. Perfect, that one is mine as well. And you? Don't just stare, state your dorm number. Jiang You. Don't go too far. Shermu clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to retaliate. This was outrageous. In the past, there had indeed been instances of using one's background to swap dorms, but such actions were typically conducted discreetly. After all, true dim-witted second generations are quite rare. In reality, competitions such as these test the individual prowess of students. If one lacks the requisite skill, any clandestine collaborations would be easily exposed upon stepping into the arena. Moreover, being discovered afterward could lead to severe repercussions. Jiang You, by boldly stating such things before a crowd, seemed unperturbed by the potential for recordings. Is this excessive? I find it rather tolerable. Jiang You waved his fingers dismissively, asserting that they were no match for him, and that his actions were merely a time-saving measure. Whether they could compete against him would ultimately be determined through trial. Mu clenched his fists tighter, conceding that Jiang Yu's shadowy pupils were indeed extraordinary. Yet he maintained that real combat was far more intricate than Jiang Yu anticipated. You wish to reside in this dormitory, do you? Then it would be best to adhere to the rules. Otherwise, it would bring shame upon your uncle. At this juncture, Mu paused, savoring the moment. Could it be that the so-called offspring of warriors, aware of their own inferiority, resorted to invoking their uncle's name to intimidate others? This young man was employing a tactic of provocation. It seemed he genuinely feared that his constant references to warriors would become tedious, prompting him to speak thus. Jiang Yu found it amusing. Wielding Uncle Li's name as a means of intimidation was undeniably exhilarating. Was this what it felt like to be a second-generation elite? He was truly enamored. However, his aspirations extended beyond mere bravado. He deposited his luggage and backpack within the dormitory. Turning to leave, Jiang Yu declared, "Now, you have 15 minutes to summon your allies." "What for?" Mu inquired, furrowing his brow. 15 minutes hence, at the combat hall. I hope the individuals who come are sufficient for me to contend with." Jiang Yu waved his hand, his figure gradually fading from their sight, leaving behind a remarkably arrogant proclamation. "I am unaware of any regulations at the Yunhai Special Training Camp. From this day forth, my rules shall be the only rules." Chapter 74. I only wish to overwhelm everyone present. Incredible. Utterly astonishing. It was a full 10 seconds after his departure before anyone in the dormitory managed to utter a few words. This lad is utterly oblivious to his own limitations. Mu, shall we teach him a lesson? Indeed, it would be wise to instill some awareness in him. Otherwise, anyone might presume we are easily trifled with. Mu rose to his feet. Upon entering the camp, the newcomers formally challenged the veterans, an occurrence that was quite rare. Why not shout a few taunts in the corridor and see if anyone shows interest? Though I suspect it may not be necessary. That lad will likely be defeated in mere seconds. There's no point in gathering a crowd to witness such a fleeting spectacle. Meanwhile, their discussions were tinged with indignation, but on the other side, Jiang Yu had already arrived at the combat hall. The so-called combat hall was indeed a venue for fighting. Its exterior resembled a bird's nest, and inside, the space was vast, boasting a considerable number of seats for spectators. At the center of the arena lay a ring constructed from alternating black and white stones, measuring approximately 10 to 20 meters in length and width. This fighting space was far more spacious than an ordinary ring or cage. A young girl responsible for registration was dozing off, and when she noticed someone approaching, she momentarily mistook him for a teacher, jolting awake in surprise. "Sleeping on duty?" Jiang Yu's expression darkened. I'm so sorry, sir. Is there even a teacher at this school who looks so remarkably young?" The senior student appeared somewhat dazed, still not fully awake. "Are you still not alert?" Jiang Yu pressed further. I'm so sorry, sir. Is this where I register?" "Yes, indeed. The teacher is rather fierce," Li Xian remarked, shrinking her neck slightly. "How do we register?" "Over here." They verified fingerprints and then recorded the teacher's credentials. "Whom do you wish to spar with?" "Building 1, he replied. "Building 1? What on earth? I don't have a teacher's ID. Would a student ID suffice?" With a beep, the fingerprint verification was completed. Jiang Yu raised his head, revealing a set of pearly whites. After all this time, it turned out he was a student? Li Xian was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure and glanced at his information, she was taken aback to realize that she had been intimidated by a mere young boy who had just entered the camp. She ground her silver teeth, her good upbringing allowing her to endure the moment. "What are you up to, classmate? Are you challenging someone?" "Yes, the first-year students in Building 1, emboldened by their modest prowess, have taken over the dormitory and bully the weaker ones. Although I am not particularly strong, I cannot tolerate their humiliation. Today, I must challenge them." "Oh, are the boys that outrageous?" For a moment, Li Xian was uncertain. However, judging by Jiang Yu's expression of indignation, it was clear he had endured considerable injustice. It was indeed excessive for such a handsome junior to be bullied. "All right then, can we choose weapons over there?" "I'll go take a look." Jiang Yu bid farewell to Li Xian and walked towards the weapon rack. A series of shelves displayed various implements, predominantly wooden swords, staffs, and blades. After some deliberation, Jiang Yu selected a tang knife. It felt somewhat light in his hand, but it would suffice. However, one could not help but wonder if using a knife against them would be a tad too brutal. After some contemplation, Jiang You set aside his knife and opted for a sturdy wooden stick instead. It was thick at one end and slender at the handle, resembling a baseball bat. Excellent choice, he thought with a smile. Ah, Shermu, is this the junior you've been bullying? He glanced up to see Li Exine, her brows furrowed, reprimanding a few bewildered individuals. Exine Jia, what are you talking about? Shermu appeared somewhat perplexed. How many times has the teacher emphasized that we should not have such a poor attitude or bully the weak? Who did you hear that from? Is it necessary to inquire? I can see the grievances of the junior with just one glance. Amidst her incessant chatter, Shermu completed the registration with a scowl. A group of 5 was soon followed by a handful of onlookers, eager to witness the commotion. Before long, the teacher, who served as both referee and safety officer, arrived at the scene. After gaining a general understanding of the situation, he turned his gaze to the arena. Jiang You had already positioned himself, ready for combat. With his preparations in place, there was no need for further delay. The referee observed the injuries on Jiang Yu's body, his brow slightly furrowing. Student, you appear to be injured. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the challenge today? Should you fail, you will have to wait until next month for another opportunity. No problem, Jiang Yu signaled with an okay gesture. Very well, whom do you wish to face? The referee looked toward the individuals below the arena. If you succeed in your challenge, you will earn the right to reside in Building 1. The frustrated Shermu and others below erupted in shouts. Come on, soy sauce. Pick me, I'm the weakest. Don't listen to him. Just look at his muscular build. He has not to be trifled with. I am the weakest, young man. Choose me and victory is assured. Come on, your eyes do not deter me. Select me. Are they all rushing to their demise? Jiang Yu gestured for them to remain calm, casually picking the most impatient one. You, my friend. All right. The chosen youth exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Aren't you going to choose a weapon? Jiang Yu inquired. No need, the youth replied, flexing his wrist. The thought of personally teaching this little brat a lesson filled him with uncontainable joy, and a smile spread across his face. Let you flaunt, let you boast. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. The two opponents positioned themselves 5 meters apart. How many seconds do you think Chengzi will take to defeat him? I wager 10 seconds, came the reply. This kid is crafty. He probably has some tricks up his sleeve. Chengzi might take half a minute. The crowd chattered among themselves, scattered across the stands. On stage, as the sound settled, the fight officially commenced. The referee stepped aside. Both combatants signaled that they were ready. The referee began the countdown, 3, 2, 1. The match was about to begin. All eyes turned towards the arena. Bang, bang. 2 muffled thuds echoed, and a figure was sent flying. In the vast venue, even with a sparse audience, a moment of silence enveloped the space. To be precise, this silence was pierced by someone's groan. Ah, that hurts. My stomach. Chengzi crashed to the ground, agony etched across his face. Chengzi. Not only Shermu, but everyone found it somewhat hard to believe. In the second following the sound cue, Jiang Yu surged forth like a hunting hound. Shermu and the others could scarcely discern his movements. All they witnessed was Jiang Yu raising the wooden stick and swiftly striking Chengzi, sending him hurtling through the air. The sheer force, the velocity. Teacher, I have one, haven't I? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. Indeed, you have. The judge seemed momentarily disoriented. It was not surprising for a new recruit to triumph over a senior on the very first day of camp. Could it be that I am still dreaming? Congratulations, Jiang. You have secured the right to reside in Dormitory 602 of Building 1. No. Jiang Yu shook his head. He maintained a faint smile, while Chengzi, the senior, was clutching his abdomen, his eyes squinting open just a slit. Are you all right? Upon uttering those 4 words, Chengzi was initially taken aback, only for an expression of fury to swiftly surface. He could not articulate why. Those 4 words were so humiliating. Are you all right? All right. Bah. Of course, I am fine. His head buzzed as he rose abruptly from the ground, only to suffer from a lack of blood flow, and promptly sat back down. On the stage, Jiang Yu turned his gaze towards Shermu and the dozen or so first-year students from Building 1 who had gathered to witness the spectacle. A smile graced his lips, tinged with a coldness that suggested he had witnessed bloodshed. Standing tall, his eyes glimmered with a dark brilliance, reminiscent of a nefarious overlord. Gulp. Li Exine swallowed hard. She suddenly felt that it might not necessarily be Shermu and the others who were bullying the junior students. Go ahead. Summon all the top students from Building 1 right now. Her voice resonated powerfully throughout the hall. I have come to this training camp to learn. I am eager to see if the esteemed seniors can impart any knowledge to me. As for myself, she continued, today I simply wish to be bested by everyone present. Or perhaps, she added, to best everyone here instead. Chapter 75. The Ascendant Rank and 100 Battles. I have come to the training camp to acquire knowledge. My sole desire is to either be vanquished by those present or to vanquish them instead. The audacity is boundless. Originally, a few students from Building 1, who were merely spectators, began recording with their phones, completely unaware that they would capture such a remarkable moment. Well, since the recording is done, they might as well share it in the grade group. At Yunhai University, the freshman group, the secondary group, the environmental science major group, the exotic species major group. As soon as the video was posted, it spread rapidly across various chat groups. A new little brother has arrived at the training camp, and he is exceedingly arrogant. We have encountered arrogance before, but we have never witnessed such unbridled bravado. Challenging the entire Building 1 by name? Goodness, how could such excitement be overlooked? In an instant, those in their dormitories, classrooms, on the toilet, or enjoying a meal, anyone who could spare a moment, prepared to head to the combat arena. Even some instructors found themselves intrigued and decided to join the crowd heading to the fighting arena. Are you certain you wish to challenge the entirety of Building 1? The referee glanced over with a peculiar expression. Jiang Yu's body still bore the remnants of his injuries from the shadow arena. Although new clothing concealed much of his wounds, the visible injuries alone were enough to make one wince. Yet, on the other hand, the force and speed with which this lad struck. Something felt amiss, the referee mused. I am fine, Jiang You replied, nodding as he stepped down from the ring. Excuse me, could you please wait a moment? I need to visit the restroom, but I shall return shortly. At this moment, individuals have begun to approach the combat arena in a steady stream, with students from Building 1 queuing at the entrance to register. He, however, slips into the restroom and finds an unoccupied stall. Once inside, he locks the door and retreats into the shadows. Ah, what a delightful sensation. The dark mantle swiftly envelopes his form. A chilling embrace engulfs him from all sides, and the wounds on his body tingle with a peculiar itch, steadily healing. His current shadow form remains somewhat inadequate. He aspires to attain a state where he can swiftly recover even after being decapitated, which would signify a near-perfect self-healing ability. As he prepares to face off against all the occupants of Building 1, Jiang You recognizes the necessity to restore his condition. Building 1 consists of 8 floors, housing approximately 100 dormitories after accounting for various communal areas. This implies that he is poised to confront nearly 100 individuals. The strength of first-year students is difficult to ascertain. Even if they were all of a caliber akin to Chengzi, it would likely result in a fierce battle. Moreover, Chengzi certainly cannot be regarded as the strongest among them. He navigates to the Attributes panel. Name: Jiang You. Attributes: Shadow Rank, Shadow Cloaker, Hunter, Shadow Cloaker. Hunter. Mark. Battle-hardened, gazing at the newly manifested abilities on the panel, Jiang You inhales deeply. After consuming that fragment of rank, the stalker has successfully advanced. Shadow Cloaker, cloaked in shadows. Your existence remains unknown. 1. You can effortlessly conceal yourself within the shadows, making it exceedingly difficult for others to detect you. Every shadow becomes your domain. Please note that revealing your identity diminishes the potency of this ability. It is solely in the shadows that one truly becomes formidable. Set aside the notion of this shadowy ability resembling that of an evil overlord, as it gazes down upon the newly manifested power. Battle Master, the true hunter, exceptionally adept at extracting experience from combat and utilizing it for personal gain. Through intense battles, you will rapidly evolve and possess a certain probability of acquiring new abilities or enhancing existing ones. The name Battle Master alone evokes a sense of strength. Jiang You is uncertain when this ability was unlocked. However, after engaging in combat within the Shadow Realm, this is the state of affairs presented on his panel. The Shadow Cloaker, a type of shadow ability, leans towards concealment, avoiding the exposure of its true form. The Hunter, on the other hand, operates differently. The more renowned one becomes, the more intimidating they appear to others, thus amplifying their prowess. It seems that these two abilities possess an inherent discord. In a public setting, he would undoubtedly refrain from revealing his identity and transforming into a shadow form. Moreover, why would he engage in combat with this group of freshmen? It would be superfluous. Even if another 100 were to arrive, his ability to traverse the shadows would suffice to dispatch hundreds of freshmen without difficulty. There is simply no need for such an approach. Instead, he could leverage the arena battle to hone his battle master abilities, enhance his notoriety, and achieve multiple objectives simultaneously. Thoughts collided within his mind as he completely surrendered to the moment, allowing his body to greedily absorb the shadow energy permeating the air. The restroom stall within the shadow realm was enveloped in darkness, and within such a confined space, it could be deemed exceedingly claustrophobic. He could distinctly sense the sensation of comfort emanating from his body. The deeper the darkness, the more exhilarated he felt. He exhaled a breath of stagnant air. His physical condition markedly improved. Estimating that the time was ripe, Jiang You stepped out of the shadowy layer and returned to the present world. Where's that guy? Why hasn't he emerged yet? Wouldn't he have fled? Would he? Standing at the restroom door, Jiang You could hear the clamor of discussions outside. It seemed that many had gathered. Everyone disperse. I've checked the restroom. There's no one here. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, presumably belonging to Chengzi, whom he had thrown out of the ring. Jiang You approached the sink and turned on the faucet to wash his hands. What is going on outside? Why is this fellow so excited? He must have sneaked away, playing us for fools. Chengzi raised his arm in indignation, his face contorted with anger. Does this junior have a screw loose? Is it amusing to toy with others? Let us go, let us go. Wait, look over there. The audience area, capable of accommodating over 1,000 spectators, had already filled to nearly half its capacity within a mere 10 minutes, with more people arriving one after another. The freshmen from Building 1 had gathered in significant numbers, occupying a section directly facing the arena, their expressions indescribable, a veritable kaleidoscope of emotions. At the restroom entrance, Chengzi's loud shouts suddenly ceased. He felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Drying his hands, Jiang You patted him on the shoulder and said, "Buddy, what are you yelling about? Where did you spring from?" Chengzi was momentarily taken aback, having thoroughly inspected each vacant spot. "Brother," Jiang You exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising, "Senior." The abrupt shout startled Chengzi, making him shudder. "Senior, I am aware that you look down upon us freshmen, yet I have bested you. You may not wish to relinquish your dormitory to me, but must you resort to such slander? I, Jiang You, am forthright and trustworthy. My word is my bond, and I would never flee from my commitments." With that, I strode forward, leaving Chengzi frozen in place. Indeed, only in Chengzi's world did injury manifest. He was perplexed as to why, after kicking open every door without finding Jiang You, he suddenly emerged from the restroom. This fellow certainly carried an air of mischief. Chapter 76, The 100 Battles. This junior is on a rampage on the arena. The two stand facing each other. Jiang You has returned to the stage. The true will battle is about to commence. Before him stands a man with a sinister gaze, dressed in an ostentatious manner, fixated on Jiang You. "Junior, you are quite audacious," he sneers. "Audacious?" Jiang You shakes his head. "According to the rules, defeating the current residents allows one to take up residence in Building 1. I believe I can conquer everyone in Building 1, hence my presence here. Does this qualify as audacity? The dormitory is what he desires. The 100 battles are what he seeks. Afraid of drawing attention? If one fears notoriety, why enter a rigorous training camp?" After a few words, Jiang You falls silent. Both sides prepare. The referee finally issues the command. The audience is invigorated, turning their attention to the arena. Upon hearing the signal, the fight officially commences. 3, 2, 1. Beep. "Kid, today I will teach you a lesson, so you understand that there are always greater forces." Bang. Shermu's pupils constrict once more. In the vast arena, more than half of the spectators flinch sharply. What just happened? In the span of a second, someone has been sent flying? On the stage, Jiang You retracts his baseball bat, his expression unchanged, merely whispering, "Next." Bang. A figure crashes to the ground. Bang. Struck in the chest by a single blow, he fails to catch his breath and loses consciousness on the spot. Bang. One blow after another. Everyone initially assumed that he was merely a freshman seeking attention or striving for originality, and no one took him seriously. Having just entered the camp and recently acquired his abilities, he was at a disadvantage compared to first-year students who had undergone a year of study. Whether in the application of their skills or in their martial prowess, how could he possibly catch up? However, the current situation was quite different. Regardless of your abilities, first and foremost, you must evade my strikes. At first, some individuals relied on their status and engaged in unarmed combat with Jiang You. Yet, after witnessing several opponents fall within a single breath, no one dared to underestimate Jiang You any longer, and they all summoned their full strength. Bang! With a muffled thud, yet another contender tumbled from the ring. Jiang Yu's attire was no longer as pristine as it once was, now adorned with creases and disarray. Brother Mu, I have failed. The first-year student returned to his seat, feeling both dejected and resentful. Under the gaze of Jiang Yu, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Was the training camp truly no joking matter? Was he genuinely facing a freshman? Perhaps a graduate student? Cursing under his breath, he clenched his teeth and rose to approach the arena. Soon, he stood face to face with Jiang Yu. Senior Mu, Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. Jiang Yu. As he gazed at the striking youth before him, Mu felt a momentary daze. For reasons unknown, he experienced an uncanny sensation as though he were confronting a formidable otherworldly boss. Quickly regaining his composure, Mu conceded, I acknowledge your strength. However, I can clearly see that your prowess stems primarily from your extraordinary physical attributes. In terms of martial techniques, you do not excel to an extraordinary degree. Mu's gaze was profound, and his expression stern, unfortunately, when it came to practical combat skills. I ranked third in my class. With a flick of his wrist, he twirled a wooden sword, creating a flourish. Oh, how intriguing. Jiang Yu discarded his wooden stick and picked up a wooden sword from the edge of the arena. Mimicking Mu's movements, he attempted to replicate the flourish. His clumsy attempt provoked a ripple of laughter from the audience, clearly indicating his lack of training. Both sides, prepare, the referee signaled. 3, 2, 1. The sound echoed, and in an instant, Mu's body retreated sharply. As anticipated, in the following moment, Jiang Yu's wooden sword struck the very spot where Mu had just stood. To defeat an opponent in such a brief span of time, with remarkable speed and force, Mu had foreseen this. Even his retreat was merely a feint. With a swift push off his toes, he surged forward once more. Jiang Yu, caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, had just regained his strength when Mu's wooden sword came crashing down towards his forehead. In a hurried response, he raised his wooden sword to shield his face. Clang! The tremendous force caused Jiang Yu's shoulder to sag slightly. The angle of the strike should be directed upward, with both the upper arm and forearm exerting force in unison, while the wrist is slightly inclined to the right, allowing for a more fluid application of power. The distance between the legs must not be excessive, as it impedes force generation. The waist should rotate, channeling energy throughout the entire body. This strike should not be met with brute force. Instead, I ought to attempt a sidestep to the right, evading the attack and then countering with a wood sword aimed at the opponent's shoulder blade, perhaps a more effective resolution. Feeling the power coursing through my hands, streams of information swirl before my eyes, enabling Jiang Yu to adapt his posture with the swiftness of a sponge absorbing water. Engaged in combat with a dozen adversaries, he finds that, on average, 3 or 4 can assist him in triggering 100 battles. This time, with Mu, the results are particularly remarkable. Jiang Yu's eyes gleam with determination. Come, he exclaims, raising his sword to strike. Yet, as the blade ascends into the air, he must change his approach. Suddenly, Mu lunges forward with a swift strike aimed at his throat. The speed is astonishing. Shocked, Jiang Yu instinctively retreats. But the wooden sword persistently follows like a tenacious parasite. Clang, clang. Mu continues his relentless assault. With a final thud, Jiang Yu bends his knees slightly, positioning the wooden sword before him. The explosive force of the clash sends his hair flying, the blade hovering a mere 4 or 5 centimeters from his throat. Mu's muscles and veins become increasingly pronounced, revealing the tremendous effort he is exerting to press down. Yet, Jiang Yu gradually acclimates to the pressure, unleashing a sudden surge of formidable strength that sends Mu sprawling. He swings the sword, striking and dodging, then strikes again. The technique is not overly complex. It focuses on efficiency and the application of force. The memories of the previous 10 battles surge to the forefront of his mind. Errors abound. How should they be rectified? They flow before my eyes like a river. Turning to Mu, instinctively, I anticipate the possible reactions that may arise. Even though my abilities remain somewhat rudimentary, a mere shift in Mu's tactics could lead me to misjudge the situation. Yet, the knowledge I have gained is already immensely rewarding. In a mere span of several minutes, I have perhaps achieved what would take an ordinary person 2 to 3 months of diligent effort. Come. I launch myself into the air. Mu's expression suddenly shifts. He is perplexed by the transformation in my demeanor, sensing that something is amiss with me. He intends to create distance, but alas, My speed is overwhelming, closing the gap instantly. The sword techniques I employ, though not overly intricate, leave trails of afterimages, amplified by my extraordinary strength. Now, it is Shermu's turn to raise his weapon. Block. I shout decisively. Shermu's arm aches, forcing him to retreat. Again. The second strike descends, even more ferocious than the first. As I mentally replay the encounter, a disheartening realization dawns upon him. In the face of my onslaught, he can only tighten his defenses, passively enduring the blows. His technique may surpass mine, yet the disparity in our strength is staggering. His skills can barely contain me. Now, I feel as though I am fueled by an inexplicable vigor. Clang. The third strike. Crack. The wooden sword shatters in response. Shermu's body is sent hurtling from the arena. Having trained with a sword under my parents' guidance since middle school, a span of 5 years, I consider my swordsmanship to be quite commendable. Before me, Jiang You, shedding any discussion of physical prowess. How is it that his martial skills have advanced so swiftly? Who exactly are you? Rising from the ground, a dull ache throbbed in my chest as Shermu gasped for breath. Then, Jiang Yu's voice resonated from the stage, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Now, let us proceed to the next contestant. Bang. Next. Bang. Another. The expressions of the crowd shifted from astonishment to shock, then to a state of dazed disbelief, ultimately culminating in a numbing bewilderment. Madness. It was undoubtedly madness. One by one, the trainees from the special training camp entered the combat arena. Unbeknownst to them, the seats had filled to capacity. Instructors, freshmen, and seniors alike bore witness. The figure at the center was no longer the effortless warrior he once appeared to be. Human endurance is inherently limited. By the time he faced 30 opponents, it was evident that he was struggling. Upon reaching 50, he teetered on the brink of collapse, yet he did not falter. He endured slashes from weapons, his garments tattered, revealing shocking wounds beneath. Freshmen challenging seniors presented an opportunity for the newcomers. Regardless of Jiang Yu's initial arrogance and bravado, at this moment, the reasons for his earlier demeanor had become utterly insignificant. A wheel battle, an unprecedented clash between seniors and freshmen. This confrontation of raw strength had devolved into his personal showcase. No one knew whether he would topple against the next opponent, yet everyone was acutely aware. This newcomer, just admitted to the camp, was fighting like a man possessed. Chapter 77, The Authority of Shadows? 10, 30, 60. Now, which number is it? Jiang Yu gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat dizzy as he gazed at the person before him. It was exhilarating, a thrilling sensation. Though his body ached to the point of numbness, the satisfaction of striking flesh and the rapid enhancement of his strength intoxicated him. Engaging in direct combat, he did not flinch. Perhaps it was the warrior gene lurking within him that had awakened this predator status? Who could say? Jiang Yu sensed he had reached his limit. His arms felt weak, devoid of strength. Jiang Yu grinned. You have already reached your limit. The student before him wore a complex expression and spoke. Indeed. Jiang Yu remained somewhat vague. He charged forward. The other person exerted little effort, merely executing a trip throw. Thud. He fell to the ground. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He hit his nose. The pain in his nasal bridge brought Jiang Yu back to reality. Brother. What? Flip me over. This position is uncomfortable. Jiang Yu did not expect to find himself back here so soon after just leaving the medical room. Yang Xiai looked at the boy before her, whose body was entirely bruised. She was at a loss for words. Take it easy, bear with it. Yang Xiai applied the medicine and changed the bandages, her expression complex as she spoke. Classmate, you should stay here for a few days. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'm not worried at all. Jiang Yu grinned through the pain. Yang Xi's forehead throbbed with veins. A rare sight of someone entering the medical room twice in a single day. Now you have witnessed it, haven't you? Jiang Yu chuckled. Was it truly you who was incessantly calling next on the arena? How absurd. Do take a good rest. Yang Xi's lips twitched as she made her way outside. Just as she stepped out, a few murmurs were exchanged at the door before it swung open again. Shermu and his group of 5 sauntered into the ward. Senior? Jiang Yu squinted his eyes. Jiang Yu, Shermu replied. What brings you here? To seek retribution? Jiang Yu laughed heartily, entirely unlike his demeanor in the arena. Standing there, he seemed to capture the attention of everyone present. At that moment, he lay there, entirely wrapped like a mummy, which appeared somewhat comical. Retribution, you say? Shermu observed his injuries, and much of his resentment dissipated, replaced by an urge to laugh. Seeing you so injured is enough. Let's let it go. The group pulled up chairs beside the hospital bed. I've taken over your dormitory, and yet you come to visit me? Jiang You exclaimed in astonishment. You've managed to overshadow us and steal the spotlight, Shermu replied with a wry smile. Well, at least we're not the only ones embarrassed. There are dozens of others to share the humiliation with, which makes it somewhat bearable. Rest assured, once I recover in a few days, I will take down the remaining ones as well, Jiang You declared. Then you shall all be on equal footing. You comforting us now? Hasten, if you will, to expel them. Otherwise, we shall remain unsettled. A few could not suppress their laughter. Indeed, Jiang You chuckled. I inquired how he came to challenge the entire building one. Allow me to clarify. The true elite have yet to take the stage today. It was rumored that one could bring a girlfriend back to the dormitory, and I, being someone who cherishes tranquility, well, Jiang You cleared his throat, adding that this certainly was not the primary motivation. The main impetus was his restless hands, eager to find an opponent for a bit of practice. With the existing dormitory exchange rules, he thought it a splendid opportunity to engage more challengers. After all, one or two would hardly suffice. He sought to discover the limits of his prowess. Alas, he could not achieve a complete victory in one go. My word, are you truly Jiang You? What do you mean by merely desiring to be toppled by those present, or to topple them instead? At that moment, you could hardly fathom the arrogance he exuded. It was sufficiently impressive. Shermu managed to stammer out a sentence after much contemplation, given the current circumstances. It appears there are few who could follow in his footsteps. The first-year students of Baidu Academy likely possess similar capabilities. The comprehensive qualities displayed by Jiang You inevitably cast doubt on his current rank. In truth, this was unavoidable. The situation within the training camp was intricate, and Jiang You did not believe he could remain concealed indefinitely. Thus, he opted to make a remarkable entrance, merely a second tier, and with Uncle Li's declaration of premature awakening, he could easily resolve all issues at hand. The key was that this was both reasonable and justifiable. The retired warrior, now an uncle, had gathered abundant resources and awakened early, spending an indeterminate number of years to ascend to the second tier. It was entirely reasonable. You may continue to rest. We shall not disturb you further. After exchanging a few more words, Shermu rose to take his leave. At the door, he cast a glance back at the youth lying on the bed, and an inexplicable premonition suddenly arose within him. The ancient demon branch ability. The eye of the ancient demon. This top-tier evaluative ability revealed that Jiang You would indeed suffer backlash. It was difficult to articulate, so he chose to depart. One by one, several instructors arrived to assess the situation, including Uncle Song, who expressed his astonishment. After chatting for quite some time with the chubby boy, and seeing his determination to remain, Jiang You had no choice but to urge him to leave. As evening approached, the sun began its descent. After a day of turmoil, tranquility finally settled in. However, the rewards were indeed plentiful. Opening the light screen, a brand new ability appeared in the list of hunter capabilities. Keen intuition. As a natural hunter, you possess keen intuition that allows you to sense potential dangers and make more accurate judgments. The effects of countless battles were gratifying. Not only had his practical combat abilities significantly improved, but he had also unlocked a new capability. It may not be exceptionally powerful, merely a minor skill. Yet who would ever complain about having more abilities? Come in. How long have you been waiting at the door? Jiang You called out, his gaze sweeping across the light screen. How did you know I was outside? Lu Yaoyao replied, holding a lunchbox in her arms. I knew you would come. Jiang You smiled. Lu Yaoyao let out a soft huff. Just a moment ago, she saw you all chatting merrily. So I went to the cafeteria to get you a meal. Would you like to eat? Never mind. I'm not hungry right now. All right. She placed the meal on the adjacent table and took out a purchased apple. Would you like an apple? Let's share one. The girl picked up a small knife and gently peeled the skin. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a faint golden hue upon the girl, who sat with her head slightly bowed beside the bed. Aren't you going to ask anything? Jiang You gazed at her profile. Surely, you have nothing kind to say. I was merely trying to arrange a place for both of us, Jiang You clarified. What do you mean by both of us? It has nothing to do with me. The girl rolled her eyes, not at all surprised by his response. Shouldn't the rules for girls be similar? There must be some kind of challenge for the upperclassmen. If that is the case, why bother? Just move in with me. I have plenty of empty rooms, and we can be neighbors. Just eat your apple. Lu Yaoyao stuffed the sliced apple into his mouth. Hey, be gentle, or you'll break my mouth. Time passed slowly. It seemed Lu Yaoyao intended to stay here for the night to keep him company. As the night deepened and darkness enveloped the sky, Liu Yaoyao had already fallen asleep. Jiang You, not knowing how many times it had been, opened the light screen once more. In the section detailing the abilities of the Shadow Stalker, there was a new ability listed at the end, Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm. This is your domain, a realm belonging to shadows. Shadows, the dominion of shadows? Jiang Yu glanced towards the mirror beside him. In the mirror, the reflection of oneself reveals eyes that shimmer with an ink-like luster, transcending the realm of mere black. Upon closer inspection, one might discern delicate strands of dark patterns clinging to the contours of the eye sockets. After a few moments of contemplation, he hastily averted his gaze, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Hunter, oh Hunter, the opportunity has been bestowed upon you. Might you exert yourself a little more and swiftly evolve? Why do I perpetually feel as though I am not a commendable being? Chapter 78. Li Sun Guang. No one understands Jiang You better than I do. So soft. Squeeze. It is both fair and soft, yet resilient, with an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Wow, this is simply marvelous. Jiang Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Unable to resist any longer, he took a bite. His teeth gently pressed down with force. A burst of savory juice flowed forth. This bun tastes delightful. Jiang Yu nodded, devouring it ravenously. Xiao Pang, you have quite the discerning eye, bringing us breakfast. Yao Yao, it's time to rise. Jiang Yu turned and called out. Liu Yaoyao lay beside him in the hospital bed, blissfully asleep. After several calls, the girl's eyelashes fluttered as she slowly awakened. Time to wash your face, brush your teeth, and eat. Oh, the girl was still somewhat drowsy and disoriented. This little appearance stirred something within Jiang Yu. Were it not for the surveillance in the ward, he would have surely burrowed under the covers last night. Jiang Yu, the video of you engaging in a wheel battle with so many people has been posted on the campus forum for an entire day. While enjoying his breakfast, Liu Yuchang gave a thumbs up. Jiang Yu, you've truly become famous this time. Absolutely incredible. It's all right, but next time, remember not to describe the wheel battle so oddly. Jiang Yu scrutinized him for a few seconds. Have you gained weight again? Ah, zhe. Liu Yuchang sighed. Yes. When one's abilities are low tier, it is impossible to control one's physique. We must eat a fair amount. I feel like you're heading towards the 200-pound mark. Sigh. Liu Yuchi let out a sigh, waved his hand, and then inquired, I see the forum is abuzz with speculation that you have reached the second tier. Is it true? Indeed, Jiang Yu nodded. Wow, it's actually true. You should keep a low profile. After all, awakening early is nothing to boast about. I envy you. Liu Yuchi remarked wistfully. His own talent capped at the second tier, and here was Jiang Yu, who had barely begun his studies. Already at what would be Liu's ultimate limit. Those injuries you sustained previously, they weren't from hunting aberrations, were they? Liu Yuchi suddenly had a flash of insight. Don't overthink it. I merely pick on the smaller aberrations, Jiang Yu replied. Well, sooner or later, that will catch up to you. Liu Yaoyao chimed in softly after finishing her grooming. Not at all. I exercise great caution, Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. Fresh water brushed against his face, and a few damp strands of hair fell delicately to the side. Without any makeup, Liu Yaoyao's complexion appeared remarkably dewy. She picked up a bun and took small bites, letting out a muffled sound in response to Jiang Yu's explanation. Has a trainer contacted you regarding your advancement to the second tier? Liu Yuchi asked with curiosity. Yes. They came yesterday and advised me to focus on recovery first. Once I'm healed, we'll discuss the next steps, Jiang Yu replied with a hint of resignation. I suspect that I might not train alongside you all anymore. Perhaps I'll have to join the sophomores. Join the sophomores? The thought sparked a glimmer in Jiang Yu's eyes. Did this mean he would have the opportunity to spar with that group of young prodigies? The first-year students were still somewhat lacking in comparison. Upon taking the stage, many individuals are unable to trigger the 100 battles, necessitating him to expend unnecessary effort in expelling opponents. Without further ado, let us continue training for another half-month or month. Even in a battle royale with 100 participants, this group of exceptional first-year students is unlikely to pose a challenge to him anymore. It is worth noting that he has only possessed his abilities for 2 months. During the first month, he was rather lackadaisical, while in the second month, he began to exert himself. Given a bit more time, Jiang Yu is confident he can achieve even greater feats. However, on another note, there are 2 attributes at play. One is the enhancement of shadow, and the other is the augmentation of slaughter. Jiang Yu sadly realizes that the hunter does not appear to be a beneficial entity either. Well then, let us proceed step by step. A few of them were engaged in conversation when footsteps approached from a distance. Jiang Yu glanced over. Oh, they are all here. Song Qingyan was seated in a wheelchair, being pushed in by Instructor Gu. Instructor Song, Instructor Gu, Jiang Yu greeted. No need for such formality. Just call me uncle, Song Qingyan replied. It seems that his condition is slightly better than Jiang Yu's. At least he is not entirely wrapped like a mummy. You truly are remarkable, young lad. To challenge 100 alone and still manage to triumph over nearly 70 of them. Yesterday, I was watching the live stream from my hospital bed and almost jumped up in excitement. Was it because it was too exhilarating? Jiang Yu inquired while nibbling on a bun. No, it was because it was too embarrassing. Every time someone was called, it felt as if I had entered a bathhouse, with the attendant loudly announcing, "Who's next?" After finishing with a customer. Jiang Yu's expression froze in place. The scene resembled a street vendor, where the chef, having finished serving the previous customer, would call out, "Next." Is it truly as exaggerated as you suggest? Jiang Yu's expression darkened. He had been somewhat satisfied until their remarks instilled within him an urge to dig his toes into the ground. Song Qingyan chuckled heartily for a moment before adopting a serious demeanor and spoke. Xiao Yu, given your current situation, I anticipate you will not be following the standard training regimen. Prepare yourself. Coincidentally, just before your arrival, Uncle Song, we were discussing these matters, and I am indeed prepared. Jiang Yu displayed a spark of eagerness. By the way, will we be training alongside the second-year students, and can we engage in sparring with them? Good heavens! Have you not had enough of the dozens of individuals from yesterday? Song Qingyan exchanged glances with Gu Qi. Whether or not we will train with the second-year students still requires further negotiation. However, rest assured, your special training will certainly not be as simplistic as that of the other students. As long as there's fighting, I'm in, Jiang Yu replied. Want to spar? It's not out of the question, Song Qingyan mused, scrutinizing Jiang Yu thoughtfully. Your skills are undoubtedly superior to those of an average student. Yet, they remain somewhat unrefined. Should you encounter a peer of equal rank with substantial practical experience, you are likely to find yourself at a disadvantage. Since you are so eager to fight, upon our return, I shall accompany you for some practice. The peculiar sight of Song Qingyan, seated in his wheelchair clad in a patient-esque gown, alongside Jiang Yu, who was wrapped in bandages while perched on the edge of the bed, certainly struck an odd note. On the other side, Song Qingyan was not mistaken. Several instructors from the training camp were indeed convening. Jiang Yu's dossier lay before each individual, with Chun Song occupying the foremost seat, displaying a hint of exasperation. Has the call connected? He inquired. Beep, beep, beep. The call was established. Hello? Came the resonant voice of a middle-aged man. Greetings, Li Xuanshi. I am Chun Song, the vice chief instructor of this Yunhai training camp. Oh, hello? What is the matter? Has something happened to Jiang Yu? Did he strike someone? Li Xuanguang, although unaware of the specifics, had accurately surmised Jiang Yu's involvement, nearly deciphering the entire situation. Chun Song paused, recounting that on the first day of the camp, Jiang Yu had challenged nearly 100 top first-year students from Yunhai University, triumphing over 68 of them in a single sweep. Remarkable. Chun Song awaited Li Xuanguang's further remarks, yet after those 4 words, silence ensued. Your nephew must have attained a second-tier rank. Are you aware? Chun Song felt compelled to inquire further. After a few seconds of silence, Li Xuanguang replied, Indeed. He is my nephew. Having awakened early under my watch, no one understands Jiang Yu better than I. What do you believe would be the most suitable approach for his training going forward? Chun Song asked, trusting his insight. Li Xuanguang, showing little hesitation, responded. The boy is relatively weak in the humanities. His knowledge of extraordinary history and fundamental subjects is on par with his peers. As for practical skills, focus on individual training. Chapter 79. The sun bleeds. 2 days swiftly passed. The healing wounds were nearly mended. Yang Ci approached with the report in hand, tidying up in preparation for departure, as tomorrow marked the onset of classes. Very well, Jiang Yu reluctantly sat up from the bed. These past few days had been incredibly comfortable, with meals served and clothing provided. The only inconvenience was the need to use the restroom. It was perhaps due to Jiang Yu's modesty that he hesitated. He assumed Lu Yaoyao, being a young lady, would undoubtedly feel shy about such matters. After all, they had yet to define their relationship. Thus, after several attempts to broach the subject, he ceased to press her when she remained steadfastly opposed. Once you step outside, focus on your classes and refrain from engaging in any brawls, the nurse gently advised. Rest assured, Jiang Yu assured her. dismissing the nurse before lifting the covers and stretching lazily as he got out of bed. The sun was just rising, and the sky was perfectly clear. Through the window, he admired the expanse of blue above. "Peel a pear for me," Jiang You requested, still gazing out at the scenery. "Do it yourself," Lu Yaoyao retorted, casting him an exasperated glance. Well then, it seemed that once he recovered, he had transformed entirely. Jiang Yu resigned himself to the task, munching on a pear with a hint of melancholy. "You didn't peel it or wash it. It's certainly good for digestion," Lu Yaoyao remarked dryly. "So, it's convenient for you to have an upset stomach, is it? What is the status of your dormitory?" Jiang Yu inquired. "It's mostly settled," Lu Yaoyao replied. "The building you returned me to, number 21, is filled with top-performing freshman girls. For now, I can't compete with them, but we'll see how things unfold later. Why complicate matters?" The moment this topic arose, the whispers of Jiang Yu echoed in Lu Yaoyao's ears from the past few days. "It's nothing, such a vast space. Choose whichever room you desire. Come on, we've been neighbors for years. Surely, you wouldn't doubt my sincerity, would you? Truly, I've always regarded you as a brother. Since we live so close, let us have hot pot together one day." His coaxing nearly swayed her. But if it weren't for Jiang Yu occasionally pinching his own cheek, she might have agreed. Would a true brother pinch one's cheek? This fellow harbored ulterior motives. Just the thought made Lu Yaoyao's earlobes flush with heat, and she quickly interjected, "It's not about being troublesome. It's quite shameful to move in just 3 or 4 days after entering the camp." As those words slipped from her lips, she suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Was it unacceptable to move in after 3 or 4 days? Would it be permissible after half a month? "Indeed," Jiang Yu chuckled, "what I mean is, why complicate things? I can simply arrange for you to have a single room in the girls' dormitory. Isn't that far more comfortable than a 4-person room? What strange things are you saying? That place is the girls' dorm. Can you even enter?" Lu Yaoyao retorted, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. "All right then, let it be." Jiang Yu yawned. "It seems I shall be the sole occupant of building number 1. "Oh no, not entirely alone. Are you suggesting there will be others?" She recognized his jest, but couldn't shake the feeling that it was rather inappropriate. How excessive! Lu Yaoyao felt increasingly irate, and the more she seethed, the more she yearned to unleash her frustration upon someone. Jiang Yu, with his back turned to her, stretched lazily by the window. That insufferable fellow! How dare he? Unable to contain herself any longer, Lu Yaoyao launched a kick right at Jiang Yu's backside. Bang! Ouch! His face collided intimately with the window. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yu turned around, clutching his rear, visibly indignant. "I mean, building 1 isn't entirely demolished. There are still residents on several floors. I'm not the only one in this whole building, so why did you kick me?" Lu Yaoyao was momentarily speechless. "I did it because I wanted to," she huffed defiantly. "Now, go out, I need to change." Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with grievance. "Huh." Lu Yaoyao sat down in a chair, completely ignoring him as she headed to the bathroom to change. She was certainly not the attentive Lu Yaoyao who had cared for him during his injury. How the world has changed. After shedding her hospital gown and dressing appropriately, the two made their way to building 1. Before long, they arrived downstairs. "Shall we go up together?" Jiang Yu inquired. "No," Lu Yaoyao immediately declined. "Show some courtesy." Through a blend of coaxing and cunning, Jiang Yu ultimately managed to persuade her to ascend the building. The suitcase remained in the dormitory at Shermo. On the 6th floor, there were 20 dormitories, all of which had been vacated. They had faced a challenge from over 60 individuals, and one would assume that the training camp would grant them at least 3 floors. In reality, they were allocated merely this one. According to the discourse of the training camp, having 3 floors is not a concern, with only 40 rooms left. It would serve to invigorate the newcomers and incite a sense of competition among them. Little did I expect that a video call from Lu Nanfeng would arrive. His visage darkened to the color of charred coal. My father, in his 40s, was likely suppressing his anger, wanting to leap through the screen to deliver a reprimand. "Jiang Yu, you are still young. Uncle Lu cannot comprehend this. There is no need to occupy 3 floors. I merely desired a quieter environment, Uncle Lu. You wouldn't wish for, me to be uncomfortable in the training camp, would you? Your discomfort brings me great joy." The two parties engaged in continuous negotiations, ultimately conceding to allocate an entire floor. "This room will suffice." Casually selecting a chamber, Jiang Yu entered with his luggage. The rooms were all quite similar. Choosing one facing south, there was little need for extensive organization. Various items were arranged neatly, and it did not consume much time. "Is that all? Then I shall take my leave." Hey, Don't be in such a hurry to go. Jiang You pivoted, rushing to stand before her. What do you want? Lu Yaoyao stepped back a pace, her heart racing. Let us have a little chat. Lu Yaoyao remained silent, fixated on him. This girl was surprisingly unashamed. Jiang You was taken aback. No, something felt amiss. Her gaze seemed not directed at him, but rather, behind him. His newly acquired acute intuition began to unfold, and Jiang Yu sensed the hairs on his body rising uncontrollably. There was an aura of hostility. Could it be a mutant? He narrowed his gaze and turned around with the force of thunder, swinging his right elbow with great intensity. Just as it was about to make contact, he abruptly halted. The gust of wind ruffled the opponent's hair, pausing at the temple. Jiang Yu's expression grew increasingly awkward as the other party slowly unfastened the belt at his waist. This is not good, Jiang Yu forced a smile. I suppose my injuries aren't severe enough. Could you refrain from using the metal end? No way. Uncle Lu, I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly do. It hurts. That morning, building number 1 was particularly boisterous. Hiss, it hurts. That was brutal. Truly ruthless. I roughly realized that I was at the second stage and could withstand a beating. Lu Nanfeng's strength was considerably greater than before. My backside was thoroughly bruised. Even a light touch was painful. Jiang Yu endured the pain to apply medicine to himself. If it weren't for his reluctance to go through the hassle, he would have likely had to make another trip to the infirmary. Leaning against the bedside to ease the discomfort in his rear, he couldn't help but sigh repeatedly. The special training camp was about to commence its formal training. Many of the questions regarding the extraordinary would likely find answers here. He opened the foundational manual on the extraordinary distributed to all participants. What is the extraordinary? What is the source of its power? Our world? A century of struggle. What is the abyss? When will this war of invasion come to an end? The manual posed numerous questions, yet it provided virtually no answers. Tomorrow, he would attend class. Uncertain of what he might learn, Jiang Yu inhaled gently. The world has revealed a glimpse to him, yet he remains unaware of what the entirety may hold. Initially, he believed that everything was already sufficiently dire. However, it now appears that it could indeed worsen. Jiang Yu gazed towards the heavens. Above him stretched an infinite sky, with the morrow hanging high. In just 2 days, his vitality had diminished from 80 to 73. Indeed, the sun in the sky had waned. Chapter 80. We are under siege. Does the sun also have its cycles? Clearly, such a notion is implausible. Why would it bleed? This inquiry lies beyond Jiang Yu's comprehension. Even if he were aware of the reasons behind such phenomena, it seems there would be little he could do. A celestial body of such magnitude hanging in the heavens, should any calamity arise, it would hardly be within the purview of a mere second-tier individual like him to address. The sun's aberration appears to have transpired within the last couple of days. Its vitality dwindled in 3 distinct phases, ultimately stabilizing at a mere 73. Throughout this unsettling process, Jiang Yu could faintly sense a shift in the shadows. It was difficult to articulate. Perhaps his status as a shadow concealer was still insufficient, merely leading him to feel a slight peculiarity in his body. If he were a higher-tier transcendent being, perhaps he would have discerned more. In any case, with the blood level plummeting by nearly 7, the Night Watch would undoubtedly catch on to the anomaly. The abyss, the status, the layers of shadow. This world is profoundly intricate, and under such external aggression, the Great Zhou, a society steeped in technology, has painstakingly developed its extraordinary powers from scratch over the past century, accumulating a fair amount of prowess. After gazing at the sun for a few more seconds, his eyes began to burn, prompting him to withdraw his gaze. By the way, what brings Uncle Lu here? As a Cloud Sea Patrol envoy, he came to observe the training camp's progress and perhaps catch a glimpse of himself, only to stumble upon such a scene in the dormitory building? This seems entirely reasonable. Or could it be that there exists another possibility, that Uncle Lu is a training camp instructor? Jiang Yu inhaled sharply, realizing that as a patrol envoy, Uncle Lu is already among the elite of the second-tier Night Watch. To speak candidly, Uncle Lu can undoubtedly be regarded as one of the prominent helmsmen of the Cloud Sea Gathering. His days are often so busy that he hardly sets foot at home. Out of 10 days, he is absent for 5. During those 5 days at home, should the night patrol office call, he must rise in the dead of night to attend to matters. As a dignified patrol officer, his plight surpasses that of an ordinary office worker. At times, Jiang Yu finds himself pitying Uncle Lu. Although he wields considerable power and occupies a high position, he is deprived of leisure. Thus, Jiang Yu frequently suggests that he rent a place near the night patrol office to alleviate the constant back and forth. He assures Uncle Lu that he would look after Lu Yaoyao. Curiously, every time this subject arises, Uncle Lu becomes irate with himself and begins to search for a belt. Perhaps it is due to the exorbitant rental prices in the vicinity of the night patrol office. Jiang You rubs his sore backside, feeling the sting. Uncle Lu truly is formidable. Ding dong. A notification sound emanates from the phone beside him. Has my father been too harsh? At least the girl has a semblance of conscience, knowing to message me. Jiang You types a response. Your father has genuinely beaten me to a pulp. Does he not fear for my life? That is because you are not being honest, Lu Yaoyao replies. We were merely having a normal conversation. And he barged in and thrashed me. Sobbing, my father forbids me from seeking you out. No matter, I shall come find you. Lu Yaoyao, having grown accustomed to this fellow's audacity, ignores him and states, when you can best him, he will no longer target you. Well, our father certainly sets the bar high. How formidable is your father? Jiang You inquires. I do not know, Lu Yaoyao typed slowly. It seems that I was once a candidate for the war general position. But after sustaining an injury, I was relegated to the role of a patrol officer. Jiang You replied with a single question mark. A candidate for war general? The strongest contenders of the entire Great Zhou, I see. You truly are something, Jiang You thought to himself, grinding his teeth in disbelief. Uncle Lu's injuries must be quite severe. Despite his past glory, he is now merely an aging elder. Setting a modest goal, Jiang Yu resolved to help Uncle Lu reach his 50s before he would surpass him. He silently noted this in his memo. After finishing the conversation with Lu Yaoyao, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, and his figure vanished from the bed. In the realm of shadows, a dense darkness enveloped him. Ah, Jiang Yu sighed in delight. Closing his eyes, tendrils of shadow, like fine threads, began to weave around him, climbing from his feet until they completely cocooned his body. Each return to this shadowy layer filled him with an exhilarating sensation akin to a dragon plunging into the sea. This sensation was markedly intensified since his elevation to the rank of Shadow Concealer. Though his powers may be wicked, their efficacy is undeniably remarkable. He turned and leaped from the balcony, ascending swiftly to the rooftop of the dormitory. The training camp space was vast, and he had no desire to wander aimlessly. Setting up the portable folding bed he had brought along, he reclined and opened the previously downloaded collection of De Gang's comedic dialogues. Listening to the humor while resting, he prepared for the first lesson, which surprisingly turned out to be a large class with many attendees. Extraordinary history should surely recount the history of the present extraordinary beings, which piqued his interest, for the history we had studied scarcely touched upon the extraordinary. There is a sense of anticipation in the air. The night watch is so formidable. One cannot help but wonder how illustrious history will unfold. In the educational building, within the Grand Lecture Hall, over 300 individuals are scattered haphazardly rather than seated by class. The front row remains entirely vacant, while the rear is densely packed. Even before stepping into university life, one can already perceive the essence of attending lectures. The entire auditorium is filled with an ocean of faces. At the forefront, a large screen occupies half the space, complemented by the remaining half of a blackboard. The first slide of a presentation is currently displayed. The backdrop is simple yet profound, depicting a solitary blue planet amidst the vast cosmos. Surrounding stars emit a faint glow. Their light, though delicate, accentuates the planet's isolation, as if it is ensnared by boundless darkness. This blue sphere is not as vibrant as one might expect. It bears dark streaks resembling a net that tightly confines it, securing it in place. There are no accompanying words, and while the image itself is not overly intricate, the composition and color usage are executed with exceptional skill. The sensation of entrapment seems to permeate the screen, evoking a feeling of oppression. The classroom hums softly, with students seated in small clusters, occasionally glancing at the screen before diverting their gaze. Moments later, an instructor enters, a man with graying hair, clutching a hefty tome. His hair is meticulously styled, and his face bears the marks of experience, suggesting he is in his 50s. His arrival renders the already quiet classroom even more subdued. Standing there, though his frame appears somewhat slender, he exudes an air of competence and vitality. He set the book aside and manipulated a few controls at the podium. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of energy radiated outward, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. Soon, a soothing melody began to flow, reminiscent of a serene stream meandering over a quaint bridge. Jiang Yu adjusted his expression. The teacher, with hands clasped before him, finally lifted his gaze to address the assembly. My surname is Su, and my name is Jiang You. I shall be your instructor for extraordinary history. This course chronicles significant events from the cataclysm to the present day, presenting a novel subject for all of you. Throughout this journey, your established worldviews may be challenged, but do not succumb to despair. As his words resonated, the surrounding lights gradually dimmed. Jiang Yu's obsidian eyes reflected the imagery on the large screen. It displayed an aerial view, captured from several hundred to 1,000 meters above the ground. The cracked and fractured concrete landscape lay before them, with buildings of steel and concrete leaning precariously. This was a city scarred by the ravages of war. In the millennium, otherworldly beings descended upon us, and our world began to face invasion. Chapter 81. We have no retreat. There is no superfluous introduction. The reason is conveyed in a few succinct phrases. Then, the main topic is addressed. Jiang You speaks slowly. Initially, no one knew whence they came, merely assuming they were an unidentified species that had manifested from somewhere. Their unique physical structure and the incessant pollution they exuded seemed to open the gateway to a new world, driving humanity into a frenzy. It was not until half a month later that the first abyssal rift emerged. The entities were not particularly formidable, merely second-tier beings that, in retrospect, seem almost trivial. As if orchestrated, rifts appeared simultaneously across various nations, totaling 36 in number. Though the strength of these entities was not overwhelming, first-tier beings could be effortlessly obliterated by ordinary bullets and artillery. The true horror lay not in their might, but in the cost of vanquishing them. The emphasis on the word cost was deliberate. Jiang You picked up a piece of chalk and turned to inscribe these two characters on the blackboard. To slay an entity, one must inevitably bear a cost, which is the unique pollution emanating from its corporeal form. In an era devoid of extraordinary powers, even the defeat of the weakest first-tier being could lead to afflictions such as tremors, palpitations, breathlessness, and tinnitus. More severe consequences included fractures, temporary blindness, and sensory disorientation. On the battlefield, any one of these repercussions could prove fatal. Yet, humanity is only capable of mitigating the cost. We can never entirely escape it. In other words, even a fifth-tier powerhouse, when confronted by millions of first-tier aberrations, may find themselves gravely injured or even face death, despite their ability to annihilate countless foes single-handedly. Jiang You stared blankly at the figure on the stage. However, once this pattern was discerned, attempts were made to employ heavy weaponry for long-range suppression. The cost of dealing with first- and second-tier aberrations was not yet sufficient to extend across such vast distances to impact human lives. Our world, for the time being, remains relatively stable. Yet, as the number of fissures increases, the pollution permeating this realm also gradually intensifies, leading to profound transformations unbeknownst to us. Compared to humanity, flora and fauna are far more susceptible to the ravages of pollution, resulting in aberration. The wilderness has become perilous. On New Year's Day of the second year of the new era, the northern and southern capitals announced the establishment of large gathering sites, planning to gradually relocate residents from surrounding towns into these hubs. By the fifth year of the new era, attempts to venture into the abyss resulted in a staggering 97 mortality rate, and the Great Show first learned of the existence of forbidden items. Utilizing these forbidden items to advance to the second tier and combat aberrations, Great Show ignited a surge of interest in forbidden items. At this juncture, the awakening of spiritual consciousness occurred, yet the path to transcendence remained muddled at the first tier, with no ascension achieved. In the same year, 15 small nations declared their obliteration. This global crisis has left no one unscathed. By the 8th year of the new era, leveraging forbidden items, the upper limits of extraordinary tiers were further elevated, and the defenses of gathering sites grew increasingly robust. Those who have grown stronger through the prohibition of certain objects believe they have discovered the correct path, thus contributing to the dawn of the Great Show. In the 10th year of the new era, the conventional extraordinary route, which is the prevailing path of transcendence today, has finally uncovered the means to ascend to the second tier. In this very year, the Northern Watch and the Southern Dawn gathering places were officially established, becoming the only two first-tier gathering sites in the Great Show. In the subsequent 5 years, various gathering places were established accordingly. However, the Southern Dawn, a first-tier gathering place? This seems rather inconsistent. According to the textbooks, the Southern City is recorded as a second-tier gathering site. The distinction between first and second tiers creates a clash of perceptions in the minds of the people, leading to a myriad of expressions. The historical textbooks primarily focus on ancient times, while the contents learned throughout a decade of schooling only amount to half a history book, primarily recounting the Great Famine, struggles, and migrations under the onslaught of otherworldly beings. Given the vast expanse of the Great Zhou's territory, its smaller cities could not be defended individually and thus had to unite to establish gathering sites. This resulted in a certain dispersion among the various gathering places. Consequently, as the strength of the otherworldly beings intensified, the need for unity arose to prevent being picked off one by one, leading to the first, second, and several subsequent great migrations. Ultimately, they converged in the north, forming a defensive line. This is the history that everyone has been taught. Jiang You is, of course, aware of this historical narrative. Ever since he beheld the scattered map in Uncle Lu's room, he has been uncertain about the veracity of this history, how much is true and how much is false. The screen continued to transform, revealing a map with red dots illuminating across its expanse. Baidu, Qingyang, Mai, Atai, Xingho, Linan, Lindong, Changyang, Nandu, Tianfu. 10 primary gathering sites. Dispersed throughout the Great Zhou. How did so many emerge? A collective frown settled upon everyone as they listened intently, with some harboring a vague sense of trepidation. Teacher, why does this differ from the history we have learned? A student in the front row queried. Su Jianyang chose not to respond, continuing his exposition undeterred. In the year 20 of the new era, the first third-tier aberration made its appearance. Its emergence heralded a wave of third-tier aberrations, which ordinary artillery could scarcely withstand. The Nandu gathering site suffered grievously, ultimately quelling the aberration tide. In the year 30 of the new era, the first special breed emerged, its strength surpassing that of its peers. It led an army of aberrations to besiege the Mai gathering site. The proximity rendered nuclear weapons unusable. And then, the audience leaned in, eager for the continuation. Su Jianyang paused for a moment before stating, this marked the first obliteration of a primary gathering site. A profound silence enveloped the classroom, the only sound being the soothing music emanating from the podium, soothing the impending wave of negative emotions. After allowing the class a brief moment to recuperate, Su Jianyang resumed his discourse. Upon the utterance of these words, the ensuing narrative left the audience somewhat bewildered. In the year 40 of the new era, the first fourth-tier aberration emerged, having transformed amidst a nuclear explosion, stepping forth from the chaos, leading to the annihilation of the Atai settlement. By the year 50 of the new era, the Tianfu region and its surrounding settlements faced the imminent threat of abyssal fissures and aberrations, culminating in the first great migration in history. Over 1 billion souls were affected, with fewer than 1 million surviving. This staggering figure resonated like a heavy tolling bell in the hearts of all. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In the year 60 of the new era, the southwestern and northwestern regions of the Great Zhou fell completely into the hands of the aberrations, becoming a haven for their revelry. By the year 70, the aberrations advanced northward, posing a direct threat to the Linan settlement should it fall. Thus, the second great migration commenced, though this time, the extraordinary did not retreat. 100,000 youths, united in purpose, marched toward their demise. Striving to preserve the vast territories of the Great Zhou, they vowed to repel the aberrations for 1,000 miles, thereby severing the north from the south. In the same year, the southern capital settlement attempted to migrate, yet their path was obstructed by abyssal fissures, leaving their plans temporarily suspended. War, surrender, negotiation, and concession marked decades of relentless conflict. In retrospect, it seems that yielding territory and retreating to the north may have been the wisest choice from the very beginning. Consequently, the later settlements grew in size, rendering any migration a matter of grave consequence. However, the question remains, would continuous retreat truly yield better outcomes? No one possesses the answer. The strength of the extraordinary continues to escalate, yet the fissures widen, and the aberrations entering the Great Zhou grow ever more formidable. The south has become ensnared. A solitary hand unable to signal for aid, ultimately resolved to gather strength, abandon the gathering place, and migrate northward. In the year 75 of the new era, the emergence of fifth-tier special beings shattered the dawn of the Great Zhou. The classroom had descended into an almost suffocating silence, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. The screen displayed a slowly shifting image. Aerial views revealed a vast expanse of desolation. The third great migration incurred devastating losses, and we have irrevocably lost the South. This war has persisted for a century. We have erred and wandered down many a misguided path. The extraordinary ones, the Night Watch, serve as a refuge for the majority, a beacon dispelling the encroaching darkness. Throughout this centennial history, there have existed men and women, elders and youth, all adrift in a shadowy abyss. There are no lights ahead, only a dense fog behind. What lies ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. Jiang You, his hair flecked with gray, surveyed the assembly. Confusion, terror, helplessness, fear, and despair. He perceived all these emotions reflected in their eyes. Only one youth, with tousled black hair, cast a gaze towards him imbued with profound bewilderment. Jiang Yu's eyes lingered on him for a moment before shifting away. Overcoming despair is a challenge every extraordinary one must confront. This is an invasion, a war. The blood we have shed is already far too much. It is regrettable that such a discourse must commence on our inaugural formal lesson in the realm of the extraordinary. Yet, it is imperative to state, we have no avenue for retreat.